The moonlit wight, who was presumed to be dead, unexpectedly found himself in the next moment within a dragon's egg. Struggling to break free from the confines of the egg, he emerged, inhaling fresh air, only to realize he had been reborn as a pure white dragon. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Uncertain of the precise hour, the 9-year-old moonlit wight was destined to spend his 100th birthday in a sterile emergency room, saturated with the scent of disinfectants. Beside his bed sat his aging spouse and their two ungrateful offspring, engaged in a heated argument over the distribution of Moonlit's inheritance. Moonlit, a man of considerable wealth, had met his beloved wife in his youth, and together they labored for the better part of their lives, never anticipating such an unfortunate demise. The clamor of his children's dispute reverberated throughout the ward. With great difficulty, Moonlit opened his weary eyes, gazing at his weeping wife. She clutched his hands tightly, trembling from the discord among their children. Summoning every bit of strength, Moonlit lifted his right hand, which was connected to an in an effort to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Upon noticing his hand's movement, the elderly woman gripped him tightly, murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right." Yet, her hands could not conceal the profound sorrow etched upon her face. With his beloved on the brink of despair and the disloyalty of their children piercing her heart with every passing moment, Moonlit's once vibrant eyes now stared blankly at the ceiling of the hospital room. Fearless of death, he was nonetheless consumed by worry for the one who had shared his life, fearing her suffering in the absence of his protection. She was a strong woman who had silently devoted herself in front of their children, revealing her vulnerability only in Moonlit's presence. How fragile humanity is, how fleeting life proves to be, leaving one unable to safeguard all that is cherished. Even in my final moments, I must depart this world burdened with regrets and concerns. Moonlit lamented inwardly. If there is a next life, I wish to be reborn as a long-lived creature, perhaps a tortoise or a tree, so that after all I hold dear has departed, I may conclude my existence without further regrets. He silently vowed. As his eyes, betraying him, gently closed, the tranquility lasted but a moment. In the next instant, Moonlit was roused by the sound of women conversing nearby. I must have perished in that cold hospital room. Why then do I hear voices around me? Have the doctors revived me once more? He pondered, straining to lift his arm. To his astonishment, he felt no struggle. Instead, he moved with an unexpected lightness, as if liberated, his hands pressed against a firm surface. Is this a wall? He mused, tapping against the surface repeatedly. The sound was crisp and clear, suggesting it was not thick. However, the slimy texture of the surface elicited a sense of aversion within him. Moonlit turned toward the wall. With a determined strike, he hit the wall, causing fine cracks to appear on its translucent surface. Yue Bai felt a surge of joy, continuing to pound against the wall. Unexpectedly, a large section of the wall crumbled away, and Yue Bai lost his balance, his upper body abruptly thrusting through the opening created by the fallen debris. A blinding light refracted into his eyes, causing a slight sting. My eyes. Yue Bai tightly shut his eyes, waiting until he adjusted to the brightness before slowly opening them again. To his astonishment, he found himself in an opulent room adorned with numerous exquisite artifacts he had never encountered before. Master. The lady has given birth to a young master. A woman clad in a maid's outfit appeared before Yue Bai, her long, jet-black hair elegantly styled. She turned and called out in a language unfamiliar to Yue Bai. Moments later, a tall man dressed in an extravagant black suit entered the room. He towered at nearly 2 meters, exuding an air of stern authority. However, as he approached Yue Bai, this imposing demeanor gradually transformed into something softer in emotion that, from Yue Bai's perspective, could only be described as indulgence. Let me see what my son looks like. The man's voice brimmed with affection as he extended his hands toward Yue Bai. He lifted Yue Bai in his arms, but without making direct contact. Yue Bai felt as if he were a small kitten, being cradled along with its nest by this man. Nervously, Yue Bai gazed up at the stranger. Yet, to his surprise, the man's expression suddenly froze upon seeing him. Are you sure this is the egg that the lady laid? The man turned, his voice trembling as he questioned the maid who had summoned him, disbelief evident in his tone. Wait. Egg? What egg? Yue Bai peered through the jagged opening, discovering that the nest he occupied was, in fact, a dark, glossy egg. Wait a minute, why am I able to poke my head out like this? Looking around, he noticed a mirror not far away. In its reflection, a white lizard appeared, its appearance somewhat unsettling, with large, blinking eyes. Yue Bai stared at the mirror for quite some time, a more disturbing thought creeping into his mind. Holy crap, this white lizard is me? He instinctively leaned back, landing atop the viscous egg fluid, as small claws came into view. What happened to my hands? How did they become like this? Yue Bai began to shout, but instead of his familiar voice, a series of chirping sounds emerged, neither entirely avian nor entirely human. He covered his toothy mouth with his claws, despair filling his heart. I had hoped to be reborn as a long-lived creature in my next life, but I never imagined I would turn into a white lizard. Chapter 2. The mutated shadow dragon Yue Bai curled up within the confines of the eggshell, striving to comprehend his current predicament. In his past life, he had witnessed cold-blooded creatures hatching from their eggs. Yet this was the first time he experienced the process of being hatched himself. The stern man sat languidly on a nearby sofa, his hands pressed against his forehead, wearing an expression of incredulity. A maid retrieved a fragment of the eggshell and presented it to the man. His hands emanated a deep, purplish-black glow as he sensed the lingering magical aura upon the shell. Indeed, this was an egg left by his wife, but why had it produced a pristine white hatchling? From the conversation between the maid and the man, Yue Bai gleaned that he had been reincarnated into a noble family of the dragon race, specifically as a descendant of the shadow dragon lineage. The man before him was none other than his father in this life, Yue. However, Yue Bai was unlike any other shadow dragon. The shadow dragon clan was a branch of the black dragon lineage. Typically, the scales of its members were black, with their hue varying according to the purity of their black dragon bloodline. The darker the scales, the more potent the black dragon heritage, which often led to greater favor from the black dragon clan in their future lives. Yet, a shadow dragon with scales as immaculate as Yue Bai's was an unprecedented phenomenon throughout history. Even the most diluted bloodlines bore at least a layer of grayish-white scales. Yue ran his fingers through his hair helplessly, glancing at the dark eggshell in his hand, then lifting his gaze to the hatchling within. His eyes filled with resignation and concern. He perceived that Yue Bai's future as a dragon would be fraught with challenges and hardships. Just as the atmosphere thickened with melancholy, the grand door swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman clad in an elegant qipao and draped in a short fur shawl. She strode in with urgency, the sound of her high heels echoing on the floor. Swiftly, she approached Yue Bai, crouching by the bedside, her icy, captivating eyes fixated on the hatchling within the egg, sending shivers down his spine. As Yue Bai pondered her intentions, the woman plunged her hands into the eggshell, unfazed by the remnants of egg fluid that would dampen her black silk gloves, and cradled him in her embrace. "Oh, my child, he is utterly adorable." Her tone was gentle and warm, infused with excitement, a stark contrast to her previously aloof demeanor. It was evident that this enchanting woman was Yue Bai's mother in this life, Yulan. "La, my child." Yue rose from the sofa and approached the mother and son. "My dear, I understand your concerns. Although our child's bloodline is worrisome, he remains our son. He cannot choose his lineage, and his future will undoubtedly be tumultuous. However, as long as we stand by his side, we shall unconditionally support and love him. The path is fraught with difficulties. Thus, we shall clear the thorns for him. When others treat him poorly, we, as his parents, shall shield him from the storms." Yulan, with a serene expression, articulates her unwavering love for Yue Bai in a resolute tone, her words flowing incessantly. Meanwhile, Yue, enveloped in her sentiments, finds his gaze gradually firming and his heart at ease. "Lan, you speak the truth. Regardless of the circumstances, he is my child, Yuye's child. As long as I exist in this world, I shall forever protect him and strive for all that he deserves." Mbuki ni welang. Yue gazes at the precious Yue Bai in her arms, his eyes shimmering with emotion. Indeed, since Yue Bai has graced this world as their child, it is his duty as a parent to safeguard him and nurture his growth. "My dear, do bestow a name upon our child." Yulan gently sways Yue Bai and speaks to Yue. "A name, you say? That poses a challenge for me. Yue gazes at the pure, white visage of Yue Bai nestled in Yulan's arms. Let us call him Yue Bai. Could you not choose a more melodious name? Yulan pouts her rosy lips, playfully handing Yue Bai over to Yue. He receives the child, placing a hand upon Yue Bai's head. A purplish-black light gradually envelopes him, signifying the protection bestowed by the elder of the dragon clan, ensuring the offspring's healthy development. Following the naming ceremony, the elders grant their blessing. As a noble, Yuye's potent magic signifies the strength of this protection. A warm current flows through Yuye's body, enveloping him with a sense of comfort. The path of a dragon is fraught with challenges and perils. I hope my son will remain untainted, steadfast, and true, like a blank slate. Why not? With a smile, he returns Yue Bai to Yulan's embrace, offering a few gentle reminders before attending to his official duties. After Yue departs, Yulan receives a basin of warm water and a towel from maid, personally cleansing Yue Bai of the remnants of birth. Her tender touch, though inexperienced, brings comfort to the infant. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washes over her. As she gazes at the drowsy Yue Bai, her eyes brim with tenderness. Sleep now, my child. As long as I am in this world, I shall ensure you face no grievances. At that moment, Yue Bai does not comprehend the weight of her words. Yet he is acutely aware that his life, or rather, his dragon's life, will not be devoid of trials. Chapter 3. The Transformation Banquet 1 week after his birth. A transformation banquet was held at the Shadow Dragon Clan's Yue family. This banquet, akin to a full moon celebration in Yue Bai's previous life, is typically arranged once a young dragon can assume a human form. Under normal circumstances, each young dragon requires 2 to 3 months to achieve this transformation. However, from the moment of his birth, Yue Bai was destined to be exceptional. Despite not inheriting the potent bloodline of the Black Dragon clan, he possessed an immense reservoir of magical power. This remarkable trait allowed him to transform into human form within just a week, aided by the retention of memories from his former life. Upon transforming into human form, Yue Bai stands approximately 50 centimeters tall, adorned with silver-white shoulder-length hair and silver-hued eyes. Her alabaster skin radiating a luminous glow. Possibly still in her youth, her appearance bears a resemblance to that of a young human girl. This charming visage endears Yue Bai to both her mother and the household servants. Yue also feels a sense of satisfaction at Yue Bai's ability to assume human shape within a week. In his eyes, although Yue Bai has not inherited the bloodline of the Black Dragon clan, the innate magical power she possesses is a gift bestowed by her ancestors. This blessing undoubtedly serves as a formidable asset in Yue Bai's future as a dragon. The banquet is graced by numerous guests, with dignitaries from various clans gathering at the Yue residence to catch a glimpse of Yue Bai. After all, the emergence of a snow-white aberrant shadow dragon within the Shadow Dragon clan piques curiosity, whether it be for mockery or celebration. The obsidian-crafted banquet hall is a tapestry of colors, bustling with the vibrant presence of the crimson-clad red dragons, the gold-trimmed golden dragons, and the verdant green dragons. Yue, I have come to see my nephew, announces a tall man draped in heavy black attire, exuding an aura of regality as he approaches, resting his arm upon Yue's shoulder. This is Yue Bai's uncle, the current chieftain of the Shadow Dragon clan, King Yuchi. Please be mindful of your position in public. Yue gently nudges his uncle's arm away and gestures toward Yue. Subsequently, Yue, slightly bowing, takes Yue Bai's hand and leads her before the two men. Oh, so this is Yue Bai, the pure white child. Though she has not inherited the bloodline of our Black Dragon ancestors, rest assured, as long as I am in power, no one shall dare to bully her. Yuchi's booming voice echoes throughout the banquet hall, a display intended to instill a sense of security and deter any potential adversaries. Given her still developing limbs, Yue Bai trembles slightly, clutching the hem of Yuli's dress as she bows respectfully to Yuchi. Very good, my little nephew. Exhibiting such decorum at such a tender age. Yuchi laughs heartily, the sound resonating with a hint of magical energy, perhaps sensing Yuchi's boisterousness. Yue shares a knowing glance with Yue before guiding Yuchi to a private chamber backstage. Yue, on the other hand, leads Yue Bai toward a corner of the banquet hall occupied by the red-clad clan. A little congratulations. A joyous occasion with the birth of your young master, exclaims a stately woman in a fiery red gown, approaching with warmth as she clasps Yue Bai's hands in greeting. From their conversation, it becomes evident that this woman is the current leader of the Red Dragon clan and the director of the Central Hospital in the Holy City, Lady Jiang Tong. She was the one who attended Yue Bai during her labor, indicating a deep bond between them. Yue Bai observes the exchange with her head raised, marveling at the profound camaraderie and sensitive topics that often characterize women's friendships. Just then, a red-haired girl with twin ponytails darts out from behind Lady Jiang. Her eyes were large, and her lashes long. Atop her head rested a pair of pointed dragon horns, while the vibrant scales of her dragon tail peeked from beneath her skirt, shimmering as if veiled in mist under the light. Why do you not have dragon horns and a tail? The little girl scrutinized Yue Bai with an inquisitive glare before storming towards her, seizing her hair, and forcefully pinning her to the ground, attempting to remove her clothing. The attendees in the banquet hall stifled their laughter at this sight. The little princess of the Jiang family was acting up again. Though not malicious, the girl was often blunt, having committed many socially inappropriate acts in various situations. Only she would dare to perpetrate such humiliation upon the guest of honor. Why do you not have dragon horns and a tail? She repeated, tugging at Yue Bai's pants, revealing her behind. At this moment, Jiang Tong hastily lifted the girl off Yue Bai. Meanwhile, Yue Bai maintained her cold demeanor, suppressing a smile within. Had it been just the Yue and Jiang families present, she would have been in fits of laughter. I apologize. Jiang Ling is just a child and does not understand, Jiang Tong quickly offered, though not overly embarrassed, as she had known Yue Bai for quite some time. Yue Bai pondered, her thoughts crystal clear. It turned out that Jiang Ling was a year older than Yue Bai. Dragonkins seldom concealed their horns and tails before the age of 3. Younglings like Yue Bai, who could perfectly blend into human form, were a rarity among their peers. Hence Jiang Ling's excitement. To her, it seemed unjust that someone younger than herself possessed such formidable magical talent. As an elder sister, she felt a pang of inadequacy. However, Yue Bai did not dwell on the incident, considering that Yue Bai had not been harmed and the girl had apologized. Immediately, the maids from both families approached to escort Yue Bai and Jiang Ling back to their respective clans. Just then, the grand doors of the banquet hall swung open, revealing a man clad in black, exuding an aura of death, who, flanked by a guard detail, slowly advanced towards the center of the hall. Both dragons and humans present paid their utmost respects to this man. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. Chapter 4. The Black Dragon Emperor. With each step he took, an invisible pressure enveloped the banquet hall, causing the guests to strain to maintain their ceremonial postures, their legs and entire bodies trembling under the weight of his presence. The young Yue Bai was firmly pressed against her nursemaid's skirt, unable to move, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura. The once boisterous hall fell into profound silence upon his arrival. In the rear, Yi sensed the shift in atmosphere and stepped forward with Yu Qi. Upon seeing the man, they hurried towards him. Your Majesty, your presence at the transformation banquet of your humble servant-as son is truly an honor. Yu Yi and Yu Qi knelt before him, right hand clenched over their hearts in salutation. This man was none other than the current Dragon Emperor, the reigning monarch of the Holy City, the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor cast a brief glance at the Yue brothers, then turned his attention to Yue Bai. Under the gaze of those amber eyes, the pressure on Yue Bai intensified, causing his bones to creak. Yue Bai approached his side, channeling her magical energy to create a faint purple aura, granting Yue Bai a moment to breathe. Is this the newborn? The Black Dragon Emperor's amber eyes shimmered briefly before narrowing. 7 days to take human form, his magical prowess surpassing that of his peers considerably. Although he lacks a strong connection to our bloodline, the Shadow Dragon clan is indeed blessed to have such a child. The Black Dragon Emperor scrutinized Yue Bai, noting his overwhelming magical power, which far exceeded that of an average newborn, displaying signs of magical overflow akin to his own. The Emperor closed his eyes and let out a soft hum. Behind him, several attendants produced 2 obsidian boxes, adorned with jade runes, subtly radiating a sense of sealing. Inside lay a staff and a broadsword forged by the dwarven artisans. In my view, this child possesses innate magical strength and should become a sage mage. However, he is of the dragon lineage, and I shall not interfere. Thus, if he desires to take up arms, it is not out of the question. Both weapons are gifts of congratulations. My dear minister, you may as well accept them. The attendants opened the boxes, revealing a dark short staff and a massive black sword. Their design was simple and unremarkable, clearly intended for novices. Upon seeing the items, Yue Bai felt a pang of disappointment. The craftsmanship, though legendary, seemed rather lacking in sophistication. Yue Bai sighed softly, an action that undoubtedly sent chills down the spines of the Yue family and the assembled guests. Gifts from the Black Dragon Emperor, no matter how ordinary, warrant gratitude. Moreover, these items, despite their simplistic appearance, would be considered treasures in other families. What is the matter with this child? The Black Dragon Emperor furrowed his brow at Yue Bai's reaction. The pressure in the room intensified once more. Even under Yue Ai's protection, Yue Bai was pressed to the ground, immobilized. He gazed up at the man before him, devoid of any trace of fear. Instead, he felt a peculiar calmness. Perhaps this was due to his past life, where he had just faced death, rendering the threat of it in this life less daunting. His temperament is commendable. The Black Dragon Emperor mused, pursing his lips. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly, prompting the guests in the banquet hall to inhale sharply. Yue, Yushi, and Yue Ai quickly surrounded Yue Bai, kneeling before the Black Dragon Emperor to offer their apologies. They believed that the punishment from the Dark Tide was unavoidable. But at the very least, they must protect the young one. Do not worry, the Emperor replied. Though this child's behavior today was improper, I shall overlook it as it has presented me with something intriguing. However, you must ensure that he is well disciplined and does not offend others. With that, the Black Dragon Emperor swirled his long robe and departed from the banquet hall. The oppressive atmosphere shattered with his exit, leaving the guests breathless. Brother, help me up, Yue Shi implored, clearly shaken by Yue Bai's sigh, leaving him weak and seated on the floor. The attendees, similarly affected by the Emperor's presence, gradually began to disperse. Yu Lian tenderly cradled Yue Bai, showering his forehead with affectionate kisses. A lingering fear gripped her heart. She was terrified that the Black Dragon Emperor might, in a fit of displeasure, decree Yue Bai's execution. The Shadow Dragon clan was but a branch of the Black Dragon clan, inherently under the dominion of the Black Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, regardless of their relationship, He Chao was the current emperor of the dragon race. Even though Yu Qi held the title of Shadow Dragon King, he would have no choice but to comply at He Chao's command. Yue Qi Wing, Ye, Xiaolian. We shall take our leave now, Jiang Tong said, approaching the protagonist. He then half-squatted and produced a red gemstone from his bosom, placing it gently into Yue Bai's hand. This crimson jade is but a token from your aunt. As you mature, it may prove useful. Jiang Tong smiled softly, planting a kiss upon Yue Bai's forehead before preparing to depart with Jiang Ling, however, broke free from Jiang Tong's grasp and dashed towards Yu Lian, clutching the hem of Yue Bai's trousers. You, I quite like you. From now on, you shall accompany my sister. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled as she beamed sweetly at Yue Bai, her delicate lips curling into a charming smile. This expression evoked a sense of DJVU within Yue Bai. You little minx, are you seeking to ensnare an old bull with tender grass? How eager you are to declare your affections to young Yue Bai, Jiang Tong teased, causing both Jiang Ling and Yue Bai to blush slightly. Ah, mother, you're insufferable, Jiang Ling exclaimed, turning to spread her wings and soaring out the door, leaving behind a chorus of laughter. Yue Bai turned away, burying his face in Yu Lian's embrace, his heart racing. What is happening? Could there be something amiss with my psyche? A century-old soul is feeling drawn to a mere child. Chapter 5, The Literary Mentor. Lan Jianyu, the Transformation Feast. 6 months later, Yue Bai sat in the study of the Yue family, awaiting the arrival of his teacher. During these past 6 months, the elders of the Shadow Dragon clan had imparted the fundamental principles of magic to him daily. In their eyes, Yue Bai's innate magical talent, as the Black Dragon Emperor had noted, was destined to lead him down the path of a sorcerer. Though Yue Bai had not previously encountered magic in his past life, he felt neither novelty nor curiosity toward this curriculum. On the contrary, The essence of magic lay in the imagination of incantations and within Yue Bai's memories. Concepts such as flame jets, energy orbs, and laser swords could all be found as inspirations within anime and games. Consequently, he swiftly grasped the spells taught by the elders, even managing to execute them in more astonishing ways, fueled by his own imagination. Despite the elders' astonishment at his rapid progress, Yue Bai found the simplicity of the lessons rather monotonous. Within less than 6 months, he had nearly mastered the human-level magical incantations. In this world, magical spells were categorized into 6 tiers: human, demon, immortal, magical, divine, and ancient. Children like Yue Bai, who were under half a year old, were permitted to engage only with human-level magic. To pursue higher levels of magic, one must enter the Holy City Academy upon reaching the age of 5 in dragon years. It is worth mentioning that humans are required to be 15 years old to enter the Holy City Academy. The activation of magical incantations necessitates a certain amount of magical energy. Generally speaking, dragons are capable of learning demon-level magic at the age of 5, while humans reach this milestone at 15, thus preventing fatalities due to the depletion of magical power. The elder members of the Shadow Dragon clan, upon witnessing Yue Bai's adept manipulation of human-level magic, found themselves with little new knowledge to impart and suggested that Yue encourage Yue Bai to delve into the realm of literature. This pursuit, however, intensified the pressure within Yue Bai, even instilling a sense of trepidation. Despite possessing 100 years' worth of memories, making sense of arithmetic seemed effortless. Yet the written language of this world bore a far more oppressive weight than that of his previous life. Over the past 6 months, Yue Bai discovered that the plethora of races in this world has given rise to a multitude of scripts. For instance, the beastmen utilize the beast god script, the dragons employ the ancient dragon script, and humans use their indigenous script. Each character's arrangement and composition demand utmost precision. Even the slightest error could precipitate grave dangers. An elder recounted the tale of a scholar well-versed in the beast god script who, during a public lecture, mistakenly inscribed a character. During the presentation, a slip of the tongue led him to mispronounce a celestial-level magical incantation, inadvertently unleashing a divine-level spell. The scholar, lacking the magical reserves to sustain such a spell, was tragically drained of his life force. Thus, as I surveyed these characters, I found myself beset by a throbbing headache. It was not fear of death that plagued Yue Bai. After all, he had already faced mortality once. But the repercussions of literary errors were indeed a peril too great to bear. Moreover, the acknowledgement of this high cost meant that instructors of literary knowledge were typically individuals of considerable erudition. Little Bai, I hear this time the instructor is an elven teacher, came a melodious voice, prompting Yue Bai to turn towards the source. It was Jiangling, who now stood half a head taller than Yue Bai, clad in a snug tank top and shorts that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long crimson hair cascading gracefully against her form. Regardless of her lineage, my hope is that her teachings are approached with caution. Having only been born for a little over half a year, I do not wish to succumb to despair so soon. Upon hearing this, Jiangling sprang to her feet and playfully slapped Yue Bai on the back. You, child, are truly timid. Fear not, for I shall be here to protect you. Yet, her words served as a reminder to Yue Bai, who had been overly concerned about his own carelessness leading to unforeseen mishaps. However, the most significant threat to safety might very well be this young lady of the Jiang family. Since the human transformation feast, Jiangling had frequently been escorted by servants of the Red Dragon clan to Yue Bai's residence to participate in magical training together. Unfortunately, Jiangling's control over her magical energy was rather poor, often resulting in magical surges that had caused the training room to collapse on multiple occasions. Although she was initially not permitted to join this literary course, her insistence had left the Red and Shadow Dragons at their wits' end, ultimately compelling them to acquiesce to her participation. Then I must implore you, Sister Ling, to study diligently and practice earnestly, demonstrating the correct methods when I falter, so that I may learn from you. Yue Bai intentionally elevated his tone on the words diligently, earnestly, and correct, hoping to draw Jiangling's attention to her own shortcomings. Leave it to me. Jiangling stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. In her eyes, the words Sister Ling uttered by Yue Bai were immensely gratifying. Yue Bai let out a wry smile, clearly realizing that Jiang Ling had misunderstood the intent behind her words. With a creak, the wooden door of the study swung open, revealing a young elven girl with flowing aquamarine hair, who entered with several hefty tomes cradled in her arms. Dressed in a rather unremarkable coat and thick spectacles, she presented the quintessential image of a bookworm. The elven maiden placed the books on the desk and removed her coat, releasing a refreshing fragrance that gradually filled the air. "How delightful!" Jiang Ling exclaimed, her delicate nose twitching, momentarily leaving the elven girl at a loss for words. The girl placed her hand upon her chest and took a deep breath. "Greetings, young masters and mistresses. I am your literary instructor, Lan Jianyu." Chapter 6. Surge of Magic. Greetings, young masters and mistresses. I am your literary instructor, Lan Jianyu. Starting today, I shall impart to you the knowledge of literature. These 2 handwritten copies are the course materials I have prepared. I kindly ask that you take good care of them. With a graceful flick of her left hand, the 2 manuscripts on the desk levitated, enveloped in a shimmering aura, and glided slowly towards Yue Bai and Jiang Ling. Yue Bai opened one of the manuscripts. It was a handwritten tome on yellowed paper, each word and sentence bearing the marks of repeated revisions. The meticulous strokes revealed Lan Jianyu's dedication and passion for teaching the art of writing. "Today's lesson will commence with ancient dragon literature," Lan Jianyu said, adjusting her spectacles and opening the hefty textbook in front of her. "My esteemed students, who can tell me how many major categories literature can be divided into?" "There are 2 main categories, character literature and chant literature," Yue Bai responded. "Precisely. The literature we are familiar with can indeed be classified into these 2 broad categories. However, due to the varying uses of literature, numerous forms emerge. For instance, the inscriptions found on equipment and magical devices are collectively referred to as runes, while those inscribed on magic circles and barriers are known as spells. Furthermore, since spells imply activation, some chant literature is also categorized as spells." Lan Jianyu raised her left index finger, murmuring softly as 3 magical arrays coiled around it, conjuring a fireball of moderate size from thin air. "Wow, how impressive!" Jiang Ling exclaimed, eagerly stepping closer, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the sight of the fireball. "The 3 arrays inscribed upon my finger represent different spells. The first layer is the spell for activating magic, determining the type of magic you conjure. The second layer governs the compression of magic, controlling the magnitude of your magical output. And the third layer is the spell for stabilizing the form of your magic. When these 3 layers of spells are combined, Lan Jianyu swiftly spread her fingers, merging the 3 arrays into one cohesive formation. The power of the fireball amplified instantly, illuminating every corner of the study with its fiery glow. This forms a complete magic array, which serves as the incantation for the fireball spell. Additionally, there are alternative methods for activating the fireball spell. Lan Jianyu produced 2 brass rings from her satchel. Upon the ring, a simple inscription is etched, which we may utilize as a catalyst for the incantation of magic. "Gentlemen, you are welcome to give it a try." Yue Bai and the other individual grasped the ring presented by the instructor and adorned their fingers with it. The moment the ring graced their hands, it emanated a crimson glow, automatically adjusting to fit. "Now, I implore you to envision the form of a fireball in your minds and whisper the incantation for the fireball spell in ancient dragon script." Yue Bai gazed at the ring in hand, inhaled deeply, and raised his hand skyward, visualizing the manifestation of the fireball. Fireball spell in ancient dragon script. A silvery magical energy surged forth from the ring, gradually converging within the palm of Yue Bai's right hand. Layers of magical formations continuously constructed, unfurled, and merged in intricate designs. The segments of magic swiftly delineated a triple-layered array. A sphere of silvery flames ignited in the palm of Yue Bai. Indeed, a remarkably pure, magical flame. Lan Jianyu observed the fireball swirling in Yue Bai's grasp, feeling the potent magic radiating from it, nodding in approval. Having taught for many years, such untainted magic was a rare encounter. With diligent practice over time, This individual is sure to achieve greatness. Lord Yue Bai, you may cease now. Upon hearing this, Yue Bai silently recited the counter-curse words, yet the white magical energy continued to coalesce in his palm, showing no signs of abating. Stop, in ancient dragon script. Dissipate, in ancient dragon script. Silence, in ancient dragon script. Yue Bai recited every counter-curse he had learned thus far, but still, there was no response. The flames burgeoned larger, beginning to emit searing waves of heat. The heat radiated from the fireball, lifting some of the lighter furniture. Lady Jiangling, please step back. Lan Jianyu positioned himself before Jiangling, his staff aimed at the fireball in Yue Bai's palm, conjuring a barrier of blue light to guard against the potential explosion. What should we do? Jiangling knelt, her gaze fixated on the increasingly uncontrollable fireball, fear gripping her heart for Xiao Bai's safety. Constrain. In ancient dragon script, Lan Jianyu murmured, and a cubic barrier materialized around the fireball, compressing in an attempt to extinguish it. At that moment, the brass ring fractured. Freed from the constraints of the inscription, the magic surged uncontrollably. In an instant, the fireball expanded several times over, bursting through the cube barrier. Witnessing the barrier shatter, Lan Jianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. A half-dragon, despite their innate advantage in magic, could not possibly wield such overwhelming power to shatter a demon-level confinement barrier. This is dire. I cannot contain it. Yue Bai's heart sank. If he could not control it, then he would allow it to unleash its full potential. This was merely a human-level spell. Even if he drained his own magic, it should not spell his demise. Teacher Lan, quickly take Sister Ling away. Upon hearing this, Lan Jianyu swiftly grasped Jiangling and fled from the study. Seeing them retreat, Yue Bai strained to direct his palm towards the window. Detonate. The next moment, the fireball in his palm erupted at its core. The entire study was engulfed in a tremendous explosion. The overwhelming surge of magic erupted suddenly, akin to a dam bursting. In the wake of this immense shock, Yue Bai lost consciousness. Chapter 7. Journey to the Holy City Academy. The following day, Yue Bai awoke in his bed, struggling to support his heavy body as he laboriously climbed out. The pain in his right hand instantly reminded him of the events of the previous day. He gazed at his right hand, where dark burn marks were scattered across, and parts of his skin were damaged, causing uncontrollable surges of magic that protruded as shards of dragon scales. The pure white dragon scales on his injured hand appeared especially glaring. He surveyed the room, noting that aside from a bowl of warm porridge emitting a faint steam before him, he was alone. With great difficulty, he managed to shift his body to the edge of the bed, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through him, causing him to stumble and collapse. This was a consequence of his magical exhaustion. The sound of his fall alerted the servant waiting outside the door. Two maids promptly opened the door, rushed to his side, and helped him back into bed. Are Ling and the teacher all right? Observing Yue Bai's anxious demeanor, the two maids exchanged glances. Then, one of them retrieved a letter from her apron pocket and handed it to him with both hands. Yue Bai accepted the letter and tore open the envelope with his teeth. My lord, by the time you read this letter, I will have left the Yue residence. Rest assured, Lady Jiangling and the teacher are unharmed. Relief washed over Yue Bai as he read on. The damage caused by her magic rampage was due to the teacher's negligence. I have already apologized to Lord Yu Yi and received his forgiveness. Following this incident, the teacher has realized that you possess a far greater magical capacity than your peers, which is currently difficult for you to control. The teacher believes that before you learn to read and write, you must first master the flow of your magic to prevent future accidents due to uncontrolled power. Therefore, the teacher suggests that you enter the Holy City Academy for systematic learning. Enclosed within the letter was a recommendation and a token, which would allow him to bypass the usual requirements for admission and enter the academy for advanced studies. Please consider this carefully. The teacher awaits your arrival at the Holy City Academy. Yue Bai pulled out a letter sealed with wax and a blue emblem from the envelope. What kind of place is the Holy City Academy? The Holy City Academy is an institution located in the central Holy City, replied the maid at his side. It welcomes students from various races to study martial arts, literature, and diverse knowledge. For dragons, one must be at least 3 years old to enroll. Only at 3 years of age? Yue Bai glanced at his reflection in the nearby mirror. He appeared to be around 10 years old in human terms, standing at a mere height of about 1 meter 23. Jiangling, being a year older, barely reached 1 meter 50. Would such a physique truly suffice for the rigors of the Holy City Academy's curriculum? Just as Yue Bai hesitated, the door swung open once more. Yue Bai, holding her long skirt, swiftly approached his bedside. Before she had the chance to greet her, she had already enveloped Moon White in her embrace. Her shoulders trembled, evidently filled with worry. Moon White gently caressed Moon Lie's back, softly patting her smooth, jade-like skin. "Mother, I am fine. Please do not worry." Upon hearing this, Moon Lie released her hold on Moon White and immediately grasped her charred right hand, with a faint purple glow flickering between them. The scars on Moon White's hand began to heal at a visible pace. Moon White's left hand tenderly traced the contours of Moon Lie's exquisite face, gently rubbing the corners of her eyes, safeguarding her icy demeanor. After dismissing the servants, he handed the letter from Lan Jianyu to Moon Lie. "Mother, my teacher suggests that I attend the Holy City Academy for my studies. What do you and father think?" Moon Lie gazed at the charred right hand, diligently tending to it, and replied, "The Holy City Academy is filled with older children, and the curriculum requires a certain level of understanding and control. I am concerned that you may encounter troubling situations by entering the academy at such an early age. Moreover, admission to the Holy City Academy necessitates certain foundational assessments. Although Yue can provide you with a special admission opportunity, I hope you can gain entry through your own merits. At the very least, I wish for you to pass the assessments on your own within a month, which would alleviate some of my concerns." After treating Moon White's right hand, Moon Lie sat on the edge of the bed, affectionately stroking his head. "So, what do those foundational assessments entail?" Moon White inquired, looking up at his mother, his left hand unconsciously scratching at his right hand. Moon Lie gently patted his left hand, signaling him to refrain from scratching and to allow the scar to heal naturally. The entrance assessments for the Holy City Academy consist of several components. The first is to determine whether your magical power is sufficient, as the Academy will teach magic, ensuring that students do not perish from the depletion of their magical energy when initiating spell courses. The second assessment evaluates your ability to control power, preventing magical outbursts that could inadvertently harm classmates. The third pertains to reaction ability. During the learning process, there will be combat courses, and although instructors will provide protection, injuries can still occur. Insufficient reflexes could result in more severe injuries. However, given Moon White's performance yesterday, I fear he does not meet these 3 criteria, which causes me great concern. Moon White clenched his right hand twice, testing the status of his recovery. "If I master these 3 assessment points within a month and pass the evaluation, will you then agree to let me study in the Holy City?" "Of course. I would take pride in that," Moon Lie replied with a gentle smile directed at Moon White. "Moreover, I shall prepare a gift for you as a reward for your admission. Then just wait and see." Moon White beamed at Moon Lie, his charming smile momentarily causing her to forget her composure as she affectionately tousled her child's hair. Chapter 8. Practicing swordsmanship. Moon White rested his chin on his hand, seated beneath a colossal tree. He now faced a formidable challenge. In order to pass the entrance assessment for the Holy City Academy through his own capabilities, he needed to elevate his magical power, control over magic, and reaction abilities to the requisite level for admission. However, due to the differing requirements of these 3 qualities, it is imperative to discover a method capable of simultaneously cultivating all 3 abilities. Just as Yue Bai was engulfed in his frustrations, the raucous shouts of soldiers drew his attention. Following the sound, he observed the Yue family's Knight Brigade engaged in swordsmanship training. "Ah, what wind has blown the young master here?" A well-proportioned female orc, clad in scant attire, leapt down from a tree. Judging by her biological traits, she appeared to be a descendant of the Fox clan. "Greetings, Your Excellency Maya, the Sword Empress." Yue Bai rose from the ground, adjusted his attire, and offered a respectful bow. Maya, an elite swordswoman and currently a sword emperor, was nearly a century old yet retained the appearance of a youthful maiden. She served as the swordsmanship instructor for the Knight Brigade within the Yue household. Maya also returned the bow before playfully tousling Yue Bai's distinctive silver hair. If there is something troubling you, do not hesitate to share it with your subordinate. It is my duty to alleviate the young master's burdens. No, I recently encountered a perplexing dilemma that has left me at a loss for solutions, prompting me to seek some fresh air, Yue Bai replied with a wry smile, attempting to smooth the disheveled locks Maya had disturbed, revealing a troubled expression unbecoming of a child. I have heard from the clan elders that the young master is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. How could anything possibly perplex you? Maya bent down to lift Yue Bai onto her shoulder and began walking towards the Knight Brigade's training roster. You are familiar with Teacher Lan Jianhua? Yes? She intends for me to enter the Holy City Academy in a month. That is indeed a tremendous opportunity. The young master truly is a prodigy. While others must toil for 3 years to gain admission, you, after just 6 months, are granted an exception, truly unmatched among your peers. Maya tapped one of the knights on the shoulder, indicating that his armor plates were slightly loose. The knight nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the tent behind to adjust his gear. However, my mother wishes for me to pass the entrance examination solely on my own merits. At present, I do not meet the standards, Yue Bai remarked, gently stroking Maya's pristine fox ears. It pertains to magical strength, magical control, and reflexes, does it not? Maya mused while inspecting the surroundings. Based on your performance at the transformation feast, your magical strength should soon meet the requirements, so there is no need for concern. As for magical control and reflexes, I do have a suggestion. Maya retrieved several wooden swords from a nearby barrel, weighed them thoughtfully, and handed one to Yue Bai. Why not try practicing swordplay? Practice swordplay? How could that possibly relate to magical control and reflexes? Noticing Yue Bai's confusion, Maya chuckled and set him down from her shoulder. You will understand once you see my demonstration. She instructed the knights to drag out a battered wooden training dummy, marred with numerous sword marks. Young master, observe closely. Maya drew a massive sword from her waist, assuming a stance as the blade glimmered faintly. With a flourish, she swung the sword, unleashing a flurry of sword lights of varying sizes that struck the dummy at different points, leaving behind a tapestry of scars, one of which even pierced through the wooden figure entirely. Please behold, young master. The shimmering blades, just now, were imbued with varying degrees of magical power. The magnitude of this power, along with its effective range, determined the potency of each strike. For instance, the sword light that pierced through the wooden dummy was a result of mastering magical control to its utmost limit. Additionally, Maya's gaze flickered as she targeted a nearby knight still practicing his swordsmanship, her colossal sword lunging fiercely towards him. The knight reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly altering the trajectory of his weapon to deflect Maya's assault. With a resounding clang, the knight's sword was sent flying by Maya's strike. Maya strode towards the knight and delivered a punch to his forehead. How many times have I told you to infuse more magical power into your grip and secure the sword hilt firmly against your wrist? Following her reprimand, the knight bent forward in apology. I am sorry, Your Highness the Sword Emperor. I shall strengthen my training in this regard. Thank you for your guidance. Very well. Maya nodded in satisfaction before turning to Moon White. Young master, did you observe? During sword practice, whether executing strikes or gripping the sword, one can refine their control over magical energy. Of course, it is also due to our Shadow Dragon Knights being part of the swordsman lineage that we can engage in such training. Maya then retrieved the wooden sword she had handed to Moon White earlier. Though I am merely a member of the Fox clan, and it may not be appropriate for me to instruct you directly, having gained the favor of Lord Moonlight, should you wish to follow my guidance, I shall do my utmost to teach you. Do you agree? With the sword held out, blade facing Moon White, she offered it back to him. I am willing. Moon White grasped the hilt and accepted the sword, although uncertain if he could meet the 2 assessment criteria within a month of practice. It was evident that he had no other means to achieve the remaining 2 points in such a time frame. Maya nodded excitedly. Then, young master, before we commence our sword practice, I would like to gauge your current abilities. What do you mean? Moon White inquired, perplexed. Naturally, we shall engage in a duel. Maya confidently withdrew another wooden sword from one of the barrels, standing poised before Moon White. A wave of immense pressure enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 9. The first steps into the arena. Moon White and Maya stood in the center of the training ground, one tall and the other short, attracting the attention of numerous soldiers. The entire training area buzzed with excitement as they came to witness the spectacle involving the young master of the Yue family. Holding the wooden sword, Moon White locked eyes with Maya. To be honest, testing one's strength was understandable, as it allowed for tailored instruction. However, whether in this life or the last, it was Moon White's first encounter with a sword, and his skill was likely far below even the basic level. "Young master, please unleash all your capabilities and attack me," Maya said, bowing respectfully before assuming her stance. Sighing, Moon White rested the wooden sword on his shoulder, preparing himself. This posture was reminiscent of a preparatory stance from a video game character he had played with his son in his past life. Though uncertain of its effectiveness in this world, it was at least the only swordsmanship knowledge he possessed. With an opening wide and vulnerabilities exposed, Maya let out a sigh, though not overly concerned. After all, she understood that Yue Bai possessed no foundational swordsmanship. This exchange was merely a means to gauge the extent of his magical prowess and wrist strength. With that thought, Yue Bai unleashed a torrent of magical energy, propelling himself forward with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, charging towards Maya. Her beastly eyes narrowed sharply. Despite the roughness of his magical control, the sheer explosive power he exhibited at barely over half a year of Dragon Age was, even for someone of her experience as a sword emperor, surprisingly underestimated. Yue Bai leapt into the air, harnessing the inertia of his sprint and the strength of his body, bringing the wooden sword crashing down towards Maya's head. The sound of clashing would echoed, sending ripples of air cascading outward. Had the wooden sword not been imbued with magical protection, it would have likely shattered after just a few exchanges. Maya, while effortlessly countering Yue Bai's onslaught, could feel the intensity of each successive strike increasing. This is intriguing. Seizing an opportunity, Maya executed a swift upward strike, aiming to disrupt the escalating rhythm of Yue Bai's attacks. With formidable wrist strength, she sent Yue Bai soaring into the air. Yet, leveraging the momentum of being thrust upward, Yue Bai adjusted his posture midair and, as he landed, elegantly twirled the wooden sword, positioning it at his waist. Silvery magical energy coiled around the sword, creating ripples in the air. The potent surge of magical force caused a flutter of unease within Maya's heart. Was it fear? No, it was exhilaration. Having honed her skills on the battlefield for decades, she had never encountered such a stance in swordplay. Moreover, the pressure exuding from Yue Bai bore the faintest trace of a kingly demeanor. "Come fort," Maya called out, her voice, reminiscent of the unique cry of the Fox clan, resonating throughout the training ground. "Prepare yourself to receive my most powerful strike." Yue Bai bent low and exerted force through his legs, transforming in an instant into a silver flash, hurtling towards Maya's face. "Is this truly your strongest move? Though pure, your intent is far too apparent." At the moment of impact, Maya deftly sidestepped, evading his strike. With her left arm bent, she readied an elbow strike to conclude this assessment. However, just as she unleashed her elbow, her vision momentarily blurred. In that fleeting instant, several strands of hair fell to the ground. "Curse be it, my utmost effort only grazed your hair." Yue Bai sat on the ground, propping his chin on his left hand, his gaze filled with indignation. He recognized his inadequacies, but had not anticipated such a meager result. As Yue Bai simmered in frustration, Maya touched the back of her ear and then brought her fingers to her nose to inhale the scent. Suddenly, she erupted with a powerful aura. Startling the soldiers outside the training grounds witnessed Maya succumb to a frenzied state, and they hastily scaled the walls, striving to subdue her bloodthirsty instincts. One soldier scooped up Yue Bai and charged away from the training area. "My lord, I apologize. The Sword Emperor has a rather unfortunate flaw. Whenever she encounters unfamiliar sword techniques, she spirals into madness, causing you distress," the soldier explained as they ran. Yue Bai turned to glance back at Maya within the training grounds, where her frenzied combat spirit had completely overtaken her consciousness. Her crimson eyes glimmered like a predator spotting its prey, yearning to devour him entirely. Yue Bai swallowed hard. After the soldier carried him far from the training grounds, he set him down, and the maid rushed over upon seeing him covered in dust. "Young master, I must return to assist the Sword Emperor. Do not be too frightened. She means no harm. With a few demonstrations of your swordsmanship, she will acclimatize and will no longer fall into madness." The soldier bowed as he explained, his eyes filled with respect for Maya and concern that Yue Bai might blame her for the chaos. "I understand," Yue Bai replied, trembling slightly, and gestured for him to hurry back to the training grounds. The soldier bowed again and swiftly turned away, soon disappearing from view. Accompanied by the maid, Yue Bai made his way to the bathroom, where he changed out of his soiled clothing. Although still shaken, he had no time to compose himself. He sat cross-legged in the bathtub, channeling his magical energy while introspecting the flow within his body. After this bout of sword training, his magical power felt considerably more robust, and the flow of energy became notably smoother, allowing him to distinctly sense it coursing throughout his body, permeating every sinew. As he directed his magical energy, steam coalesced in his palms, forming a sphere. The water's surface remained stable and smooth, devoid of any ripples. It seemed that practicing swordsmanship was indeed a prudent endeavor. The water shattered as he fully reclined into the tub, continuing to attune to the flow of his magical energy. Chapter 10. Examination content. Yue Bai trained for half a month in the nightly order under Maya's guidance. Throughout this period, as each day unfolded in a cycle of magical energy expenditure and recovery, his magical capacity gradually flourished, surpassing the initial goals set upon his enrollment. Moreover, his control over magical energy and reaction time blossomed through sparring sessions with Maya. Engaging with her was undoubtedly the swiftest route to hone his magical control and reflexes. Aside from her near-daily bouts of rampage, the training over the past fortnight had been remarkably enjoyable. "Hey, young master, I look forward to your guidance today as well," Maya called out, brandishing her great sword as she approached Yue Bai from a distance. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, they had transitioned from wooden swords to genuine blade sparring. According to Maya, the entrance examination would require combat against magical beasts, and acclimatizing to the weight of a real sword would enable him to navigate the examination with ease. "Perhaps we shall not spar today," Yue Bai replied, shaking his head and extending his hands to indicate that he had not brought any weapons with him. Why not, young master?" The subordinate yearned to witness the sword techniques that he had never seen before. Maya's great sword plunged fiercely into the ground, her face betraying a sense of urgency. The reason for Maya's daily frenzied training over the past half-month lay in the extraordinary swordsmanship displayed by Yue Bai, techniques that echoed those from past life. Reminiscent of skills executed by characters in video games played alongside children. In other words, Yue Bai had merely envisioned the movements of game characters and thus manifested a unique style of swordsmanship. These techniques struck at the very core of Maya's desire for refined swordplay, igniting her fervor each day without respite. Furthermore, as a master swordsman at the level of Sword Emperor, Maya possessed an exceptional capacity for comprehension. During her sparring sessions with Yue Bai, she had surreptitiously acquired 2 techniques, further honing her craft and sparking discussions throughout the holy city. Whispers circulated that Maya was on the verge of ascending to the ranks of Sword Saint, becoming a rare presence within the holy city. Today, she wished to gain insight into the content of the entrance examination and adjust her training regimen for the forthcoming fortnight. She harbored concerns that her current preparation might not ensure her success in the examination. It was indeed a valid concern. Despite his youth, the young master exhibited a maturity beyond his years, prompting Maya to apologize for her previous presumptions. She then raised her head and began to elucidate the examination's particulars. The young master was already aware that the examination comprised 3 components: magical power, magic manipulation, and reflexes. In terms of magical power, the academy would provide each examinee with a rainbow stone. Upon grasping the stone and infusing it with magic, the stone would emit various hues, categorized into 8 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black. A yellow glow indicated that the examinee had met the standard. Upon passing the first assessment, candidates would be escorted to the Mana Stone, a rock infused with a special liquid, adorned with intricate patterns. Students must inject their magic to guide the liquid through a maze of patterns within a specified time frame to qualify for the next stage. The final challenge involved navigating an underground labyrinth. There were 13 entrances to the maze, and examinees were required to enter simultaneously, reaching the center within 3 days to retrieve the teleportation crystal placed there by the examiners, enabling them to be transported to a designated location. Notably, each teleportation crystal would record a specific location, and students transported to that site would form a group, assisting one another in their future studies and growth. In my time, I was fortunate to be grouped with Lady Yu Lian and Lord Yu Yi, a period marked by unparalleled joy within the academy. Once Maya concluded her explanation, she rose, hands on her hips, her expression brimming with pride, revealing her admiration for Yue Bai's parents. Joyous as it was, their presence had also brought about numerous complications. Lady Yu Lian emerged slowly from Yue Bai's shadow, her black sunshade in hand. This was the family magic of the Shadow Dragon clan, capable of manipulating shadows for purposes such as attack or concealment. Given Maya's daily bursts of energy, Lady Yu Lian had grown concerned for her son's safety and had taken to hiding in the shadows for protection over the past week. Maya found herself at a loss for words, stung by Yu Lai's sharp retort. She wished to counter, yet Yu Lai spoke the truth, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her once taut tail drooped in submission. Despite her persona, Yu Lai continued, declaring her to be the most trustworthy partner of their union. With a playful wink of her luminous eyes, the usual icy demeanor of the esteemed lady melted away. Maya smiled, recognizing that Yu Lai remained unchanged. Even as the matriarch of the Yu family, she bore no heirs. This was precisely why Maya chose to linger at the Yu household. However, a chilling breeze swept through. If you allow my precious son to be harmed again, do you comprehend consequences? The frigid magic enveloped Maya, plunging her into an abyss of ice. Memories from her youth surged forth, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Young master, we ought to focus on our sword practice. Maya grasped Yue Bai's collar, hoisting him onto her shoulder, and darted away in a flash. Yu Lai, seated beneath a nearby tree, watched her son and his youthful companion, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she reminisced about days gone by. Chapter 11. The Sacred City Academy. Half a month later, the day of the entrance examination arrived as anticipated. Yue Bai could hardly concern himself with whether his training sufficed. He boarded the dragon carriage to the academy with a sense of trepidation. On this day, the streets of the sacred city buzzed with activity. Throngs of people and dragon carriages of varying hues weaving through the thoroughfares, creating a lively spectacle. Resting his head against the carriage, the jolting motion made Yue Bai feel quite ill. To his dismay, the motion sickness from his previous life had followed him into this realm. Accompanying him was Maya, which was only natural given his tender age of merely half a year. Yu Lai, concerned for his safety, deemed it prudent to have a personal bodyguard. Maya, do you think I will pass this examination? Yue Bai asked feebly. Young master, your training over the past month has been evident to all. In terms of overall strength, you are poised to meet the entrance criteria. However, you must remain cautious during the third round of practical combat to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, Maya replied with a smile. In her eyes, Yue Bai's current feeble state resembled that of a child consumed by anxiety, helpless and drained. Yue Bai, possessing an intellect beyond his peers from a young age, now appeared in a manner that Maya found entirely natural. The dragon carriage soon arrived at the gates of the Sacred City Academy, and under Maya's guidance, Yue Bai disembarked. The sight before him was breathtaking. The winding outer walls of the academy extended infinitely, and at the entrance lay a lush forest that enveloped the institution in verdant splendor, with only a broad path leading inward. At the end of this path stood a magnificent edifice, reminiscent of the ancient castles of nobility from his past life, exuding an air of grandeur. Though the structure appeared somewhat diminutive in the vast landscape, it was evident that it resided deep within the academy's grounds. One could only fathom the sheer scale of the Sacred City Academy, as Yue Bai was captivated by the academy's splendor. His arrival simultaneously drew the gaze of numerous onlookers present. From a pitch-black dragon carriage emerged a child clad in pure white, evoking thoughts of the recently born anomaly of the Shadow Dragon clan. At that moment, the crowd began to murmur, a cacophony of mockery, curiosity, disdain, and sympathy swirling around the entrance of the academy. Yue Bai furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of gloom from the expressions of the onlookers. This oppressive sensation stemmed not only from his century of experience in his previous life, but also from the magical aura radiating from the people, which rendered him extremely uncomfortable. Strangely enough, since mastering the manipulation of magic, he could distinctly sense the magical energies emitted by others, easily distinguishing between benevolent and malevolent forces. "Hey, little white." A melodious voice akin to silver bells rang out from behind Yue Bai. Turning around, he saw Jiangling just alighting from the dragon carriage, dashing straight towards him, her face playful and endearing beneath the sunlight. Yue Bai felt momentarily disoriented, a fluttering sensation akin to that of a startled deer awakening within him. "What brings you here?" Yue Bai approached to greet this mischievous little scamp. How can my little brother participate in the exam without his sister watching over him? Today I, too, am taking the exam, and I will ensure your safety all the way." Jiangling proudly displayed the badge upon her chest, a symbol of the ongoing Sacred City examination. "You're participating in the exam too? Are you capable of handling it?" Yue Bai inquired with surprise. In his memory, Jiangling possessed a significant amount of magical power, indeed qualifying for the first round of the assessments. However, what about her control over magic and reaction time? "It's incorrect to underestimate your sister. Over the past month, I have been training." Yue Bai cast a doubtful glance at Jiangling's attendant, who nodded affirmatively, confirming the truth of her words. This revelation eased his concerns. He had been anxious that Jiangling was merely throwing a tantrum to force her way into this examination. He had heard that last month, Jiangling had visited the central hospital of the Sacred City to learn healing magic under the tutelage of the Red Dragon Clan's leader, honing her magical control while tending to the injured. Mei leaned close to Yue Bai's ear and whispered, "I understand now." Yue Bai nodded. Having a familiar face to accompany him in the examination alleviated his feelings of solitude and helplessness. "Hey, Jiangling, you're here for the exam too?" A youth adorned in a resplendent golden bodysuit waved from a distance and approached them. "What? Is it forbidden for me to participate in the exam?" Jiangling puffed her cheeks and made a face at the young man. The lad stepped closer and pinched Jiangling's cheek with practiced ease, as if they were accustomed to such playful banter. "It's not that you can't come. It's just that a 2-year-old little dragon dares to partake in this examination. Isn't the Academy's admission rule that one must be at least 3 years old to register? Well, that is simply because I am too exceptional," Jiangling declared with her hands on her hips, exuding pride. Her attendant produced a letter emblazoned with the Academy's seal, showcasing it to the young man. Upon confirming the emblem, the youth sighed, "Are there truly so few geniuses in the Sacred City Academy these days?" Before Jiangling could retort, the boy turned his gaze to Yue Bai. "I am Lei Wen, the second son of the Golden Dragon clan. May I inquire your name?" I am Yue Bai from the Moon family of the Shadow Dragon clan." Yue Bai extended his right hand, wishing to shake hands with Lei Wen. Without a moment's hesitation, grasped it firmly, his face alight with excitement. Having heard of the Moon family's acquisition of the pure white prince, he had long desired to pay a visit. Lei Wen's tone was calm and unassuming, yet imbued with authority. "In my recollection, members of the Golden Dragon clan exude a regal aura. If memory serves, you are merely 7 or 8 months old, and your arrival is for the entrance examination." Although Lei Wen was aware of Yue Bai's identity, a tinge of disbelief lingered. The Shadow Dragon had scarcely been born for 8 months. It seemed improbable that he would participate in the entrance examination at this juncture. Indeed, Mei presented Yue Bai with a recommendation letter from the Sacred City Academy, penned by the esteemed teacher Lan Jianyu. Lei Wen momentarily paused, then swiftly comprehended the implication. By Jove, this cohort has introduced 2 exceptional talents. And with the brilliance of other clans' prodigies, this year's entrance examination is truly a gathering of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Yet, upon further reflection, the opportunity to engage with numerous contemporaneous geniuses during this examination is a rare and fortuitous chance. To stand out in this endeavor would undoubtedly signify remarkable prowess. With this thought, Lei Wen's mane bristled with energy, golden dust cascading from his hair, a manifestation of the Golden Dragon clan's exuberance. May ya tuget et Yue Bai's slayefe. Whispering softly to him, strong are we, Yue Bai turned inward to assess the flow of magic within himself, contemplating whether he possessed strength. A truth that this examination would reveal. Chapter 12. The examination commences after an extensive exchange among the group. A resounding cannon shot abruptly interrupted their discourse. The crowd gathered in front of the Sacred City Academy turned their attention to a blue-haired girl, clad in somewhat outdated attire, who nervously approached the podium. Clutching a stack of speech notes, Yue Bai and Jiang Ling exchanged knowing smiles, finding amusement in Lan Jian Yu's perpetual timidity. Observing the multitude of candidates before her, Lan Jian Yu appeared exceedingly flustered. It was no surprise. Everyone present was a scion of the esteemed nobility of the sacred city. A moment's lapse could tarnish the Academy's reputation and incite the ire of the powerful, questioning the institution's authority and faculty. Lan Jian Yu placed her speech notes upon the podium, her delicate hands resting upon her chest as she inhaled deeply, her gaze hardening with determination. Huang bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Though her expression radiated resolve, her inner turmoil was undeniable. She accidentally bit her tongue. Lan Jian Yu's endearing clumsiness drew laughter from the audience. Ha ha! Is this person truly a mentor at the sacred city? She seems utterly overwhelmed. Indeed, if someone like her can become a mentor, the rumors of the Academy's decline must hold some truth. Were we to say, with such an adorably clumsy girl as our mentor, it seems we might find it difficult to skip classes. The raucous atmosphere only served to further agitate the anxious girl. With her face flushed, Lan Jianyu inadvertently dropped her stack of notes, collapsing onto the ground, her mind seemingly frozen in panic. Teacher Lan, just as Yue Bai and the others expressed concern for Lan Jianyu's predicament, Meiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the girl on stage. It's happening. It's happening. Yue Bai was taken aback. From the time he has known Maya, it is evident that the upcoming performance on stage will be rather unconventional. Indeed, as the moonlight once again focused its gaze upon the stage, the atmosphere surrounding Lan Jianyue suddenly became tense. Her long hair thrashed violently as a surge of magic erupted, gradually transforming her hair from the roots into a fiery red. As her strands danced, magical particles erupted like flames, continuously surging forth. The scorching heat instantly enveloped the venue, causing some of the weaker contestants to experience a lack of oxygen, gasping for breath amidst the sweltering air. Ha ha ha! It has been a long time since I have seen the crimson flame, Maya exclaimed, seated on the ground, wildly slapping her thigh while watching the dramatic transformation of Lan Jianyue on stage with great interest. Moonlight could only shake his head in disbelief. In his memories from a past life, the Fox clan was often depicted as enchanting and alluring. How could Maya be so rugged and wild? You noisy little brats. A ferocious female voice erupted from Lan Jianyue's lips, her potent magic heightening the vigilance of those present. The servants hurriedly positioned themselves in front of their young masters and mistresses, wary of the frenzied woman before them. Who do you little rascals think you are? Huh? Daring to mock the mentors of the Holy City Academy? With a disdainful expression, Qian crawled onto the podium, sitting cross-legged and casting a scornful glance at the crowd below. In stark contrast to her previous silly demeanor, a tremendous pressure descended, causing the spectators to tremble. It was a palpable threat of death. Qian spat disdainfully, reclining on the podium, her face reflecting annoyance as she grinned at the crowd. You spineless cowards, are you finally afraid now? Cowards! Seeing Lan Jianyue's personality shift, the crowd broke into a cold sweat. Those who had just been jeering could not help but swallow hard. It was over. Even if they managed to complete the 3 rounds of testing and gain entry to the academy, a peaceful existence would be out of the question. The 3 children of moonlight turned to Maya, hoping for an explanation. Within Lan Jianyue resided 2 souls, a fact well known among their clan. When the timid Lan could no longer bear the pressure, the fiery soul would emerge to speak on her behalf. However, the timid Lan remained oblivious to these occurrences, and each time the soul shifted, she would have no recollection of the events that transpired. Cheyenne temperament was more wild than Lan's, though she was merely more verbally aggressive, never straying from propriety when dealing with matters. After all, they were fundamentally the same person. Yet, I find myself preferring the personality of the fiery one. We resonate well together. Two souls? Is this not akin to a split personality? Upon hearing this, the three of Moonlight broke into a cold sweat, a hint of fear beginning to rise within them. If their academic performance faltered, jeopardizing Lan Jinyue's grades, would Qian seize control and unleash her wrath upon them? As the crowd engaged in hushed discussions, Lan Jinyue suddenly slammed her jade-like hands upon the podium. The noise ceased instantly, and the audience fell silent, cautiously observing Lan Jinyue on stage. Since you refuse to give me face, I shall extend none in return. Everyone line up properly and approach this stone one by one for your test. Survival of the fittest and open execution. As the words fell, a colossal magical array unfolded in midair, a swirling inferno ascending rapidly. When the flames erupted, a massive rainbow stone appeared in its place. Little teacher, this is not in accordance with the rules. A candidate from the Elven Dragon tribe stepped forward to express. In previous examinations, the magical levels of students had always been kept confidential. Such an open test contradicts the established norms. Traditionally, to preserve the dignity and resources of various families, the rainbow stones used for testing were merely palm-sized, visible only to the invigilators and the students. However, the enormous rainbow stone conjured by Lan Jianyue was conspicuous, rendering the test results undeniable. Rules? Qian appeared before the candidate in an instant, her jade-like hand gripping the candidate's face. So swift was her movement that even the guards and attendants failed to react. Is mocking the teacher also part of your student etiquette? Were you really? With a forceful shove, the Elven Dragon candidate was thrown to the ground. If you believe this academy lacks rules or the ability to instruct you, you may leave at once. Those with no objections, line up immediately. As her crimson hair dissipated in magical energy, it transformed back to its original azure hue in the blink of an eye. Lan Jianyue, now restored, gazed at the orderly queue forming before her, initially taken aback, then began to nod. Young master, young lady, let's join the line, Maya remarked, playfully nudging the trio, her smirk revealing her amusement at their impending predicament. Yue Bai felt a shiver run through him. The Sword Emperor was indeed a figure who thrived on chaos, who would allow their subordinates to undermine their own master. May you just wait? Once I have grown stronger, you will see. Chapter 13. Extraordinary magical power. Qi Yan's public execution left the examination venue in disarray, with the results of past tests kept secret. Many candidates had not deliberately honed their magical abilities. After all, the quality of their results remained a mystery to the examiners, and merely meeting the threshold was deemed sufficient. However, this public spectacle stripped the candidates bare before the crowd, with the quality of their results directly impacting their family's reputation. Setting aside the low magical power of human candidates, the dragon aristocracy, regardless of their lineage or heritage, had ample resources to cultivate their descendants. Thus, their test results were expected to be among the best. Yet, reality told a different story. At the examination site, after the rainbow stone's luminescence faded, the majority of dragon descendants departed with red eyes. The magical power of 3-year-old dragon offspring was comparable to that of a 15-year-old human. Given their lineage, dragons typically possessed a natural advantage in magical aptitude, generally surpassing human candidates by a tier. However, due to the secrecy surrounding previous magical assessments, many dragonkin had not made a concerted effort to train. In contrast, human candidates, burdened by their inherent genetic disadvantages, could not afford to slacken their efforts. The accumulation of magical power became the key to their eventual success. This stark comparison revealed the disparity. Apart from a few prodigies, dragon descendants largely remained at or above the green tier, with some candidates attempting to take shortcuts, even failing to reach that standard. The the candidates of the human race. With the exception of a few with inferior talents, all astonishingly remained at the green tier. How infuriating! A candidate from the blue dragon clan, his eyes reddened with rage, pounded the ground in frustration, baring his teeth as if he wished to grind them to dust. As a member of the dragon lineage, to be outperformed by humans was utterly humiliating. Yue Bai observed the blue dragon in dismay and shook his head, pondering the futility of past actions. As the group continued to advance, the crowd gradually thinned. Before long, it was the turn of Yue Bai and his companions. "Teacher, we have arrived," Jiang Ling exclaimed, adorably clinging to Lan Jianyu's arm and nuzzling against him with glee. "Alas, Lady Jiang Ling, there are still many waiting behind us. Do refrain from being so affectionate for now. Let us attend to the matter at hand," Mei chided playfully, lifting Jiang Ling as if she were a chick and gently nudging her toward the rainbow stone. She then teased Lan Jianyu, "Little Blue, you were quite impressive just now. Oh, would you like to experience it as well?" Lan Jianyu's eyes turned crimson in an instant, an aura of pressure striking Mei's very soul, causing her to break into a cold sweat. With a blink, his pupils returned to their original aquamarine hue. "Ah, Lady Jiangling, do hasten your testing." Mei, alarmed, edged closer to Jiangling and patted her back, urging her to complete the test quickly so they could leave this place of turmoil. "Jiangling, do you believe you can pass the assessment?" Yue Bai whispered softly in her ear. "Hee, little brother, just watch sister's performance," Jiangling replied, placing her hands upon the rainbow stone. Her magical energy flowed like a stream into the stone, causing it to react as if a drop of ink had fallen into water, gradually dispersing and swirling to form a vortex. The vortex expanded, ultimately enveloping the entire stone. The rainbow stone shone brilliantly. Its originally colorless and transparent surface began to shift through a spectrum of hues. "It's green now." The stone transformed into a vibrant green, deepening to a rich emerald. Yet, the transformation was not complete. The deep green gradually lightened, morphing into a shade of blue, neither too deep nor too shallow. The blue tier, indicating that her magical capacity was superior for her age. Jiang Ling beamed with joy, turning to grasp Yue Bai's hands, bouncing rhythmically. "Did you see that? Did you see? Sister is amazing." Beside them, Lan Jianyu also smiled sincerely. It was indeed rare for a 3-year-old dragon candidate to reach the level of Ling Bao. And given that Ling Bao was only 2 years old, such results were undeniably impressive. Yue Bai gazed at Jiang Ling in astonishment, marveling at her astonishing magical prowess hidden beneath her playful demeanor. "Now it is my turn." He approached the rainbow stone with trepidation, placing his hands upon its surface. Silver-hued magic began to swirl above the crystal. Is this truly a descendant of the Shadow Dragon clan? How does the color of his magic bear no resemblance to that of the Shadow Dragons? Lei Wen mused, noting that typically, the magic of the Shadow Dragon clan is intertwined with the authentic magic of the Black Dragon clan, manifesting as a purplish-black hue. The closer the magical energy aligns with the bloodline of the Black Dragon clan, the darker it becomes. However, such a pure, white magical essence evidently bears no resemblance to the Black Dragon clan, nor even to the Shadow Dragon clan. "I am eager to observe the outcome of your test." Lei Wen chuckled softly, his gaze fixed upon the rainbow stone. A swirling vortex enveloped the entire stone, illuminating it brilliantly as the colors within began to shift. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue had already reached the shade of crimson bellflower. Yet, the transformation of colors did not cease. The blue within the crystal gradually transitioned from a lake-like clarity to a depth reminiscent of the ocean. At the moment the blue darkened, it began to lighten once more. "Ah, Lord Yue Bai is indeed quite earnest. Exhausting his magical energy over a mere examination has resulted in a shallower color tier." Lan Jianwei shook her head. After all, Yue Bai was merely half a year old, and such immaturity in judgment was somewhat excusable. However, as Lan Jianwei reached out to pull Yue Bai away from the rainbow stone, Maya seized her hand. The performance was just beginning. The spectacle was only commencing. Was it possible that Lord Yue Bai could attain the azure color tier? No, that was implausible. Among 3-year-old dragon candidates, Very few could achieve the Azure tier, and Yue Bai was only half a year old. How could that be? Yet, in the next moment, Lan Jinyue's perceptions were shattered. Within the rainbow stone, the blue light intensified, coalescing into an iron-like deep azure at the core of the stone, continuously growing darker. Azure Intermediate. Lan Jinyue covered her mouth with her small hand, her mind racing with disbelief, desperately attempting to awaken from this dream. At merely 8 months old, an Azure Intermediate level? Such immense, magical power? Just a month prior, a simple fireball had nearly depleted his magical energy. Was this child truly a normal dragon? Chapter 14. The Youthful and Formidable Azure Intermediate. Every candidate present was utterly astonished. Those who had only reached the yellow tier were left utterly speechless. Over the years, while some candidates had achieved the Azure Intermediate level, they were typically 3-year-old dragons or 15-year-old beings of various races, and such instances were exceedingly rare, scarcely more than a handful. Yet, this 8-month-old aberration of the Shadow Dragon clan, Yue Bai, had managed to reach such a remarkable level. What an extraordinary talent for magical power! Upon witnessing the assessment results, Lei Wen's lips twitched involuntarily. Astonishment, truly astounding. Initially, he had believed that without the bloodline of the Black Dragon, Yue Bai's magical energy, no matter how potent, would at best reach the upper yellow tier. However, this test result struck Lei Wen squarely in the face. Such a prodigy would surely create waves among his peers upon entering school. Lei Wen's fingertips shed a cascade of golden powder once more. Nevertheless, he was a prodigy of the Golden Dragon clan, and his expression quickly regained an air of calm. Lord Yue Bai is indeed a once-in-a-century genius. At merely half a year, he has attained the magical prowess of 3- or 4-year-old kin, surpassing them effortlessly. Impressive. Remarkable. Lei Wen offered Yue Bai a slight smile, his demeanor gentle and refined. Yet his eyes sparkled with a fierce competitive spirit. At this moment, Yue Bai remained oblivious to the astonishment of those around him. He scratched his head and said, "In truth, I could push myself up another small tier, but the sensation of depleting my magical energy is simply unbearable, so I shall forego it." Upon uttering these words, he gently waved his hands, portraying an expression of difficulty. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. How ostentatious! You, a mere half-year-old shadow dragon, have already reached the mid-tier of the Azure realm, and yet you claim you could ascend to the upper tier? Is this not highest? Nevertheless, Yue Bai could indeed elevate himself a small tier further, but the feeling of exhausting his magical power evoked memories of his previous life's final moments, hollow and powerless. He had no desire to relive that sensation. Subsequently, Lei Wen underwent his assessment, achieving the upper tier of the Blue Realm, surpassing Zhongling by a slight margin, which he found acceptable. With numerous candidates present, the first phase of the examination concluded as evening approached. After bidding farewell to each other, Yue Bai and Mei took up lodging in a hotel near the academy. Given that Yue Bai suffered from motion sickness, traveling back and forth between the academy and their residence could impede his performance in the second assessment. The second examination involved the manipulation of magical energy through the Mana Stone. Yue Bai needed to control the flow of his magic to guide the liquid within the Mana Stone to a designated location to meet the standards. "My dear Meiya, do you know what the liquid in the Mana Stone is?" he inquired after wiping his mouth with a napkin at the dining table. "I'm not entirely certain, but I do know that the Mana Stone is a creation of ancient alchemists. The liquid is dark red and is said to be extraordinarily heavy. A piece the size of fingernail weighs as much as several adult humans," Meiya replied, stuffing a large chunk of steak in her mouth before continuing. "Once exposed to the air, this liquid behaves like molten lava, bubbling and emitting vast amounts of steam, disappearing in an instant. Therefore, the alchemist devised the Mana Stone as a vessel to preserve such liquid. This liquid is highly sensitive to the flow of magical energy, which is why it is now used in a magical manipulation examination." Yue Bai further questioned, "What was this liquid originally intended for?" "That I cannot say for certain. In my opinion, alchemists are rather peculiar individuals, forever engrossed in obscure topics. This liquid was likely an unintended byproduct of their experiments," she responded. Yue Bai then gestured for a servant behind him, signaling for assistance in procuring some books on alchemy to be brought to his room. Master, are you planning something? Maya asked with curiosity. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Tonight, I intend to peruse some texts on alchemy to uncover any clues, lest I fail tomorrow. I would suggest, young master, that you practice a few sword techniques with me tonight. It would be more practical than mere reading, Maya said, drawing 2 long swords from behind her and demonstrating a few movements before Yue Bai. Yue Bai's expression dimmed immediately. While training with Mei, you could indeed enhance his control over magical energy. They were currently in a hotel devoid of any suitable space for sparring. Even with a spacious courtyard, can a few gleaming sword strikes not leave it utterly in ruins? Furthermore, you, a battle enthusiast, should consider the consequences if you were to suddenly lose control and wreak havoc upon the tavern. Such losses would surely be recorded in the accounts of the Yue family. No. Tomorrow's magical manipulation requires composure and stability. If my training stirs my blood, rendering me sleepless, I will undoubtedly perform poorly the next day, an endeavor that would yield more losses than gains. This night, let me immerse myself in literature and cultivate my character. Yue Bai rose from his seat and gently patted Meiya's smooth back. Once I pass the assessment and complete my tasks, we shall spar upon our return home. Yue wore a smile. Yet as he spoke, his right hand's index and middle fingers crossed behind him, indicating the insincerity of his words. Such is the case. Maya lifted the silver goblet from the table, raising it towards Yue Bai. May I wish the young master success in tomorrow's examination, achieving brilliance in the comprehensive results over the 3 days. With that, she drained the goblet of fine wine, the rich liquid spilling from the corner of her mouth and trickling down her proud curves. Yue Bai swallowed hard, his face flushed, and he hastily turned to flee the dining hall. Curse it, I take back my earlier words. Despite the Fox tribe's rough demeanor, their innate charm is undeniably powerful. Chapter 15. The Philosopher's Stone. The following morning, Yue Bai rose from his desk. He had perused alchemical texts throughout the night, yet he found no information regarding the liquid within the Mana Stone. It seemed there were no shortcuts to be taken. With a wry smile, he ruffled his shoulder-length hair, his youthful visage revealing a hint of weariness and helplessness. He jingled the bronze bell on the table, and the waiting servants outside entered, bearing his toiletries to assist him in washing up and changing. Young master, did you find anything of note? Maya leaned against the doorframe, nibbling on a tender, juicy steak while observing the silver-haired youth on the bed. No discoveries. I will have fared better practicing swordplay with you all night. Yue Bai chuckled bitterly, never anticipating he would utter such words. Do you have any suggestions? Maya swallowed the final bite of steak, her eyes filled with resignation. To be honest, I'm not particularly adept at this. I barely passed back then, which allowed me the honor of meeting Lord Yu Yi and Lady Yue Bai. After years of swordsmanship, I have forgotten much of this matter. Yue Bai found himself at a loss for words in response to Maya's admission. Sister, you are a warrior, one who must charge into battle. Learning a bit of magic could provide an advantage on the battlefield. How could you forget? As the servants gathered Yue Bai's silver hair into a neat bun, he appeared much more spirited and capable. Ah, with a retainer like you, I cannot decide if I am fortunate or unfortunate. Yue Bai, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, had his breakfast before departing with Maya to the tavern, heading towards the venue for the second examination. Compared to yesterday, the crowd was significantly smaller, yet still bustling with activity. According to the information provided by the servants, many candidates from various clans had been eliminated yesterday, leaving primarily the descendants of the Dragon clan. However, it is quite normal for candidates from various clans to be filtered out, as they will have another opportunity to take the examination in the form of a so-called loser's resurrection match. Although Yue Bai is deeply intrigued by this resurrection match, his loyal subordinates, who are all exceptional yet not familiar with this particular event, remain blissfully ignorant of its intricate details. That being said, Maya, while barely passing, is not without merit. Maya tilted her head back in laughter, her bosom quivering with mirth. You may not know, but in my prime, my magical prowess was quite formidable. Then why did you not continue to cultivate your magical control? Yue Bai inquired, puzzled. I dislike being timid. Skills must be bold and captivating to possess true impact. A constrained skill is akin to a dull blade, lacking in lethality. Maya caressed the enormous sword beside her, her eyes alight with the thrill of carnage and frenzy. It is indeed a pity to squander such immense magical potential, Yue Bai remarked with a wry smile. To possess vast magical power, yet remain unrefined, only to be heard by those diligent practitioners who strive for mastery but fail to achieve it, would likely result in a barrage of spells leading to their demise. Amidst their banter, the dragon carriage arrived at the examination venue. The testing ground was composed of a vast stone chamber, where multiple purple magical arrays adorned the floor, each floating with crimson-hued mana stones that shimmered with an eerie light under the glow of the arrays. Beside each mana stone stood an examiner from the elven race, clearly indicating that the forthcoming evaluations would be monitored meticulously on a one-on-one basis. This realization filled Yue Bai with admiration for the Academy's formidable faculty. The abundance of mana stones and instructors underscored the institution's profound heritage. Since Yue Bai, Jiangling, and Lei Wen had been tested consecutively the previous day, their positions were closely aligned. Their examiner was a trio of elven maidens, strikingly similar in appearance, reminiscent of twin sisters. "What are you staring at?" spoke the maiden behind Yue Bai, her voice unmistakably that of Lan Jianyu. "Teacher Lan?" The three exclaimed in unison, drawing the attention of numerous candidates around them. In the next moment, the examiners swiftly turned the heads of their respective candidates back to face forward. "Indeed, these elves are my clones. I can manipulate magical energy to connect with their vision, allowing me to observe your examination performance," Lan Jianyu's voice elucidated. Yue Bai tilted his head back to glance at the elven maiden behind him. Compared to ordinary individuals, they indeed bore a somewhat vacant expression. "Stop looking. It's time for the exam." Yue Bai gently nodded and focused his gaze on the mana stone before him. The mana stone was a deep crimson, faintly luminous around the edges, with a translucent surface revealing the liquid within writhing as if it possessed life. "Is this the product of alchemy?" Yue Bai mused, intrigued by the mass of red liquid that seemed almost animate without external stimulation. Upon closer inspection, he could even discern facial patterns pulsating within. Goodness, how repulsive. The pale white hair stood on end, and a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. The Philosopher's Stone. In my previous life, there existed various fantasy novels that employed the Philosopher's Stone as a central theme. These tomes depicted the Philosopher's Stone as a substance forged from the lives of millions, capable of amplifying an alchemist's processes and even defying the laws of energy conservation. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on me that this object could not possibly be the Philosopher's Stone. After all, such a miraculous artifact would not be produced on a grand scale, nor would it be entrusted to mere children for examination purposes. Now, allow me to briefly elucidate the content of this examination. The assembled clones spoke in unison, like automatons, reciting what appeared to be a pre-prepared script. The mana stone was inscribed with myriad intricate patterns, interwoven like a labyrinth. You are required, within the designated time, to manipulate the liquid within the mana stone through magical means, guiding it to the endpoint. Those who succeed will pass the assessment. Thus, the assessment commences. Chapter 16. Barely making the cut within the stone chamber, the candidates fix their attention on the mana stone before them. Aside from the occasional sound of fingertips tapping against the stone's surface, the atmosphere was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The dark red liquid sluggishly writhed within the mana stone, grotesque in its form, repulsive to behold. My hands pressed against the edge of the mana stone as I endeavored to channel my magic into it. At the moment the magic flowed in, the liquid reacted as though provoked, beginning to bubble violently. Instantly, what had been a singular mass was torn apart into two, each moving toward my hands. Alas, must this trial be executed with one hand only? Employing both hands to channel magic would mean dividing the points of infusion. The liquid within the mana stone, driven by its insatiable thirst for magic, would choose to separate and move toward the direction that best suited its magical affinity. I must first unify the liquid once more. I withdrew my right hand from the mana stone, allowing my left hand to continue channeling magic, while the liquid, bereft of magical stimulation, surged ravenously to the left. When the two masses of liquid rejoined, I was already drenched in perspiration. A single misstep could deplete so much of my magic. I turned my attention inward, observing the flow of magic within me. It was evident that much had been consumed. These liquids did not merely follow the magic. They acted to devour it. No wonder this examination was set in the second round. If one's magical capacity was insufficient in the first round, it would be impossible to complete this trial. As Maya had remarked, these liquids were indeed tremendously weighty. A slight deficiency in the infused magic would allow the liquid to escape my guidance, resuming its erratic writhing. Thus, this trial demanded a steady infusion of magic, ensuring these gluttonous entities continued their journey while feasting. The challenge was compounded by the necessity of one-handed operation. I could not employ my entire meridian system to assist in the flow of magic. If I channeled too much, I risked fainting. If too little, my efforts would be in vain. Beads of sweat dotted my forehead. Such intricate manipulation of magic could not be compared to the magical control exercise during sword training. Teacher, Xiaolan, I have completed it. Suddenly, Jiang Ling rose abruptly, grasping the mana stone and presenting it to the elven maiden behind her. The elven girl meticulously observed as the liquid within the mana stone reached its destination, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, the task was accomplished. Both Yue Bai and Lei felt a pang of anxiety. Who would have imagined that this foolish girl would be the first to complete this examination? Hee, little brother. Old Lei, you two are truly weak. Hee. The merciless mockery erupted from Jiang Ling like a tempest, stirring tumultuous emotions within the two. Initially, they had thought Jiang Ling's antics during this examination were frivolous, yet she had managed to secure a leading position in both assessments. Though, given her lineage as a member of the Red Dragon clan and an apprentice at the Central Hospital, it was hardly surprising that she excelled in the intricate medical magic she had mastered. However, this was not the moment to dwell on Jiang Ling. The two quickly regained their focus. Yue Bai traced the guiding path of the liquid on the mana stone with his fingers, strategizing to expedite its journey to the endpoint. Channeling his magic, a silvery white energy coiled into a thread. The magical strands intertwined with the liquid, gently coaxing it to move forward. This maneuver reminded him of a scene from his previous life, where he had playfully enticed a cat with an infrared pen. Sweat poured down his brow. The unilateral release of magic heightened his concentration to its zenith. I infused too much magic. I need to readjust. Damn, this time it was too little, and the liquid retreated. The constant ebb and flow of magic drained him significantly. A wave of exhaustion began to wash over him. Yue Bai bit down on his tongue, striving to maintain his alertness. Hold on, it will soon be over. His pupils constricted as he fixated intently on the liquid within the mana stone. It felt exceedingly heavy. Both the weight of the liquid and the fatigue from his waning magic weighed heavily upon his left hand, causing discomfort. No, I must push through. Although Yue Bai's magical energy was substantial, his coarse control and the liquid's insatiable consumption rendered his reserves inadequate. If precision was attainable, then he would resort to sheer force. Yue Bai scrutinized the remaining path once more, then thrust his finger decisively onto the stone slab. The magic he infused surged dramatically. The previously delicate strands of magic thickened and expanded, resembling a sturdy iron rod, forcefully penetrating the dark red liquid. The liquid, infused with a sudden influx of magic, erupted into a boil, as if a delectable prey had emerged before him, beckoning him to hunt. His left hand moved swiftly, tracing the originally planned route, urging the tumultuous liquid to chase after it, ultimately transforming into an elongated red thread. Catch up! Yue Bai roared internally, his eyes nearly bursting with intensity, fearing that the trailing liquid would not keep pace with such rapid movement. Fortunately, the greedy nature of the liquid ensured that under this guidance, not a single drop lagged behind. With fluid grace, Yue Bai's fingers came to rest at the endpoint. The long red thread began to retract, slowly inching closer to its destination. Yet, the pace was agonizingly slow. This is bad. The liquid behind isn't keeping up. Merely relaxing for a second caused the red thread to snap unexpectedly. Yue Bai was taken aback, his left hand surging with newfound magical power as he channeled all his remaining energy into the mana stone in one swift motion. The liquid within reacted as if provoked, boiling vigorously in an instant. The intricate patterns, resembling a human visage, suddenly gaped wide like a monstrous maw, intent on consuming his magical essence entirely. The liquid swiftly converged, and just as Yue Bai ceased his infusion of magic, it reached its destined culmination. Success. Yue Bai exhaled deeply, only to be swept by a wave of heart-rending sensation coursing through his body. His head crashed heavily against the mana stone. Teacher, I have completed it. The elven maiden picked up the mana stone, confirming that the liquid had indeed reached its terminus. Lord Yue Bai, you have passed the examination, announced Lan Jianyu, her voice declaring the results. With that, Yue Bai's weary eyelids succumbed to gravity, closing heavily. In merely half a year, he had attained such remarkable proficiency. Well done. The elven maiden caressed his silvery hair, her face radiating with pride and satisfaction. Chapter 17. The Dragonbone Cave. That night, within the confines of the hotel, Yue Bai struggled to open his eyes while lying in bed. The overwhelming sensation of exhaustion from expended magic left him feeling utterly miserable. Were it not for the persistent urge to vomit, he might have believed he had perished once more. With great effort, he propped himself up, only to discover that his legs lay immobile. Oh no, am I paralyzed? Yue Bai, with the faint moonlight as his guide, glanced down at his thighs, discovering a cascade of crimson hair draped over them. Beneath the fiery locks was the youthful visage of Jiangling. What on earth is this silly girl doing here? Has she not gone home? Yue Bai murmured softly, wary of rousing the young girl from her slumber. Lady Jiangling is worried about your condition and has been crying and refusing to leave, came a voice from the side. An elven maiden sat quietly at the edge of his bed, perusing a hefty tome under the dim light. It was none other than Jianyu. Moreover, among our companions, only Lady Jiangling possesses some knowledge of care. It is prudent for her to stay and tend to you. Lan Jianyu removed her heavy spectacles and approached the bedside, gently stroking the hair of the girl beside him. To be honest, you should also express your gratitude to Lady Jiangling. Had she not continuously supplied you with magic, you would likely be unable to partake in tomorrow's assessment. Yue Bai gazed upon Jiangling's peaceful face, warmth swelling within his heart. However, a tinge of concern slipped from his lips. Wait, you mentioned she was supplying me with magic. Will that affect Jiangling's examination tomorrow? Not all, replied Lan Jianyu. She merely provided enough magic to rouse you. It was not a substantial amount. For now, do not worry about Lady Jiangling. The most pressing matter is for you to focus on recuperating and restoring your magic. Reassured by her words, Yue Bai settled into a meditative position, palms pressed together, and began to regulate his breath. A silvery essence emanated from his heart, swiftly coursing through his meridians and spreading throughout his body. His previously pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Observing Yue Bai's bourgeoning magical aura, Lan Jianyu was taken aback. Every time Lord Yue Bai recovers a measure of magic, his foundation grows ever more robust. Such talent! I have never witnessed anything like it in all my years of teaching. With a silent sigh, he reflected that although this boy was an anomaly among the Shadow Dragon clan, such a remarkable gift was indeed a blessing. 2 hours later, the period of recuperation concluded. The overwhelming fatigue that had enveloped Yue Bai dissipated almost entirely. He twisted his neck, producing a satisfying crack, and felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Yue Bai exhaled a deep breath, releasing a surge of dense magical energy from within, which startled the nearby Jiangling awake. Ah, little brother, you're awake. Do you have any idea how terrified you made me? Jiangling exclaimed, leaping onto Yue Bai, her tiny fists pounding against his chest in a flurry of emotion. Yue Bai gently patted her back, as she resembled a frightened kitten, pouring out her worries without restraint. See, I'm perfectly fine. Don't be so anxious, Ling Jie. He reassured her. How can I not be anxious? Jiangling retorted, her eyes brimming with tears. You collapsed in front of me twice. What if you hadn't woken up this time? She bowed her head, her delicate form trembling as tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread, soaking the blankets beneath them. Yue Bai felt a pang of guilt at her reaction. It was no wonder she was so distressed. Anyone would be deeply concerned for a cherished companion in peril. All right, I admit my fault. I assure you, there won't be a next time, he said softly, wiping the tears from her eyes, his gaze filled with tenderness. Under the moonlight, she appeared heartbreakingly vulnerable. As the clouds parted, the gentle moonlight flooded into the room. And Yue Bai's heart tightened as he suddenly recognized the source of the peculiar feeling he had experienced earlier. Jiangling resembled his wife from a past life. He grasped her small hands, gently patting the back of her hand. Yes, there won't be a next time. Jiangling regarded the pure-hearted youth before her and sensed a sudden shift in his aura, though she could not articulate what had changed. Lord Yue Bai, a voice called, startling both the young ones and abruptly pulling them back to reality. Their faces flushed crimson, and they dared not meet each other's gaze. I must inform you of the morning's arrangements. As she looked out the window at the impending dawn, Lan Jianyu broke her silence. She produced 2 badges from her pocket. These 2 badges are for each of you. Given your unique circumstances, one being quite young and the other having expended magical energy, I, on behalf of the Academy, permit you both to enter the Dragon Bone Cave together. The cave is home to many low-level magical beasts. While they are not particularly formidable, there is still inherent danger. At the cave's center, several badges await. You need only acquire one to complete the assessment. Upon your return, regardless of which mentor you materialize before, you will be under my tutelage as my students. Lan Jianyu adorned them with the badges, each engraved with a prominent number 7. Additionally, an inscription on the Elven Maiden's ring shimmered, and 2 boxes, one red, one black, were summoned from the magic circle. These are the equipment your parents entrusted me to deliver to you. Familiarize yourselves with them, and by 9 a.m., proceed to the 7th entrance for your assessment. Now, I must take my leave, Lan Jianyu concluded, as the magic circle beneath her glowed brightly, and in an instant, she vanished, leaving behind only traces of luminescence. As the 2 opened the chest, the crimson-hued robe armor adorned with the defensive inscription of Rebirth, designed for Jiangling, promised to bestow upon her a modicum of magical restoration and protection against fatal injuries. In contrast, the chest belonging to Yue Bai contained a suit of black leather armor and a dagger embellished with numerous gemstones, a gift from the Black Dragon Emperor during the transformation banquet. At that time, he had been offered the choice to pursue either the path of a swordsman or a mage. Yet, Yue Bai, unwilling to forsake either option, had commissioned the family artisans to forge this dagger, tailored to complement Professor Mei Ye's combat style while accommodating the demands of magic. As he weighed the dagger in his hand, its heft and feel met his initial criteria perfectly, truly a fitting weapon. Upon returning home, he resolved to express his gratitude. With this dagger in hand, Yue Bai felt a renewed sense of confidence. Chapter 18. This is unfair at 9 o'clock in the morning. Before the entrance of Dragon Bone Cave number 7, the group disembarked from the dragon carriage and reported at the cave's mouth. The area was teeming with people, bustling with activity. Jiangling scanned her surroundings, searching for Lei Wen's presence. At just 4 years old, Lei Wen's extensive training had endowed him with combat experience far surpassing that of the 2 novices. Jiangling had intended to recruit Lei Wen into their team from the moment they boarded the dragon carriage. However, it was evident that Gordon was not assembling at entrance number 7. Sister Ling, stop searching. With our combined strength, we should easily pass the assessment, Yue Bai reassured, taking her hand and leading her towards the elven maiden positioned at the cave's entrance. Since the early hours, upon realizing Jiangling bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife, Yue Bai found himself inexplicably reluctant to let her grow too close to him. Perhaps this was what one might call possessiveness. Behind them, Mei grinned, as if she had stumbled upon an amusing revelation. Had Yue Bai glimpsed her expression, he would likely have been unnerved. The cave, crafted from natural caverns, teemed with numerous low-level magical creatures, serving as obstacles during the annual assessment. Each year, the cave opened its doors for a mere 3 days, its entrances sealed with specially inscribed metallic gates, ensuring that the creatures within could thrive without the risk of spilling out to wreak havoc outside. Prior to the commencement of the assessments, the Academy arranged for instructors to enter the cave to inspect the conditions, ensuring there were no grave threats to the candidates. Once deemed safe, Teleportation arrays were randomly established throughout the cave to prevent any candidates from banding together. Upon reaching the Elven Maiden, Yue Bai and Jiangling presented their badges. The Elven Maiden smiled, and, channeling her magic into the badges, they immediately shimmered with a soft blue light, signifying that the two shared a common teleportation point. This scene did not go unnoticed by a nearby candidate from the Golden Dragon clan. "Teacher Blue, this is unfair," the Golden Dragon candidate exclaimed as he approached the Elven Maiden, bowing respectfully before pointing at Yue Bai and Jiangling's badges. Historically, the assessments have always been conducted individually. Why does this year permit team formations? The candidate's inquiry drew the attention of all present. In response to the questioning, the Elven Maiden displayed a mixture of confusion and slight anxiety upon her otherwise expressionless visage. This special approval had been decided by the Academy's upper echelons. After all, both Yue Bai and Jiangling were exceptionally outstanding candidates in this year's cohort. Should they be eliminated due to a lack of combat experience or any unforeseen circumstances, it would constitute a significant loss for the Academy. Historically, candidates gained entry based solely on their abilities, and even if they managed to pass as a duo, it would likely not garner the respect of their peers. Listening to the candidate's aggressive tone, Maya shook her head in exasperation. The Golden Dragon clan revered martial prowess, but also upheld order. Confronted with such a special exemption, her obstinate disposition was indeed a source of irritation. Yue Bai furrowed his brow. For him, an individual assessment posed no challenge. However, Jiangling had provided him with magical energy the night prior, and, as a healer, her evaluation would undoubtedly be more arduous. What constitutes fairness? As Yue Bai pondered how to counter the candidate's assertions, Maya stepped forward, her demeanor tinged with impatience. No subordinate could bear to see their master being challenged. "Your Highness Maya," the Golden Dragon candidate saluted respectfully. Fairness, in essence, lies within the realm of competition, where conditions are similar and one utilizes all that they possess to engage. Indeed, Maya nodded, but are you aware of the identities of these two esteemed individuals? The Golden Dragon candidate turned toward me. Clad in black, with cascading silver-white hair and silver-hued eyes, I was unmistakably Yue Bai, the scion of the Shadow Dragon clan. Born just half a year prior. Beside me stood Jiangling, adorned in a crimson dress, with ruby-like eyes and her signature twin tails, the daughter of the Red Dragon clan's chief. "And how old are you this year?" Maya continued her inquiry. "The junior is 4 years old," the candidate replied. Do you believe it fair that you have trained for 3 more years than they have? With your current abundant magical energy, are the conditions truly comparable?" Maya pressed once more. The candidate reflected on this, acknowledging his advantageous position. Upon meeting Maya's fierce gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. "It is not our intention to oppress the other candidates," Maya addressed those gathered. "Our esteemed master, His Highness Yue Bai, and the daughter of the Red Dragon clan, Jiangling, are merely 2.5 years old and only 2 years old, respectively. Among all candidates, they have indeed had very limited training. The headmaster, valuing talent, wishes not to overlook promising individuals, hence this extraordinary measure. We understand that there may be dissatisfaction, but any one of you could easily surpass these 2 esteemed individuals. Why, then, should we be so fixated on this special approval? Or perhaps there are others among you who, like them, have been invited to participate in the examination despite not meeting the stipulated requirements? If such is the case, you too may apply to form a team. I am confident that the Academy, recognizing talent, will approve your requests." With Maya's eloquent discourse, the previously boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence. The Golden Dragon candidate, realizing his misconduct, offered a bow and apology to Maya and Lan Jianwei. "I have been presumptuous. No need for excessive courtesy, young dragon," Maya replied. "We understand your straightforward nature. Everyone will be sympathetic to your situation." The Golden Dragon candidate forced a smile, bowed again, and hurriedly departed. "Maya, you truly are impressive." Yue Bai extended his thumb towards Maya. To be candid, Yue Bai had numerous reasons to persuade this Golden Dragon candidate. However, questioning each other among peers often leads to unnecessary disputes. Maya's timely intervention was indeed commendable. "Ha ha, it's nothing. The Golden Dragon clan has always been this way. I've encountered it many times and can handle it with ease. Meya laugid heartily. If you, Lord Yue Bai, wish to reward me, then please accompany me for sword practice after the assessment, allowing me to witness more sword techniques I have yet to see. Yue Bai was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this battle enthusiast is desperately seeking any excuse to duel with me. After the brief interlude at the entrance of the seventh passage, the candidates in the square once again entered a tense preparation phase. In the third examination, the candidates were to venture into the Dragon Bone Cavern and obtain the badge of passage to complete the assessment. However, the cavern was home to numerous magical creatures. Although they were of a lower tier, they still posed a significant threat to these candidates, who had been nurtured in a sheltered environment. Mei glanced at Yue Bai and Jiangling. While the equipment provided by their families was relatively lightweight, enhancing their mobility, it lacked the capacity for effective defense. The leather armor and robes did not offer the same protection as heavy armor. A moment of carelessness in this assessment could result in serious injury and the loss of their opportunity to compete. Once they entered the cavern, their priority was to locate the nearest candidates entangled with malevolent energy. Even if they could not form a team with them, they should follow closely behind. Mei placed her hands on Yue Bai's shoulders, aware of his exceptional capabilities, yet acutely aware that his youth rendered him inexperienced. Losing this opportunity due to such a shortcoming would be a great pity. Waiting another year could turn a prodigy into an ordinary individual. Why? Yue Bai looked at the woman before him, suddenly feeling anxious. Although they had known each other for only a few months, it was the first time he had seen her so serious. The candidates, steeped in malevolent energy, were accustomed to slaughter and had likely arranged for magical creatures at home to practice their combat skills. Their experience would undoubtedly surpass that of the two of them. By following closely behind these candidates, they could avoid unnecessary risks, even if they could not gain any advantage. Moreover, he must remember that while this assessment is an opportunity to showcase one's abilities, the ultimate goal is that badge of passage. When encountering magical creatures, they should repel them without succumbing to bloodlust. Mei then signaled to Yue Bai, display a bit more maturity beneath Lady Jiangling. Earning goodwill will allow you to execute your plans seamlessly. Yue Bai's face flushed crimson, and he swiftly drew his short blade, brandishing it with lightning speed against Mei's neck. At such close proximity, Mei found it difficult to react. Why you mustn't speak carelessly. Though his demeanor was imposing, his flustered expression brought Mei immense delight. This truly confirmed the young master's intentions. Upon returning to the Yue family, she must have a word with Lady Yue Bai. Feigning fear, Mei hastily apologized, retreating several steps. It was my overstep, forgive me. A peculiar smile curved her lips, leaving Yue Bai feeling uneasy. This fellow harbors a secret, and a considerable one at that. In the days to come, one must remain vigilant against this cunning fox. A crisp, melodious cough captured the attention of the crowd gathered in the square, directing their gaze towards the entrance. Beneath the colossal iron gates stood the expressionless elven maiden. Esteemed candidates, first and foremost, congratulations on successfully navigating the initial 2 assessments. Those who have arrived here are indeed remarkable prospects of this cohort. The upcoming 3rd examination will take place within the Dragon Bone Cave, behind me. As you're all aware, your task is to retrieve the passage token from the central region of the cavern and activate the inscription upon it, thereby facilitating your exit from the cave. Awaiting you outside will be a mentor at the teleportation array who will guide you in your future cultivation endeavors. Following her mechanical recitation, whispers began to circulate among the gathered crowd. Although it was known that the selection of mentors would be random, many candidates felt a sense of reluctance. This is only natural. A proficient mentor can significantly enhance one's training efficiency. However, the most esteemed mentors often attract a throng of applicants, leading to an overcrowded classroom, while those of lesser quality remain deserted. Moreover, they dare not voice their concerns. If that fiery-haired individual were to reappear, they would find themselves in dire straits. Now, I kindly request that all family members and attendants step outside the circle of light. We are about to activate the grand teleportation array to transport the candidates into the cave. Upon concluding her statement, A magnificent array of light emanated from the elven maiden, enveloping the candidates. Layers of glowing screens ascended, piercing the clouds above. Yue Bai gazed at this vast light display, marveling at its grandeur. There are 13 entrances, and if each one were under the purview of Lan Jianyu, consecutively unleashing such a large-scale spell 13 times would undoubtedly demonstrate the astonishing magnitude of her magical prowess. My subordinates will await you at Lan Jianyu's location. Mei cast a flirtatious glance at Yue Bai, conveying a knowing look that prompted him to vow to find a chance to play a trick on her upon his return. The immense curtain of light thickened, as numerous magical arrays of varying sizes continuously constructed themselves, layering upon one another and reaching towards the heavens. When the 13 beams of light reached their apex, a grand magical formation unfolded in the sky, enveloping the luminous columns. Its expanse was vast enough to potentially cover half of the Holy City Academy. The radiant points of the formation descended, transforming into orbs of light that enveloped the candidates. Yue Bai grasped Jiangling's hand. As the badge on his chest began to glow, "Do not let go," he urged Jiangling with a gentle smile, before his form gradually became ethereal, merging into the sphere of light. As the beams of light vanished, all candidates disappeared from the entrance, leaving behind only the deep impressions left by the force of the magical array. Mei stared at the immense iron door in the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease arise within her. Within the depths of the cavern, there should be no presence that poses a threat to the two esteemed individuals. It appears that I have recently taken on the role of caretaker. Chapter 20. The selection begins in a certain part of the Dragonbone Cave. A brilliant azure beam of light shot up from the ground, illuminating the surroundings within the cavern. From the magical array on the floor, tiny points of light began to ascend, gradually coalescing into the forms of two young individuals. As the beam dissipated, Yue Bai and Jiangling materialized within the cave. Instinctively, Yue Bai grasped Jiangling's hand, ensuring she had successfully been transported to the cave. Ouch! Jiangling's soft exclamation startled Yue Bai, causing him to quickly release her hand. Iapologize lingia. It's my first time using a teleportation array, and I was a bit anxious, Yue Bai explained. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about the teleportation itself. Rather, his worries stemmed from Jiangling's safety. Are we still at the cave's periphery? The two surveyed their surroundings, noting the oppressive darkness that enveloped the cavern. Aside from the faintly glowing moss on the walls, there was scarcely a hint of light to be found. Illuminate! Night vision! They murmured in the ancient dragon tongue, their magical powers igniting, allowing them to gradually discern the cave's conditions. They were indeed at the outermost edge of the cavern, surrounded by cobwebs and dust, with only a few signs of passage on the ground, evidence left by the mentors who had previously entered to set up the teleportation array. It seems we are still at the cave's outermost perimeter. There appears to be no activity from magical creatures here, so we need not worry about engaging in combat for the time being. What should we do now? Jiangling inquired of Yue Bai. Following the recommendations of the esteemed Mei Sword Emperor, we should prioritize locating candidates shrouded in malevolent energy and endeavor to form teams with them. As Yue Bai walked ahead of Jiangling, a faint blush crept across his face as he extended his left hand behind him. Given that we are still unfamiliar with the cave's conditions, it is prudent for us to hold hands to prevent getting separated. Jiangling glanced at Yue Bai's outstretched hand and could not help but smile in amusement. Are you afraid of the dark, little brother? Fear not. Sister will clear the way for you. The girl seized Yue Bai's hand and boldly strode forward into the unknown, causing the initially shy Yue Bai to momentarily freeze. He chuckled softly, realizing he had become quite ensnared in this situation. In a previous life, Yue Bai had shared a profound bond with his wife, constantly thinking of one another. Many regarded them as a model couple, and Yue Bai's love for her was both deep and intense. After all, Jiangling was not her. Yue Bai gazed at the little girl before him, lost in reminiscence. In a dimly lit room, 12 individuals of varying ages were seated around a circular table. Above the table, numerous screens floated in midair, continually cycling before the 12. Whoosh! The teleportation is complete. A beam of light appeared in the room, and Lan Jianyu stepped forth from it, taking her designated seat. "You've worked hard, Lan girl." A short dwarf with a flowing white beard prepared a cup of tea for Lan Jianyu, sliding it across the table to her. The tea contained a faint magical essence, wafting steam that tickled Lan Jianyu's nostrils. "Wow, Old Sure has brought out his special star tea again," Lan Jianyu exclaimed joyfully, lifting the cup and eagerly gulping down the tea. "Another cup, please." Old Sure accepted the empty cup and prepared another for her. Today, an extraordinary gathering of 13 individuals took place, and I shall not allow myself to be remiss in my hospitality. The dwarf preparing the tea, named Shirley, is a master blacksmith of unparalleled skill, renowned in the realm of dwarves and honored with the title of Furnace Mountain. Each weapon he forges is of immense value, and presently he serves as an instructor in the forging class at the Holy City Academy. The tea, known as Jianxing, is a specialty of the Dwarven Underground. Due to its geographic location, Jianxing absorbs the ethereal energies of the earth, bestowing a slight replenishment of magical power upon its drinkers. Xiaolan, this is your recommendation. A strikingly alluring avian being, her long, graceful legs crossed as she gazes with keen interest at the youths on the screen. She possesses a particular fondness for such innocent souls. Yulan, do not entertain any notions towards them. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Lan Jiyue abruptly rose, her imposing presence directed at the woman before her, who is sensuously licking her lips. This avian, named Yulan, is notorious for her indiscriminate attraction. Whatever she desires, she will pursue with relentless determination. During her student days, Lan Jiyue was frequently harassed by her, leading to a strong aversion. "Oh, Xiaolan, have you also taken a liking to that lad? The shadow dragon of no black dragon bloodline is rather enticing." Yulan seemed to intentionally provoke Lan Jiyue, casting a flirtatious glance her way. The avian race, much like the fox kin, possesses an inherent allure. Had Lan Jiyue's inner strength not been formidable, she might have succumbed. Lan Jiyue slammed her hand on the table. "These two are my designated students, and I must protect them. However, this woman disregards the warning. It may be necessary to employ more forceful measures to ensure her compliance." "Enough!" A voice, resonating with authority, shattered the farcical scene. The amber-hued eyes of Heichao bore down on Lan Jiyue and Yulan, sending a shiver down Lan Jiyue's spine. As the Black Dragon Emperor, Heichao exuded an overwhelming presence, his magical aura palpable and dense. Lan Jiyue returned to her seat, delicately sipping the tea freshly brewed by Shirley. In her student days, she had always found it challenging to contend with individuals like Heichao. What a burden it is! In stark contrast to Lan Jiyue, Yulan appeared increasingly elated by Heichao's demeanor. She approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around him and pressing herself against his back, playfully inquiring, "What is it? Does Lord Heichao also harbor interest in this young man?" Heichao's fingers tapped lightly on the table, and a flash of black lightning danced upon Yulan's lips, silencing her. "This young man must be a descendant of the Yue family, newly emerged some days ago, if I'm not mistaken. Yue Bai, I believe." An elderly figure, stooped with age, scrutinized the screen displaying the two youths. "With no trace of black dragon lineage, young lad, you must endure for several more years. Do not allow your line to wither." Heichao regarded the pair on the screen with a countenance devoid of displeasure. On the contrary, a hint of sarcasm graced his features. Sipping the Jianxing, he smiled and replied to the elder, "Xian Lao, you worry too much. The black dragon lineage shall never fade." Heichao's expression remained impassive as he offered a simple, understated response. Yet, among the remaining 12 present, none were oblivious to Heichao's true nature. The profound legacy of the Holy City Academy has been the fruit of labor of these 13 individuals over the years. Although there is occasional turnover among the new and old personnel, they all share a long-standing camaraderie. "Oh, Black Child, it seems you have high hopes for this individual." Xian Lao's hollow eyes fixated intently on the pale figure on the screen. He had nurtured Heichao himself, and the fact that this young man could elicit such a reaction from Heichao undoubtedly signifies something of importance. Observing further, it is likely that there will be an intriguing performance. Although the third assessment randomly assigns mentors, it also presents an opportunity for the 12 of you to seek a successor. Particularly for those obstinate gentlemen, pay close attention. Our time is limited. Pei Chao's remarks rendered the other 12 present solemn. Even the frivolous Yulan fell silent and returned to her seat, gazing at the floating screen before her. Chapter 21. The four-eyed rock demon spider Yue Bai and his companion pressed deeper into the cavern, following the traces left behind, confident that they would soon converge with some of the other candidates. While they did not hope to form a team, trailing behind them would surely lead to a smooth journey to the heart of the cave. In truth, if it were only Yue Bai, he would not require the protection of these allies, for after extensive training under Mei Ye, he could easily navigate this assessment. However, caution was prudent as he was accompanied by Jiang Lingyu. Bai scooped a handful of recently turned earth from the ground and brought it to his nose. The soil bore minimal magical fluctuations, indicating it was recently disturbed, likely by members of the subhuman or human races. Following these footprints, they should soon encounter that candidate. Observing the ground, Yue Bai noted the absence of traces from magical creatures. It seemed this candidate exuded a formidable aura, causing lower-level magical beings to shy away. If they could keep pace, they might remain untroubled. As they continued to follow the footprints, the silence within the cave became stifling. Had it not been for the occasional sounds of combat echoing from the depths, they might have suspected that all candidates had been annihilated by magical beasts. How peculiar! Why had they walked for so long without encountering any living souls? Jiang Ling took the lead, forging ahead, yet they had traversed nearly 2 hours without sighting anyone. Oddly enough, based on the intensity of the combat sounds, they should be close, yet they had seen no signs of battle. Yue Bai surveyed his surroundings, pondering, before signaling Jiang Ling to proceed further. They walked for another 20 minutes, and in the dim light of the bioluminescent moss, Jiang Ling spotted a glimmer of red not far ahead. Little brother, come see, there's treasure," Jiang Ling exclaimed excitedly, swiftly making her way toward the source of the red light. In stark contrast to her enthusiasm, Yue Bai sighed. Upon reaching the glow, they discovered it was a piece of red jade reflecting the soft light from a moss. This very piece of jade had been a gift from Lady Jiang to Yue Bai at the banquet. Do not linger. This red jade was given to me by Lady Jiang. I intentionally discarded it here. You intentionally discarded it? We have passed by here? Jiang Ling questioned, puzzled. Yue Bai gently caressed the ancient soil beneath him. It was aged yet imbued with magical essence, evidently crafted by someone to feign a sense of antiquity, thereby dulling the awareness of the two individuals and instilling in them a deceptive impression of continuous advancement. In reality, they were merely treading in circles. The map upon the shadow stone, in essence, represented an expansive magical array that encapsulated the entire cavern's geography. Should the terrain within the cave undergo any alteration, this map would reflect such changes in real time. This implied that if someone were to maliciously distort the geographical structure, the map would similarly be affected, creating an illusion of perpetual exploration into uncharted territories unless one remained vigilant. Yue Bai meticulously compared the rocky walls to his mental image of the terrain. This was the place. He approached a particular wall, sensing a potent surge of magical energy emanating from above, and swiftly drew his dagger, its silver edge shimmering with swirling magical energy. Shatter, he murmured internally, and several streaks of light darted towards the rock face. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, revealing a horrifying scene. Several candidates were ensnared in silken threads, their faces gaunt and drawn, a clear sign of magical depletion. Above them, the threads pulsated rhythmically like veins, continuously channeling luminous energy to the cavern's apex. "Run," gasped a candidate of the demi-human race, bound by the silk. His eyes filled with despair as he looked at Yue Bai and his companion, presumably realizing that escape would not be so simple. A chilling screech reverberated through the cavern, shaking its very foundation. Subsequently, 5 four-eyed rock spiders descended from above. Their earthy yellow saliva dripped from their mandibles, revealing their keen interest in the energy emanating from the two. "Ling, grant me a protective status, and then swiftly rescue those classmates," Yue Bai commanded, brandishing his dagger skyward. Explode. Light. Countless motes of luminescence detached from the glowing moss, swirling together to form a colossal sphere of light. When it erupted, blinding radiance filled the cavern, momentarily rendering the spiders, accustomed to darkness, completely sightless. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Bai plunged his dagger into the ground, and a vast silver magical array unfurled around him. Hydra formation. The intense illumination caused the shadows within the cave to distort, and from those shadows, numerous black serpents surged forth from all directions, striking at the 5 arachnids. The serpents coiled around the spiders, and soon, 2 of them could no longer withstand the pressure, their ichor bursting forth from their exoskeletons, erupting into a cloud of shimmering black mist. The remaining 3, evidently stronger, forcefully tore through the serpents and ascended once more, retreating into the dark abyss above. Observing the withdrawal of 3 spiders, Yue Bai ceased his pursuit and cautiously approached Jiangling. 3 candidates were rescued, apart from their magical energies being siphoned by the spiders. They bore no significant external injuries. After Yue Bai retrieved 3 azure pills from his satchel for them to ingest, Jiangling began to assist them in regaining their strength. This place is not safe for long. The 4-eyed rock spiders are social creatures. Having dealt with the smaller ones, the larger ones will undoubtedly seek retribution. A luminous sphere formed before his head, casting a gentle glow upon him while creating a vast shadow behind. The shadow shifted and transformed into a platform that supported the injured and Jiangling. You 3, with Sister Ling's assistance, swiftly regain your composure. Otherwise, should those creatures return for vengeance, we shall be unable to protect you, Yue Bai declared, stepping into the fractured rock face. The 4 individuals behind him gradually moved forward, aided by the shadowy platform. Xiaohei, how old do you think this young white-haired lad is? A flicker of light ignited in Xian Lao's hollow eyes. As a spirit bound to the earth, he had witnessed many young students over the years at the academy. Yet this was the first time he had encountered such pristine hands and feet. Returning to Xian Lao, he will turn 8 months old in 2 days. The tone of Hei Chao remained indifferent, yet he found satisfaction in Xian Lao's reaction. This child not only possesses clean hands and feet, but also a heart unafraid of creatures such as myself. Remarkable indeed, Xian Lao exclaimed, his somber tone failing to conceal his excitement. Among the 11 present, save for Lan Jianyu, all began to take an interest in Yue Bai. Xiaolan, no wonder you specifically applied to be his mentor. It appears you had foreseen this. Yu Lan smiled enchantingly, gazing at Yue Bai on the screen, her tongue unconsciously licking her lips. Not only Lord Yue Bai, but also Lady Jiangling possesses extraordinary qualities, Lan Jian remarked, sipping his drink, amused by the 12 individuals surrounding him. Oh, if I am not mistaken, this red-haired girl is the daughter of Jiang Tong, correct? A beautiful woman, entwined by vines, playfully toyed with her long hair as she observed Jiangling on the screen. Her healing techniques are quite competent, if she truly possesses remarkable skills. I might consider taking her as my apprentice to pass on my medical knowledge. M.O., rest assured, Lan Jianyu has never misjudged anyone. The lion-headed beast man beside M.O. chuckled, persistently patting the vibrant woman beside him. You old fellow should concern yourself less and pay more attention to who will inherit your swordsmanship. M.O. lightly smacked the beastman's rough paw, pressing it onto the table. Chapter 22. Pursuit. So, you spent half the day here and ultimately fell into their trap? Yue Bai progressed cautiously, guided by the luminous sphere. Each magical creature possesses its own territory. As long as one departs from their domain, it is believed they would not dare to pursue. Indeed, their hunting method involves gradually compressing the prey's movement space after the target has departed, achieving encirclement. Due to the vast area they cover, the compression rate is relatively slow, which inadvertently led to our carelessness. The 3 rescued individuals hailed from the same village and had employed a secret technique before entering the cave to facilitate their reunion within. However, upon their convergence, they unexpectedly fell into the clutches of these magical spiders. Had it not been for the perceptiveness of Yue Bai and his companion, the trio would likely have become mere human sacrifices destined to be consumed. Yue Bai gazed at the 2 remaining individuals still in a state of unconsciousness and addressed the examinee. Are you capable of activating the badge to teleport us out and forfeit this assessment? In Yue Bai's perspective, moving the three in their current weakened state would be immensely taxing. The maintenance of the luminous sphere, the shadow platform, and their movement all demanded substantial magical energy. Moreover, the current state of the trio rendered them a burden. Carrying them would undoubtedly lead to failure in the examination. The examinee cannot activate the badge while unconscious. I must wait for my companions to awaken before we can depart, the examinee replied, glancing at his still unconscious partners. Very well, Yue Bai conceded, saying no more, for the examinee was acutely aware of their predicament. Should Yue Bai cease to protect them and leave with Jiangling, their demise would be inevitable. Here, Sister Ling, take one as well. Yue Bai offered a cerulean pill to Jiangling, subsequently biting into another for himself. This cerulean pill, known as the Soul Restoration Pill, though misleadingly named, could not restore the soul, but was an intermediate potion for replenishing magical energy, serving as a favorable aid for the examinee. As the potion was absorbed within their bodies, Jiangling's once faint magical ripples regained their deep crimson hue. Watching the two still unconscious individuals receiving Jiangling's magical infusion, Yue Bai felt a pang of anxiety, concerned that the assistance he provided might not suffice for them to pass the assessment. The rustling sounds behind him grew increasingly pronounced, indicating that the four-eyed rock spider's parents were likely scouring the cave for the five of them. This compelled Yue Bai to hasten his pace. With Jiangling still channeling magical energy to heal the unconscious duo, the one who had awakened had only just regained some strength and required additional time to recuperate. Now, he found himself solely capable of confronting the spiders, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. How much longer until they could escape this spider domain? As Yue Bai maneuvered swiftly on the shadow platform, he remained vigilant against sudden spider attacks. This assessment had truly commenced in the depths of hell. It should be soon, the examinee remarked as he dismounted the platform and drew his massive sword, assisting in keeping a lookout for threats. He understood that the three had become a liability to Yue Bai. With danger lurking, it was imperative to share the burden of vigilance. No need for watchfulness. They are upon us. Yue Bai pointed towards the wall, where it was clear the spiders had employed their magic once more to encircle the five. Enormous spider shadows descended from above, their four ruby-like eyes fixed hungrily on their prey, emitting a low, menacing chitter. Whoever you are, protect Jiangling from behind, and investigate which part of the wall is weakest in magical energy. Sister Ling, be ready to augment my strength. I will take the lead, Yue Bai instructed. My name is Yi Ming, not whoever, Yi Ming retorted, tapping the sword's hilt against the wall, listening intently for a way out, while occasionally glancing towards Jiangling to ensure he could offer assistance at a moment's notice. Yue Bai unsheathed a short dagger with his right hand, a swirl of silvery magical energy coiling around its blade. With his left hand, he delved into the magical sphere, drawing forth a silver-hued magical blade. This was one of the dagger's unique attributes, magical shaping. The contrasting black and white daggers emitted fierce waves of magical energy, posing a formidable threat to the giant spider before them. Yue Bai initially intended to intimidate the colossal spider through protest, yet unexpectedly, this act provoked the Spider King, which opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of earthy yellow magical beams toward the five individuals. The other magical spiders, witnessing their leader's offensive, were incited to follow suit, surging forth in a frenzied swarm. Cursed be these beasts, they do not heed such tactics. Yue Bai was taken aback, as the dual blades in his possession shimmered with a radiant light, slicing through the oncoming magical beams. In an instant, a multitude of blade glimmers formed a protective barrier, creating a safe haven for his companions. However, Yue Bai quickly discerned that his speed of attack was gradually diminishing. A faint earthy yellow magical aura crept insidiously from his short blades up to his arms, beginning to extend over his body. This wretched creature, Yue Bai silently cursed, sweeping his hands downward to conjure a towering wall of shadows before his allies. Purification. In perfect synchrony, Jiangling dispelled the insidious yellow magic from Yue Bai's body, allowing him to burst forth from behind the shadowy barrier. The The four-eyed rock spider king shrieked in alarm as several magical spiders shielded it with haste. "Stand back," Yue Bai bellowed, employing the same tactic once more. The sphere of light detonated, casting cascading shadows throughout the cavern. With his left hand forming seals, several sharp spikes erupted from within the shadows, piercing through the 5 magical spiders. Subsequently, a serpentine figure emerged from the shadows, baring its fangs as it lunged toward the Spider King. Behold, the giant spider screeched, evidently enraged by the swift demise of its minions. The magical beams surged once more, this time manifesting multiple arms that shot toward Yue Bai. "Ignite the flames. Vanquish the evil. Shield our allies." Jiangling brandished her short staff, unleashing a fiery explosion that enveloped Yue Bai and formed an arcane shield. The approaching arms disintegrated upon contact with the fiery barrier, crumbling into solidified earth. Seeing its strategy thwarted, the Spider King let out another cry, prompting the smaller spiders to redirect their charge toward Jiangling Yiming. "Protect Jiangling," Yue Bai shouted, intending to turn back to defend, yet the Spider King denied him the opportunity. The sticky strands of web, accompanied by the relentless strikes of the Spider King's claws, surged toward Yue Bai with reckless abandon, leaving him unable to safeguard his rear. Yiming gripped his sword tightly, repeatedly slashing at the swarm of spiders before him. However, the lingering fatigue from the previously drained magical energy made it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip. "Young Master Yue, take Miss Jiang and flee." With the threat of imminent doom closing in, Yiming realized that the only option left was to sacrifice himself as bait, allowing Yue Bai and Jiangling a chance to escape. "Enough with the idle talk. Protect my sister. We must all survive," Yue Bai roared, his dual blades surging with magical energy, echoing with the sound of thunder. "Since you wish to engage me with a swarm tactic, then I shall seize the king first." Chapter 23. Seizing the king first. The black and white blades shimmered with rippling energy, arcs of thunder sparking from the hilts and twinkling at the tips. The four-eyed rock spider king lay in wait upon the rocky wall, its 4 eyes fixated intently on the silver-haired youth below. Though it was a low-tier magical creature, its survival within this cavern until now was testament to its instinctual prowess. The cave, which opens once a year, serves as a feast for the candidates, who are typically nourished by its offerings. In the past, the losses were manageable, and only the kin could savor the delights. However, today proved to be a disastrous outing, resulting in grievous injuries without a morsel of flesh to consume. Truly abominable. Furthermore, the child before them unexpectedly exuded a magical prowess surpassing that of his peers, indicating that they had encountered formidable opposition. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. In the eyes of the creature, this group of 5 consisted of 2 unconscious, 1 severely injured, and the remaining 2, though still capable of fighting, were clearly on their last legs. If they could exhaust this silver-haired youth, they might finally partake in the nourishing bounty. The king of the demons spiders contemplated this, drool beginning to seep from its mouth, dripping onto the ground in a most repulsive manner. A chilling shriek reverberated through the cave. The spiders that had been assailing Yiming turned their attention to the sky, intent on annihilating the silver-haired boy. "Excellent." Yue Bai positioned his blades, channeling his magical energy to its utmost. The blades surged in size, entwined with arcs of lightning. Barrier break. Ancient dragon script. A luminous shield expanded from Yue Bai's core. The instant the demon spiders made contact with the light shield, they were momentarily suspended in midair. With silver-white pupils rapidly locking onto the airborne behemoths, Yue Bai's dual blades began to dance. Sword technique, falling leaves. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, Yue Bai wielded his blades, and in an instant, the colossal spiders were reduced to mere chunks of flesh, dissipating into clouds of black smoke. Shards of crimson gemstones rained down from the sky. The king of the demon spiders' crimson eyes narrowed in alarm. This child was exceedingly perilous. It screeched once more. The remaining giant spiders surged like a tidal wave from all directions toward Yue Bai, stirring up great clouds of dust. Seeing this onslaught, Yue Bai deduced they intended to wear him down. He did not wait for the spiders to encircle him. Instead, he propelled himself towards the king of the demon spiders. The creature, perceiving the boy's ferocity akin to that of a wild beast, emitted a piercing shriek while retreating, spewing webs and unleashing fierce magical energy from its 8 legs. The moment its legs touched the ground, sharp stone blades shot forth towards Yue Bai. It appeared the creature was truly exhausting every means to evade a direct confrontation. Foul beast, you shall not escape. Yue Bai's feet surged with magical energy, and his form began to shimmer with an ethereal quality. Dragon's dance, ancient dragon script. His movements were swift and surreal, a black and white figure deftly weaving through the layers of spiders, rapidly closing in on the king of the demon spiders. As Yue Bai approached, the king did not hesitate, thrusting its 4 legs toward him. Your attack pales in comparison to Maya's. The glint of the blades flashed, severing the creature's legs, which shattered against the surrounding rock walls. The 4-eyed rock demon spider king attempted to struggle, but Yue Bai leapt high, plunging his blades into its forehead. A fissure emerged from the creature's head, gradually spreading across its entire body. Once the crack enveloped the king of the demon spiders, it disintegrated into a cloud of black mist, drawn into a larger orange gemstone. The surrounding swarm of spiders, witnessing their leader's demise, stirred momentarily before retreating to their lairs, never daring to reappear in the presence of the group again. Upon hearing the rustling sound, Yue Bai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Although these demon spiders were of a lower rank, the sheer number of them posed an overwhelming threat. Had the swarm consisted of higher-ranked demons, their fate would have been sealed. Little brother, are you all right? Jiang Ling, having confirmed that there were no immediate threats nearby, hurried to Yue Bai's side to assess his injuries. Fortunately, aside from significant magical energy depletion, he appeared largely unscathed. Yue Bai waved his hand to indicate he was fine, then retrieved another pill from his waist pouch, placing it in his mouth as he sat cross-legged to regain his composure. Seeing the danger had passed, Yiming slumped against the wall, casting a glance at his still unconscious companion, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the round table, the lion-headed orc scrutinized Yue Bai on the screen, stroking his chin's mane. Under which master did this lad train? I've never encountered such sword techniques and combat strategies. According to Sword Saint Xiong, he trained under the esteemed Meiya for a month, replied Lan Jianyu. Learned from that little girl, you say? No. Meiya's swordplay is not so refined. Her style is pure and wild, marked by sheer destructive power. Yet this young man not only navigates the realms of sword and blade with finesse, but does so with an elegance and calmness that are not characteristic of her teachings. To achieve such mastery in merely a month, this lad may indeed emerge as the foremost among the new generation. Xiong, he gazed at Yue Bai's figure, as if admiring a precious gem, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It seemed he would soon seek to engage with Yue Bai, contemplating making him his heir. Lan Jianyu, observing the round table's growing interest in Yue Bai, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had feared that the duo's lack of experience and exposure might hinder their performance in the Academy's assessments. However, based on today's display, such apprehensions were unwarranted. With such exceptional capabilities, even if they did not successfully pass, it was likely that many present would find ways to invite them to enroll in the Holy City Academy. Indeed, gold always shines, no matter the attempts to conceal it. Lan Jianyu took a satisfied sip of his drink, gazing up at the lively silver-haired child on the screen. Seated at the head of the table, He Chao regarded Yue Bai with amber eyes. Though this youth bore no connection to the Black Dragon lineage, he could be considered a descendant of the side branch, the Shadow Dragons. His performance had certainly upheld the family's honor. Their shared gaze during the human transformation feast had drawn the attention of numerous academy leaders. And this young man had consistently brought surprises to He Chao. Given some more time, this pure white dragon might very well stir up a tempest across the continent. Yu was indeed fortunate to possess such a treasure. Unbeknownst to those around him, He Chao's lips curled into a slight smile. The enhancement of the Black Dragon lineage would undoubtedly augment its influence, playing a crucial role in the future governance of the Holy City and the expansion of its territories. It seemed prudent to deliberate on what precious gifts or cultivation support to bestow upon this young man during his enrollment ceremony. Yue rested his forehead on his hand. Leaning slightly against the chair, his eyes narrowed as he rummaged through his mind for something suitable for the little dragon. Chapter 24. The five-person team after a fierce battle. The members of the Moonlight team were utterly exhausted. They discovered a hollow and decided to take refuge within it to recuperate. Moonlight shrouded the entrance with shadows to prevent detection by the magical beasts and kindled a fire. It had been 8 hours since they entered the Dragonbone Cave. During this time, they had traversed the territory of the four-eyed rock demon spider, and considering the time needed for rest, completing the assessment within 3 days began to appear rather challenging. Let us eat something to regain our strength. Moonlight sliced a roasted leg of lamb and distributed it among the four. The rich aroma of the succulent meat awakened their appetites, and even the 2 recently revived villagers from Yejia rushed to grab their share. Surprisingly, the younger brother possessed such culinary skills. Jiangling, with her mouth smeared in grease, devoured the lamb while smacking her lips in praise of Moonlight's cooking. Observing Jiangling's delight in her meal brought a faint smile to Moonlight's face. Although his wife in his previous life lacked Jiangling's ruggedness, her expression of joy when savoring delicious food was strikingly similar. Moonlight became lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that the leg of lamb in his hands had charred. "Perhaps you should rest for a while, young Master Moon," suggested Yiming, gently nudging Moonlight to sit closer to Jiangling. This action brought Moonlight back to reality, and he offered a polite smile as he shifted his position. "So, what do you 3 plan to do next? Will you withdraw, or continue with the assessment?" Moonlight bit into a piece of meat, observing the 3 with a hint of color returning to their faces, contemplating their next steps. Just as they had encountered the four-eyed rock demon spider, it was certain that there were other communal magical beasts within the cave. Given the current situation, with the 3 villagers from Yejia sharing the burden, the chances of success might be greater. However, this hinged on the condition that they would not become a liability. Moonlight's inquiry was intended to encourage them to assess their own capabilities and provide him with a clear response. After exchanging glances for a considerable duration, Yi Ming and the others nodded in unison. "To be honest, if we abandon our training this year, we will likely fall significantly behind our peers by next year, making entry into the academy exceedingly difficult. We hope to accompany young Master Moon and Miss Jiangling in this assessment." They all prostrated themselves on the ground, beseeching permission from Moonlight and Jiangling. Moonlight was quite pleased with their response. Their sincerity was evident, and he granted his consent. The trio from Yejia brought diverse skills. Yiming specialized in swordsmanship, complementing Moonlight in battle. Yiqing practiced as a guardian, tasked with protecting Jiangling, while Yiqing served as a cleric, alleviating some of Jiangling's supportive burdens. Their roles were fairly balanced, and Moonlight felt satisfied with the team composition. "Finish your meals and rest. I will take the watch." Moonlight moved towards the cave's entrance and settled against a rocky wall. Yiming, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, joined him to sit nearby, remaining vigilant against unforeseen events. "Young Master Yue, what shall be our next course of action?" The command of the team now rested upon the shoulders of Yue Bai, and the subsequent steps depended entirely on his judgment. Yue Bai retrieved a shadow stone from his pouch and placed it upon the ground, projecting a vast labyrinthine map into the air. According to the map, we found ourselves at the periphery of the area, while the central zone lay ahead. Yue Bai marked 2 red dots on the map, which subsequently revealed the path we were to take. If all went as planned, we should reach our destination within a day. However, considering the territory of the four-eyed rock demon spiders, we estimated that we would have to traverse 3 to 4 monster territories. Should the candidates ahead of us fail to clear these areas, we would likely face several skirmishes. For our small team, this could spell certain doom. Upon hearing Yue Bai's words, Yiming swallowed hard. He recognized the truth in Yue Bai's assessment. If the journey necessitated multiple battles, given their current condition and resources, they would be ill-equipped to cope. "What do you suggest, young Master Yue?" "My recommendation is to take this route," Yue Bai replied, his fingers tracing the map as it unfolded, highlighting 2 entrances to a dark river. The map indicated that this cavernous waterway was not densely populated by monsters. Thus, following the river would allow us to reach the central exit from the periphery. This route would likely take about half a day to traverse, and I estimate that, even if monsters were present, the width of the Dark River should pose no threat to our small team. Yiming gazed upward for a moment before nodding in agreement with Yue Bai's plan. However, I have a stipulation, Yue Bai continued. In the event of an unforeseen encounter during battle, our first priority must be to flee. Do not attempt to play the hero as you did when confronting the demon spider. Yue Bai's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon Yiming. To Yue Bai, the objective was to complete the examination, not to sacrifice one for the sake of the group. Yiming looked at the serious, silver-haired youth before him, gratitude evident in his eyes. It was this individual who had saved the lives of 3 from a Yi family village and provided them with the opportunity to participate in the upcoming assessment. Yiming planted his great sword into the ground, clasped his hands in salute, and bowed deeply. On behalf of the 3 from Yi family village, I extend our heartfelt thanks to you, young Master Yu, and Miss Jiang. Enough of these formalities. Go rest, and do not lag behind when you awaken. Yue Bai waved his hand dismissively, urging Yiming to return to the cave for some rest while he kept watch over the surroundings. Outside the hollow, various monsters passed by, some even resting before the shadow wall. Yue Bai gripped the hilt of his sword, wary of any sudden discovery of their presence by the creatures. Fortunately, the time passed without incident, and the group safely completed their meditation. Once Yue Bai confirmed that no monsters lingered outside, he beckoned the others to dismantle the shadow wall and set forth toward the Dark River. With 2.5 days remaining until the examination concluded, if all proceeded smoothly, they would become among the first candidates to pass the test, thereby increasing their chances of being accepted under a renowned master. The 5 of them proceeded confidently, hastening towards the Dark River. Unbeknownst to them, shadows loomed behind, a sinister creature lurking in wait. Chapter 25, Fire Lizard. The 5 arrived at the entrance of the Dark River, which lay deep within the cavern, nourished by the abundant waters that fostered lush moss growth. The entire river glimmered with bioluminescence, evoking a sense of otherworldly wonder. As Yue Bai had anticipated, only a single, relatively spacious path extended into the depths of the Dark River. The ground bore sparse signs of human passage, interspersed with the unmistakable marks of creatures, indicating that few of this year's examinees had ventured here. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Yue Bai and Yiming, serving as the vanguard of the group, remained vigilant to the slightest disturbances while forging ahead. To mitigate any unforeseen dangers, Yue Bai utilized shadows to scout the path ahead. They were determined not to encounter the 4-eyed rock demon spider again. Another misstep could jeopardize their success. Yue Bai's left eye glowed with magical energy, revealing a vague shape resembling an eye in the shadows ahead, which eerily rotated. There's no issue for the next 100 meters. Keep up, he instructed. Yiming, upon hearing this, gestured for the 3 behind to follow closely. Young Master Yu, do you find the situation peculiar? Yiming, idiot. You needn't mention it. I find it quite strange, Yue Bai replied tersely. Although the Dark River was concealed as a water source, it would inevitably attract creatures, leading to potential confrontations over resources. Yet, the singular direction of the footprints and the absence of any signs of battle left them bewildered. It was hard to fathom such a safe route within the perilous Dragonbone Cavern. Let's not dwell on it. We should press onward. Additionally, instruct Yi Qing to remain vigilant at the rear, lest we be surrounded again. Yiming nodded and returned to the group, conveying the message to Yi Qing before rejoining Yue Bai in leading the way. The 5 continued deeper into the Dark River, as before, with no creatures appearing. Not even a trace of fur left behind. Yue Bai took out a stone to check their current location. They had traversed half the distance. Could it be that the earlier examinees cleared the path for us? Jiang Ling mused, her hands clasped behind her head as she strode energetically after the 2 in front. Given the lack of incidents, her impatience, influenced by her nature, began to surface. Miss Jiang, this is fortunate. We had expended considerable energy earlier. Encountering such a situation now is indeed a stroke of luck, Yi Qing chimed in with a smile. Being one of the less capable members of the team, she naturally hoped for a peaceful passage. Moreover, having endured the ordeal with the 4-eyed rock demon spider, she wished to avoid further encounters. In such a place, A clash would surely be thrilling. Just think of how many opportunities one has to face such creatures back in the Holy City or at home, Jiang Ling exclaimed, brandishing her short staff with exuberance, her voice resonating as if she sought to prompt Yue Bai to conjure up some creatures for her to engage. Should we encounter any, it would indeed fall upon me to handle them, Yue Bai remarked, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Indeed, what can a mere healer like you do aside from providing some minor enhancements? Yiming chuckled, amused. After a period of conversation, he felt that Yue Bai lacked the arrogance often found in noble offspring. Instead, she was approachable and spoke in a much more relaxed manner. The inner turmoil he felt was a burden known only to himself. Yue Bai scratched her silver hair and smiled innocently. Suddenly, a shrill scream from Yi Qing shattered the relaxed atmosphere. The four of them turned in shock. They beheld a tongue, slick with a viscous substance, coiled around Yi Qing's waist, suspending him in midair. Steam billowed from the tongue, scorching Yi Qing's waist and singeing his garments. In the shadows, a pair of enormous eyes opened, eerily fixating on the remaining four. In an instant, a burst of flames radiated from the darkness, enveloping the area and causing the temperature to soar. Barrier, shadow wall, a sphere of luminous energy and darkness swiftly formed, encasing Yue Bai, her companions, and Yi Qing, who dangled helplessly above. Although they were shielded from the direct onslaught of the flames, the intense heat severely burned Yi Qing, eliciting a wretched cry. Sisterling, lend a hand. I will rescue him. What a fortuitous moment. My hands are itching to act. O compassionate deity, please shield us. O compassionate deity, please shield us. Jiang Ling and Yi Qing simultaneously brandished their short staffs, conjuring a defensive barrier. In that sacred instant, Yue Bai dismissed the two spells she had previously cast, driving her dagger into the ground. Hydra formation. From the shadows, countless serpents lunged toward the monstrous creature, in a desperate bid for survival. The creature flung Yi Qing into the air, evading the assault. Yi Qing, Yi Ming bellowed, leaping into the air to catch him. The moss within the dark river was instantly desiccated by the searing flames, igniting into fire. Illuminated by the flames, they finally discerned the true form of the beast, a lizard, its body pitch black but with holes in its limbs and back emanating sparks. Shadow lizard? Yi Ming warily observed the creature, anticipating its attack. No, more accurately, it is an evolving fire lizard. Gazing at the imposing fire lizard before her, Yue Bai furrowed her brow. Beasts of this nature were classified into tiers. According to the magic crystals they dropped upon death, akin to rainbow stones. They were categorized into 8 ranks: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black, each with low, medium, and high subdivisions. The Dragon Bone Cavern had historically hosted only the highest-tiered monsters, which were merely of orange high rank. Yet, the Shadow Lizard was of a high red rank. However, this particular Shadow Lizard possessed the potential to evolve into a yellow-tier fire lizard. The cavern undoubtedly harbored some treasure. The tranquility of this cave was a consequence of the presence of this creature. It was its hunting ground. Yue Bai, however, could not afford to dwell on the treasures within the cave. Her immediate concern was to neutralize this troublesome being, or else all 5 of them would perish here. In the round table's dim chamber, Lan Jianyu abruptly stood, the sound of shattering teacups resonating around her. Old Xian, what is happening? Where did this fire lizard come from? Wasn't everything thoroughly checked? Lan Jianyu, exasperated, stamped her foot as she glared at the hunched elder. Prior to the cave's opening, threats had indeed been neutralized. The color tier of monsters differs from that of magic. At present, this group of children lacks the capacity to contend with monsters of orange tier and above. Xian Lao was also drenched in sweat. This fire lizard was evidently not one that had matured within a year. This implies that they had failed to locate this creature for at least 2 examinations. I demand the cessation of the assessments and the release of the candidates. Lan Jianyu pounded her hands upon the table, astonishing everyone present. They had only witnessed her in such a fervor during the emergence of her Crimson Flame persona. It was the first time they had seen her original self exhibit such agitation. Calm down. He Chao motioned with his right hand, urging Lan Jianyu to regain her composure. Let us observe how these youngsters handle the situation. However, we should first arrange for the teacher stationed at the nearest entrance to provide support. Although, I feel it may be rather redundant. He Chao's amber eyes were fixed on the screen before him. If they could endure until the teachers arrived, they might as well be allowed to pass the assessment. Chapter 26. Half-Dragon Transformation. The five confronted the fire lizard. The high-temperature gas exhaled by the creature caused steam to billow within the dark river. All five felt a sense of breathlessness. Jiangling withdrew a large water bottle from her satchel, pouring its contents directly onto Yi Qing. As the liquid made contact with Yi Qing's burned wounds, it produced a thick plume of white smoke. Those injuries were visibly scabbing, healing, and shedding. This was a substance known as holy water or phoenix tears, a tool capable of staunching bleeding in the injured for a brief period. While it could serve as an effective means of halting blood loss and healing during a crisis, its potent restorative properties came with excruciating pain. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The fire lizard, upon hearing Yi Qing's anguished cries, excitedly clapped its three-fingered forepaw. The hollows in its limbs intermittently emitted fierce sparks. It appeared that the cries of its prey stirred within the beast a desire for cruel slaughter. "You wretched beast!" Yi Ming seethed at the creature. Yizving, already injured from the encounter with the four-eyed rock spider, was now further incapacitated and unable to act in the short term. Moon White and Yi Ming exchanged glances. Swiftly drawing they the power of the colossal deity, "Be with me." Moon White, adorned in crimson light, unleashed a formidable surge of scarlet magic, crashing upon the blade's tip like tumultuous waves. The twin blades, once poised atop the giant's tail, gradually embedded themselves into the flesh of the fire lizard. The creature writhed in pain, sweeping its massive tail and sending Moon White flying. It then vanished into the shadows of the cliff, temporarily obscured from view. "Thank you, Sister Ling." Moon wiped the sweat from his brow and gave a thumbs up to Jiangling. The spell she had just cast was one of physical enhancement. Although its effects were initially subtle, the amplified prowess from the Jiang family's lineage, with its augmented protective abilities, rendered a significant boost. This enhancement enabled Moon White, who previously could not injure the fire lizard's hide, to inflict wounds upon it. In the shadows, the fire lizard moved with frenzied agility. Although it belonged to the fire lizard species, it was still in the midst of evolution, retaining the shadow lizard's ability to meld into the darkness. Its enormous eyes scrutinized the five individuals. Among the human trio, one had already succumbed to incapacitation, the one wielding the great sword, visibly wounded and no longer a threat. The young human girl was equally devoid of combat capability. The most formidable adversaries were the two individuals brimming with magical prowess. The fire lizard discreetly flicked its fiery tongue. The silver-haired boy posed no real danger. Thus the weak point lay in the red-haired girl. The fire lizard swiftly traversed the rocky surface, suddenly appearing behind Jiangling. Its tongue lashed out like a spear, aiming directly for her vital points, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Jiangling, though alert to the impending attack, found it executed with blinding speed. Even as she attempted to evade, she was struck in the abdomen. The wound was gaping, with organs faintly visible. "Sister Ling," Moon White cried out. Yet in the next moment, Jiangling was engulfed in flames. The searing inferno sent massive waves of heat, propelling the nearby Yi Qing and Yi Qing away. Amidst the flames, Jiangling became increasingly charred, consumed like coal by the fire. The fire lizard, lurking in the shadows, revealed a cunning glint in its eyes before vanishing once more into the dark. Boom! Boom! Moon White pressed his right hand against his heart, sensing an unsettling anomaly in but a fleeting moment. The tides of battle shifted dramatically. If only we had known, we would have retreated immediately. Yi Ming has lost all desire to fight, the colossal sword slipping from his grasp as he succumbs to regret. Half-Dragon Transformation, observing the unfolding battle, although still indifferent. He Chao felt a surge of appreciation for talent. Historically, he was the earliest practitioner of Half-Dragon Transformation, only able to begin at the age of 7. Yet Yue Bai, merely 8 months old, possesses such remarkable abilities, which is indeed astonishing. How could Lord Yue Bai exhibit such profound magical power at such a tender age? Lan Jianyu recalled Yue Bai's words during the Rainbow Stone test, her heart filled with astonishment. At that time, Yue Bai's magical energy was at the green intermediate level, and he had mentioned the potential to reach the green upper tier. This is also the threshold for half-dragon transformation. It is hard to believe he spoke the truth. Lan Jianyu gazed at the intense and uncontrollable dark magical energy emanating from He Chao, swallowing hard. Could Yue Bai become the next He Chao? Would the shadow dragon one day ascend to greatness? Chapter 27. Rampage. He Chao noticed Lan Jianyu's gaze upon him and remarked coolly, "Do not entertain such thoughts. That is not true half-dragon transformation." Indeed, Mo Po observed the chaotic and turbulent magical energy flowing from Yue Bai, recognizing it as a manifestation of rage and despair. Although this child possesses abundant magical power, his youth renders his magical pathways immature. While he can partially transform into a dragon, he cannot fully harness this power. It is akin to a child throwing a tantrum over a lost, beloved possession. The Green Dragon clan excels in the flow of magical energy, and Mo Po's words left Lan Jianyu breathless. She felt as though a massive stone weighed heavily upon her chest, suffocating her. Lan Jianyu anxiously watched Yue Bai on the screen, a troubling thought suddenly flashing through her mind. If you say that Lord Yue Bai's magical pathways are still immature, could this rampage lead to fainting at best, or worse, a rupture of his pathways? Before Lan Jianyu could voice her concern, Mo Po answered himself. She slumped in her chair, her delicate hands pounding against her slender thighs. Tears streamed down her face, soaking her skirt. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Lan Jianyu prayed as the fire lizard was about to make contact with the Scarlet Bell. A figure enveloped in silvery flames appeared beneath it. Yue Bai pressed down on the fire lizard's abdomen and forcefully shoved it against the wall. The tremendous impact caused the rocks above to collapse, sending clouds of dust swirling through the air. With a ferocious roar, Yue Bai disregarded the falling debris, raining down blows upon the fire lizard's head. In this tumultuous surge of magical energy, each punch landed with bone-crushing force, eliciting a pitiful cry from the creature. The fire lizard's vertical pupils narrowed sharply, and a hollow in its abdomen expelled several fiery serpents. These serpents lashed onto Yue Bai's abdomen, propelling him skyward and embedding him into the rocky ceiling. Realizing it could not reach the Scarlet Bell, the fire lizard once more vanished into the shadows. Its silvery scales quivered wildly. Yue Bai emerged from the pit, landing deftly on the ground, surveying the shadowy ceiling. He extracted several chunks of rock from the ground and hurled them upwards. A strange, anguished cry echoed as a massive, obsidian tail, wrapped in flickering flames, crashed down amidst the falling debris. Clearly, that barrage of stones had successfully severed the fire lizard's tail. In his half-dragon form, Yue Bai became acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of magical energy in the environment. His scales quivered in response, allowing him to distinctly sense the excitement and terror radiating from the fire lizard. This creature was no trivial foe. It was imperative to end this swiftly. A murderous intent blossomed within the fire lizard. Countless fireballs erupted from the shadows, bombarding Yue Bai like cannonballs, triggering a series of explosions that caused the ground to crumble and even breached the dark river, allowing water to surge into the pit. However, due to the extreme heat within the cave, the water evaporated into wisps of steam before it could reach the center. With another thunderous roar, the dragon's cry resonated, dispersing two torrents of fire. From the collapsed ground, a silvery figure surged towards the ceiling. In an instant, Yue Bai pinned the fire lizard against the rocky wall. Just as the fire lizard attempted to struggle, Yue Bai applied pressure with his legs, breaking its forelimbs. A bizarre shriek erupted. The hollow flames on the fire lizard's body flared, attempting to unleash the serpents once again to escape Yue Bai's grasp. Yue Bai roared at the fire lizard. From within the shadows, several shadowy spears pierced the air, penetrating the fire lizard's hollow spaces and preventing the fiery serpents from erupting forth. The hollow within the fire lizard expanded uncontrollably, culminating in a series of explosions that sent its flesh and blood scattering. It was a result of its own inability to release the pressure, effectively turning itself into a sieve. Yue Bai's silver dragon eyes locked onto the fire lizard, brimming with a thirst for carnage. The fire lizard writhed in a frenzy, sensing the looming specter of death. A mass of crimson began to swell from its abdomen, inching towards its head, desperate to unleash one final fiery retaliation. Yue Bai seized the fire lizard by the throat, his grip so powerful that it rendered the creature unable to breathe, its eyes bulging with terror. The swelling crimson was constricted at its throat, expanding until it ultimately detonated. The fire lizard's head erupted violently, tumbling to the ground. The enormous eyes fixated intensely on the silver-haired creature before it. The fire lizard likely never anticipated that this day, meant for its predation, would culminate in its own demise at the hands of its prey. Yue Bai advanced with purposeful strides, crushing the repulsive creature's head beneath his foot, blood splattering across him in a gruesome display. He turned to regard the trio from a Yi family not far away, saliva dripping from his mouth as he approached them menacingly. "Don't come any closer," Yi Qing cried out, feeling the immense pressure send chills across her body. Yi Ming grasped his heavy sword anew, positioning it protectively before the two others. The sight of Yue Bai, clearly in a frenzied state, was terrifying. His strength surpassed even that of the yellow-tier fire lizard. Should a confrontation arise, the three of them would stand no chance of survival. "Someone please help us." Chapter 28. Rebirth. Yue Bai hunched forward, his forearms hanging as he approached the trio from the Yi family. With disheveled hair, his body smeared with blood, and scales adorning his form, he resembled a monster in every sense. "Stay back." Yi Qing screamed again, hurling a shard of rock at Yue Bai. The stone struck his head, blood flowing incessantly from the wound and into his mouth. Yue Bai instinctively licked the blood that entered his mouth, the madness in his eyes intensifying. In a sudden lunge, he closed the distance to Yi Qing. Yi Ming swiftly raised his massive sword to shield her from Yue Bai's onslaught. The collision of the twisted dragon claw and the giant's sword erupted in a shower of sparks. "Young Master Yue, please wake up," Yi Ming shouted, straining with all his might to keep the dragon claw at bay. Yet, in his half-dragon state, Yue Bai could easily overpower even the yellow-tier fire lizard. Yi Ming, merely a frail human, stood no chance against such monstrous strength. Yi Ming was gradually pushed back, the pressure distorting the sword in his grip. In the dimly lit chamber of the round table, Lan Jian Yu muttered anxiously, "Where is the supporting mentor? Hurry!" Her gaze remained glued to the screen, displaying Yue Bai. The three human candidates must not perish. If Lord Yu were to learn that he had slain a fellow student, his character would condemn him to a lifetime of guilt. Lan Jianyu retrieved her shadow stone, opened the map, and observed the rapidly approaching mentor's location, her heart heavy with dread. "Hurry!" The two continued their desperate struggle. The immense force caused Yi Ming's arms to twist painfully, the bones cracking under the strain. Silver flames consumed the sleeves of his garment, searing his arms. "Ah!" Yi Ming let out a harrowing scream. Yet, he could not budge an inch, otherwise, the two behind him would fall victim to Yue Bai. He understood that Yue Bai was inherently gentle. If his companions met a tragic end by Yue Bai's hand, the latter would forever dwell in the shadows of regret. "Wake up!" Yi Ming cried, shaking his head vigorously before delivering a heavy blow to Yue Bai's head. Once, twice, thrice. He gazed into the eyes of the frenzied youth before him, despair filling his heart. "At present, I can hardly endure much longer. Little brother?" A crisp female voice rang out. Yue Bai turned to look at Jiang Ling, his grip loosening slightly. Emerging from a pile of charred remains, Jiang Ling, completely unclothed, looked perplexedly at the two combatants. It turned out that after being struck by the fire lizard, the defensive inscriptions on Jiang Ling's robe had triggered a rebirth, igniting a sea of flames. Yue Bai, engulfed in the fire lizard's fiery breath, had witnessed Jiang Ling perish amidst the inferno, which subsequently drove him into a frenzy. Sensing the intense surge of magical energy emanating from Jiang Ling, Yue Bai's instincts compelled him to turn and rush towards her, pressing her down to the ground. "Roar!" Yue Bai bellowed, droplets of saliva and flames splattering across Jiang Ling's face, leaving behind charred marks. Yet, faced with such a frenzied creature. There was not a trace of fear on Jiangling's countenance. She could feel Yue Bai's current emotions of rage, panic, helplessness, and despair. "It's all right, little brother, it's all right." Jiangling strained to lift her head, ignoring the cuts from dragon scales, and rested her forehead against Yue Bai's bloody brow. "Do not be afraid, I am here." As their foreheads touched, tendrils of crimson magic flowed from Jiangling like a stream, intertwining with the silvery waves of magical energy. A vast red magic circle unfurled from the ground, enveloping the two. Countless crimson lights drifted from within the circle, creating a vast sea of stars around them. A warm current clung to Yue Bai's silver scales, surging into his body. His hollow eyes quivered slightly, awakening a semblance of consciousness. A torrent of blood tears streamed from Yue Bai's eyes, falling upon Jiangling's face. "Sister Linghua," Yue Bai choked, the dragon traits on his body beginning to meld into his skin, restoring him to his former self. "It's over now. Everything is over." Jiangling wrapped her arms around Yue Bai's neck, pulling him close, her delicate hands caressing his silvery hair. Surrounded by Jiangling's magic, Yue Bai's taut nerves gradually relaxed, and he collapsed into her embrace. The three members of the Yi family, witnessing Yue Bai cease his thrashing, abandoned their weapons and lay sprawled upon the devastated ground. Shortly thereafter, their mentor arrived at the Dark River, locating the group and orderly leading all five out of the Dragon Bone Cavern. In a round table chamber, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Lan Jianyu slumped in his chair, extending his small hands only to discover they were slick with perspiration. "Is this what you call extraordinary?" Xian Lao observed the magic circle Jiangling had conjured, his lips trembling with excitement. The others turned their gazes towards Xian Lao, including several previously silent senior mentors, all curious about his reaction. "Xian Lao," the Black Tide responded, having known Xian Lao since his student days. Witnessing his exhilaration indicated he had uncovered something significant. "For now, cease your observations of the other candidates and behold the footage I managed to preserve." The screen was pushed towards the group, and upon examining it for a moment, excitement enveloped Lan Jianyu's eyes. This! Lan Jianyu could not contain his exclamation. While other mentors may not discern anything extraordinary, the esteemed Master Xian, a master of the boundary arts, and the illustrious Master Lan, a master of magic, surely would not overlook it. The crimson array conjured by Jiangling, though irregular in design, unmistakably bears the semblance of the ancient array attributed to the Rainbow Emperor Dragon, one of the three sacred dragons of antiquity. The Red Dragon clan has long been hailed as descendants of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon, yet for millennia, no clan member has succeeded in replicating the intricacies of its array. To witness such a feat from this young girl is nothing short of a monumental discovery. I had initially presumed that Lady Jiangling merely possessed innate talent, without delving deeper into her capabilities. Thanks to Master Xian's astute observation, I was spared the folly of overlooking this treasure. This is undeniably the array of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon, the very essence of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon's array. The crowd gasped in astonishment, with even the most composed among them, He Chao, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly. The Rainbow Emperor Dragon, alongside the Black Emperor Dragon and the Ing Emperor Dragon, is revered as one of the ancient three sacred dragons, corresponding to the present-day Red Dragon Clan, Black Dragon Clan, and White Dragon Clan. The resurgence of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon's bloodline in the contemporary era is bound to provoke a tempest of change. How could they not be exhilarated? Chapter 29. The contest for Jiangling. How about we exchange that little girl, Xiaolan, for 1,000,000 holy crystals? Proposed a white-haired woman of the Cat Clan, elegantly attired in a fitted qipao and wielding a smoking pipe. She is Hua Ying, the president of the largest merchant association in the Holy City, the Yingsheng Association, and also a grand mentor at the Holy City Business Academy. Although she was not required to participate in this selection, as the combat assessment had no bearing on commerce, her esteemed status compelled her to attend. Little did she anticipate encountering such a treasure in Jiangling. The revival of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon's bloodline is evidently a significant commercial opportunity. Holy crystals, the common currency in the Holy City, hold a value equivalent to 100 gold coins. Thus, Hua Ying's willingness to offer 1 million holy crystals for Jiang Ling speaks volumes about her worth. 1 million holy crystals could sustain Masterland's research for several years. The Rainbow Emperor Dragon's bloodline has been a mythic presence throughout history. Entrusting it to you, Boss Hua, would be an extravagant misallocation of resources, remarked the previously silent woman of the Spider Clan. The Spider Clan, devoid of surnames or titles, is commonly referred to as Kong. Kong is a grand mentor in the study of traps at the Holy City Academy, renowned for her ingeniously crafted traps, and has earned her place among the 13. Her skills prove invaluable, whether in siege warfare or vanquishing magical beasts. The swiftness with which this young girl deploys her array undoubtedly indicates her adeptness at trap setting. Leave it to me, and I assure you she will be trained to perfection, Kong confidently asserted, patting her ample bosom. The Rainbow Emperor Dragon has historically been associated with overwhelming magical prowess, and now, inheriting the enhanced gifts of the Red Dragon clan, it can undoubtedly elevate the destructive potential of traps to unparalleled heights. Kong, recognizing this potential, sought to seize the opportunity for Jiang Ling's tutelage. With the bloodline of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon, why not learn temporal magic to further unearth the secrets of the 3 sacred dragons? The elder of the Fox clan, named Gang Chong, spoke slowly. For many years, the magnificent deeds of the 3 sacred dragons have been passed down through generations. Now that their bloodline has re-emerged, why not seize this opportunity to delve deeper? Perhaps we may uncover numerous treasures. Oh, you old man, do you think that just because you possess some knowledge of temporal magic, you can unveil the secrets of the 3 sacred dragons' legends? You underestimate my capabilities. The ghostly grandmaster of the Undying clan, Mushin, interjected eagerly. I have lived far longer than you and possess greater understanding of the matter concerning the 3 sacred dragons. Should you wish to know anything, feel free to consult me. This girl appears harmless, yet I find her quite suitable to become an assassin. If she follows my teachings in the art of assassination, she is bound to reach the pinnacle of excellence. With all the virtues this young lady possesses, she seems most fitting to study as a guardian master under my tutelage. Her immense magical power and protective capabilities are precisely the talents required of a guardian master. Lingling, sipping her star-sight drink, remarked nonchalantly, even if I cannot fully harness her abilities, my brother, Ling Tian, can certainly transform her into a formidable force for the sacred city. Lingling and Ling Tian, both grandmasters of the guardian masters specializing in siege and defense, have long sought a worthy successor. Upon witnessing the re-emergence of the Rainbow Emperor's bloodline, they all aspired to take this girl under their wing. Hey, you old men and women, enough already. As the crowd vied for the guidance of Jiangling, Chihuo Lanjianyu made her entrance once more. Her hair, now dyed crimson, sparkled with flecks of starlight. She placed her legs upon the round table, her demeanor exuding audacity. I had already applied for the guidance rights from the very beginning. Did you not agree? What? Are you all so old and yet still resorting to trickery? The crowd fell silent. After all, she was a grandmaster who had lived for several centuries, and some decorum was indeed necessary. Do not say that I lack respect for the elders. Let us adhere to the prior agreement. She will first study with me. As for whether she will later join you, that will depend on your sincerity and her own inclinations. He Chao had also stated not to interfere with the choices of the young. The crowd exchanged awkward glances. Well, you directly invoked He Chao to speak. He is the current Dragon Emperor. Who would dare to contest his decision? And who is unaware of your bond? During your school days, you were inseparable. He Chao would undoubtedly side with you. He Chao's presence at the negotiation table was merely due to their mentor-student relationship and camaraderie. Should he become displeased, he could withdraw at any moment. And with He Chao's monstrous strength, who among those present could possibly challenge him? Then let be as you say. However, I shall not relinquish my pursuit, she declared. In this world, there is nothing that I cannot obtain. Huang took a deep drag from her smoking pipe, her delicate lips releasing wisps of azure smoke. Her feline eyes, filled with primal instinct, were transfixed on the moving figure of Jiang Ling on the screen, reflecting only the glimmer of gold and silver. Seeing that the consensus had been reached, He Chao rose from his seat. Since Jiangling's matter is settled, let us all pay close attention to the performances of the other candidates. Jianwei, come with me. He Chao cast a knowing glance at Lan Jianyu, who promptly stood and followed him out of the dim room, leaving the round table behind. Brother, hey, what is the matter? LNGN, you spoke directly and without preamble. She understood HICHO. If there were no significant matters at hand, he would not react in such a manner. Take this and see what you can utilize. HICHO produced an exquisite key from his robe, adorned with 7 colorful gemstones, leading to a place entrenched with 7 layers of prohibitions. I understand, LNGNU replied, accepting the key. She was well aware of its origin, as it was a location they had frequented during their school days. And remember, this matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. I comprehend you. LNGNU responded with a sweet smile. She recognized that HICHO remained the same warm-hearted elder brother despite his current status as the Dragon Emperor. Only his identity had changed, restricting his freedom. Go now and exercise caution. LNGNU nodded in agreement, then activated the magic array to depart. As she vanished, leaving behind a trail of azure light, HICHO's gaze dimmed. I am sorry, he murmured, before entering the dark chamber to continue with the selection process. Chapter 30, Unawakened. Restless a week after the conclusion of the third assessment, the holy city was split by 2 contrasting atmospheres. One half rejoiced in the successful admissions to the Holy City Academy, while the other languished in sorrow. The most agonizing plight was reserved for those families who had lost loved ones to the predation of demonic creatures. Although Yue Bai had not departed from this realm, he had been in a coma for an entire week. The Yue family was engulfed in helplessness and melancholy. The once resplendent mansion now felt considerably dimmed. Yue Bai, due to his half-dragon transformation and the ensuing chaos in his magical pathways, had been returned home, where he lay for a week without uttering a single groan. The severity of his backlash was evident. Yue Bai vigilantly remained by his side, her face stained with tears. Yue Bai traversed the residences of renowned physicians throughout the night, seeking remedies for his condition. Yet, no solution emerged. Ing wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and exhaled heavily. Throughout the week, she had brought Ing to the Yue household daily, attempting to channel magic into Yue Bai, employing both gentle and forceful methods to break through the obstructed magical pathways. However, the side effects of his half-dragon transformation had knotted his pathways tightly, rendering all attempts futile against the curse-like bindings. Ting, could you please try once more? Yue Bai embraced Ting from behind, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her neck and soaking her garment. All right, I will try again. Ting replied gently, understanding Yue Bai's current distress. If Ling were the one lying there, she would undoubtedly be even more frantic. Furthermore, this silver-haired youth's predicament was instigated by that troublesome girl from her own family. Ting raised her gaze to Ling, who was diligently attempting to channel magic into Yue Bai's pathways. The immense expenditure of magic left Ling's face exceedingly pale. Xiao Ling, you should take a break and let me take over. No, I can still do it. Ling gritted her teeth, firmly clutching Yue Bai's hand. She recognized that all of this was her fault. Thus, the matter concerning Moon White was one she had to tackle herself, for otherwise she would never be able to forgive herself in this lifetime. Although the task of channeling magical energy was arduous, the awakening of a portion of the Rainbow Dragon bloodline within Jiangling had granted her a substantial enhancement, enabling her to undertake the task of magical impact. With her cascading, waterfall-like crimson hair and wearing a loose-fitting dress, Jiangling sat beside Moon White. The awakening of the Rainbow Dragon bloodline lent a hint of iridescence to her hair's tips, which shimmered like the stars, enveloping her in an ethereal aura. Observing her daughter's unwavering dedication, Jiang Tong refrained from saying much more. She felt a profound sense of satisfaction as her daughter had matured. Should you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to speak to me, dear. Do not overexert yourself. Jiangling merely acknowledged her mother's words, keeping her gaze fixed ahead as she continued to channel magical energy to Moon White. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside the door. A maid opened the door and greeted those within, as Lan Jianyu timidly stepped inside. Upon seeing the elven maiden, Yue Bai's gaze sharpened, causing Lan Jianyu's legs to tremble in fear. It was no surprise, given that this examination was initially proposed by Lan Jianyu herself, making her a figure of blame in the eyes of others. Master Lan Jianyu, to what do we owe the pleasure? Yue Bai's tone was frosty. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Lan Jianyu, as if she wished to devour her whole. Lan Jianyu hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and taking a deep breath. She understood the implications of Yue Bai's full name. However, the current state of Moon White was of utmost importance. I am deeply sorry for the plight of Lord Moon White. I have come with the intent to heal him. What? You possess a means to save my child? Upon hearing Lan Jianyu's assertion, Yue Bai's earlier chill dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of hope as she approached and placed her hands on Lan Jianyu's shoulders, her eyes alight with anticipation. Indeed, Lan Jianyu noted emphatically, then retrieved a tattered map from her bag. In my former village, there exists an ancient spring. The spring originates from the center of an obsidian mine, which has long been cleansing and soaking the obsidian, rendering it rich in magical energy. Furthermore, the obsidian aligns harmoniously with the bloodline of the Black Dragon clan, and I believe it could clear the blocked pathways of your lordship. Although Moon White is entirely pure white, being the child of you and Brother Moon Knight, I trust there resides some essence of the Black Dragon bloodline within. However, upon hearing that they would need to return to her village, a look of concern replaced Yue Bai's previously steely demeanor. She was well aware of Lan Jianyu's past. There is no need for you to worry about my matters. Sister Yue Bai, I share responsibility for the events that have transpired. Lan Jianyu met Yue Bai's gaze with unwavering determination. Yet, despite her resolute tone, her legs continued to tremble. Before Yue Bai could speak, Lan Jianyu turned to glance at Jiangling beside the bed. Lady Jiangling, this incident has understandably startled you. Though it is difficult to broach, I require your assistance for the task at hand in returning to the village. What does it entail? Jiangling was momentarily taken aback, but Jiang Tong interjected swiftly. The difficulty of the task is not great. I will lead the team. The magical creatures surrounding the spring will not exceed mid-tier yellow level, and I can manage them alone. The invitation to Lady Jiangling is motivated by the necessity of her magical prowess. With her power, the likelihood of success will be significantly enhanced. If I accompany her, will I be able to rescue my younger brother? Jiangling slowly rises. With a portion of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon bloodline awakening within her, her demeanor has slightly transformed. Yet she remains the same innocent girl. I vouch for it with my honor. Lan Jianyu raises 3 fingers to the heavens, swearing an oath. Very well. There is no time to waste. Let us depart immediately. Jiangling hastily pulls Lan Jianyu away. Xiaoling, Jiang Tong calls out. This girl is still as impulsive as ever, causing no small amount of worry. It's all right. Teacher Xiao Lan is accompanying us. Nothing will go amiss. Jiangling turns back and flashes a sweet smile at Jiang Tong. I entrust the matter of my little brother to you, dear mother. Alas, a daughter cannot remain sheltered forever. Jiang Tong watches as Jiangling disappears from view, letting out a quiet sigh. However, children must grow up and venture out into the world. Remaining in the cradle forever will not allow them to mature and stand on their own. Lan Jianyu, you must protect my daughter. Chapter 31. The land of elves across the vast grasslands, 3 pack dragons race swiftly. Their enormous hind claws kick up clouds of dust. On their backs, 5 individuals sit, including Lan Jianyu. The pack dragon is an untamed breed of dragon, characterized by its powerful legs and soaring claws. Once tamed, it could traverse a multitude of terrains. Is this floating continent the masterpiece of Master Lan Jianyu? The 4 children cover their mouths, gazing in astonishment at her. Above them hovers a massive expanse of land, surrounded by flowing waters cascading down, creating a misty fog under the influence of wind and sunlight. This continent has been suspended in the air since before the children were born. According to local lore, this land is cursed. One sunny afternoon, it was suddenly lifted by a tremendous force of magic, ascending into the sky. Since that day, it has remained motionless. Who would have thought it was raised by this seemingly harmless elven girl before them? The three from Yi family village, invited by Jiangling, initially sought to express their gratitude and broaden their horizons, only to uncover such astonishing truths. Youthful ignorance prevails. Lan Jianyu muses with a wry smile. She gazes up at the verdant expanse above, her grip on the reins tightening audibly. Jiangling, seated before her, takes Lan Jianyu's hand and softly reassures her. There is nothing to worry about. Her smile is charming, as if capable of melting the deepest of snows. Lan Jianyu momentarily loses her focus, only to regain her composure soon after. Jiangling has begun to radiate warmth, a sign of her awakening Rainbow Emperor Dragon bloodline. It is said that the magical aura of the ancient Rainbow Emperor Dragon is gentle and highly inclusive. Anything touched by its magic becomes enveloped in warmth. The city-states she ruled were harmonious, and she was the Dragon Emperor with the most followers among the ancient three holy dragons. Thus, it seems inevitable that Jiangling will fully awaken her Rainbow Emperor Dragon bloodline in due time. After a day's journey, the pack dragon carries the five of them to the base of the continent. The land hovers in midair, connected only by a stone staircase. Rather than merely describing it as a stone staircase, it would be more accurate to refer to it as an assemblage of suspended stones. These stones vary in size, rendering them impassable for vehicles. This is precisely why Lan Jianyue was exiled from the village. She had uprooted the village along with the continent, severing all external connections and leading to the decline of what was once a prosperous settlement. Who can she be blamed for this? The villagers gazed upward at the floating stones, unable to suppress a gulp. From a distance, the continent appeared modest in height, yet upon closer inspection, it resembled a colossal flying beast, obscuring the sky. How shall we ascend? Yi Qing clutched her staff, her legs beginning to tremble. Climbing to such heights on foot would surely be exhausting. Yi Ming, too, stared at the floating stones, lost in contemplation. Some stones, with smaller gaps between them, might be traversable by a drake. However, those that were spaced farther apart were insurmountable. Gliding required a leap from above. Ascending was impossible. They could only scale it step by step. Lan Jianyue, feeling helpless, lowered her wide-brimmed hat, unable to face her four younger companions. This simple lady shall guide you upward. Jiangling bent slightly, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. As the light dissipated, a massive crimson dragon materialized before them. Jiangling, though not fully matured, was sufficiently capable of carrying all four into the sky. Alas, this too was futile. There were restrictions above that prevented any significant elevation. Lan Jianyue furrowed her brow, gazing into Jiangling's immense dragon eyes, and bowed her head once more. When this continent first ascended, a restriction was imposed. When an object reached that height, it would collide with an invisible surface, halting any further progress. Moreover, during the initial ascension trials, obsidian was employed as the core of the formation. There exists a vast deposit of obsidian on the continent, continuously supplying magical energy. Thus, after many years of elevation, there remains no sign of descent, and the aerial restriction has likely weakened little. Therefore, they could ascend only as high as permitted. The red dragon grasped their belongings, clutching them within its claws, as a wave of warm magical energy enveloped them, lifting the four onto its back. As the three from Yi family village settled onto the dragon's back, they were filled with wonder, unable to resist caressing the dragon scales. To humanity, dragons are exalted beings, and riding upon one is an extraordinary event. Yet, such an opportunity is rare, and they were determined to savor the experience. Stop touching. It tickles. The sensation of their touches caused Jiangling's scales to ripple, contracting and expanding, releasing waves of warm magical energy that bestowed great comfort upon those seated atop. If only Jiangling's peculiar cries could cease, perhaps their enjoyment would be even greater. Now, I shall take flight. The red dragon beat its enormous wings, sending forth gusts of fierce wind that startled several drakes on the ground. The drakes scattered in an instant. Ah, they fled, Yiming exclaimed anxiously, glancing at Lan Jianyue. With a single command from her, The three from Yi family village would leap from the dragon's back to retrieve the fleeing drakes. Do not fret, we have this. Lan Jianyue produced 3 small flutes from her collar, her movements causing the delicate snow-white fabric to slightly reveal itself. In an instant, Yi Ming and Yi Qing's faces flushed, and they turned their gazes toward the sky. Upon noticing this, Lan Jianyue was momentarily taken aback, realizing her own clumsiness, her ears reddening as well. What is this, Master Lan? Yi Qing asked, adeptly alleviating the awkwardness. This is the dragon horn. By simply blowing it, the dragon will converge here regardless of the distance. Before Lan Jianyue could respond, Jiang Ling explained to the trio, this is a form of contract. They must comply. That is reassuring, the 3 replied in unison. After Jiang Ling soared to a considerable height with everyone, Lan Jianyue patted Jiang Ling's neck, urging, we are nearing the forbidden zone. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ling had already activated the barrier. The group clung tightly to the red dragon scales, preventing themselves from being thrown off by the force of impact. Above the barrier, a kaleidoscope of colors rippled outward from the point of collision, expanding like waves before vanishing at the horizon. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, prompting everyone to look upward. The barrier, which was meant to obstruct Jiang Ling, was unexpectedly pierced by her. A segment of the dragon's head intruded into the confines of the barrier. Jiang Ling shook her body relentlessly, her massive wings flapping violently, causing the passengers on her back to scream in alarm. Hold on tight. A dragon's roar resonated through the sky. A tempest of magical energy enveloped the dragon's form. Vibrant magical orbs colliding with the barrier and creating rippling waves that cascaded outward, causing boulders from the continent's base to crumble. Cracks continuously spread across the barrier, culminating in a large breach as Lan Jianyue looked on in astonishment. The group successfully broke through the barrier and surged into the heart of the continent. How is this possible? Lan Jianyue questioned, gazing at the gradually healing fissure below, finally believing she was not dreaming. A barrier that had remained undamaged for decades had been shattered by a dragon not yet 3 years old. Was the bloodline of this rainbow emperor dragon truly so formidable? Chapter 32. Old friends Jiang Ling glided unsteadily in midair. The exertion required to breach the barrier had drained her magical energy, and her dragon form was on the verge of dissipating. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength to reach the edge of the continent and executed a slide, landing on the grassy expanse below. The 4 individuals on her back were thrown several meters away by the force of impact. As they rose from the ground, Jiang Ling had already reverted to her human form. At that moment, she lay bare upon the earth, gasping for breath. Boys, avert your eyes, Ye Ving shouted, quickly dashing to Jiang Ling's side. She retrieved a garment from her pack and draped it over the auburn-haired girl, hastily constructing a makeshift tent around her. Lan Jianyue soon approached Jiang Ling, grasping her arm to assess her condition. Fortunately, it was merely a depletion of magical energy. A brief rest would suffice. From her bag, Lan Jianyue produced a small box filled with numerous recuperative pills. She poured one into Jiang Ling's mouth, and then sat beside the auburn-haired girl, channeling her magical energy to aid in her recovery. Yi Ming and Yi Qing unsheathed their weapons, standing guard in the vicinity. After all, this was their first foray into this continent. Little did they know what magical creatures lurked within. Ultimately, instead of encountering such creatures, they were greeted by a squad of elves. With a swift whoosh, several arrows imbued with magical energy descended from the sky, landing beside the group. From these arrows erupted beams of magic flames, intertwining to form a hexagram. A brilliant blue wall of light surged upward, enveloping them all. An ambush! Yi Ming and his companion immediately tensed, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings for any impending attacks. Who are you? What brings you here? In Elvish, figures emerged from the forest. Clad in simple leather armor, they bore blue hair and had elongated ears that quivered slightly, attentive to the sounds around them. Their azure eyes were clear and profound, as if they could see into the depths of one's soul. Clearly, they were the inhabitants of this land. I wish to see Elder Bluestone Yen. In Elvish, Blue Jianyue stepped out from the tent, responding in Elvish. She patted Yi Ming and his companion gently, whispering, "There's no need to be nervous." The tension in their bodies began to ease. Blue Jianyu? The leading elven male's face lit up with joy. Clearly an old acquaintance. Blue Qing he, long time no see. Blue Jianyu said with a smile, slowly approaching him. As she touched the shimmering blue barrier, it shattered, transforming into shimmering starlight. The elf squad displayed expressions of astonishment. This was a celestial-level barrier magic woven by the combined magical energies of their 6 members. How could it be so easily breached? Blue Jianyu was indeed formidable. Blue Qing he paid no mind to his comrade's astonishment as he stepped forward to take the luggage from Blue Jianyu's hands. After all these years, what brings you back? The elders have missed you dearly. Blue Jianyu hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head. It seemed she was not prepared to return. What do you mean? Blue Qing he pressed. Nothing. I was out training, traveling the world, and found it difficult to return, Blue Jianyu replied awkwardly. Initially, she had been exiled by the elders, a decision made during a council meeting, and most villagers, including the young Blue Qing he at the time, were unaware of the true circumstances. Just glad you're back. Blue Qing he smiled, then turned his gaze to the 4 companions behind him. Who are they? My students. They encountered a minor mishap and are currently recuperating. That's quite serious. Blue Qing he noticed Yi Ming and the 2 boys were standing a bit farther from the tent, and upon seeing Jiangling barefoot, a thought crossed his mind. He turned and waved to the only female member of the squad. The female elf promptly approached with swift, precise movements, indicative of rigorous training. They're students of our kin. Please check on their condition and arrange for them to rest in the village. After issuing the command in Elvish, Blue Qing he whistled sharply. A massive shadow soared overhead. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic falcon. It gracefully descended upon the armored embrace of the blue, clear river. Its keen gaze fixed upon Lan Jianyu, revealing a look of perplexity. Could this truly be the fledgling from that time? Lan Jianyu regarded the colossal eagle before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Indeed, it was the very one. I named it Zhuang, hoping for its robust growth. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had genuinely blossomed into such a grand creature. Lan Qing he chuckled softly and whispered something in Zhuang's ear. The eagle's eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance, and it alighted before Lan Jianyu, nuzzling him with its immense head. You have bestowed it with a name. Naturally, it has thrived to such a size. If your strength were to increase further, it might grow even larger, Lan Jianyu replied with a resigned smile, extending his hand to caress the majestic head of the eagle. To bestow a name signifies formally claiming a being or object as one's own, thus making it a cherished companion. Those beings who receive a name are granted the protectorate of the namer, with enhancements varying according to the master's prowess. Should the master possess sufficient strength, even inanimate objects may gain sentience, akin to the spirit of a tool. Just as Yue Bai received the protection of the ancestral shadow dragon after being named by Yu Yi. How long do you intend to stay on this visit? Lan Qing he inquired while directing his companions to assist in tidying up. Not for long. This return concerns the life and death of one of my students. Time is of the essence, perhaps only 2 or 3 days, Lan Jianyu replied. Then we must not delay. Let us seek Elder Lan Yin immediately. Lan Qing he embedded a red stone into Zhuang's talon. This stone would emit a brilliant light under sunlight, enabling long-distance communication. The red stone signified the necessity for Lan Yan's intervention. Go, Lan Qing he urged, giving the eagle a pat on its back. Zhuang took flight, soaring towards the village. Let us depart as well. Lan Qing he hoisted Lan Jianyu's belongings and called upon his companions to head towards the village. As Lan Jianyu observed the approaching village, a wave of anxiety surged within him. He hoped the elders would show leniency, considering the urgency of another's life requiring salvation. Chapter 33. Descent. As Jiangling and her companions journeyed towards the floating island in the sky, Yue Bai found himself in a dire predicament. Unconscious for several days, he felt as though he were trapped in a dark abyss. His hands groped in vain as visibility eluded him. Rivulets of water coiled around his limbs and neck, incessantly dragging him deeper evoking sensations of suffocation and powerlessness. Had he succumbed to death? Although Yue Bai had previously faced death, the true sensation of dying remained foreign to him. This rebirth felt akin to awakening from a haunting nightmare. He strained against the bindings of the water. Yet with each struggle, it tightened its grip upon him like a constricting serpent. He exhaled bubbles with great effort, each fleeting orb seemingly a symbol of his own impending departure from this world. His vision grew increasingly blurred, but just as Yue Bai resigned himself to despair, a colossal sphere of light materialized beneath him. The water persistently pulled him towards the radiant orb, gradually enveloping him in its luminous embrace. With a deep gasp, Yue Bai swiftly rose from the ground, inhaling the surrounding air with fervor. After being ensnared in the abyss for days, he finally had a chance to breathe. He greedily consumed the air, as if fearing that missing this opportunity would rob him of the right to breathe. The hurried breaths led him to cough. Oh, it has been a long time since someone ventured here. Startled, Yue Bai wondered if there were others present. Following the sound, he spotted two indistinct figures, one black and one white, not far away. They appeared hazy, like two wisps of fog, and he could discern that they were two men. The black figure lay languidly on the ground, occasionally reaching into a cluster of light to grab an indistinguishable morsel to consume. Meanwhile, the white figure sat cross-legged in front of the black one, exuding a serene yet eerie presence. Yue Bai remained cautious of the two figures before him. Their calm demeanor in such a bizarre void indicated that they were no ordinary beings. There is no need for such wariness. We are but the deceased, the white figure said, waving his left hand, causing a mat to appear beside him. He beckoned Yue Bai to sit. Sensing no malevolent intent, Yue Bai boldly approached and settled onto the mat. The black figure also extracted a piece from the luminous cluster and placed it into Yue Bai's hands. At the moment the light touched him, it transformed into a bag of snacks, unmistakably reminiscent of potato chips from his past life. Oh, I've never seen this before. Let me taste it, Yue Bai exclaimed. The black figure attempted to reclaim the chips, but was halted by a gentle slap from the white figure. You dare take back what was given to the child? The black figure chuckled, offering no rebuttal, and instead produced another luminous cluster, pressing it against Yue Bai. A fresh bag of chips materialized once more. This should suffice, yes? The white figure shook his head in exasperation, familiar with his old friend's antics. May I inquire where we are? Yue Bai asked, tearing open the bag of chips and taking a bite. The familiar flavor struck him. Indeed, it was his favorite from his past life. Momentarily taken aback, he then devoured the snack ravenously. The white figure watched the two gluttons before him, feeling a pang of hunger himself. Mimicking his old companion, he retrieved a luminous cluster and pressed it against Yue Bai again. This is a realm where the deceased linger. In the terms of your previous life, it is the other shore. So, I truly am dead, Yue Bai reflected, his breath steady, revealing an unexpected calmness that momentarily stunned the two figures. You are quite peculiar, child. Most express terror at the notion of death, yet you appear so unperturbed. The black figure observed, sitting upright and examining the silver-haired youth with interest. I trust you are aware, esteemed seniors, that I was not from this realm in my previous life. After experiencing death, I find little to fear, Yue Bai replied. Indeed, the white figure remarked with an easygoing tone, although he had already consumed 2 bags of chips and was preparing to claim a third from Yue Bai. However, you have not truly died. To be precise, what resides here is your lost soul. We, the two of us, are merely remnants of the magical essence that courses through your veins. Your prior surge of magic, resulting in a forced draconic transformation, has caused a blockage in your magical channels, leaving your soul to linger in this realm, unable to return to its rightful place. The accumulation and condensation of magic have allowed us to manifest before you. May I inquire, esteemed elder, how can I escape from this place? Yue Bai, realizing that he was not dead, felt a surge of joy, yet concern for Jiangling and her companions began to weigh upon him. You are our descendant, and we shall undoubtedly assist you. Simply clear your channels, and your true self will awaken naturally. Overjoyed, Yue Bai hastily bowed to the two figures. After enduring discomfort for several days, the solution to his predicament was surprisingly simple. In a rush to depart, The white figure licked its lips, gazing longingly at the wrappers strewn across the ground. Yue Bai felt a flush of embarrassment. Initially, he had anticipated a more serious demeanor from this white figure, only to realize it was as frivolous as its black counterpart. Quickly, Yue Bai extracted several handfuls of light from the ground, pressing them against himself. Through the power of his imagination, an assortment of snacks began to accumulate on the ground. Your kindness is beyond words, but I still have matters to attend to. I beseech you for assistance, esteemed elders. Observing the snacks on the ground, the black and white figures exchanged a knowing smile and rose together. Yet, just as they steadied themselves, the space around them began to tremble violently. It seemed the seal of the wicked dragon was loosening. That aura belongs to my sister. The black figure patted its old companion and nodded. After countless millennia, my sister has finally reincarnated. The white figure sighed, lamenting the regret of parting ways so long ago, now finally presented with the chance to reunite. Silver-haired youth, we wish to entrust you with a task. The black figure separated a sphere of dark light from itself and tossed it into Yue Bai's embrace. Upon awakening, you must immediately venture westward. There lies a vast obsidian mine. Eons ago, we sealed a malevolent dragon within, and now the seal has weakened, requiring your intervention. Fear not, for after all this time, the creature is no longer formidable. You and your kin are more than capable of vanquishing it. Seeing the black figure impart its power to Yue Bai, the white figure also produced a sphere of light, placing it in his palm. To ensure your success, we shall bestow upon you our strength, thus guaranteeing your safety. Furthermore, please locate our sister and protect her well. The black and white figures pressed their hands firmly upon Yue Bai's shoulders, the weight of their grip conveying the gravity of the moment. Yue Bai vowed to do his utmost. His sincere demeanor brought satisfaction to both figures. Go forth. With a mighty push, a gaping abyss appeared beneath Yue Bai, and he plummeted into the depths below. The wicked dragon is secondary. The priority is to find our sister. The black figure shouted into the chasm. But you Haven T told me what your sister looks like. Yue Bai cried out in despair. Yet the two figures had already dissipated, leaving him with no further information. Chapter 34. Awakening the centrifugal force from the fall from a great height rendered Yue Bai unable to open his eyes. He fervently channeled the magic within him to prevent the fatality of the plunge. Although this was a realm where souls lingered, it was never asserted that one could not perish here. A surge of magic erupted from Yue Bai like a cyclone. In the next instant, he felt the jarring impact of hitting solid ground. Yue Bai abruptly opened his eyes, struggling to rise from the bed. The sight before him was exceedingly familiar. It was indeed his own chamber. Sitting on the bed beside him was Jiang Tong, her attire slightly disheveled, revealing her ample figure. The soft glow of her skin beckoned to be seen. A maid hastily approached to assist Jiang Tong, who had been by Yue Bai's side, channeling her magic to clear the obstructed meridians. However, she had not anticipated the sudden eruption of two black and white magic whirlwinds from Yue Bai, which had sent her sprawling to the ground. Madam Jiang, are you all right? Yue Bai hurried to the edge of the bed, gazing at the seated Jiang Tong. Fortunately, the whirlwinds had not inflicted any substantial harm upon her. She had merely been caught off guard by the onslaught. Did you clear the meridians by yourself? Jiang Tong, unperturbed by her own condition, straightened her clothing, marveling at the phenomenon. It was truly astonishing that someone in deep unconsciousness could disperse their magical meridians independently. In her many years as the director of the Central Hospital, she had never encountered such a resilient patient. Well, it was a fortuitous coincidence. Yue Bai scratched his head, unable to provide a clearer explanation. Revealing that he housed two souls within him would be incomprehensible to anyone. What about Sister Ling and the others? Yue Bai suddenly exclaimed. He vaguely recalled that prior to his unconsciousness, Jiang Ling and the others had been struck down by that fire lizard, with Jiang Ling ensnared in flames, facing perilous circumstances. They are unharmed. It is thanks to you, Xiao Bai, my child. Jiang Tong had yet to recount the day's events when a wailing voice echoed from outside the door. Yue Bai burst in, her cries resonating as she stumbled a few steps and collapsed into Yue Bai's embrace. Her face was streaked with tears, eyes swollen, and her eyelids bore the marks of minor injuries. She appeared utterly worn. "My dear mother, I have caused you worry," Yue Bai gently soothed, caressing Yue Bai's back as she sobbed uncontrollably. Her usual cold demeanor vanished. Yue Bai signaled to a servant, who bowed slightly and closed the door behind them. With no one else present, Yue Bai's cries intensified, and after a time of weeping, she succumbed to slumber, having not closed her eyes for an entire week. Adjusting his position, Jiang Tong lifted Yue Bai onto the bed, tucking in the exhausted woman with a blanket. As he watched Yue Bai drift into a troubled sleep, Yue Bai reached out to smooth her disheveled hair. "Thus, I have been unconscious for a week. To be precise, it has been 8.5 days." Jiang Tong handed a calendar to Yue Bai, which was densely filled with notes spanning 8 days, chronicling various minor events. Jiang Tong recounted the occurrences of the week to Yue Bai, including Jingling's rebirth, the successful enrollment of 3 individuals from Yi family village, and Lan Jianyu's journey with 4 companions to the floating continent in search of a remedy for Yue Bai. As for the awakening of Jingling's Hong Huang dragon bloodline, although she had heard mention of it from Lan Jianyu, she refrained from discussing it with Yue Bai due to the necessity of further assessment. Thus, they had already ventured to that continent. "Where is it located? I shall send someone to call them back at once," Yue Bai remarked while tidying herself with the toiletries left by her attendant. "The continent hovers above the fields to the west of the holy city." The west. Yue Bai, who was preoccupied with grooming before the mirror, paused momentarily. She recalled the 2 shadowy figures who had mentioned that a malevolent dragon was poised to awaken in the west. Moreover, it seemed their sister was also over there. "This is dire." Grabbing a hairband from her vanity, she hastily braided her hair into a simple plait and quickly donned her outer garments. "Xiao Bai, what troubles you?" Jiang Tong asked, perplexed by Yue Bai's swift and flustered movements. "Ling Jie and the others are in trouble. Please, trouble Madame Jiang to summon Mei Ye to my study. I need to discuss something with her," Yue Bai urged, hastily exiting the room and heading towards the workshop, leaving Jiang Tong behind. Someone come." After a moment of recovery, Jiang Tong called out to the attendants outside, relaying Yue Bai's request. She then hurried to Yue Bai's study. Although this child is young, she always conducts herself with propriety. Such a hurried demeanor undoubtedly signifies a significant event. Yue Bai, channeling her magical energy, soon arrived at the workshop. The moment she stepped inside, all the craftsmen halted their work, turning to gaze at the silver-haired youth. "Little Bai, you're awake? Why not rest a little longer?" The lead craftsman, Shi Mian, managed to lift his heavy eyelids to regard Yue Bai. He was a nephew of Master Shi Lei, though not as skilled as Shi Chong. He was among the top craftsmen. "Greetings, Master Shi. I have urgent matters at hand. Might you possess any divine weapon capable of slaying dragons?" "Slaying dragons?" Shi Mian raised an eyebrow. The term had not graced his ears in many years. Ever since the dragon clan gained sentience and dominated the continent, the notion of dragon slaying had become a taboo. The last recorded instance of such an event dated back to 1,000 years ago during the coalition of myriad races against a malevolent dragon. I lack the time to elaborate on the details. I can only inform you that in a few days, a malevolent dragon will awaken in the west, and we must strike while it is still weak to prevent future calamity. Seeing the determination in Yue Bai's eyes, Shi Mian did not press further. As a loyal subject, if the master required something, it was their duty to comply. He summoned a few brothers from the workshop, and, after a brief discussion, a red-haired dwarf craftsman dashed to the weapon repository to search for something suitable. "I have heard of the malevolent dragon in the west, but do you know its precise location, Little Bai? Is there danger involved?" Yue Bai shook her head. "I am not well acquainted with the location of this seal. As for the intelligence gathered, while I can assure its accuracy, some matters still require preparation. Currently, His Majesty the Blue Moon Emperor is already present there. Regarding this expedition, I shall consult my father's opinion and lead our knightly order to provide support. Her Majesty the Sword Empress will also accompany me into battle. Indeed, this is quite favorable." Shi Mian nodded solemnly. "Although my child is merely a little over half a year old, and the information for this expedition cannot be deemed precise, it is likely to be nothing more than a farce. Nevertheless, his arrangements are relatively sound." After a brief pause, the red-haired dwarf emerged from the armory, carrying several pieces of equipment. This long sword is forged from the scales of a Sin Dragon, possessing anti-magic properties and capable of slicing through iron with ease. As a swordsmith, you will surely find it useful. This set of leather armor is inscribed with the Nirvana rune and enchanted to enhance physical abilities, allowing you to grow more formidable with each battle. Additionally, this ring, crafted from 7-colored ore, amplifies various magical attributes, its effects manifesting brilliantly when wielded with skill. After a few artisans helped Yue Bai don the equipment, he appeared remarkably dashing, exuding an air of nobility. Mian stroked his beard, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you, esteemed elders." Yue Bai bowed and hurriedly departed from the workshop. Behind him, Mian called out, reminding him to stay safe and wishing him great success in battle. "Thank you," Yue Bai replied as he ran. Chapter 35. The expedition. Yue Bai returned to his study, fully equipped. There, he found Jiang Tong, Mei Ye, and his father, Yu Yi, waiting for him. Accompanying them were several captains from the knightly order. After exchanging formal greetings, the discussion commenced. Yue Bai recounted the intelligence he had acquired, which, upon verification against the records of the floating continent, proved to be largely consistent. Everyone contemplated the expedition's matters seriously. According to the young master, there indeed lies a seal on that floating continent, encasing an evil dragon from millions of years ago. Mei Ye caressed the hilt of her massive sword, a surge of bloodlust igniting within her. To engage in battle with an ancient evil dragon undoubtedly stirred the bloodthirsty warrior within her. Millions of years ago, our ancestors could only suppress this malevolent dragon through sealing techniques. Even in this era, it would likely remain a formidable existence. Do we truly possess the means to vanquish it? One captain raised a concern. This was not without merit. A being so powerful that our ancestors could only rely on sealing to contain it, even after being suppressed for millions of years, would likely retain an overwhelming strength that the current generation, with its significantly diluted bloodline, could scarcely hope to match. Yet, regardless of our capability to confront it, the weakening of the seal means that this powerful evil dragon is on the verge of breaking free, and whether we can contend with it or not, it will undoubtedly become a significant threat. Since Xiao Bai asserts that now is the optimal moment to eliminate it, we must certainly endeavor to do so. Yu Yi gazed at his child, his expression grave. Though this child is astute and capable, being embroiled in significant events barely a year into life fills him, as a father, with concern. Yet, he must allow him to forge his own path. He also understood that this child would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Xiao Bai, how many troops do you command? Yue Bai was calculating the roster of the Night Order. Although the Shadow Dragon clan, as a branch of the Black Dragon clan, currently possessed a certain military strength, the Night Order was constrained by the balance of power, comprising only a little over 5,000 members. Excluding those required for emergencies, Yue Bai raised 3 fingers. Father, I require 3,000 members of the Night Order to accompany me. Additionally, Yue Bai bowed respectfully to Jiang Tong, hoping that Madame Jiang could provide another 1,000 medical personnel to assist in this operation. Jiang Tong frowned slightly. I must first discuss this with our head. Please excuse me. With that, she made her way to the communication array set up at the Yu residence to contact the head of the Jiang family. After a brief wait, Jiang Tong returned to convey that the head of the Jiang family was willing to support the expedition with 1,000 medical personnel. The assembly of leaders proceeded to plan the integration of the medical team based on the circumstances of each night squad. The squad leaders, having collaborated on several occasions, faced no significant issues in coordinating this ad hoc expeditionary force. There is no time to waste. Let us return to camp and prepare our gear. Esteemed gentlemen, I shall take my leave for now. After exchanging formalities, several leaders departed in a flurry. They were, at their core, bloodthirsty and combative individuals, eager for this rare opportunity for battle, which was hardly surprising. In this peaceful era, they had long been engaged in mundane tasks aimed at aiding the populace, having not wielded real weapons in quite some time. Once all outsiders had departed, Yue Bai sank heavily into a chair. He had just awakened and was already preoccupied, leaving him feeling utterly drained both physically and mentally. Jiang Tong hurried to his side, channeling magical energy to assist in his recuperation. As Yue Bai's complexion gradually regained its color, Yu Ye's anxious heart also found solace. "Maya, you must keep a close watch over these children and protect Yue Bai," Yu Yi said, her gaze towards Maya sharp and penetrating. Maya, usually casual, knelt slightly and placed her fist over her heart. She understood that Yue Bai, despite his tender age of merely half a year, had already encountered considerable adversity. Should she fail to safeguard this young master properly, she would have little face left to remain in the Yu household. Jiang Tong and Yu Yi exchanged glances, their eyebrows raised in mutual understanding. After all, they were old adversaries. Having collaborated numerous times, she was well aware of Yu Ye's intentions. "No need to worry, my daughter is there as well, and I'm just as anxious. I have arranged for a high priest to accompany Xiao Bai, so you need not fret." Yu Yi similed faintly. This old comrade was indeed reliable. 2 hours later, the forces of the Jiang family arrived at the gathering point of the Yu family, clad entirely in crimson robes, surging like a flame. However, the leader of the contingent appeared incongruous amidst this sea of red. "I, Qing Ying, extend my greetings to Madame Jiang and the head of the Yu family." Qing Ying was a member of the Tree Elf clan. She possessed a refined, shoulder-length hairstyle, adorned in simple, light green attire that exuded an air of ease, her long legs straight and well-formed. 2 floral vines entwined around her, the fragrance of blossoms wafting delicately in the air. There was no need for excessive formalities. The moon's demeanor was indifferent, lacking the gentleness she exhibited in the inner chamber. It was not entirely frigid. This expedition necessitated the esteemed oversight of the divine officer Qing Ying regarding my canine companion. Qing Ying responded with a subtle smile, acknowledging the request. Approaching Yue Bai, her jade-like hand rested gently upon his forehead as the vines cascaded down, encircling him. Just as Yue Bai pondered her intentions, a wave of warm energy began to radiate from the crown of his head, permeating his meridians and even filling his internal organs. An invigorating vitality surged through Yue Bai's entire being. "Esteemed Yue Bai, I have just calibrated your breath. Given your current physical condition, this should be sufficiently completed before we reach our destination." "Thank you, esteemed divine officer Qing Ying," Yue Bai replied, bowing deeply. Although this woman appeared youthful, her profound understanding of his condition was immediately apparent, rivaled only by the likes of Jiang Tong. Moon Knight cast a sidelong glance, nodding in satisfaction. Moments later, an array of magic was constructed around Moon Knight, suspending him in the air. "Esteemed ones, I trust you are aware of the objective of our expedition." Moon Knight's voice resonated within the minds of all gathered. "This journey may prove to be a mere formality, yet certain risks loom. For the sake of our families, our people, and the holy city, we must ascertain the truth of this endeavor. My son, Yue Bai, shall lead our expedition. Though he is but a little over half a year old, his exceptional capabilities are well recognized. I hope you will heed his guidance and place your trust in him." The esteemed Maya Sword Emperor, the divine officer Qing Ying, and the great mage Lan Jianyue will also partake in this venture. Moreover, should we be unfortunate enough to encounter that wicked dragon, I sincerely wish for each of you to return safely. I cannot bear to witness my brother's fall in this expedition. May fortune favor us all." Moon Knight's voice echoed in the minds of the assembly. "Let us unite our strength for our families, our people, and the holy city, even our very lives." The crowd clenched their fists to their hearts in solemn oath. Chapter 36. The malevolent dragon across the vast grasslands, 2 vibrant hues of black and red advanced towards the floating continent. Dragons and griffins soared through the skies, while drake and warhorses thundered on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Within the largest dragon carriage of the procession, Yue Bai and his companions were gathered around a map, deliberating their plans upon arrival. This map had been recorded prior to their ascent into the skies, and undoubtedly, the terrain had shifted over the years. "Our first task is to reach the island and seek assistance from the indigenous people," Yue Bai suggested, tracing a line upon the map that circled a mining area, undoubtedly the obsidian mine. "According to the intelligence I have gathered, a malevolent dragon is sealed within that location. and the great mage Lan Jianyue has also led a group into this mining area. Thus, we must allocate a contingent to explore the mine and track the dragoness whereabouts. Yue Bai glanced towards Qingying and Maya. When the time comes, the esteemed Chief Qingying, I implore you to lead an expedition to seek out the local indigenous tribes, requesting their assistance, and to evacuate as many elderly, weak, and women as possible. Maya will then bring a small elite team to the mining area. Teacher Lan Jianyu set off 2 days earlier than us. If fortune favors them, they may have already penetrated deep into the mining region. This, however, signifies that they are in grave danger. Both Qingying and Maya nodded in agreement. Millions of years ago, the malevolent dragon could only be restrained by seals. Its current threat level remains unknown to all present. The current arrangement is, therefore, relatively prudent. All that remains is to act according to the circumstances. A dark, resentful voice echoed in Yue Bai's mind. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath as this malevolence swiftly invaded his thoughts. The overwhelming pressure rendered him breathless, nearly collapsing under its weight. "Young master, are you all right?" The others, witnessing Yue Bai's sudden collapse, rushed forward, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Qingying was the first to channel magical energy to alleviate the oppressive force surrounding him. After wiping the sweat from his brow, Yue Bai gazed vacantly at Maya and Qingying, his once gentle demeanor now replaced by a piercing coldness. "That creature is indeed inside," he murmured in a barely audible voice, causing all present to tense with anxiety. The connection among the dragon kin is profound when magical energies resonate. A higher dimension may invade a lower one. The fact that such a formidable entity could infiltrate Yue Bai's consciousness from such a distance speaks volumes of the malevolent dragon's power. Qingying and Maya exchanged glances with their respective team leaders, prompting their subordinates to swiftly depart from the dragon carriage and regroup. A horn sounded, urging everyone to hasten their advance. It is imperative that we arrive in time. Yue Bai struggled to maintain his composure, regulating his breathing. Although they had arrived nearly 2 days earlier and, with Jiangling's assistance, had swiftly overcome the aerial restrictions, much time was nonetheless lost in the land of the elves. Since the floating island descended, the inhabitants of the village had become increasingly isolated and insular. Although Lan Jianyu is a native of the village, her long absence resulted in her being largely unrecognized by the residents. Navigating the island necessitated the presentation of credentials at every turn. Thus, their first task was to seek the esteemed elder Lantian for a letter of introduction. Lantian, being Lan Jianyu's great-grandfather and one of the council elders, could expedite the process considerably. However, obstacles arose due to the resistance from other elders. The Elven realm, originally a transit hub within this plane, had become a secluded haven. While the elves typically shunned the outside world, they were still amenable to the exchange of goods and information. Yet, with Lan Jianyu's elevation of the island, the once thriving village had swiftly descended into decline. Though a handful of intrepid adventurers and merchants occasionally ascended the stone steps to the island, the meager resources and information available were insufficient to sustain the village's growth. The self-righteous elders harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lan Jianyue, complicating the process of gathering evidence at every turn. However, given the gravity of the situation concerning the Yu family scion, Lan Jianyue gritted her teeth and persevered. These elderly figures were truly vexing. As the group traversed the path leading out of the village, Jiang Ling kicked small stones on the ground, indignant on behalf of Lan Jianyue. "Indeed, although I am unaware of the mistakes made by Teacher Lan, such treatment of a fellow villager is unwarranted." Yi Qing also clenched her fists in discontent. To her, the spirits of this village paled in comparison to Lan Jianyue. Lan Jianyue managed an awkward smile. It was not entirely the elders' fault. Considering the events that transpired, their lack of gossiping around the village and refraining from chastising her family was indeed a form of mercy. Since the continent had begun to float, the obsidian mines had collapsed several times. While the locations remained unchanged, finding the routes would require some exploration, possibly even brute force. Lan Qinghe, who had been discreetly monitoring the group, shifted the conversation awkwardly. He recognized the elder's injustice, but felt constrained in his defense of Lan Jianyue. opting instead to change the subject. It's no trouble. As long as the path is correct, we will find it. Lan Jianwei responded while walking, hopeful that the journey would not deteriorate too much. My student cannot afford to wait too long. She silently calculated the time. Yue Bai had been unconscious for nearly 8 days now. Prolonged blockage of the magical meridians could lead to lingering repercussions. It was imperative to swiftly gather the spring water from the mines and return with it. With approximately 2 weeks until the start of the semester at the Holy City Academy, the spring water had to be secured within this time frame, or else Yue Bai's enrollment would be jeopardized, rendering all their efforts futile. Lan Qinghe observed Lan Jianyue. She was no longer the naive girl he once knew. Her focus had expanded beyond mere magical research, now encompassing a broader array of concerns. This was the hallmark of maturity. He hurried ahead, seizing the bags from the others and slinging them over his shoulder. The young master's condition appears quite serious. We must hasten our pace. With that, he leaped into a tall tree, skillfully navigating through the branches. Let's follow swiftly. Lan Jianyue took the lead, and the group sprinted after Lan Qinghe, racing towards the obsidian mine. Chapter 37. The obsidian mine under Lan Qinghe's guidance. The group soon arrived at the outskirts of the obsidian mine. The ground was strewn with uneven black obsidian stones, rendering the area barren. A fine, purplish-black dust, imbued with magical energy, danced in the wind. Signs of fierce battles among ferocious beasts were evident on the ground, clearly marking their territorial disputes. It was no surprise that such a vast obsidian mine served as an ideal training ground for creatures attuned to its magical properties. Moreover, since the island had ascended, few adventurers dared to intrude, solidifying its status as a sanctuary for these beings. Stay vigilant. The crowd brandished their weapons. Yi Ming and Lan Qinghe took the lead, clearing the path, while Jiang Ling and Yi Qing occupied the center, with Lan Jianyue responsible for their protection. The strongest among them, Yi Qing, brought up the rear. Fortunately, they encountered only minor magical creatures of orange tier and faced minimal threats. They quickly breached the perimeter of the mine and arrived at the entrance of the cave. The entrance bore the marks of human excavation, but years of abandonment had allowed a considerable accumulation of newly formed obsidian minerals to obscure the vast opening, leaving only narrow crevices for passage. The emergence of this obsidian heightened the surrounding magical energies. Even Jiangling, a red dragon who typically showed little interest in the magic emitted by obsidian, could not resist extending her dragon horns and tail, her multicolored scales shimmering as she reveled in the magical aura. What clan does this girl belong to? I have never seen scales like hers. Lan Qinghe whispered to Lan Jianyue. She is the daughter of the Red Dragon clan's leader. That is all I can disclose, Lan Jianyue replied, refraining from revealing that Jiang Ling had awakened the bloodline of the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon, a closely guarded secret. In an era where the bloodlines of various races had diluted, the legacy of the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon would undoubtedly become a coveted target. Lan Qinghe remained silent, guiding Yi Ming directly towards the cave entrance. He crouched atop a large obsidian mineral, peering into the cavern. Ensuring safety, he drew his short sword and expertly sliced away the obstructing rock at the entrance. Let us enter the cave quickly. Once the ore is broken, it may attract magical creatures and ferocious beasts, he warned, leading the way into the darkness of the mine. The others followed closely behind. Due to the strength of their military transport creatures, Yue Bai and his team reached the bottom of the continent in less than a day. Reflecting on the distance they had covered, Yue Bai marveled at the discipline of the Dragon Clan's forces. Scout team assessed the height of the barrier, called out the mellifluous voice of Maya. The dragon riders immediately soared towards the continent, returning shortly after marking a stone block in mid-air. Report. The height limit is just under 10 meters above the mark point, came the response. Understood. Dragon Clan members, transform and transport. Maya commanded. Instantly, a dazzling display of colors erupted from the troops as dragons of various hues emerged at the center. They began to orderly transport the burdened dragons to the floating stone block nearest the marker. Within an hour, the dragons that had been on land were all airborne. Rest on the spot. Once we recover our strength, we shall begin the ascent. The captains distributed supplies to their teams, and Qingying moved through the ranks with some restorative potions. This stone staircase is steep, and the landing points cannot accommodate many at once. With so many of us unable to fly, our efficiency will undoubtedly suffer. You are called Qingying. After formulating the plan, ascend with me first. Yue Bai gazed at the towering stone steps, then turned to Mei Ye and spoke. Within this floating island lies a malevolent dragon, and after being infiltrated by its sinister thoughts, Yue Bai profoundly experienced its formidable power. The act of climbing cannot be delayed, even though the main force has not yet arrived, making it impossible for them to approach this malevolent dragon. Providing the island's residents with a precautionary warning in advance could mitigate potential losses. Most importantly, Yue Bai was uncertain whether Lan Jianyu and the others had already entered the mining area. The moment they set foot inside, the danger would intensify. Understood. Mei Ye bowed and departed. At that moment, the voices of the two figures echoed once more in Yue Bai's mind. Two spheres of light emerged from the palms of his hands, crackling with thunder and exuding an aura of sanctity that felt almost untouchable. His sister was indeed on the island, and alarmingly, rather close to the malevolent dragon. Upon hearing the words of the black sphere, Yue Bai's heart raced with anxiety. From the conversation between the black and white figures, Yue Bai understood that the elder was reincarnated, despite possessing formidable abilities in her past life. Her strength must have significantly diminished after rebirth. She must have sensed the fluctuations of the malevolent dragon, prompting her to investigate. No rush. This seal can hold for a while longer. There is still time. Young one, before the white sphere could finish its sentence, Yue Bai erupted in radiant silver light, instantly transforming into a dragon and soaring into the sky. Such a hasty temperament. The white sphere sighed, then, due to the distance from the host, dissipated into nothingness. Young master, seeing Yue Bai soar into the heavens, Mei Ye disregarded her unfinished orders, hoisting Qingying on her back, and dashed towards the floating stone. In an instant, she matched Yue Bai's pace. Meanwhile, Qingying gritted her teeth, straining to remain conscious. The physical capabilities of these battle maniacs are astonishing. The immense dragon's shadow collided with the barrier, creating ripples across its surface. The powerful force of the barrier repelled Yue Bai, sending him crashing against a colossal rock. Young master, Mei Ye hurried to Yue Bai's side. We cannot fly above this barrier. Before we reach the island, let me assist you. No need. I can manage on my own. Yue Bai reverted to his human form and began weaving through the stones. Alas, Mei Ye sighed. How could she not understand her master's thoughts? Yue Bai feared that Mei Ye would expend too much energy, rendering her unable to react in the face of danger, thus striving to conserve her strength. Mei Ye said nothing further. She transformed into a shadowy figure, instantly appearing behind Yue Bai, grasping him firmly at the waist. She bent down to gather strength. Young master, Qingying, hold on tight. With powerful strides, their figures became flashes of lightning, wildly surging towards the island. Chapter 38. Obsidian spring water. That towering stone staircase, seemingly insurmountable, was scaled by Mei Ye in just half an hour, dragging the two of them to the summit. Upon reaching the edge of the island, the trio encountered the same treatment as Lan Jianyu and her companions. 6 arrows surrounded them, raising a barrier. However, like Lan Jianyu's group, Mei Ye easily shattered the barrier. Unlike Lan Jianyu's gentle touch, Mei Ye shattered the barrier with a ferocious roar. The roar generated a tremendous shockwave, violently propelling the curious elves who had come to investigate, rendering them temporarily incapacitated. The fallen elves gazed in terror at the foxwoman before them. This barrier was an ethereal-level magic constructed from 6 powerful forces. Lan Jianyu's mastery of magic was profound, allowing her to unravel it with ease. Yet this woman had evidently relied on brute force to break through. Dragging her heavy sword, Mei Ye approached the nearest elf, her bloodthirsty, beast-like eyes narrowing, enveloping the elf in a chilling aura that rendered her breathless. Where's Lan Jianyu? A simple query sent shivers down the elf's spine. They have gone to the obsidian mine, she stammered, unable to meet Mei Ye's gaze. Trouble, she thought. They have already left. Yue Bai frowned slightly. If the black and white figures could sense the breath of the evil dragon from a distance, then, conversely, The dragon must also recognize the presence of these two esteemed individuals. The aura of the elder who had gone to investigate would surely be familiar to the dragon as well. Although the seal could hold for some time, one could never predict the unexpected. Should the dragon sense the elder's presence and break free from the seal in a fit of rage, the safety of the elders would be in jeopardy, and Lan Jianyue and her companions would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Qing, Ying, you must lead these elves to the village for evacuation and seek assistance as much as possible. Maya and I will head over to support teacher Lan Jianyue. Before Qing Ying could respond, a flash of silver light erupted as Yue Bai transformed into a magnificent silver dragon, soaring into the air. Maya gathered her strength, leaping onto Yue Bai's back. Hold on tight. With a powerful flap of her enormous wings, a ferocious cyclone enveloped the dragon, propelling it forward and uprooting trees along its path. Qing Ying's vines extended, lifting the fallen elves from the ground. Let us hasten to the village. Inside the obsidian mine, only a faint glow illuminated the space. The walls of the mine emanated a purplish-black magical light, barely illuminating the cavern. Particles of light floated from the ore, drawn inward as if by some unseen force. It appeared that magical creatures were siphoning the meager magical energy from the obsidian mine. Stay vigilant, warned Lan Jianyue as she drew her short bow, with Yiming wielding a massive sword in front of her. Yiming forged a path ahead, swinging his sword with each step to widen their passage. In a confined space like the mine, maintaining room for combat was essential, allowing for better observation and more room to maneuver during battles. The brutal swings caused the magical beasts within the cavern to flee, showing no inclination to trouble the group. It was no wonder. Lan Jianyue was a sorceress of great renown, and the magic emanating from her was enough to terrify these creatures. Provoking her would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. Lan Qinghe expressed his admiration for the smooth progress they were making. He is a clansman of Lan Jianyu, and now, even he is threatened by ferocious beasts when entering the cave. Yet, this Lan Jianyu, out on a journey of experience, stands like a guardian deity, fiercely repelling the monstrous creatures. How formidable! As they ventured deeper, they encountered a massive boulder that blocked their path. Only a small stream trickled beneath it, its waters infused with flecks of obsidian, creating delicate strands of purplish-black that shimmered like strands of hair. How beautiful! Jiangling knelt down, cupping her hands to gather some water. The strands of purplish-black, now freed from the flow, instantly coiled up, resembling a handful of ink. Little teacher Lan, can this water heal my little brother? Jiangling inquired, glancing back at Lan Jianyu, who was inspecting the path. Their purpose was to collect this water for Yue Bai's use, and this stream evidently contained the spring water they sought. This won't suffice. Lord Yue Bai's meridians are blocked and require a substantial amount of obsidian magic to break through. While this water has a similar effect, the magical essence within it is far too scant to be of any help. We must reach the spring where the water has accumulated over the years, with a concentration thousands of times greater than this. Lan Jianyu bent down, sketching a magical array on the ground with stones. She planted her staff at the center of the array, chanting incantations. A flickering glow emanated from the town, and colorful lights began to rise around the cave. The lights danced around Lan Jianyu like fireflies, sometimes pausing, sometimes swirling, enveloping her in an ethereal aura. What is this? Jiangling asked, mesmerized as she approached Lan Qinghe. This is a secret art of our elven clan, allowing us to consult the small spirits that dwell within the cave. They are more knowledgeable about the situation inside than we are. We beseech you to guide us. Lan Jianyu knelt humbly before the spirits, paying her respects. The spirits, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, embody immense magical power and are regarded by the elves as beings second only to the mother of nature. The vibrant lights exchanged glimmers, their flickering frequency suggesting a fervent discussion among them. However, Lan Qinghe and Lan Jianyu began to furrow their brows. Esteemed ones, are you saying there is something within that we cannot touch? Lan Jianyu spoke up. As a mage emperor, she stood on the cusp of becoming a mage saint, an unparalleled existence on the continent. Yet, these spirits claimed there were things within that even she could not approach. What terrifying entities could those be? Honored ones. I mean, no offense, but my student urgently requires the water from the spring to survive. Even if there are formidable beings inside, I must acquire this water. I implore you to grant us this favor. Lan Jianyu gazed resolutely at the myriad of glowing points before her. She had to save Yue Bai. Whether for his sake or to alleviate her own guilt in the days to come, she must act. The vibrant lights shimmered once more, and one particularly large point of light grew ever more radiant, transforming into a humanoid form. It pointed toward the massive boulder obstructing their path. A thunderous roar resounded as the colossal stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. This immense rock was undoubtedly a barrier established by the fairies to prevent the island's inhabitants from approaching that existence. Gratitude was extended to all esteemed individuals present. Lan Jianyu resolutely grasped the staff from the ground and ventured into the cave with unwavering determination. Lan Qing, he swallowed hard. What could that existence be that even someone as formidable as Lan Jian could not touch? He glanced at the 4 children beside him, clenched his right fist, producing a series of cracking sounds. Regardless of the danger, he must first ensure the safety of these children. Chapter 39. Convergence. Lan Jianyu and his companions followed the dark river deeper into the cave, and soon the path opened up before them. At the spring, an expansive and tranquil lake lay in sight, eerily serene. Had it not been for the continuous flow of spring water, one might have mistaken it for a stagnant pool. Dark, thread-like magical particles congregated in the lake, rich and dense like black silk, swirling towards the center to form a vortex. All around the cave, purple-black orbs of light converged and sank into the lake's depths. The orbs pulsated erratically, as if something within the lake was rhythmically drawing them in. Why? Why do you betray our vows? A powerful thought surged into Jiangling's mind, causing her excruciating pain, leading her to emit a horrifying scream. Her magical energy erupted chaotically from her body, scattering the others who were soon engulfed by the rocky walls. The overwhelming surge of magical energy obliterated the surrounding minerals, and the cave was swiftly submerged in the magical ions of purple-black obsidian. Jiangling cradled her head in terror, gazing at the once tranquil lake, now roiling with agitation. At its center, 6 eerie red lights flickered ominously. The red lights danced in the water, locking onto Jiangling, who stood helplessly by the lake. Why do you betray our vows? I am filled with such hatred. A piercing dragon's roar erupted from the lake, causing the water to explode upwards as if struck by a bomb, creating a vacuum in the center. From the depths of the lake emerged a foul, decaying 6-eyed evil dragon, hovering above the water's surface. Filthy remnants of decay continuously fell from its body, exuding a noxious stench. Its 6 eyes turned menacingly, fixating on Jiangling, who was crouched on the ground, shielding her head. In the next moment, tendrils of sludge formed from the muck surged towards her. Zina. Just as the foul tendrils were about to reach Jiangling, Lan Jianyu instantaneously teleported in front of her. A brilliant azure barrier manifested in an instant, halting the sludge. Upon contact, the tendrils exploded, splattering the surrounding ground. The earth melted into multiple craters. Lan Jianyu coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. In that fleeting moment of contact, the sludge devoured the magical energy of the barrier and siphoned a portion of Lan Jianyu's own power. He was compelled to amplify his magical output to sustain the barrier's existence. Lan Qing, why are you still frozen in place? Hurry and lead them to safety. Lan Jianyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and bellowed at the paralyzed Lan Qinga, who was equally bewildered. For so many years, had they been cohabitating with such a terrifying creature on the same island? Lan Qing, Lan Jianyue shouted once more, her staff glowing more intensely. Simultaneously, the evil dragon roared, its tentacles launching a relentless assault. Silence, Lan Jianyue commanded, a ball of flames enveloping the two of them instantly. Her blue hair turned crimson, radiating sparks in every direction. The flames conjured a magical lair for the fire dragon. Fierce flames ignited along the luminous barrier, and colossal fire dragons spiraled above, evaporating the muck below. Qi Yin seized Jiangling, and tossed her into Lan Qinghe's arms. "Take them and flee," Qi Yin bellowed, a wave of heat propelling the group towards the cave's edge, sealing the entrance with a wall of fire. "Sinners! Sinners!" The evil dragon roared again, the filth cascading from its form onto the ground. Skeletons began to rise from the sludge, and in an instant, an army of undead emerged before Qi Yin. She tore off her robe, discarding it on the ground, donning only a simple, practical combat suit. Clenching her fists, her bones cracked ominously, and her gaze turned ferocious. It had been too long since she had engaged in a grand battle. The commotion caused by the evil dragon reverberated within the cave, leading to several collapses. Yue Bai knelt on one knee. Shortly after entering the cave, the dragon's malevolent intent struck him again, causing his head to throb as if it might explode. Mei slashed away falling debris from the ceiling, ensuring their safety in this area. "Are you all right, young master?" she asked, glancing at Yue Bai on the ground, a hint of helplessness in her voice. The lineage of dragons endowed them with formidable competitive prowess, yet when faced with such a high-dimensional existence, that very bloodline became a shackle, restraining their actions. "I'm fine. Let us proceed deeper," Yue Bai replied, bracing himself and advancing with remarkable speed. It seemed that the creature had broken free from its seal. The white figure in his mind frowned slightly. Years ago, two figures, along with his sister, had harnessed the immense magical power of the obsidian within this mine to seal the evil dragon. Originally, this seal could have endured for nearly a century, but they had underestimated the regeneration rate of the obsidian. Over the millennia, the evil dragon had absorbed the magical essence of the obsidian, breaking free from its confinement prematurely. Success and failure hinge on the same key, young one. Given the current situation, we must defeat this dragon today and ensure it does not escape. The shadowed figure also frowned in concern. "I understand." Yue Bai felt a surge of anxiety. If this evil dragon were to escape in due time, it would undoubtedly become a scourge. The two hastened their pace, and soon they encountered Lan Qinghe and the others. "Lingjie, everyone!" Seeing Jiangling on Lan Qinghe's back and the three members of the Yi family behind him, Yue Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Wonderful. Everyone is safe. Young Master Yue Bai, Lady Mei, please assist teacher Lan Jianwei. She is battling a fearsome creature." As I Ching looked on the verge of tears, Mei wasted no time and rushed into the cave. Yue Bai gently wiped the tears from her eyes. "Do not panic. Let us all exit first, then gather by the stone steps. I have brought troops to combat that monster. I would appreciate your assistance in bringing more forces here." Turning to the elder elf, he added, "Please take care of my sister and escort her back to the village. My subordinates are also in the village. Do your best to bring as much support as possible." Once Yue Bai had calmed everyone's emotions, he too brandished his sword and dashed into the cave. It seemed his sister was safe. Two figures sighed in relief. "Is your sister among those few?" Yue Bai exclaimed, astonished to discover that one of his companions was a formidable ally. "Indeed, it seems that the sinister dragon broke free from its seal prematurely, likely sensing my sister's presence, prompting its hasty escape. This is a golden opportunity. Its early release indicates it currently lacks the strength to fully break the seal. Such a forced breach requires a considerable price. Its power must be diminished. That is certainly a silver lining," Yue Bai reassured himself, albeit with some difficulty. As he gazed at the increasingly intense and blindingly bright exit, his heart raced with tension. He was yet to discover what kind of malevolent dragon awaited him. Chapter 40. The sinister dragon Yue Bai swiftly navigated the remaining passage. Upon reaching the battlefield, he found the cave engulfed in smoke and chaos, having endured extensive bombardment. Portions of the rocky walls had been shattered, and the moonlight poured into the cavern, illuminating the obsidian with an eerie glow. On the ground, Mei swung her massive sword with fervor, dodging nothing as she relentlessly struck down the bullets of black sludge raining from above. The muck splattered against her flesh, sizzling and emitting plumes of white smoke. In stark contrast, Qi and Lan evaded on the ground, occasionally casting spells to intercept some of the black sludge and skeletal soldiers, providing cover for the fiercely combative Mei. "You insufferable fox, can you not dodge better?" Qi Yin yelled in frustration at Mei. As a mere mage, she was already at a disadvantage in close combat, and having to shield her stationary ally only intensified her burden. Moreover, the sludge absorbed magical energy, feeding it to the sinister dragon, rendering that foul fox akin to a mobile power bank. Enough of your incessant chatter. I am merely warming up. Meia retorted, her giant sword sweeping through the air, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that cleared everything in her path. Gripping the sword with both hands, she charged directly at the sinister dragon. Sword technique, Tiger's Might. The sword energy expanded, momentarily forming a colossal protective aura that roared toward the dragon, managing to rip off one of its arms. Yet, she felt no satisfying impact. After landing, Meia tightened her grip on the sword and turned back to assault the dragon once more. Sword technique, Dragon's Might. A brilliant light entwined the blade, and a massive, luminous dragon spiraled forth from its tip, tearing away another piece of the dragon's decaying flesh. Strangely, she still felt no sense of impact. Despite several attempts at attack, even though the sinister dragon's body was battered and torn, Meia felt as though she had not landed a blow. Meanwhile, the dragon's 6 eyes widened, and it gaped its enormous maw. The magical currents within the cave surged, rapidly accumulating in the dragon's body. In an instant, the once tattered body of the malevolent dragon rejuvenated, even its severed limb regrowing anew. This was untenable. The obsidian magic here could provide it with the resources for regeneration. Qian furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at the approaching Yue Bai and issued a command. Little demon, come here and buy me some time. Upon uttering this, he halted the rhythmic movement of his staff, embedding it into the ground to commence the incantation of a spell. Meanwhile, the skeletal soldiers seized the opportunity, surging toward Qian like famished wolves. Teacher, just a moment. Although he proclaimed the need for a moment's pause, Yue Bai's body incessantly drew closer to Qian. With each step he took, a silver-white rune illuminated the ground. The array connected with the surrounding shadows, and from within those shadows, numerous colossal spikes emerged, annihilating the first wave of skeletal soldiers and erecting a formidable wall for Qian. Yue Bai leaped atop the towering barricade, extending his hands toward the legion of skeletal warriors, as 2 intricate 4-layered arrays rose from his palms. The first layer comprised the incantation of magical motion, determining the type of magic. The second layer was the incantation of magical compression, regulating the output of magical energy. The third layer was the incantation of magical form, ensuring the stability of the spell. And the fourth layer dictated the trajectory of the magic. In an instant, silver flames erupted from the skeletal soldiers. The flames surged, coalescing into an inferno. The shadows conjured the colossal fangs of the shadow dragon. Beneath the marked skeletal soldiers, numerous shadowy spikes erupted forth. The spikes instantly ravaged many skeletal warriors, leaving behind towering walls. From above, it appeared as a massive dragon's maw, with the layers of teeth represented by the high walls. Yue Bai leaned against a protruding section of the shadowy wall, expelling a torrent of foul air. This was the first time he wielded such a grand spell, and although the substantial consumption of magical energy was not fatal, it left his breath in disarray. This formidable wall should suffice to buy Qian some time. Yue Bai glanced at Meia beside him, where the battle had intensified. Meia's swordsmanship, derived from the teachings of Xiong Yi, allowed her to summon various ferocious beasts with her sword energy. Moreover, due to her exceptional skill, the sword energy resonated with the growls of wild creatures. In no time, the echoes of various beasts reverberated throughout the cavern. At that moment, the malevolent dragon was besieged by the heads of numerous beasts, gnawing at its form, producing a cacophony of shattering bones. With a resounding roar, the dragon's body became entwined with lightning. Enormous electric serpents ensnared and crushed the myriad beastly heads, transforming them into motes of magical light. The dragon's body swelled as it absorbed these motes of magic, restoring the damaged portions once more. Meia, spitting blood, gazed up at the formidable dragon, her blood staining the simple fabric across her chest. No matter how many strikes she landed, she could not discern where its core lay. Meia's beastly eyes narrowed as she meticulously scrutinized the dragon's physique. For a creature capable of infinite regeneration, the only means to defeat it was to shatter its core. Yet, despite her relentless assaults upon its body, she found the relentless back and forth is merely a depletion of one's stamina. Observing the intense skirmish, black and white orbs of light emerge from the body of Yue Bai. This fellow, Yu Qiao, is resorting to his old tricks once more. The dark figure snorted coldly, acutely aware that the core of the evil dragon is perpetually wandering within its body. This was one of the reasons it could only be sealed away initially. In its most grotesque state, this creature would extract its core from within itself and entrust it elsewhere. However, it is certain that at this very moment, its core is undoubtedly nearby. During the sealing process, everything related to it would be absorbed into the sealing medium. Thus, its place of confinement must harbor its core. As the dark figure materialized, it instantly captured Yue Qiao's attention. Traitor! The evil dragon struck down the approaching Maya with a single palm and turned its fury towards Yue Bai. It seems that after countless millennia, you still have not realized your own shortcomings. The black and white orbs transformed into humanoid forms, drawing their weapons from their waists and charging towards Yu Qiao. The black represents a sword, while the white signifies a fan. In a mere breath, the cave was engulfed in a tempest, leveling the center of the cavern. Yue Bai, hidden behind a shadowy wall, shielded his face while observing the battlefield. Their movements were so swift that even with his magical perception, he could not capture their forms. Despite being mere remnants of a soul, they could unleash such formidable power. How strong must they be in their prime? Chapter 41. The destruction of the island, two shadows, and a dragon clashed fiercely within the cavern. Three powerful magical forces collided, causing the cave to tremble and threaten collapse. What manner of monstrosities are these? Deep within the pit, Maya gazed in shock at the figures battling in midair. Even for one seasoned in combat, she could sense that their struggle was far beyond her reach. Lord Yue Bai, who are these esteemed predecessors? Maya asked as Yue Bai assisted her from the pit. To be honest, he was uncertain of the identities of these two figures. Yet, it was clear they stemmed from his bloodline and must be his ancestors. As for which ancestor, Yue Bai could only ascertain after this battle, when he returns to consult the family tree. I will inform you once I have clarified this matter. Yue Bai, supporting Maya's distinctly shaped form, moved towards the direction of Qian. Only Qian possesses the power to shield them in such a fierce battle. Enough. Everyone stand back. The enchanting eyes of Qian opened, the array beneath her feet glowing with a terrifying red light, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. A column of fire, shaking the heavens and the earth, surged skyward from behind the shadowy wall. At the pinnacle of the fiery column, intense flames coalesced into a colossal dragon's head, hurtling towards the evil dragon. Upon witnessing this, the black and white figures delivered a fierce kick to the evil dragon, utilizing the recoil to distance themselves from the fire dragon's assault. The ferocious fire dragon lunged at the evil dragon in an instant. Its massive fiery fangs sank into the foul flesh, propelling it towards the top of the cave. The immense destructive force, upon reaching the cave's ceiling, obliterated everything in its path. A towering pillar of flames pierced through the cavern ceiling, lifting the malevolent dragon high into the sky, far from the mine. The magical dust within the cave, deprived of the dragon's consuming pull, instantly transformed into swirling clouds of smoke, enveloping the entire chamber. Wretched insects! The dragon roared, its muddy maw wide open, viciously tearing at the fire dragon. Do not even think of resisting. Meet your demise. Crimson Flame raised her hands skyward, her palms converging to form the visage of a dragon's head. With a powerful snap of its jaws, the fire dragon unleashed a violent explosion. Blinding light flickered, and the detonation resonated with a thunderous roar, vaporizing a vast expanse of clouds above. Crimson Flame's fiery red hair danced wildly in the tempest, gradually reverting to its original blue hue. Wan Jiyue, her legs weakened, sat cross-legged upon the ground, gasping as she beheld the searing light erupting above. Crimson Flame had seized her body, the fire dragon's strike draining her magical essence. That she had not lost consciousness was a stroke of fortune amidst her misfortune. Have we succeeded? Maya murmured, her gaze fixed upon the incandescent point in the sky. Fool! You mustn't utter such words, Yue Bai exclaimed, unable to restrain herself, her hand poised to deliver a swift reprimand. That is a well-known trope. Speak it, and all hope shall vanish. As anticipated, once the blinding light and smoke from the explosion dissipated, the form of the malevolent dragon re-emerged. At that moment, it appeared battered and broken, having lost most of its corporeal form and clinging to life through its remaining magical power. In every age, there are those like you who thwart my efforts to restore order to the world. Are you not aware of your own folly? It spread its wings wide, and a vast, unfathomable black hole materialized before its chest, a fierce gravitational pull continuously drawing in the surrounding air, forming a visible vortex. The magical particles that had previously filled the cave were once again drawn in, coalescing into numerous purple-black tornadoes that spiraled upwards. Yue Bai, sensing the peril, managed to utter a few strained words through gritted teeth. She understood that this abomination sought to absorb magical energy to mend its wounds. If it succeeded, all of Crimson Flame's efforts would be in vain. I comprehend now, Yue Bai declared, her arms extending outward, emanating intense magical energy. This energy, akin to tendrils, grasped the ascending tornadoes. Within the vortex, some magical particles flowed into Yue Bai's body, instantaneously filling her meridians to capacity. With her palms pressed together, a colossal shadowy veil gathered from the edge of the mining area, enveloping the entire site and severing the connection between the magical tornadoes and the malevolent dragon. The dragon, disrupted in its recuperation by Yue Bai's spell, opened its 6 eyes in fury, unleashing crimson beams of light. These beams swept across the shadowy veil, attempting to cleave through the obstruction. Some of the rays struck the floating island surface, igniting a series of explosions and wildfires. The entire island erupted in flames, the inferno rapidly spreading. Cursed creature, the shadowy veil quivered under the onslaught, and at the slightest breach from the beams of light, Yue Bai channeled her magic to seal the gaps. Fortunately, the obsidian mine within the cave was rich in magical energy, and being the shadow dragon capable of converting this power, he could endure for a while longer as long as the magic did not run dry. Mia, take Teacher Lan and leave this place at once. Go find Qingying and seek their assistance in evacuating the island's inhabitants. But how can I do that? Lord Yue and Lord Yueyin instructed me to protect you. I cannot abandon you. If you do not leave now, we shall all perish together. Yue Bai bellowed. He was uncertain how much longer he could sustain himself. Once this shadow veil was breached, death awaited them all. Their only hope lay in the support of their troops. Hurry, I have 2 seniors guarding me. I will be fine. Mia clenched her jaw tightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She understood Yue Bai's reasoning, yet to abandon her master once more felt like the utmost failure of a warrior. However, she had no choice but to take this path. She scooped up the limp Lan Jianyue and sprinted towards the cave's exit. You little rascal. Hold on. Don't you dare die. Otherwise, I'll come back to haunt you. Rest assured, I am not so easily defeated. Yue Bai closed his eyes, channeling all his energy to mend the damaged shadow veil. The malevolent dragon above continued its relentless bombardment, desperately seeking to replenish its power from the obsidian mine. There were still 2 traitors in the cave that required retribution. Why can't you understand me? The dragon coiled its body into a massive sphere. A brilliant orb of pitch-black light expanded at a rate of several meters per second, pressing down upon the shadow veil. The black and white figures immediately shielded Yue Bai, erecting a protective barrier. The orb shattered the shadow veil, engulfing Yue Bai and his companions. What was once an immeasurable obsidian mine was obliterated in an instant. The explosion triggered the collapse of the floating island, splitting it in half and causing it to descend. Chapter 42. The ant strikes the tree. As the endless darkness dissipated, the malevolent dragon, Yue Hao, greedily absorbed the magical energy emanating from the obsidian mine. With the replenishment of magic, its corporeal form began to heal. Its potent aura even influenced the celestial phenomena. Dark clouds gathering overhead, thunder rumbling through the skies. 6 eerie red eyes scoured the island for life, ultimately locating Yue Bai and his companions at the far end of what used to be the mining area. At this moment, Yue Bai and his companions were in dire straits. The site of the mine, once thriving, now lay in ruins due to the dragon's eruption. Exhausted and depleted of magic, Yue Bai slumped to the ground, barely avoiding a plummet into the abyss below. The two shadow figures, weakened by the collapse of their host's magic, had also dimmed significantly, becoming increasingly transparent. "I truly underestimated this creature," one of the black figures remarked, clearly fatigued. They had not anticipated that this entity, after millennia of weakening, still possessed such destructive power. Together, they could barely fend off this assault. Observing the gradually recovering Yohao, the two figures began to regret their underestimation. The sight of Yue Bai, slumped upon the ground, prompted them to shake their heads in dismay. Originally, it was believed that the child's magical power, combined with exquisite control techniques, would be sufficient to secure their objective. However, it has become apparent that they have underestimated the dark dragon, Yu Huang. The dragon soared through the skies, its gaze fixated on the village situated on the other half of the floating island, where a rich source of magical energy awaited. A voice, laced with greed, echoed, startling the black and white figure. After devouring the obsidian mine, would this creature now seek to prey upon the elven inhabitants? Indeed, the dragon circled in the air a few times before accelerating with tremendous speed, slicing through the wind. The fear within Yue Bai surged. Lan Jianyu and the others were in that village. Infuriated, the three of them shouted in unison and turned to rush towards the settlement. The dark dragon flew swiftly towards the elven village, leaving a trail of withered trees and a stench of decay in its wake. "Sniper team, open fire," a commanding voice ordered, and thousands of fireballs shot from the ground, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the already dim sky in a thick cloud of smoke. However, this feeble assault was akin to an ant shaking a tree, failing to impede the dragon's momentum. "Griffin Squad, Dragon Squad, block this beast." Numerous aerial combat teams emerged from their ambush, darting into the sky to confront the dragon. Various spells were unleashed in an instant, piercing the dragon's flesh. Yet upon contact, the dragon absorbed the magic infused within its body, sending shockwaves back to the spellcasters. Many airborne fighters, drained of their magical energy, plummeted to the ground. "Land troops, assist the injured and continue evacuation." Qing Ying continued to issue commands. Mei and Lan Jian, you had recently returned to the village, relaying the detailed account of the events. The formidable power of the former was well known throughout the Holy City. However, the fact that this airborne monstrosity could single-handedly overpower multiple foes and severely injure two formidable combatants was utterly unforeseen. "Qing Ying, hurry. I need to assist the young master," Mei urged, disregarding everything as she pressed Qing Ying to recover her own injuries swiftly. The tremendous explosion from Yue Bai's location had driven her to frenzy. Such a large-scale destructive spell was challenging to withstand, even for herself, let alone for a mere hatchling dragon not yet a year old. Prior to their departure, the two elders of the Yue family had repeatedly instructed her to keep a close watch over Yue Bai. There was no face left to return to the Yue family now. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Mei's fists pounded the ground in a frenzy, venting her rage. "No, I can't wait any longer. Qian, are you recovered? Come out quickly." Mei brandished her massive sword and charged towards the battlefield, while Lan Jianyu, her blue hair once again stained crimson, mounted a burdened dragon and followed closely behind Mei. "Oomph, I couldn't unleash my full potential earlier in the cave. Now, it's time for a counterattack. Qing Ying, hurry up." Qing Ying shook her head in response. She instructed the captain of her subordinates to continue directing operations and swiftly mounted a burdened dragon, racing towards the front lines, observing the relentless obstruction from the army ahead. Despite the increase in magical energy, the incessant barrage of attacks had gradually depleted the dragon's own strength. "Do not hinder me," the dark dragon roared. In the sky, countless dark magical arrays were methodically erected, pulsating with ominous light. One battered warship after another plummeted from these arrays, Upon these vessels resided a myriad of undead creatures. Capture them alive, if possible. They are the sustenance for my revival. Numerous fiends tumbled from the ships to the ground, launching a ferocious assault on the defending elves and their army. This fellow still possesses the power to summon these monstrosities. As the horde of creatures continued to swell, the expression on Yue Bai's face grew increasingly grim. Clearly, his previous calculations were overly naive. Even if his own forces were exceptionally well-trained, they would undoubtedly crumble in the face of such overwhelming numbers of adversaries. Is there any method to thwart this abominable force? Yue Bai implored the two seniors. His speed surged once more, but even upon arriving at the battlefield, it would be akin to marching to his own demise. The hope now rested squarely on the shoulders of the two elders. After a brief silence, the black and white figure spoke. There is a method, but it may inflict significant harm upon your body. Do you wish to proceed? If you have a solution, then let us act without delay. Yue Bai replied without hesitation, prompting another moment of silence from the black and white figures. They had not anticipated someone so unafraid of bodily harm to respond so readily. Are you not afraid of death, young one? The dark figure inquired softly. Given his audacity, the elder had worried for him for quite some time. To be honest, I am a soul from another world. A year ago, I experienced death, and thus my fear is not as profound. In truth, Yue Bai was not entirely devoid of fear regarding death. Despite his past experience, he could not dismiss the possibility that this time, closing his eyes might lead to no awakening. However, he had comrades on the island whom he needed to protect. You must endure a bit. It may be somewhat painful. Somewhat painful? Before the words could fully escape, two luminous orbs beside Yue Bai transformed into colossal dragon heads, which clamped onto his shoulders, gradually spreading their influence across his arms. Behind him, two massive arms, one black and one white, emerged, growing immense wings from his shoulder blades. His pupils morphed into a striking black and white. Within his mind, three consciousnesses converged. Yue Bai was startled, suddenly realizing he had relinquished control over his own body, merely an observer as the scenery shifted incessantly before him. Relax, young one. From here on, it is our turn. Chapter 43. Trinity. The white figure shot forth, intertwining with the black and white hues to form a chaotic amalgamation, trailing dual-colored flames as it charged toward the malevolent dragon, Yuhuan. Their unity amplified their magic into a formidable force, potent enough to rouse the attention of the tyrannical dragon, which had previously been oblivious to its surroundings. Doyo! Tai! That is enough. Sensing the surging magical energy, the dragon turned and roared in Yue Bai's direction, its wings unfurling as it dove downward. A multitude of magical orbs coalesced into projectiles, hurtling toward Yue Bai. Brother, as always, I will defend, and you shall attack. Very well. It has been too long since we collaborated. A phantom of a colossal white arm extended, its 5 fingers splayed wide. As a multitude of hexagonal magical shields coalesced before it, instantaneously forming an immense defensive net. Although the concentrated magical cannon fire unleashed a tremendous explosion upon the defensive net, it did not impede the speed of the sprinting Yue Bai in the slightest. A streak of light pierced through the smoke. Realizing the futility of its attack, the malevolent dragon flapped its wings anew, unleashing dozens of chaotic-colored magical arrays before it. Creation of shadows, magic-piercing spear. From within the arrays, a multitude of black spears shot forth, densely packed like a tsunami cascading from the heights. A black arm withdrew a long sword from its waist, shimmering with a glint of light in its dark pupils. What a splendid sword! Kid, allow me to borrow this. Don't be stingy. The long sword ignited in flames, its blade glowing a brilliant crimson in an instant. The black phantom arm's fingers slightly parted, transforming the scene into a blinding point of light. O spirits of the forest, I implore you to unleash your mercy and aid me in vanquishing evil. The luminous point swelled, forming a pitch-black vortex in the palm of the phantom arm. In the forest, countless emerald-hued lights emerged from the underbrush, converging from every direction into the vortex. Yu Huang, receive my strike. Elven magic. Wine Sovereign S Storm Cannon. The originally inky vortex erupted with green radiance, breaking through the air with the force of 1,000. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space warped. The overwhelming magical energy melted the spears, piercing through the onslaught, and struck Yu Huang directly in the abdomen. Yu Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as her abdomen was pierced. A scorching mark left upon the wound, radiant as molten lava. Yue Bai's silver-white pupils glimmered with magical brilliance as they swiftly scanned the malevolent dragon's battered form. Faintly, upon its damaged body, he discerned the elusive core that was shifting. Brother, that was exhilarating. Now, let me show you how I can play. The white arm caressed the short dagger at its waist, a knowing smile gracing Tai Yi's lips. Then I shall wield this dagger. Without regard for Yue Bai's potential dismay, the white phantom arm grasped the short dagger and crushed it, shattering it along with the gem atop it into dust. The magical dust erupted, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. Yu Huang, do not attempt to evade. Receive my strike. The seven-colored light coalesced into a sphere of intense radiance, from which bolts of lightning surged forth, transforming into seven-colored electric dragons that surged toward the malevolent dragon at peculiar angles. Yet, how could the malevolent dragon acquiesce? It immediately dragged its battered form into the depths of the forest, seeking to devour the summoned magical creatures to replenish its own power. The seven-colored electric dragons locked onto the dragon's form, descending from the air and evaporating all magical creatures upon the ground. The magical lightning coursed through the trees, transforming into chains of electricity that ensnared the malevolent dragon's body. You cannot escape this time. The black arm formed a fist, while the white arm became a palm. And Yue Bai drew forth a long sword of contrasting black and white from the palm of the white arm. The phantom arm likewise produced an identical colossal sword. The immense sword thrummed with magical energy, sharp and serrated, emanating a terrifying aura. Prepare to meet your end, Yu Huang. You shall pay for your transgressions. The colossal sword surged forth, extending thousands of meters. The dark, ethereal arm swung the massive blade downwards towards the core with unparalleled ferocity. A brilliant flash of sword light flickered momentarily, cleaving the core of the malevolent dragon in twain. I shall not perish. Doyel, Doyi, await my vengeance. The malevolent dragon's eyes brimmed with madness as it summoned all its strength to unleash a frenzied roar towards the deity-like figure of Moonwhite. Gradually, the filth and bones enveloping its body dissipated, transforming into motes of dust that scattered with the wind. The black and white eyes gazed upon the departing essence of an old companion, revealing a tinge of regret and sorrow. This wicked dragon, Yu Huang, had once been a comrade from millennia past. To slay one's own kin is indeed a profound anguish. Yet, for the sake of the world's denizens, they silently bore this torment. As the two were lost in reminiscence, a tremendous fissure suddenly erupted across the floating island. The prior strike had severed a portion of the island. Deprived of the protective obsidian, the island's enchantments vanished, and it began its descent. Moonwhite, drained of magical energy, faltered and plummeted from the skies. This is dire. A fall from this height could be fatal. The black and white shadows were stricken with alarm. In their reverie for their fallen friend, they had neglected the peril facing this young one. As Moonwhite hurtled towards the ground, the two figures found themselves powerless. The previous state of unity had utterly exhausted their magical reserves, rendering them incapable of intervention. Young master, hold on. A fox's cry pierced the air as a graceful figure dashed beneath Moonwhite, arms outstretched, ready to catch him. Her jade hands were caked in earth, likely from hastening her journey, reverting to her primal instincts, utilizing both hands and feet. The young man, emerging from his chaotic state, leapt into the embrace of Maya. Nestled within her soft hold, he sustained minimal injury. Are you all right, my lord? Lan Jianyu and Qing Ying descended from the riding dragon, examining Moonwhite's condition. I'm fine. Do not concern yourselves with me. Prioritize evacuating the crowd. My lord, it's all right. The evacuation is already in progress. We shall complete it before the island collides with the ground. Qing Ying reported seriously while tending to Moonwhite. That is reassuring. With those words, Moon White succumbed into unconsciousness. Young master, young master, Mei shook him fervently, fearing for his life. You fox, ease up. If you continue shaking him like that, he might truly perish. Lan Jianyu grasped Moon White's left hand, a luminous blue light cascading through his veins, clearing his pathways and restoring his magical energy. The pallor of Moon White's face began to regain a hint of color. All right, we must also retreat. Xiaolan, it's your turn. Leave it to me. Lan Jianyu planted her staff into the ground, and several magical formations surrounded them. In a flurry of light, their figures vanished from the crumbling island. Chapter 44. Aftermath. When Moon White awoke, he found himself in the Moon family abode, having lain there for 3 days. Much had transpired during this time. First and foremost, the populace of the floating island had been rendered homeless due to its catastrophic fall. The Black Tide has deliberately established a temporary haven within the territory of the Black Dragon clan for the elven folk. Once their wounds have healed, they shall, under the guidance of Lan Jianyu, return to the original site of the floating island to plant trees and restore the homeland of the elves. The elven race, being the closest to nature, possesses the ability to accelerate plant growth through magic. Although the efficiency of such magical stimulation is limited, the revitalization of the elven homeland is not an insurmountable task. Moreover, Lan Qinghe, having recognized his inadequacies during this incident, has requested to serve as an assistant to Lan Jianyu, seizing this opportunity for personal growth. The esteemed mentors at the Holy City Academy unanimously endorsed this decision. After all, since the rise of the elven homeland from the continent, it has seldom engaged with the outside world, and the Holy City could seize this chance to establish diplomatic relations with the elven realm. In essence, Lan Qinghe has thus become a bridge connecting the elven homeland and the development of the Holy City. The second matter pertains to the sinister dragon, Yu Huang. Although the malevolent dragon has been vanquished, its final frenzy left an indelible mark of terror upon the hearts of the soldiers and citizens present. They are apprehensive that the wicked dragon may return. In response, the Black Tide has dispatched elite forces to survey the remnants of the floating island and has set up alarm systems to prevent any resurgence of that malevolent creature. Furthermore, due to Yu Huang's utilization of shadow creation magic during the battle, many have secretly grown wary of the Shadow Dragon clan. The shadow magic, being a hereditary legacy of the Shadow Dragons, indicates the formidable strength of their lineage, capable of producing such a singularly powerful adversary. As the saying goes, the innocent are not at fault. It is the possession of wealth that breeds envy. Some nobles and commoners have covertly reported Yu Yi, demanding the revocation of his political rights. Following deliberations in the political sphere, both Yu Yi and Yu Shi have been demoted. Although their territorial domains remain unchanged, they have effectively distanced themselves from the political maelstrom. Yu Yi feels fortunate to have this opportunity to spend more time with his family, particularly with his troublesome son, whom he might not see again if left unchecked. He intends to use this time to instill some discipline in this unruly child. Yet, he concurrently feels a sense of pride for having such a son, who has accomplished feats before the age of one that many his own age could only dream of achieving, making for tales of grandeur that could last for half a century. The third matter concerns the awakening of the bloodline of the Crimson Bell Rainbow Dragon. Ever since the mentors identified the formation of the Rainbow Dragon during the assessments, they have frequently visited the Jiang family estate. The change in aura following Jiang Ling's bloodline awakening has spread like wildfire. Many, harboring ambitions, have persistently sought to visit the Jiang family, eager to establish connections. Some, particularly those from esteemed families that venerate strength, such as the Golden Dragon clan, have even proposed marriage to Jiang Ling. Although all such proposals have been incinerated by Jiang Ling, the suitors exhibit no signs of relinquishing their aspirations and choose to persist. This has left Jiang Tong with little time to attend to Yue Bai's treatment at the Yue family. Consequently, during Yue Bai's period of unconsciousness, it was Lan Jianyu and Qing Ying who provided the necessary care. Suddenly, Yue Bai exerted force from his abdomen, springing upright and hastily channeling his internal magic to ascertain whether there was anything amiss within his body. Due to the prior warning from that enigmatic black and white figure regarding the dire consequences of the overwhelming magical state, the moment he regained consciousness, his thoughts immediately gravitated towards this concern. A silvery white magical energy coursed through the meridians of Yue Bai, causing his pores to open and a mist to begin to rise from his entire being. After a thorough examination, he discovered that, apart from a significant reduction in his magical power, there were surprisingly no other abnormalities. Feeling relieved, a melodious voice chimed from his side. Turning his head, Yue Bai beheld Lan Jianyu and Qing Ying seated at a nearby table, engrossed in their books. Despite the anger evident on Lan Jianyu's face, her demeanor remained relaxed and carefree. Teacher Lan, Lord Qing Ying, Yue Bai attempted to pay his respects but soon realized his body was exhibiting symptoms of magical depletion, prompting a wry smile. Enough, just lie still, Lan Jianyu said, her face filled with ire as she swiftly approached the bedside and pressed Yue Bai down, preventing any movement. It was unexpected to see such a desperate side of the usually composed Lan Jianyu. Qing Ying stifled a giggle behind her hand, while Lan Jianyu's cheeks flushed at the remark. Qing Ying, stop causing trouble. First, enlighten this child about his situation. Qing Ying picked up a handwritten note wedged within her book and joined Lan Jianyu at the bedside, vines from her attire playfully brushing against the note. Firstly, you must have sensed a significant decrease in your magical power, likely due to that peculiar state you experienced. Currently, your magical energy remains sufficient for you to continue your studies at the academy, which is not necessarily a misfortune. On the contrary, there are benefits as well. Your magic has become purer. It seems that state has purified the impurities within your magical energy, likely aided by the spring water from the cave. The spring water from the cave? Yue Bai pondered briefly. When did I consume spring water? Stop pondering. We fed it to you, Lan Jianyu replied, retrieving a bottle of glassy elixir from the nearby cabinet. The bottle, imbued with a purple hue, revealed glimmers of rainbow colors within. This is the very bottle. Amidst the chaos, I managed to collect some. This water is rich in a magical essence of obsidian, and combined with the blood of Lord Jiangling, it serves as a remarkable tonic for your magical pathways. Yue Bai took the bottle, uncapping it, and a swirl of colorful mist wafted from the opening. He drank the spring water in one go, a warm current flowing through his limbs, eliciting a soft, cat-like groan of comfort. Isn't it delightful? Such water is truly precious, Lan Jianyu remarked. Yue Bai grinned, but then suddenly recalled something. Teacher, are you saying this water contains Jiangling's blood? When did her blood become so extraordinary? Oh, you are unaware? Lord Jiangling has awakened the bloodline of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon. Her blood is now brimming with magical potency, and coupled with the amplifying protection of the Red Dragon clan, her blood can be considered a divine elixir in this age. Yue Bai felt as though struck by lightning. This carefree girl had overnight transformed into such an unattainable being. The Rainbow Emperor Dragon was one of the ancient 3 holy dragons. What incredible fortune this girl had. Her lineage was astonishingly favorable. Just as Yue Bai prepared to tease her about this, the door swung open with a crash, and in walked the tearful Yulan. Well then, we shall not disturb you any further. Qing Ying smiled gently, taking Lan Jianyu by the hand as they exited the door. The moment the door closed, Yue Bai immediately pounced on Yue Bai, burying her face in his chest and wailing dramatically. Yue Bai's lips twitched. It seemed he would have to console her for quite some time. Chapter 4-5. The trio, after departing from the tumult of political affairs, Yue began to contemplate a venture into commerce. His intention was to impart various survival skills to Yue Bai during this endeavor, thereby steering him away from perilous paths. Additionally, he aimed to procure nourishing supplements to restore Yue Bai's health. Having encountered numerous significant events within a year, Yue Bai, despite appearing robust, had his foundations gradually deteriorating, a fact that pained Yue deeply. Yue Bai wholeheartedly supported Yue Ye's aspirations, diligently overseeing Yue Bai as he consumed a hearty bowl of restorative soup each day. She also commenced visits to various merchant associations, laying the groundwork for Yue Ye's commercial empire. During this period, Yue Bai remained industrious. His foundational strength had diminished, Although he could still qualify for admission to the Sacred City Academy, further training would undoubtedly be beneficial. By day, he practiced swordsmanship with Maya, and by night, he would meditate in his chamber, tirelessly expending and replenishing his magical energy, progressively solidifying and enhancing his power. Recently, Maya had also refrained from her previous outbursts. After all, she had been present during Yue Bai's tribulations and was aware of his weakening state. Consequently, she exhibited caution in her training, losing the fervor she once possessed. This constrained feeling was one that Yue Bai did not relish. Despite expressing his discomfort to Maya, no relief was forthcoming. Thus, he continued his training under this dissonance. Before long, the day of enrollment arrived. On that morning, Jiang Ling, accompanied by attendants, arrived at the Yue residence. At this moment, Jiang Ling's aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her once dual ponytails were now styled into a single high ponytail, and her vibrant crimson attire had been replaced with more practical leather shorts. The essence of youthful exuberance radiated from her. Upon their first encounter, Yue Bai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a person's demeanor can shift dramatically, imparting a fresh allure. "Little brother, have you been rendered foolish by Maya?" Jiang Ling teased, drawing Yue Bai back to reality. Despite her transformed aura, she remained the same Jiang Ling. "No, Maya has been rather timid lately. It is I who have been overpowering her," Yue Bai replied confidently, adjusting his neatly attired dark garments. His words held truth, with Maya restraining herself. Her wildness had waned, and her attacks had lost their sharpness. Even Yue Bai, once inexperienced, found himself effortlessly managing her. Maya chuckled awkwardly behind them as they all climbed aboard the dragon carriage. All right, if we don't leave soon, Xiao Lan will throw another tantrum." Yue Bai and Jiang Ling exchanged knowing smiles. Today marked the first day of their enrollment, a joyous occasion that warranted a pause in teasing Maya. The dragon carriage swiftly transported the group to the assembly point. The classroom taught by Lan Jian Yu was situated beside a vast lake, within which lay a colossal crystal, radiating dazzling light from within. The colossal crystal pierced through the entire lake, protruding prominently in the center, with a size comparable to 2 or 3 dragon carriages. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of this crystal. Shadows often stirred within the lake. According to Lan Jianyu, these were the rare magical beasts she had reared and would later introduce to the two. At the gathering place, alongside Yue Bai and the others, stood a youth clad in a hoodie with a hood drawn over his head. This young man was slightly taller than Yue Bai, exuding a palpable aura of menace, indicating he was no stranger to combat. "Greetings, I am Yue Bai, the eldest son of the Yue family from the Shadow Dragon clan." Yue Bai politely introduced himself, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. However, the youth merely cast a fleeting glance from beneath the shadows of his hood and uttered a single phrase, "After the star rain," before striding away to a distance. "What does that fellow mean?" Jiang Ling, witnessing Xing Yu's rudeness, rolled up her sleeves, eager to confront him. Yue Bai quickly embraced Jiang Ling's waist, urging her not to provoke trouble. "We will be classmates from now on, sharing our days together. It would be unwise to sour our relationship." After Jiang Ling voiced her grievances, Lan Jianyu emerged from the classroom, making her way to the open space where they gathered. "Teacher, Xiao Lan." Jiang Ling hurried over, linking her arm with Lan Jianyu's, shaking it playfully before pouting and inquiring, "What is up with that guy?" Lan Jianyu awkwardly smiled, regarding his situation. "The higher-ups have instructed me not to divulge anything just yet. He will share when he is ready, so it's best not to pry." She was aware of Xing Yu's circumstances, yet his case was rather unique, and she felt it inappropriate to disclose further details. "How dull," Jiang Ling muttered, hiding behind Yue Bai as Xing Yu approached, making a face at him from her concealed position. "All right, since everyone is here, let us commence." Lan Jianyu intended to facilitate a reintroduction among them to ease the atmosphere, but Xing Yu preemptively interrupted. "Master Lan Jianyu, I request a transfer to another class. I must study under Master Mushan." At this declaration, Lan Jianyu faltered, nearly biting her own tongue. Master Mushan was the assassin master of the Holy City Academy, an undead specter renowned for imparting lethal skills to his students. The assassin squads he trained were often tasked with significant missions within the Holy City, achieving remarkable accolades, and his students were equally formidable, instilling fear in their foes. "Did you receive an invitation from Master Mushan?" Lan Jianyu inquired. Class assignments were typically random. However, if a student caught the attention of another master during assessments, they could bypass the usual assignment process and directly study under that master, much like when Jiangling's royal dragon bloodline was recognized, prompting various masters to extend offers. "No, but I feel I cannot acquire the skills I seek under your tutelage." "What skills do you wish to learn?" Lan Jianyu probed directly. The mission of the Holy City Academy was to cultivate students to harness their greatest strengths. If she possessed talent, recommendations for class transfers among masters could be arranged. The art of killing. Xing Yu's intent was unmistakably clear, his ambition shining through without concealment. Yue Bai furrowed her brow as she gazed upon the ominous youth before her. A chill creeping into her heart. Could it be that his malevolent aura was born of bloodshed? That was unacceptable. Lan Jianyu, without a hint of concealment, declared, "You lack the aptitude for such endeavors." "What did you say?" Xing Yu bellowed, drawing his twin blades and charging toward Lan Jianyu. Yet, at the moment he raised his dagger to strike, he found himself utterly immobilized. A thin layer of ice radiated from Lan Jianyu, enveloping him and swiftly encasing him in a crystalline prison, leaving only his eyes free to move. Acting impulsively and neglecting the traps around him. "You clearly lack the talent of an assassin." With a gentle tap of her short staff against her wrist, the thin ice shattered, causing Xing Yu to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, his mouth filled with icy debris. Lan Jianyu bent slightly, and a chair sculpted from ice materialized behind her, into which she gracefully settled. "I am aware of your past." As her lips parted, a wave of magic swiftly blanketed the entire teaching area. Xing Yu stared in terror at the woman before him, a suffocating sensation constricting his breath. "I also know what you desire. I promise you, in 1 year's time, I shall grant you the ability to achieve your ambitions." Her deep blue eyes fixed upon the prostrate Xing Yu. "Although I do not recommend pursuing this path, you shall henceforth be my student, and I will ensure you do not suffer." Chapter 46. The reward. The suffocating pressure dissipated, and Xing Yu trembled as he struggled to rise from the ground. Yue Bai reached out to assist him, but he brushed her hand away, as he regarded the seemingly innocent elven girl before him. His eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. In the realm of slaughter, Lan Jianyu was evidently seasoned. The fear she had exuded while subduing Xing Yu was the kind of intimidation only a true warrior could project. She was indeed capable of teaching him the art of killing. However, upon witnessing the return of Lan Jianyu's gentler demeanor, doubt crept into Xing Yu's mind. He wondered if this woman merely sought to thwart his aspirations, using her prowess to pressure him into relinquishing his goals. Perhaps she was merely a lackey for those despicable individuals. Should he choose to trust her? For now, Xing Yu could only maintain a stance of skepticism. Ultimately, he resolved to observe the unfolding events. Time would reveal the truth of her intentions. Should he find that she was incapable of imparting the knowledge he sought, he would not hesitate to seek out the esteemed Master Mushan on his own. With this in mind, Xing Yu brushed off the dust from his attire and remained silent. "Furthermore, here, you must remove your hood. Your secret shall remain unexamined, and no one here will pry. However, if anyone dares to gossip, you may report it to me." A gentle breeze swept through, dislodging Xing Yu's hood. His azure hair framed a face of delicate, striking features reminiscent of a young woman, and his countenance was both charming and refined. A pair of pointed ears adorned with intricate earrings hinted at his enigmatic heritage, though it was unclear to which race they belonged. An elf? Perhaps not. Yue Bai, casting a sidelong glance at Xing Yu, contemplated his origins. "I have already stated, do not delve into matters that do not concern you." Lan Jianyu lightly tapped the top of Yue Bai's head with a short staff, feigning a hint of irritation as she chided him. Turning to the enchanting Meiya, who had come along, she remarked, "My dear, I have received word that Xiong Yi, the Sword Saint, is seeking you." "Me?" Meiya queried, pointing to herself in confusion. Lan Jianyu nodded affirmatively, assuring her that she had not misheard. That insufferable lion must have ulterior motives. Maya muttered softly. As fellow students of the Beast King Sword sect, she and Xiong Yi had shared a contentious relationship. As her senior, he often troubled her, and due to his remarkable skill, she had frequently relinquished opportunities to spar with him. Their bond was thus one of love intertwined with rivalry. Not dwelling on it further, Mei reminded Lan Jianyu to keep a vigilant eye on you before departing from her mentor's domain to hasten to Xiong Yi's training ground. Now, for our first lesson, I have prepared some gifts for you all, Lan Jianyu announced, clapping her hands. Several little sprites emerged from within, transporting numerous wooden boxes to the center of the courtyard. First, to you, Jiangling. Upon hearing her name, Jiangling stepped forward obediently. Here is a specially crafted short staff for you, Lan Jianyu presented. Embedded with 7 gemstones, it contains the magical essence of 7 distinct elements, allowing you, a fire element wielder, the chance to cast spells of other elements as a means of self-preservation. Once the gemstones are depleted, you may exchange them for new ones at the Academy's workshop. The sprites open a wooden box revealing a fiery red staff, its 7 gemstones gleaming brilliantly, a testament to the skill of a renowned dwarven craftsman. There are also several other boxes containing items requested by your Grandmaster, which I shall arrange to be delivered to your quarters in due time. As the other boxes were opened, they revealed an array of remarkable treasures. Star Rain was oblivious to Jiangling's current significance, yet Yue Bai was acutely aware. The bloodline of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon was indeed a precious gem, and even in its nascent awakening, it commanded such treatment. That foolish girl is fortunate in her own way, Yue Bai mused silently. Jiangling, enchanted by her staff, waved it joyfully, scrutinizing the exquisite artifact under the sunlight. Satisfied by her delight, Lan Jianyu continued with the roll call. Yue Bai. Here, Yue Bai stepped forward, respectfully bowing. I am aware that your weapon was damaged in the battle at Floating Island. Knowing that you and Meiya, the Sword Empress, are in the midst of a sword refinement, I am also presenting you with a sword. As a dark wooden box was opened, a long sword, thin as a cicada's wing and faintly translucent, was revealed before Yue Bai. This blade was forged from the dragon's tooth bone, and scale after the execution of a white dragon clan sinner, akin to the long sword of the green dragon clan you possessed before. Yue Bai hefted the long sword, feeling its weight despite its delicate appearance. Mastering its use would require time and practice. Furthermore, the sprite pulled out 2 large wooden boxes. These are gifts bestowed upon you by the Black Dragon Emperor in recognition of your outstanding contributions during the events of the Dragon Cavern and the Floating Island. In a moment, I shall arrange for the delivery to your room. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Yue Bai once again bowed, gazing at the heavy wooden box before him. Though the contents remained a mystery, he felt a profound sense of pride. Awards such as these invariably evoke a spirited enthusiasm. Finally, Xingyu stepped forward, hands tucked into his pockets. I am aware of your circumstances and your desires. Here, the teacher presents you with a pair of swords, along with a letter. As the wooden box opened, a pair of short swords was revealed before Xingyu. These swords were tailored to align with your previous training methods, ensuring a swift adaptation. The letter, penned by the esteemed Jian Xiong Yi, remains unread. You shall peruse it at your leisure. Xingyu grasped the swords, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He had not anticipated receiving a letter from the great Jian Sheng, despite lacking a recommendation from the esteemed Master Mushan. In that fleeting moment, doubts crept into his mind regarding his innate talent for the art of the blade. Do not dwell upon it. We shall not hinder your path. However, we will provide you with the finest guidance. Lan Jianyu gently placed a hand on Xingyu's shoulder, whispering words intended solely for his ears. Now that all items have been allocated, allow me to elucidate the regulations within our esteemed institution. As you can observe, the teacher's classroom comprises 5 levels, including our dormitories, training rooms, dining hall, classrooms, and storage facilities. You are free to utilize them at your discretion. Additionally, these 3 young maidens will assist in your daily affairs. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to address them. 3 young girls of the human race emerged behind Lan Jianyu, all clad in tailor-made uniforms. Bowing respectfully to the trio, Rita accompanies Lady Jiangling, Leah follows Lady Yue Bai, and Li Zhe stand by Lord Xingyu's side. Yes, the 3 young maidens responded in unison, instinctively positioning themselves behind the three students to carry their belongings. Now, with the remaining time, feel free to ascend and select your preferred dormitory. We shall reconvene here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Chapter 47. The Black Duck moo air as dawn broke. Casting a delicate light across the room, Yue Bai was roused by a cacophony of sharp slashing sounds. Last night marked his first day in this unfamiliar abode. Owing to the discomfort of a strange bed, he had struggled to find rest until the break of day. Rising from his slumber, Yue Bai drew back the curtains. Through the faint mist, he beheld Xingyu, fervently wielding the dual swords gifted by Lan Jianyu, relentlessly striking at a massive ice pillar. Is this fellow truly up so early? Yue Bai pondered, glancing at his pocket watch. It was just past 5. What could possibly motivate him? Finding it impossible to return to sleep in such an environment, Yue Bai donned his training attire and ventured outside. At the threshold, he cast a barrier around Jiang Ling's room, muffling the sound from outside to ensure the adorable girl remained undisturbed. Good morning, Yue Bai greeted as he stepped out, acknowledging Xingyu. However, Xingyu merely spared him a sidelong glance, continuing his relentless assault on the colossal ice. The ferocity of his strikes sent a shiver down Yue Bai's spine. The angles of his attacks were so lethal. Was he truly suited for the practice of swordsmanship? With a sense of skepticism, Yue Bai traversed the starry rain to the lake's edge. The vast expanse of water lay tranquil, with dark shadows occasionally stirring beneath its surface, suggesting no immediate danger nearby. After all, this creature was nurtured by Lan Jianyu. If it posed any threat to the student's safety, the academy would surely not have permitted its care. Taking a deep breath, Yue Bai leaped onto a large crystal in the lake, finding a relatively flat spot to sit cross-legged. This teaching area was imbued with the most potent magical energy from the crystal. Although he belonged to the Shadow Dragon clan, which had a lower efficiency in converting crystal magic, any assistance was better than none. After a few moments, he entered a state of meditation, channeling the magic within his body in an attempt to connect with the two figures he had encountered earlier. However, as the magic flowed through his limbs and coursed through his magical veins, he could not locate them again. He also noticed that the color of his magic had become purer, devoid of impurities. This was likely a result of the earlier state that had depleted the magic of those two predecessors, refining it into the magic he possessed now. Yue Bai muttered softly, not delving further into the matter. The magic continued to emanate from him, causing ripples across the lake surface. He intended to exhaust his magic and then refine it anew, a method to enhance his magical capacity. In Lan Jianyu's words, this practice was akin to training his vessel, allowing it to grow larger and sturdier, thereby accommodating more magical energy. Following his previous state, his magical power had diminished significantly, making this training imperative. As the magic surged, it caught the attention of the starry rain, which glanced over curiously, though only momentarily. Yue Bai's current state was not as impressive as during the entrance examination. He could merely be considered average, easily lost among the crowd, not a particularly remarkable figure. As he released more magic, white mist began to rise from the lake's surface. What are you doing, you little rascal? A shadow emerged from behind Yue Bai, fierce eyes fixating on the intruder, encroaching upon its territory, clearly displeased. Startled, Yue Bai sprang to his feet and turned to bow in deference to the shadowy figure behind him. I apologize. This is my first time here. If I have offended you. Before he could finish, he opened his eyes slightly to behold a pair of large, yellow-webbed feet and a massive, furry black belly. This was no human. Alarmed, Yue Bai raised his gaze to discover a comically stout black duck, clad in a loose sweatshirt, with a red scarf around its neck. Its fierce demeanor was contradicted by its absurd appearance, with a flat, rounded beak clenching a stalk of straw, and its arms evolved to resemble human hands, resting on its fluffy belly. Little rascal, can you understand my words? The black duck gazed at Yue Bai with surprise, its eyes sparkling with excitement. It had not anticipated encountering someone who could comprehend its speech during a casual stroll. What are you saying? Of course, I can understand you. Yue Bai gazed at the duck in bewilderment, suddenly realizing something extraordinary. By heavens, Mandarin? An overwhelming joy surged within him. Ever since his reincarnation into this world, Yue Bai had been diligently learning the languages of its inhabitants, Yet he had never heard his mother tongue from his past life until now, uttered by a duck, no less. Can you believe it? Scholars have posited that each race possesses its own language. The inability to comprehend it merely stems from one's failure to decode it. Have you also come from there? Through communication with the black duck, Yue Bai learned that it had traversed into this realm after meeting with a tragic accident a decade ago and had been reborn as a duck, subsequently adopted by Lan Jianyu. However, for over 10 years, regardless of how it cried out, be it Lan Jianyu or addressing those who had encountered it, only a cacophony of quacking was heard, leaving its true intentions utterly misunderstood. Thank the heavens, at last, someone comprehends my speech. The black duck flitted around Yue Bai, dancing in circles. Undoubtedly the most exhilarating day it had experienced in over a decade. I am Yue Bai. How shall I call you? Yue Bai extended his hand. You may call me Mu Air, as in Mu Ging and Air Kong. The duck replied, also reaching out to grasp Yue Bai's hand. I'll look forward to your guidance. Yue Bai smiled faintly. Of course. As your senior, I shall certainly watch over you. By the way, what were you doing just now? What else could I be doing but honing my magical prowess? Yue Bai demonstrated once more. The overwhelming surge of magical energy left Mu Air in awe. This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. What do you mean? Yue Bai asked, perplexed. Allow me to explain. Each individual possesses unique elemental attributes of magic. For instance, the little ghost practicing swordplay below belongs to the water element, its magical energy radiating a blue hue. In contrast, Miss Lan Jianyu, with the presence of crimson flames within her, exhibits a duality of red and blue magical fluctuations. Mu Air pointed to its own eyes. Our beastly eyes allow us to discern the elemental properties of another's magic and assess whether we can withstand it. I have witnessed various magical energies over the years, but your condition is unprecedented, silver-white in color, utterly incongruent with any elemental affiliation. This defies logic. Yue Bai slammed his hand against the table. How can that be? Our Shadow Dragon clan's magic is undoubtedly linked to the dark element, and I am capable of invoking fire magic as well. At the very least, I should embody 2 elemental attributes. No, from the perspective of a magical beast, your magic bears no relation to any elemental property whatsoever. Chapter 48. Sparring. A spirited dispute unfolded between the boy and the duck. To an onlooker, such a scene would appear utterly ludicrous, one duck quacking animatedly, while a child tugged at his hair in exasperation, presenting a rather comical contrast. Our beastly eyes are inherently attuned to perceive magical elemental properties. Thus, we select lower-tier magical creatures of the same element to devour, enabling our own transformation. Why do you not grasp this after my lengthy explanation? The black duck stood with its hands on its hips, exuding an air of seniority. Yet, I find myself utterly perplexed. Why is it that, despite having no connection to other elements, I can invoke magic from different domains without any external aid? This contradicts my understanding. Yue Bai sat cross-legged, deeply contemplating, striving to organize the information he had acquired. To be a mage, one must possess the aptitude for the specific type of magic. If one lacks such suitability, how can they possibly manifest its power? Moreover, the potency is not insignificant. If you wish to know more, simply visit the library after class. Miss Lan Jianyu has an extensive collection that should provide the answers you seek. Yue Bai glanced up at the sky, which had brightened considerably, and realized that his discussion with Mu had unknowingly led them to the start class. It was unavoidable. He straightened his attire, and under Mu's guidance, they navigated past the magical beasts in the lake and returned to the open space. Xingyu had just finished his morning exercises, lightly whistling as the ice pillar shattered, transforming into a puddle of water. He regarded Yue Bai with a cold gaze, a sense of displeasure swelling within him. Though this individual rose early like himself, he had only practiced for a brief moment before becoming entangled with the duck. Tales of his illustrious deeds circulated widely, claiming he single-handedly saved for classmates and vanquished an evil dragon. It seemed merely the exaggerated praise of noble families. Could associating with such ornamental figures truly elevate one's standing? Before long, Lan Jianyu emerged from the classroom with Jiangling in tow. Observing the traces left on the ground, she felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, her two students demonstrated a commendable level of diligence by rising early for their morning exercises. Lise, she called out. The twin sisters among the triplets promptly handed over towels and grooming tools to help the two tidy their disheveled attire post-training. However, Xingyu abruptly swatted the items from Lise's hands and strode purposefully to Lanjianyu. Master Lanjianyu, he declared, you suggest I am unfit to be an assassin, and I trust your judgment, yet I propose we replace this little rascal. He pointed accusingly at Yue Bai, his demeanor assertive as he pressed his case. Lanjianyu, ever direct, responded succinctly, this individual has spent the entire morning amusing himself with a duck. Do you truly believe such a person deserves to study under you? Her gaze drifted to the silver-haired youth beside him, only to notice a black duck trailing behind Yue Bai. Wow, how adorable! Jiangling exclaimed, rushing forward to bury her head in the soft fur of Mu's chest. This duck, unlike the fowl of the past, bore no unpleasant odor. Rather, it was remarkably clean, its downy feathers appearing fluffy and well-kept beneath the plumage. Lanjianyu was taken aback. This duck had been solitary for over a decade. So how had it suddenly taken to Yue Bai? How did you come to be with Little Black? She inquired, casually naming Mu due to its pitch-black appearance. Mu was merely its name from a past life. Perhaps while training atop that crystal today, Mu Little Black was drawn to my magical energy, hence its attachment to me. Yue Bai replied, knowing he could not disclose that he understood Mu's words. After all, who would believe such a claim? Every event has its cause. Thus, Lan Jian, you comprehended the essence of Yue Bai. The beasts known as the Warcraft are creatures of capricious temperament, and once ensnared, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself, a notion that is entirely understandable. Moreover, Lan Jianyu is aware that Yue Bai is but a mortal and would not be so naive as to overlook the importance of his own cultivation. She turned to Xingyu and remarked, I have grasped the situation. However, you ought to place your trust in your classmates. Trust? Xingyu scoffed, having heard that term far too often. In the end, those who believed in him were merely a reflection of their own inadequacies, each one meeting their demise before him. The little brother is indeed formidable. Do not speak nonsense. Hearing Xingyu's derision, Jiang Ling grew agitated. With a swift motion, she yanked at the fur of Mu Air, causing him to shed tears in pain. The little brother has faced the fire lizard alone in the Dragon Bone Cavern and has challenged the ancient evil dragon atop the floating island. A cold laugh escaped Xingyu's lips. In his view, regardless of Yue Bai's magical prowess, it was implausible for him to contend with those formidable entities. It was merely a reputation conferred by others. What must I do for you to deem me worthy of studying under the esteemed Master Lan Jianyu? Facing such contemptuous eyes, Yue Bai chose not to engage in further banter. If you can defeat me, he declared. Xingyu swiftly drew his twin swords, launching an assault upon Yue Bai. Reacting with alacrity, Yue Bai executed a flying kick, striking the hilt of one sword, causing Xingyu to lose his balance. In that fleeting moment, Yue Bai spun around, delivering a kick towards Xingyu's abdomen. The two distanced themselves instantly. Not bad, you possess some skill, remarked Xingyu as he dusted off the dirt from his clothing, casting a disdainful glance at the silver-haired youth. With tensions rising, Lan Jianyu remained expressionless, merely snapping his fingers. Li Zhe, Lia, and Li Ta hastily arranged several tables and chairs, erecting a sunshade. Lan Jianyu seated Jiang Ling and prepared 2 cups of red tea, presenting them before them. Yue Bai was momentarily taken aback. The usually harmless Lan Jianyu had revealed a rather audacious side. Fighting is permissible, but we are classmates. Let us keep it within reasonable bounds, Yue Bai said, accepting the long sword handed to him by Li Ya. The sword trembled, its blade resonating with a thunderous sound. Using clever tactics, the two prepared for battle, unleashing their magical powers. The collision of their energies unleashed a tremendous gust of wind, potent and unstoppable. In Chapter 49, Understanding Oneself, the sword quivered like a serpent, ethereal and gossamer thin, its blade shimmering under the sunlight, elusive and unfathomable. Xingyu crossed his twin swords to parry the incoming longsword. The clash of blades produced ripples of air, Observing Xing Yu's hands firmly blocking the assaulting longsword, Yue Bai did not cease his offensive. He pivoted, using his bare hands to touch the ground, executing a whip kick imbued with layers of silver light aimed squarely at Xing Yu's face. Yet Xing Yu's form was remarkably supple. What seemed an unavoidable kick was deftly evaded as he gracefully shifted his position, escaping with an uncanny ease. The whip kick merely sheared off a few strands of his hair, the entire maneuver flowing seamlessly. With determination, Xing Yu wielded his swords, executing an upward thrust that lifted Yue Bai, causing him to roll and create space. Water, repel my foes. As the palm-shaped array unfolded, the earth began to tremble, causing Yue Bai to hesitate in his movements. Moments later, several columns of water erupted from beneath the ground, surging towards Yue Bai from all directions, threatening to strangle him. A fortuitous turn of events. Yue Bai swiftly pivoted, conjuring a whirlwind around him. The force of the wind extinguished the water columns, sending spray and mist into the air. At that moment, Xing Yu let out a cold smile. His outstretched palm swiftly closed. The mist in the air gradually turned frigid, forming numerous ice needles that enveloped Yue Bai like a sphere. "You have lost," Xing Yu declared, and the ice needles shot toward Yue Bai like bullets. The tremendous impact stirred up clouds of dust in the arena. Xing Yu performed a flourish with his swords, sheathing them before turning towards Lan Jianyu. "Hey, have you conceded so soon?" Yue Bai's voice echoed from behind. Xing Yu turned in disbelief, locking eyes with Yue Bai, who charged towards him. Yue Bai leaped and struck down with his sword. Instinctively, Xing Yu raised his arms to block. However, in order to spare his classmate from injury, Yue Bai withdrew his attack midair, opting instead to kick Xing Yu with his legs. "Ugh!" Xing Yu grunted as the kick numbed his arms, forcing him to retreat several meters. He gazed incredulously at the silver-haired youth before him, astonished that he had emerged unscathed from such a barrage of attacks. This technique had been flawless in his wilderness training. "How did you evade it?" Xing Yu asked, drawing his swords once more, eyeing his classmate warily. "Not much. Just blocked it," Yue Bai replied nonchalantly. The long sword lunged again, and they engaged in a fierce melee. "Impossible. The density of my attack is such that even I, the caster, struggle to control it. This technique can shred the flesh of magical beasts. You cannot possibly withstand it." The swords clashed, a whirlwind of light and sound. "You speak of shredding the flesh of magical beasts. How many layers of flesh are we talking about?" The silvery sword light cleaved down from above, splitting the ground apart. Water from the nearby lake began to seep into the arena. "What do you mean?" Xing Yu asked, wiping the sweat from his brow, confusion etched on his face. "If this technique can tear flesh, then if I were to block it with several layers of flesh, would it not fail to reach me?" As Yue Bai spoke, shadows swirled beneath his feet, rising to form several dark, droplet-like masses that morphed freely. In an instant, Xing Yu comprehended the strategy. In that fleeting moment, this clever individual had utilized shadows to construct multiple barriers, diminishing the momentum of the ice needles and shielding himself without a scratch. To perceive and counter his attacks in a heartbeat, this fellow possesses remarkable adaptability. "It seems you understand," Yue Bai smiled, though devoid of emotion. That feeling of defeat after having his most prized technique thwarted made Xing Yu feel as though Yue Bai were mocking him. The twin swords gleamed with icy brilliance, accompanied by bursts of blue magical energy, resonating with the sound of a raging flood, instilling dread in the hearts of all who beheld it. "You scoundrel!" Xing Yu roared, charging fiercely towards Yue Bai. In the fleeting moments, 100 rays of sword light surged from peculiar angles, converging upon Yue Bai from all directions. The young man's aura was in disarray. His defeat was inevitable. Lan Jianyu took a sip of jianxing, a delicacy she had procured from Shirley. This jianxing, produced by dwarves, added a touch of enjoyment to her otherwise monotonous teaching life. "Is this blue-haired lad destined to lose to the younger brother?" she mused. Indeed, Lan Jianyu sighed softly. The boy possessed considerable talent and had undergone substantial training, yet his temperament was rather restless, a consequence of his past experiences. Hence, I advised him to abandon the path of the assassin and concentrate solely on mastering the sword. Assassins thrive on desirelessness, concealing their aura to take lives in silence. He, with his restless nature and simplistic goals, is ill-suited for the assassin's craft. Jiang Ling, seemingly grasping the essence, nodded slightly while continuing to observe the tense battlefield. As a support personnel, she must maintain a clear understanding of the situation. As anticipated, after Xing Yu's fury erupted, his offensive became chaotic and disordered. The release of his magical energy grew increasingly rough. Although this frenzied style of attack rendered Yue Bai's defense arduous, her skills, honed through relentless training amidst elegant chaos, kept her unscathed. In fact, the erratic breathing of Xing Yu gradually balanced the previously one-sided offense, even leading to a reversal. Ultimately, Yue Bai delivered a knee strike, numbing Xing Yu's right hand, causing his grip to falter and his short sword to clatter to the ground. The tip of her blade rested against Xing Yu's throat, glimmering coldly. "Concede," she said, retracting her sword and turning to accept a towel from Liya. Cursed fate! Xing Yu clenched his fists, smashing them against the ground in a frenzy, soil splattering and gradually staining red. Yue Bai glanced at the fallen Xing Yu, choosing silence as she followed Liya to her room to change clothes. In moments of defeat, no word should be uttered, for any utterance would seem profoundly ironic, especially from the victor to the vanquished. Damn it, if I had wielded a dagger instead of dual swords, I would have one. Xing Yu gritted his teeth, striking the ground with renewed fervor. Do you genuinely believe that switching to a dagger would secure victory over Lady Yue Bai? Lanzian Yi Zima? Standing beside him with a parasol, her words abruptly halted his emotional outburst. Win by merely changing weapons? What folly! That individual had not employed any substantial skills at all. He had merely subdued himself through swordplay. If one cannot prevail against a merciful opponent, what more is there to say? Originally, I ought to have intervened in your battle, but I hope you could gain self-awareness from this encounter. Sometimes, effort alone cannot rectify everything. At the very least, striving in a realm that does not belong to you yields no growth. Lan Jianyu, devoid of her usual warmth, regarded Xing Yu with cold detachment. As a mentor in education, she could not afford any sympathy or leniency. Lise, please take care of this young man and escort him to the classroom for lessons. Bai Jianyue casually dropped a remark before returning to the grand mansion, leaving Xing Yu and Lisa behind. Chapter 50, Sword Saint Xiongyi. After tidying up, the three children eagerly anticipated Bai Jianyue's inaugural lesson. As a master of the magical arts, Bai Jianyue primarily focused on imparting knowledge related to magic. Since Jiang Ling and Yue Bai had previously encountered these concepts, the lesson largely served as a review for them and an introduction for Xing Yu. Additionally, Lan Qinghe sat nearby, absorbing the teachings. Although Lan Qinghe was of a similar age to Bai Jianyue, his prolonged seclusion in the village rendered him a novice in both experience and knowledge. Thus, he could be considered a half-student of Bai Jianyue. It was only fitting that, as an assistant teacher, Lan Qinghe possessed a certain level of knowledge and cultivation to fulfill his role. Throughout the half-day of instruction, Yue Bai and Jiang Ling were profoundly astonished. The usually timid Bai Jianyue displayed an unexpectedly stern demeanor during the lesson, devoid of her customary kindness. If Lan Qinghe or Xing Yu so much as wavered in attention, they would find themselves doused with cold water, a far cry from her usual compassion. Perhaps this was indicative of Bai Jianyue's dedication and sense of responsibility towards her teaching vocation. Yue Bai and Jiang Ling dared not let their focus falter, diligently transcribing any previously overlooked knowledge points. Should Bai Jianyue decide to conduct an impromptu quiz in the future, it was likely that she would show no leniency towards the two children. Upon the conclusion of the lesson, Bai Jianyue urged Xing Yu to promptly visit Xiongyi. Simultaneously, she handed a hefty medical kit to Yue Bai, instructing him to accompany Xing Yu to Xiongyi's sword training grounds. Her expression bore an enigmatic hint of schadenfreude. Yue Bai felt compelled to remain silent and refrained from asking questions as he shouldered the medical kit and followed Xing Yu out without a backward glance. Accompanying them was Mir, who, having spent many years at the academy, proved to be an excellent guide. The sword training grounds of Xiong-Yi were nestled deep within the forested area of the Holy City Academy. Along the way, low-tier magical beasts meandered through the thickets, exuding no trace of hostility, likely nurtured within the confines of the sword arena. Whenever Muir spotted a magical creature, he would wave in friendliness and enlighten Xingyu about their species and habits. Yue Bai echoed Muir's explanations in a manner akin to self-talk, primarily to familiarize Xingyu with the beasts. After all, these magical creatures also roamed the wild, and such knowledge could prove invaluable should they encounter wild packs in the future. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, Xingyu suddenly remarked after a prolonged silence, startling Yue Bai. Their recent skirmish had fostered a semblance of misunderstanding. Although Yue Bai yearned to clarify the situation, Xingyu's initiation of conversation rendered the moment somewhat awkward. It's not much, really. Just a senior who is somewhat knowledgeable about this subject, Yue Bai replied, awkwardly scratching his face, while Muir, hands on his hips, wore a self-satisfied expression. Though the blue-haired child may not comprehend his words, he certainly understood their meaning. As someone praised himself, Moulton felt invigorated and spoke more frequently. Thus the two of them, accompanied by the quacking of a duck, arrived at the entrance of the dojo. The grand gate, constructed from sturdy wood, exuded an air of solemnity and elegance, unmistakably steeped in history. Above the gate, the words "striving for excellence," penned with vigor by the master, echoed a sense of diligence. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated in the center of the dojo, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. The ground trembled, causing birds and beasts to scatter in alarm. What was happening? Upon reaching the site of the explosion, they beheld a lion and a fox amidst the swirling smoke. The lion stood nonchalantly at the center, effortlessly wielding a crimson sword, his attire immaculate, yet his expression bore an overwhelming sense of boredom as he gazed down at Maya. In stark contrast, Maya appeared disheveled, her already scant clothing now tattered, leaving little to the imagination. Had it not been for the presence of battle enthusiasts within the dojo, such a spectacle would surely have incited a commotion. Maya knelt before the lion, gritting her teeth, trapped in a situation she could hardly escape. Clearly, the earlier explosion was the result of their confrontation. "Oh, you have arrived? And with the young one from the Yu family?" The lion, upon noticing their arrival, disregarded Maya and sauntered toward them. Yue Bai, however, ignored the lion and rushed to Maya's side, draping his short cloak over her shoulders. A closer inspection revealed that Maya was covered in wounds, blood oozing from her injuries. Yet the sword wielded by the lion was skillfully handled, inflicting non-lethal wounds that nonetheless restricted Maya's movements. A true expert. Do not look at me. We were merely sparring among fellow disciples, and I have shown her mercy. The lion shrugged in response to Yue Bai's gaze. This young lad, despite his youth, displayed an audacity that surpassed his peers. Fully aware of his inferior strength, he still dared to regard the sword saint with such a perilous gaze. There must be limits to one's protectiveness. Yue Bai remained silent, squatting down to retrieve medical supplies from the kit, tending to Maya's wounds. Seeing that someone was taking charge, the lion paid no further heed to them and made his way into the inner chamber with Xingyu. "You usually torment me effortlessly. How is it that you cannot defeat a foolish lion?" Yue Bai chastised Maya as he bandaged her wounds, intentionally pulling the bandages tighter to elicit sharp pangs of pain as a form of punishment. "Young master, you speak so casually. The chasm between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Saint is immense. Perhaps it is the chasm in your own heart that is vast," Maya retorted, her beastly eyes narrowing. "What are you surprised about? Look at your current state. Ever since returning from Floating Island, you have been listless. You tremble at the thought of a fight, yet claim to be the Sword Emperor. Huh!" Yue Bai lightly smacked Maya on the head before beginning to stow the supplies back into the medical kit. "Are we not to be fearless? I merely what? You, wretched fox, seem unafraid of ghosts and gods. Yet when faced with adversity, you shrink like a coward. It's infuriating to witness." Yue Bai sat cross-legged opposite Maya, feigning anger on his youthful face, though not a trace of genuine ire was present. "How are we like an egg?" Maya retorted anxiously, while Yue Bai gently pointed to the sword marks on the ground. The remnants of Maya's magical energy still lingered above the scars. These marks are significantly smaller than when I struck you. Mei fell silent. Those events are not your fault. Yue Bai, carrying a medical kit, stood up and cast a glance down at Mei. Regardless of my strength or weakness, your presence back then was merely a matter of one more person taking the blows. Moreover, as nobles, the lives of our subjects are our responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. No matter whether I could survive at that time, I would have prioritized evacuating the residents of the floating island. But there are no buts. As a subordinate, you should voice your thoughts when in doubt, obey orders when commanded, and protect your lord when under threat. That is sufficient. A wave of overwhelming pressure, far beyond Mei Yu's comprehension, emanated from Yue Bai. You are my subordinate. Simply heed my commands. Any losses are my responsibility as the leader. You need not bear the burden of guilt. Understood? Mei half kneeled, bowing her head in respect to the youth before her. Chapter 51. Invitation. In the 2 weeks following her return from the Xiongyi arena, Mei did not appear at the Yue residence or in Lan Jianyu's classroom. According to the knight who took over her role as a personal guard, Mei seemed to be in seclusion, striving to attain the rank of Sword Saint. The ranks of sword practitioners are classified as Sword Practitioner, Sword King, Sword Emperor, and Sword Saint, with promotions determined through competitions at the Royal Arena of the Holy City, where only 3 swordsmen can ascend each year. This makes the promotion tournament exceedingly prestigious, as only the most exceptional swordsmen of their level are able to advance. This year marked Mei Yu's 3rd attempt, underscoring the immense difficulty of the promotion. Yue Bai did not inquire further, recognizing that reaching the Sword Saint level is a dream cherished by all sword practitioners. Meanwhile, Star Rain had been diligently training at Xiongyi's side every day after class since that day, returning each time battered and bruised, causing Li Zhe to struggle to rest until the early hours. Yet, the glimmer in Star Rain's gaze indicated substantial gains from the experience. Observing such industrious classmates, Yue Bai did not allow himself to slack off either. Mornings were spent studying magical knowledge in Lan Jianyu's class, while afternoons were dedicated to exploring the various magical beast nests around the academy with Muir, honing his sword skills through combat with the beasts. Evenings were devoted to the repetitive practice of releasing and refining his magical energy, striving to replenish the power he had lost. This process was arduous and lengthy, but fortunately, Lanqing, he had collected scattered remnants of obsidian while tidying up the ruins of the floating island, delivering these fragments to Yue Bai daily. Though the quantity was modest, Lanqing, he understood that Yue Bai's most pressing need was a supply of magical energy, thus tirelessly transporting the remnants without a hint of laziness. With the aid of these fragments, Yue Bai's magical power gradually returned to the blue tier, drawing closer to that of Jiangling ever since returning from the floating island. The transformation of his magical energy had become rather peculiar. Yue Bai exhaled a heavy breath, as the purplish-black glow that had pervaded the room gradually dimmed and dissipated. Upon returning from the floating island, he, as a member of the Shadow Dragon clan, noticed a decline in his efficiency concerning the conversion of obsidian magic. The rate of transformation was only marginally faster than that of the water in the lake, which was perplexing. After all, the obsidian mine was the most compatible with the various branches of the Black Dragon clan. As a relatively prominent race within the Black Dragon clan, the Shadow Dragon clan should not experience such a low conversion rate. What could possibly be amiss? With his arms crossed over his chest, it was evident that this issue was significantly hindering his recovery. Recently, the Academy had compiled the results of the entrance examinations, where Yue Bai had achieved remarkable merit by defeating the fire lizard in a challenge beyond his level, thus saving 4 classmates and securing the top position. However, this ranking would be subject to regular assessments. To maintain his standing, Yue Bai needed to swiftly restore his magical power. Although these assessments were technically demanding, possessing ample magical energy to unleash powerful spells could swiftly alter the course of a battle. Moreover, with Yue Bai's ascension to the top position, numerous challengers had sent him invitations, hoping to seize the title by defeating him. Although he had triumphed in every battle, the suppression of his magical power made him feel increasingly overwhelmed. It was imperative for him to prioritize the restoration of his magical energy. Just as Yue Bai was lost in his thoughts, A knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in," he called, tidying up the remnants of obsidian in his room and clearing a space. Lan Jianyu entered with grace, wearing a thin, loose sleep robe. Her blue hair styled in 2 buns on either side of her head, presenting a tranquil appearance. "Teacher Xiaolan, what brings you here so late at night?" Yue Bai inquired, his heart racing at the sight of her. It was their first late-night visit since the beginning of the term. Surely, something must have happened. "It's nothing urgent, just a chat," she replied, pulling up a chair and taking out 3 envelopes from the pocket of her robe. "Here are the invitations from other esteemed mentors. Take a look and see if you wish to accept them." Yue Bai took the envelopes, each sealed with the crests of Xiong Yi, Yulan, and Old Xian. "You've met Lord Xiong Yi before. He was quite intrigued by your character during your visit with Xing Yu and has invited you to his dojo to practice swordsmanship together. As for Yulan, she is the esteemed mentor of the air combat department, and after reviewing your accomplishments from the floating island battle, she expressed interest in your aerial combat abilities and has invited you for training. Old Xian wishes to extend an apology regarding the fire lizard incident. Consider your schedule and decide when you can attend to these matters. However, I advise against going to Yulan." Yue Bai murmured to himself, collecting his thoughts, only to notice that Lan Jianyu had yet to leave the room. "Teacher Xiaolan, is there anything else?" he asked. "Well," and Jianyu gently tugged at her robe and earnestly inquired, "My dear Yue Bai, during this period, have you been satisfied with my teachings?" "Quite well. Indeed, I have acquired a plethora of intriguing knowledge," he replied. "Do you believe I possess the capability to guide you? Or perchance, do you harbor aspirations to study under other esteemed mentors and become their pupil?" As Jianyu and Yue Bai exchanged glances. A flicker of hesitation danced in their eyes. Initially, Yue Bai and Ng's enrollment was a demand imposed by her. Other instructors had shown little interest, but following the assessment in the Dragonbone Cavern, the mentors began to regard Yue Bai and Ng as invaluable treasures, eager to have them join their ranks. You feared her own inadequacies might hinder her students' growth, prompting her to seek their perspectives. "I find the current situation quite satisfactory," Yue Bai remarked, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Mr. "Your classes, dear teacher, LN, have taught me how to adeptly manipulate magical energy to bring my visions to life. Mr. has also introduced me to numerous magical beast companions, from whom I have garnered substantial practical experience. Moreover, Brother LNQNGH has been exceptionally caring, and my recovery has progressed swiftly. I have no inclination to study under other instructors. Even if I were to do so, it would merely be for supplementary learning, not to enroll under them." Evidently, Jing Elling also had no desire to study with other teachers. Yue Bai gestured toward the door, where Jing Elling stood, her eyes glistening with tears, hesitant to move. "Please don't stop teaching me, dear teacher, LN. I promise I will be attentive and not daydream." Naga suddenly hurled herself into LN Iwis embrace, so big-heartedly. Yue Bai, understanding the moment, stepped out of his room. As he brushed past Jianyu, he whispered in her ear, "Do not undervalue yourself, dear teacher. Your dedication to teaching is unwavering, and, as your student, I am immensely proud." Chapter 52. The Black Scale Relic. The following morning, due to Jing Elling's commotion, Yue Bai was compelled to spend the night in the classroom. He reclined on a bench, fanning himself with 3 letters resembling a small fan. Contemplating the letters in his hands, Yue Bai began to deliberate on how to respond. Regarding the renowned sword saint, although his impression of Yue Bai was not particularly favorable, he was nonetheless one of the foremost figures in swordsmanship at the academy. If Yue Bai were to train under him, his sword skills would undoubtedly undergo significant enhancement. As for YLN, Yue Bai had only heard that she was a grand mentor in aerial combat. He knew nothing beyond that. Despite her remarkable achievements in the battle at Floating Island, those victories were largely attributed to the support of 2 esteemed seniors, which did not reflect his own merit. Attending YLN's tutelage would likely be a futile endeavor. Moreover, LNGNU's suggestion to avoid YLN seemed to bear some wisdom. Ultimately, Yue Bai regarded the letter sealed with purple wax, adorned with the emblem of the Holy City Academy. It was said that XNLO had become the land's bound spirit long before the academy's establishment, lingering within its confines. And utilizing the school emblem as his own heraldry was indeed understandable. Since teacher Xiao Lan mentioned that Elder Xian is here to offer his apologies, I shall first venture over there to assess the situation and procure some treasures, which would certainly not be without its advantages. What Yue Bai currently requires most is the treasures that can restore foundational essence. The rewards previously bestowed by the accolades were mostly materials and treasures for this purpose. Yet they have nearly all been absorbed. The quantity of fragmentary ores sent from launching his side is also dwindling day by day, and it is estimated that supplies will soon be cut off. Thus, acquiring treasures that enhance cultivation foundations is of paramount importance. Off I go, Brother Muir, to visit Elder Xian. Clad in simple attire, Yue Bai gently patted the slumbering Muir and, under its guidance, arrived at Elder Xian's domain, the array classroom of the Holy City Academy. The atmosphere in the array classroom was exceedingly eerie, its density starkly dividing the same sky into two distinct realms. Within this area, storms raged and thunder clapped, with not a single ray of sunlight to be seen, shrouded in an oppressive darkness. In contrast, the outside brimmed with verdancy and vibrant life. As Yue Bai and Muir stepped into the region, a bone-chilling cold crept up from their heels, piercing through to their very marrow. This ghastly place was truly terrifying. Yue Bai's arms began to tremble involuntarily as he rubbed them together, desperately seeking warmth. However, as they ventured closer to the center of the area, his efforts grew increasingly futile. Ultimately, he decided to lift Muir into his arms, seeking solace in its dark, velvety fur. Upon reaching the center of the area, he found it lacked the magnificent structures characteristic of other mentors' domains. There was merely a staircase leading down into an unfathomable abyss. Yue Bai swallowed hard, steadying himself against the wall as he cautiously descended. The moment he set foot on the first step, the fire pit alongside the staircase flickered to life, illuminating the passageway. An ancient, haunting voice echoed from the depths of the staircase. "Come in, do not be afraid." It was Elder Xian's voice, one he recognized. Seeing Yue Bai shivering, Muir let out a loud call to bolster his courage. With resolve, Yue Bai arrived at the bottom of the staircase. Deep within lay an expansive space, supported by numerous stone pillars, intertwined with a multitude of iron chains. At the center of the room, a massive crystal hovered within an intricate array, with over 20 fine circles encircling it. Within the crystal, a young man was enveloped, his features striking and his demeanor extraordinary. A man such as yourself finds interest in this old body? Elder Xian emerged from the shadows of the room, teasing Yue Bai as he reached out to touch the crystal. Yue Bai quickly withdrew his hand, his face flushing crimson. Elder Xian, I merely sense that this stone possesses an exceptionally rich magical energy. It is evident that your foundation has been compromised. Encountering a mineral treasure brimming with magical energy stirs your bloodline's instinct to absorb it. Quite understandable. Yue Bai was taken aback. He had not disclosed this matter to anyone. Hastily, he bowed to Elder Xian. Elder Xian, your insight is remarkable. There is no need for astonishment. I have roamed this land for quite some time. The magical energy has spread throughout the academy, and I am well aware of all matters within. Since your enrollment, I have been attentively observing your cultivation. Although your fluctuations are pure, the potency of your magical energy has significantly diminished, likely due to a series of unfortunate events that have depleted your foundation. Thus, I hastily dispatched a letter to the young Lady Lan, urging you to come here for a glimpse. Now come with me. Yue Bai bowed once more and followed the Elder Xian into the depths of the room. There, a large door stood, its lock and chains rusted, a clear indication that it had not been opened for many years, slowly decaying in this damp and eerie environment. The Elder Xian produced a key from his robes, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, the key, infused with magical power, was inserted into the lock. To our astonishment, the iron lock and chains shattered instantly. "Oh dear, it appears these need replacing," the Elder Xian remarked with a wry smile. Having neglected maintenance for so long, the locks had become fragile, and, as a specter, he had no need to unlock doors, simply passing through instead. When one lives long enough, the concept of time becomes elusive, leading to many such oversights. Step inside, he beckoned. As the door creaked open, a wave of even colder air surged forth. Yue Bai followed the elder Xian through the threshold, only to discover that this was a treasure vault. The chamber sparkled with gold, filled to the brim with a multitude of treasures, including the frozen remains of some exceedingly rare and fearsome magical beasts. The purpose of your visit is primarily regarding the incident with the fire lizard, to express my apologies. Within this ebony wood box lie 7 black-scaled relics, and I shall bestow upon you a formation that will allow you to harness the magical energy within these relics to restore your foundation. As the elder concluded his words, an ebony wood box floated into Yue Bai's embrace. Opening it, he indeed found 7 black-scaled relics, each containing swirling vortices of magical energy. Beneath the box lay a piece of parchment, inscribed with a formation drawn in an unknown blood type. The formation featured 7 focal points, intended for the placement of the black-scaled relics. Find a 25-square area and inscribe the formation there. Place the black-scaled relics into the focal points, and they will interconnect, channeling the magical energy to repair your foundation. Although these relics are not the remnants of a great sage, they belong to a notable lineage of the Black Dragon clan and will serve as a substantial boon for you. Yue Bai was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to the elder Xian. There is no need for thanks. The incident with the fire lizard was a mistake on the part of my student. Which startled you? Not at all. If such treasures can be obtained, I would gladly return multiple times. Yue Bai responded with a grin, leaving the elder Xian speechless. Let's not discuss whether your body can withstand this. My treasure vault cannot endure such visits. After a light-hearted exchange, Yue Bai carefully cradled the ebony wood box as he departed from the elder Xian's basement. Chapter 53. The Great Return Formation with the ebony wood box in hand. Yue Bai returned to his dormitory, eagerly requesting a training room from Lan Jingyue. The training room, spanning 100 square feet, was perfectly suited for the arrangement of the formation. The formation is named the Great Reversion Array, capable of channeling the magical energies embedded within artifacts left behind by ancestors, thereby enchanting them and facilitating the fusion of magical power. Typically, this process involves transferring the magical essence from one object to another. However, this particular array is the culmination of years of refinement by the esteemed Master Xian, maintaining the same fundamental principles while allowing its effects to be directed towards living beings. Initially, this enhancement was devised to assist medical personnel in more effectively healing the wounded. The purpose of bestowing this array upon Yue Bai is to enable him to restore his foundational strength more efficiently. After all, as the newly appointed chief of his cohort, Yue Bai faces the greatest competitive pressure among his peers. Upon entering the training chamber, Yue Bai was met with a serene atmosphere, the ceiling adorned with a vast, resplendent starry sky, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. According to Lan Jingyue, these celestial displays were formed from the magical energies of students who had previously trained in this room. The diverse elemental compositions of each student's magic contributed to the creation of this vibrant sky. After taking a moment to observe the training chamber, Yue Bai wasted no time. He retrieved a small pouch of powder from an ebony box. The pungent aroma of sulfur was unmistakable. Grasping the pouch, he tossed it into the air, and the sulfur instantly coalesced into a cloud of mist, enveloping him. With his hands aglow with silvery starlight, the sulfur began to intertwine and spiral, forming slender threads. "Rise," he commanded, as the sulfurous threads ascended towards his head. "Construct." The threads began to move in a rhythmic pattern, gradually forming a massive magical array. "Inscribe," Yue Bai intoned, pressing his hands down, causing the floating array to imprint itself forcefully onto the ground. Joining his palms in prayer, he extracted several droplets of his essence, which fell upon the sulfurous array. At the moment the sulfur met his blood, it seemed to come alive, voraciously consuming the essence. The once dull threads gradually turned crimson, and the array's inscriptions blazed with a brilliant red light, illuminating the entire training chamber. The multicolored starlight above appeared to respond to this surge of energy, cascading beams of light downwards to envelop the array. In an instant, The blood-red glow transformed into a spectrum of colors. The rich and gentle magical aura filled Yue Bai with tranquility. The manifestations of dragon horns, scales, and tails began to emerge. The silvery scales danced in response to the ebb and flow of magic. Next came the black-scaled relics. Yue Bai carefully extracted 7 black-scaled relics from the wooden box. These relics were placed in a small container soaked in sulfur. The moment he positioned the small box at the heart of the array, it rapidly absorbed the essence within, turning crimson and emanating a powerful radiance. Once all 7 relics were set in place, a tempest of darkness erupted at the core of the array, inundating the training chamber with an overwhelming surge of magical energy. What a formidable magical storm! The sheer force of this tempest was so potent that it forcibly tore away some of the scales from Yue Bai's body. It is important to note that dragon scales are among the most resilient materials. Typically, they cannot be removed unless the dragon meets its demise. Yue Bai clenched his teeth, gradually approaching the tempest, for he needed to position himself at the eye of the storm to absorb its magical energy. Yet with each step, the excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. As the flesh and scales were torn from his body, the swirling vortex of magic began to take on a crimson hue. After much toil, Yue Bai finally breached the wall of wind and entered the eye of the storm. At that moment, his body was battered and bloodied, a testament to his suffering. He shed his clothing, seated himself within, closed his eyes, and began to attune himself to the direction of the storm. Such a fierce tempest, if forcefully drawn into his body, would undoubtedly rend him into shreds. Within the eye, there was an absence of wind, yet the howling gusts nearby were painfully piercing. Yue Bai shut down all his senses, focusing intently on the storm, preparing for its influx. Unbeknownst to him, the 7 black-scaled relics radiated with a brilliant purple light, manifesting 7 silhouettes that observed the youth amidst the formation. They murmured softly, though their words remained unheard. Moments later, the figures dissipated. As if imbued with a consciousness of its own, the storm began to transform into slender strands, entwining around Yue Bai. A surge of joy filled his heart. The dragon scales expanded and contracted with fervor, greedily absorbing the magical energy that clung to him. The magic flowed through the dragon scales and into Yue Bai's body, sending electric shocks coursing through him, causing his entire being to spasm. The intense pain elicited a dragon's roar, yet the influx of magic did not wane despite his struggles. On the contrary, the agony heightened Yue Bai's dragon transformation, intensifying his absorption of magic. After approximately 3 hours of consuming magic, the luminescence of the black-scaled relics finally dimmed. The sulfuric remnants disintegrated, losing their formation. Yue Bai lay face down on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and veined, his body displaying varying degrees of dragon transformation, marred and pockmarked. The training room was strewn with dragon scales and blood. He took deep breaths, striving to steady his chaotic breath. After what felt like an eternity, he finally mustered the strength to support his body and sit up. Old Xian had not warned him that this grand return array would be so agonizing. He thought to himself that he must find an opportunity to express his grievances. However, considering that Old Xian was the esteemed mentor of the academy, he felt it would be somewhat audacious to voice his complaints directly, so he merely muttered to himself. With his meridians filled with magical energy, Yue Bai exerted all his effort to regulate his breathing, feeling the cleansing torrent within his body gradually warm him. He retrieved a small stone from his bag. This was a tiny rainbow stone, originally used during the entrance examination to gauge magical capacity. To assess his recovery, he had carried it with him long-term. He hoped to restore himself this time. Otherwise, it would be a wasted endeavor. With palms pressed together, he placed the rainbow stone within and poured all his magical energy into it. In an instant, light radiated from his fingertips, casting shifting shadows. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Yue Bai exclaimed in excitement. Originally, his upper limit was confined to the blue tier, but now, with the assistance of the Grand Return, he had successfully broken through to the lower tier of purple. Yue Bai smiled contentedly, exclaiming in triumph, "At last, I have finally returned to my former prowess." The young man sprawled on the training room floor, gazing at the celestial tapestry above, laughing uncontrollably. This period had truly exhausted him. In Chapter 54, the stepson, having tasted the sweetness of a grand resurgence, hesitated with 2 letters in hand. As for Xiong Yi, he had previously chastised his subordinates, leaving him somewhat displeased. Yet ultimately, he was one of the foremost swordsmanship experts in the Holy City, renowned for his title of the King of Swords, safeguarding each dragon emperor. His formidable strength was widely acknowledged as unmatched across the continent. Training under his tutelage would undoubtedly expedite Yue Bai's swordsmanship development. As a sword cultivator, Yue Bai also needed to contemplate participating in the annual Sword King Ascension Tournament to elevate his rank. After weighing these considerations, Yue Bai resolved to discover what Xiong Yi had to offer. Walking along the woodland path, dappled shadows danced upon him as the sunlight cascaded through the leaves, providing warmth and comfort. It would be ideal if the magical beasts roaming the forest could momentarily settle down. Although these creatures were raised within the academy and posed no threat to the students, their formidable presence could easily unsettle the faint-hearted. The Beast King Sword sect's audacity in housing such a multitude of magical beasts within their domain was astonishing. They seemed unperturbed by the potential havoc these creatures could wreak upon the students. Contemplating these matters, Yue Bai also recognized the rationale behind it. The sword techniques employed by the Beast King Sword sect were derived from imitating magical beasts, akin to the tiger crane double form fist technique, emphasizing mimicry. Consequently, swordsman training within the Beast King Sword sect needed to engage with and observe magical beasts frequently, learning from their forms to solidify their foundations while discovering an array of techniques. This adaptability was the sect's advantage, allowing for the emergence of numerous interconnected and ever-evolving techniques. Before long, Yue Bai arrived at the venerable sword cultivation hall. Amidst the cacophony of the wind, the sounds of clashing blades filled the air. Yue Bai looked up to see the grand, expansive roof where Xing Yu was locked in a duel with Xiong Yi. Xing Yu wielded his dual swords with an ethereal grace, unleashing a flurry of sword lights in a sweeping arc. In contrast, Xiong Yi effortlessly deflected the onslaught with the iron plates on his sword, dismissing the attacks with nonchalance. Noticing Yue Bai's gaze, Xiong Yi turned amidst the fierce exchange, spotting the young man at the entrance. "Ah, the lad from the Yu family, you've arrived," he greeted with a hearty smile that softened his otherwise imposing demeanor. Seizing a moment during Xing Yu's assault, Xiong Yi skillfully trapped the incoming short sword and, with a vigorous motion, sent Xing Yu tumbling off the roof to the ground below. Xing Yu crashed heavily to the earth, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Today's training concludes here. Take your time to recuperate and remember the sensations of today, Xiong Yi declared, leaping gracefully from the roof to the ground and striding toward the entrance. The sentinel at the gate opened the door, allowing Yue Bai to enter the hall, where he politely bowed to Xiong Yi. However, his gaze remained as piercing as a dagger, offering no warmth to the esteemed swordsman. Still as protective as ever, Xiong Yi chuckled lightly. "No worries. That fellow is quite sturdy. He won't suffer any lasting harm." With that, Xiong Yi turned and slowly made his way toward the inner sanctum, with Yue Bai closely following behind. "Lord Xiong Yi has invited me here. Is there something of great importance?" Yue Bai directly inquired. "No need to rush. Let us first enjoy a cup of tea." After the disciples of the dojo served the 2 men hot tea, they closed the door to the room. As they sipped their tea, a palpable silence enveloped the room, as if one could hear a pin drop. "How have you been learning from Lan Yada recently?" Xiong Yi was the first to break the tranquility. "Not bad. I've made some slight progress lately." Yue Bai pushed a magically infused rainbow stone towards Xiong Yi, its faint purple glow causing him to brighten with interest. "In just over 9 months, you've achieved results akin to those of our late brother He Chao. You are indeed remarkable." "You flatter me, Lord Sword Saint. Achieving the heights of the Black Tide Dragon Emperor is not something we juniors dare to aspire to." Yue Bai replied with a modest smile. Although Black Tide's strength is unfathomable, as one of the most powerful men today, which young person does not regard him as a goal? "And what about you? Have you ever thought about it?" Xiong Yi's gaze was piercing as he looked at the young man before him. What do you mean by that, my lord? Yue Bai cautiously regarded the lion-headed figure, a sense of trepidation blossoming within him. Could this man have been sent to eliminate him? There is no need for such wariness. I merely speak casually. Besides, if I were to take your life, your caution would be of little help. Xiong, he set his teacup down on the floor. I ask you, if you had the capability to reach the heights of Black Tide, would you be inclined to give it a try? The prospect of such an enticing future was hard to resist. Of course, I have considered it. The current Dragon Emperor possesses extraordinary strength and has held the title for several terms, undoubtedly serving as a target for us younger generations. Your question, my lord, seems somewhat redundant. Oh, then let me rephrase. If I were to elevate you, would you be willing to learn under my tutelage? The beastly eyes fixed intently on the unrefined gem before him, glimmering with a peculiar light. My lord, please be straightforward. What do you wish for me to do? Yue Bai's heart raced, but he knew he must remain composed and not falter. I wish to adopt you as my successor. A successor? The term implied becoming a bearer of legacy, meaning that if he consented, he would be groomed as the next heir to the Beast King Sword sect. Once his abilities and character were deemed sufficient, the position of sect leader would be bestowed upon him. Xiong Yi presented this alluring proposition with nonchalance, prompting Yue Bai to recall a saying, serious nonsense. Why me? Yue Bai sought clarity, aware that no reward comes without merit, and that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Well, you have trained under Mei Ye, making you a semi-disciple of the Beast King Sword sect, which is one reason. Secondly, you have bravely confronted formidable foes in times of crisis to protect your companions. And thirdly, we have taken note of your sword techniques, which, according to Mei Ye, are innovative and peculiar, promising to inject new vitality into the Beast King Sword sect. In contemporary times, the Beast King Sword sect finds itself limited in its ability to innovate new sword techniques. Should a capable leader emerge, I firmly believe that the sect could thrive for another century. Xiong Yi expressed his sentiments with heartfelt gravity, leaving no doubt about his thoughts. Yue Bai remained silent. Although his purpose for coming was to seek opportunities, the weight of this revelation was overwhelming. Suddenly, a figure flickered through his mind. Honorable Xiong, you have elevated the discussion, yet do you not have Xingyu at your side? He is of a similar age to mine and possesses boundless potential. You could cultivate him as a foster son, could you not? Xingyu? Xiong Yi raised an eyebrow, followed by a heavy sigh. Though that young man is undeniably talented, with formidable swordsmanship and vision, his lineage is a different matter entirely. Chapter 55. Half-Dragon Xingyu. The room was dim and tranquil, with only slivers of sunlight filtering through the windows. A pinch of sandalwood incense burned quietly, its fragrance soothing and delightful. Yet, despite the atmosphere suggesting relaxation, the interior was steeped in secrets best kept hidden. What do you mean by that? It is astonishing that the esteemed Beast King Sword sect would concern itself with the background of a potential heir. Yue Bai exclaimed, striking the mat beneath him in frustration. He had not anticipated that this revered sword saint, admired by many, could harbor such snobbish tendencies. I did not imply such a thing. Can't you listen more calmly? Xiong Yi raised an eyebrow, pouring another cup of tea and presenting it to Yue Bai. He then leaned in closer and inquired, has Lan Jinyu not divulged anything to you? Nothing, Yue Bai replied, tilting his head back to drink the tea, his gaze icy as it met the lion's. Xiong Yi pondered for a moment, closing his eyes as an aura of magic subtly rippled through the air. After ensuring that no one could eavesdrop, he lowered his voice and said, what I am about to share must remain confidential. Yue Bai swallowed hard. From the moment he met this lion, he had known him to be bold and unrestrained like a wild stallion. Now, however, Xiong Yi's demeanor was grave, indicating the seriousness of the matter. Please proceed, Yue Bai said, understandingly offering a cup of tea to Xiong Yi. Xiong Yi smiled faintly. This young man seems quite perceptive. Lan Jian, you should have introduced him to you as Xingyu. But do you know his surname? Yue Bai paused. That fellow, Xingyu, had only mentioned his given name. His surname remained a mystery. Xingyu's surname is Qing. His father was a member of the peripheral branch of the Blue Dragon clan, named Qing Ling, and was a friend of my generation. He was a man of integrity. After taking a hearty sip of tea, Xiong Yi continued. 9 years ago, he met a woman of the human race and pledged his life to her. However, upon learning of this, the Qing family compelled him to part ways with her. Unwilling to comply, Qing Ling chose to forsake all ties to the Qing family, leaving with his beloved to settle in the outskirts of the city and engage in small trade. The tale should have concluded happily. Yet the obstinate elders of the Qing family refused to tarnish their so-called noble lineage. Upon learning that Xing Yu was not of pure dragon lineage, they sought to secretly deal with his family. Qing Ling, sensing something amiss, contacted He Chao in advance, who then sent someone to take Xing Yu away. Tragically, Qing Ling and her husband were slain by those stubborn old folks, along with her entire family. Subsequently, due to his half-dragon bloodline, Xing Yu experienced rapid growth, maturing into his current form in merely 8 years. Yet it was this very bloodline that allowed him to remember all that transpired in his youth, planting the seeds of hatred within him. Because of his origins, he could not publicly reveal his true identity. Otherwise, the obstinate elders of the Qing family would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. I was reluctant to accept him as a stepson, primarily for his own safety. Perhaps feeling the weight of the conversation, Xiong Yi shifted on the floor, retrieving a flask of wine from his inner space, drinking heartily. He was the son of my deceased friend. Did his lineage truly matter to me? Yue Bai remained silent. In his past life, he had known peace and prosperity, encountering little strife save for the occasional quarrel among children. The conflicts of this other world had taught him a valuable lesson. Thus, Xing Yu's fervent desire to master the art of killing stemmed from his quest for vengeance. Xiong Yi took another swig of wine. I once asked him if he could let go of his hatred, offering to forge a new identity for him and elevate him to the position of stepson. However, that young man was too deeply entrenched in his obsession to release his grip. Hence, I hope you will consent to this arrangement. Firstly, I genuinely need a stepson to inherit the dojo and ensure the Beast King sword sect thrives. Secondly, I wish for someone to intervene when Xing Yu loses his rationality in the future, and you're the most suitable candidate. Xiong Yi regarded Yue Bai earnestly, anticipating a response. He believed that Yue Bai's previous battle against the fire lizard, despite being outnumbered 4-1, demonstrated his deep sense of loyalty. With Xing Yu now as his classmate, entrusting him to Yue Bai seemed the wisest choice. However, I cannot abandon Master Lan Jinyu and join your dojo, Yue Bai stated directly. Indeed, in this world of swords and fantasy, while magic is not omnipotent, it holds a significant advantage in current combat prowess. As a grandmaster of magic, Lan Jianyu's teachings should allow Yue Bai to hone his strengths and focus on his magical studies. Nevertheless, I can agree to keep an eye on Xing Yu. I do not wish to see anyone close to me vanish from my life. Yue Bai raised Xiong Yi's flask, toasting him. The stimulating flavor surged through his mouth and nostrils, striking his brain with a sharp pain. Xiong Yi laughed heartily, declaring, I knew I had not misjudged you. Regarding the matter of a stepson, I sincerely hope you will contemplate it thoroughly. I do not wish to compel you to leave Lan Jianyu's tutelage. Simply complete my training tasks and pass my swordsmanship assessment. Xiong Yi tossed a green crystal toward Yue Bai, who caught it with both hands in a gesture of gratitude. The crystal radiates a vibrant green hue, entwined with fine threads resembling a cocoon. This is known as the Green Firestone, an essence left behind by a slain Azure-tier magical creature, containing remnants of its magical power. Every swordsman of the Beast King sword sect possesses one. Given that you have now attained Azure-tier magical strength, you should be capable of harnessing its energy. While you practice your swordsmanship, you may glean insights from this creature's magical essence, potentially enabling you to master various magical transformations, thus achieving a breakthrough for our sect. I understand your discontent towards me, and your visit was likely to seek opportunities. However, there are no shortcuts in sword training. Only diligent practice leads to advancement. I can only extend my apologies. Xiong Yi scratched his head, expressing a candid sincerity without pretense. Yue Bai bowed to Xiong Yi, expressing gratitude for the knowledge imparted today. The Green Firestone is indeed a significant gift, and as a junior, I dare not ask for more. Very well. Let today's matters remain confidential. Should anything untoward occur with the Star Rain, I would feel ashamed before my old friend. Understood. After a brief exchange, Yue Bai departed from the dojo. Watching Yue Bai fade into the distance, Xiong-yi turned back to resume training with the Star Rain, as the date for the upcoming promotion competition drew near. Chapter 56. Queen of the Skies. 1 week after leaving the dojo, Yue Bai devoted himself entirely to the mastery of swordsmanship. Each day after class, he would meditate upon a massive crystal in the lake, seeking to comprehend the essence of the green firestone bestowed by Xiong-yi. This stone contained the magical power of a thunder wolf, equivalent to the early stages of a sword saint. As Yue Bai infused his own magic into the stone and allowed his consciousness to immerse within, a perilous aura enveloped him, rendering him rigid and immobile. For an entire week, he persistently ventured into this state, yet he could not escape the weighty pressure exerted upon him. This clearly indicated the formidable prowess of the Thunder Wolf in its prime. Upon emerging from this state today, Yue Bai was drenched in sweat, cursing under his breath. Although the green firestone brimmed with untamed magical energy, if one cannot move within the realm of consciousness, not only is comprehension impossible, but even observation becomes unfeasible. What should have been a magnificent green firestone had turned into a mere trinket in his possession, and he could not help but feel despondent. Furthermore, a couple of days prior, Xiong-yi sent word that both he and the Star Rain must participate in the promotion competition at year's end, striving for a top 3 finish to ascend to the rank of Sword King. Achieving this title would grant him nobility from the Holy City and substantial resources for cultivation, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet now, with the green firestone rendered useless and the competition looming ever closer, it was no wonder Yue Bai felt agitated. Nonetheless, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. After all, with a century of mental fortitude, he had grown accustomed to such adversities and learned to take them in stride. Alas, this green firestone truly eludes me. Each attempt leaves me breathless under its overwhelming power. When will I ever grasp the creature's magical transformation within? Yue Bai sighed. Your physical form is barely a year old. To maintain clarity amidst such pressure is already commendable. Alas, poor little duckling, if it were to encounter its true form, it would likely succumb to its fate. Mir gently patted Yue Bai, urging him not to lose heart. Mir himself was formidable, now classified as a blue-tier magical beast. Even a typical Sword King or mage would find it challenging to contend with him. The formidable creature that instilled fear, even in Muir, was certainly a force to be reckoned with. All one could do was strive to comprehend it before the upcoming competition. Yue Bai sighed ruefully at his predicament. Just as he was lamenting his situation, a wave of oppressive energy descended from the sky. Looking up, he beheld several blue-tier griffins soaring above. A colossal shadow swept by, and from it leaped several figures. Upon closer inspection, they were slender, winged girls of the subhuman race. Each bore delicate wings, enabling them to briefly glide through the air, and their silver badges shimmered brightly, clearly identifying them as members of the Feathergale faction. The leader, a harpy, withdrew a piece of parchment from her armored arm and scrutinized Yue Bai intently. "It is him. Take him away," she commanded, and in an instant, the remaining girls appeared behind Yue Bai. He hastily grasped his long sword, yet it was firmly pinned to the ground, rendering it impossible to draw. Yue Bai found himself swiftly subdued, bound tightly. "What are you doing?" he protested, struggling against the ropes. "Lord Yulan wishes to see you," the harpy replied coldly. "Take off." A whistle pierced the air, prompting the griffins to circle above once more. The girls flapped their wings and ascended to the back of the griffins, leaving Muir in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, I must find Lan Jianyue for assistance. A cacophony of quacking erupted as the duck hurriedly waddled towards the building. Yue Bai was forcefully shoved to the ground in the spacious hall, which was perched upon a cliff, open on 3 sides. While it was dry, it was also quite cold. At the heart of the hall stood a raised platform, upon which loomed a grand wooden throne. Yulan sat regally, gazing with amusement at the silver-haired boy sprawled on the floor. "Ah, little brother, why do you not respond to your sister's invitation to play?" Her beguiling voice pierced Yue Bai's mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, fixing a determined gaze upon Yulan. This was hardly a cordial invitation. Silence. How dare you speak to Lord Yulan in such a manner? The harpy captain pressed Yue Bai's head to the ground. A sudden gust of wind swept through, toppling the harpy captain to the floor. Who allows you to treat my precious one this way? Yulan glared at the captain, causing her to tremble in fear. Do not worry. You may leave now. With a wave of her hand, the remaining attendants vacated the hall, leaving only Yulan and Yue Bai. Several gusts of wind sliced through the air, deftly severing the ropes binding Yue Bai. My dear, are you unharmed? Not at all, Yue Bai replied, flexing his wrists as he channeled his magical energy to resist the enchanting influence of her voice. It seems that Brother Heichao has taken a liking to you, and it is not without reason. She perched her long, slender legs and rested her chin upon her hand. Tell me, why don't you come and visit me? Teacher Xiaolan disallows it. Yue Bai also found an excuse. However, what he said is indeed a fact. Lan Jianyu does not recommend her coming to Yulan. Observing her current demeanor, Yue Bai understands Lan Jianyu's initial intentions. Oh, the legs are here with you, and if she forbids it, then so be it. What a dutiful little darling you are. Yulan spread her magnificent wings, each feather shimmering with an eerie glow. Look around, my place is filled with girls. There isn't a single boy. How many men wish to come under my tutelage? Yet here you are, given an opportunity, and you do not seize it. The teacher's orders must not be defied. Again, she invoked Lan Jianyu as a shield. Yulan felt a tinge of ire. Could it be that Lan Jianyu is even more enchanting than I? Yue Bai gazed at the graceful Yulan, feigning deep contemplation, before smilingly stating, it seems she is indeed more captivating than you. This remark incited Yulan's fury. A flurry of wind blades sliced toward Yue Bai, as if seeking to claim his life. Yet, Yue Bai stood resolute, unyielding. The wind blades merely grazed his attire. Yulan, if you truly wish to kill, infuse your performance with a bit more malice. Otherwise, no one will fear you. Yue Bai clasped his hands behind his back, observing the affected woman before him, chuckling softly. She would not dare to kill him. As a student of the academy, if the great mentor harmed him, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yulan stomped her feet in frustration, yet found herself powerless. I'm done. I'm done. You are such a dull little brat. She turned and seated herself back upon her throne, regarding Yue Bai. Now let us discuss serious matters. Chapter 57. Secrets of Aerial Warfare, Then Tell Me. What are your serious matters? Shadows swirled around Yue Bai, coalescing into a pitch-black chair as he settled into it, his gaze piercing as he regarded Yulan atop the platform. Although it appeared rather impolite, Yue Bai held little regard for such invitations. Thus, this encounter could be seen as a negotiation. In negotiations, there must be an equal standing. Yulan, witnessing Yue Bai's haughty demeanor, felt her lips twitch, veins pulsing in her temples, yet she was left with no choice. Her invitation for Yue Bai to come was largely motivated by a request for the silver-haired youth's assistance. Taking a deep breath, Yulan composed herself. My dear, as the great mentor of the Aerial Warfare Department, I wish to invite you to become my student. Become your student? Yue Bai inquired, puzzled. In the current Holy City Academy, who does not know that the great mentor Yulan of the Aerial Warfare Department only accepts female students? Even male students endowed with extraordinary aerial talent would find it impossible to join her classes. For Yulan, she believed that the delicate and agile physique of women provided them with a natural advantage, both physically and in terms of talent. After all, the students cultivated may find themselves on the battlefield, which necessitates a discerning selection, maximizing their innate talents to ensure they do not become mere cannon fodder. Pray, elucidate the reasons for your choice. Yue Bai, with fingers interlaced, rested them upon his knees. He too wished to comprehend what advantages he possessed in aerial combat. I am drawn to your formidable power. A radiant orb flickered in Yulan's palm, ascending to hover above her, unfurling a luminous screen. The screen displayed the image of Yue Bai's solitary battle against the malevolent dragon, likely recorded by a keen observer and transmitted back to the academy. I shall dispense with pleasantries, my dear. I seek to understand how this duality of black and white energy manifests. Can it be harnessed for our purposes? Through their discourse, It became clear that due to the inherent limitations of female physical capabilities compared to their male counterparts, with only a few women opting to cultivate a more robust physique, the students of the aerial combat department exhibited no remarkable prowess in strength. Yet, Yue Bai's black state, capable of unleashing such formidable potential, piqued Yue Lan's interest. At less than a year old, Yue Bai's corporeal strength could evoke such might. If integrated into her faction, it could prove immensely beneficial. However, do not harbor such thoughts. This dual energy is beyond my control. Even if I had confidence in managing it, I can no longer summon it. This black magic was exhausted during that battle and is now non-existent, Yue Bai confessed candidly. Presently, no matter how he attempts to channel his magical essence or explore his meridians, he cannot locate the ancestral silhouettes from that time. Without their assistance, he cannot invoke this state. Moreover, even if he could, what would it matter? This magic is intrinsically linked to the bloodline of the Shadow Dragon clan, and the powers of the two predecessors can only flow through their descendants, not accessible to all. Do you truly conceal nothing? Yue Lan remained undeterred. Recognizing this as an opportunity to elevate her aerial combat division, one she could not afford to miss. Absolutely true, devoid of deception, Yue Bai affirmed with a solemn nod. Observing the sincerity of this silver-haired youth, Yue Lan realized he harbored no secrets, letting out a heavy sigh. She had initially hoped to assimilate this power to advance her aerial faction, but its inaccessibility was indeed regrettable. Yet, Yue Lan licked her lips, gazing at the youthful face of Yue Bai, and inquired once more, "Since this power cannot be integrated, we and my sisters harbor some interest in your combat skills. Why not contemplate joining us for training? Though you may not be inclined towards me, one of my sisters is sure to please you." Though men may feign seriousness before you, at their core, they remain vulnerable, ensnared by a blade, unable to escape. Yue Bai was about to decline when a voice, brimming with fury, burst through the door, accompanied by a powerful gust of energy. The temperature within the hall soared to an unbearable degree, causing some wooden furnishings to char slightly. Enveloped in searing magical energy, Lan Jianyue strode through the entrance, each step scorching the carpet beneath her, leaving a significant hole in its wake. "My student, I shall not choose you." Avian creature. With a swift flick of her short staff, crimson flames rose, erecting a formidable magical barrier between Yue Lan and Yue Bai. The moment the barrier was established, Yue Bai felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, liberating him from his previous tension. This Master Yue Lan had been employing enchantments all along, yet Yue Bai remained oblivious to any unusual sensations. This woman was no mere trifler. "Little Lan, you are quite uncouth. You must not interrupt my conversation with my dear." As an unexpected intrusion occurred, students from the aerial combat department encircled Lan Jianyue, surrounding her from all sides. "Oh, you dare speak of rules to me?" Lan Jianyue stamped her foot, conjuring a colossal fire tornado that repelled the surrounding students, some of whom suffered singed feathers and excruciating pain. Master Yue Lan's emerald winds surged with power, causing the fiery vortex to sway perilously. "Kidnapping my student. This is your interpretation of rules? Shall I have a word with Brother Heichao to discern what truly constitutes propriety?" The mere mention of Heichao's name drained Master Yue Lan of her bravado. It was not solely due to Heichao's status as the Dragon Emperor, which commanded respect, but also because she had admired him since her days as a student in the academy. "I merely wish for my dear to attend my class, lest his talent in aerial combat be squandered. Do not tarnish his reputation." Yue Lan hastily defended herself. Yet, it was evident that Lan Jianyue had overheard her previous attempt to entice Yue Bai. Just as Lan Jianyue prepared to retort, Yue Bai interjected. He inclined his head to Master Yue Lan and said, "I must first express gratitude for your acknowledgement of my aerial combat talent, Master Yue Lan. However, upon my enrollment, it was under the guidance of Master Lan Jianyue. Thus, I cannot contravene a mentor's decree, which is also why I have refrained from visiting. Please allow me to forego attending your class. Should Master Yue Lan have any pressing matters requiring resolution, I would be willing to assist as a favor owed to me." A transaction. It was indeed a transaction. No wonder Yue Bai could not be so easily swayed. If there are no further matters, I shall return to my instructor. The training is rather demanding. With that, Yue Bai did not await Master Yulan's response and departed the hall with Lan Jianyue. Master Yulan was left seething with frustration. Lan Jianyue, each time a dispute arises, you invoke Heichao's name. Can you not handle things on your own? Chapter 58. The Hidden Dragon Mountain. After concluding matters with Master Yulan, it was not long before Xiongyi's messenger arrived to announce the date of the promotion tournament. The event was scheduled to take place in 2 months, granting Yue Bai and Xingyu a limited window to prepare for the competition. Xingyu, already immersed in rigorous training under Xiongyi, had become increasingly relentless, disappearing from sight around Lan Jianyue's classroom, save for attending classes. According to the rumors that Mu Er heard from the beasts, Xingyu is currently in a secret chamber beneath the arena, engaged in an intense training session with the top 10 magical beasts of the academy, striving to comprehend an array of techniques. This revelation stirred a sense of regret within Yue Bai. He lamented that he should not have been so hasty in declining Xiongyi's invitation. Indeed, as a novice, had he been able to train under a sword saint for 2 months, he could have easily ascended to the rank of Sword King without much effort. However, he could not bring himself to seek out Xiongyi, as it would mean lowering his own status, making it difficult for him to hold his head high. Yet, in order to enhance his swordsmanship, he must make strides in the techniques of the Beast King's sword sect, especially since he had no acquaintances among masters of other sword styles. Moreover, even if a sword master were willing to teach him, he would have to start anew with the fundamentals, which would likely hinder his progress compared to the rapid advancement he could achieve through the Beast King's sword sect. However, the Qingying stone was currently of no use to him. Yue Bai scratched his head, unable to devise a solution. Days passed, and one early morning, after completing a new round of magical power release and refinement, he was startled by a resounding crash from outside. Drawing back the curtains, he peered out to see Mu Er limping back, his body covered in wounds, cursing under his breath with an exceptionally displeased demeanor. Yue Bai hurried outdoors to ascertain the situation. Regardless of whether the incident was instigated by Mu Er himself, he felt compelled to seek justice in defense of his friend. Mu Er, how did you end up in such a state? Are you all right? Yue Bai asked, retrieving a medical kit to assist him. It's nothing. Just got into a couple of scuffles, Mu Er replied nonchalantly, despite his battered appearance. Don't let my condition fool you. The opponents were not in much better shape. Mu Er's disdainful smile left Yue Bai uncertain whether he was putting on a brave front or speaking the truth. Then tell me, what kind of adversary could inflict such damage upon you? This inquiry was necessary to gauge the situation. As a blue-tier core beast, Mu Er's combat prowess was formidable. If he had sustained such injuries, it was evident that this skirmish required careful consideration. From Mu Er, Yue Bai learned that he had ventured to the outskirts of Qianlong Mountain today in search of rare treasures to aid his ascension. By unfortunate coincidence, he encountered several beasts of the same tier, who mocked him as a pampered weakling. Unable to contain his anger, Mu Er engaged them in battle. Although victorious, he paid a price for it, resulting in the injuries Yue Bai had witnessed. So, are there many opportunities in Qianlong Mountain? Yue Bai inquired, tightening the bandages in his hands. Mu Er winced in pain, furrowing his brow but refraining from blaming Yue Bai. Qianlong Mountain is said to be the site of an ancient battle between 3 holy dragons and an evil dragon, during which a general of the evil dragon army was defeated and fell there. The decaying body of the evil dragon nourished the land, giving rise to what is now Qianlong Mountain. Originally, the mountain was shrouded in dense miasma, yet many magical creatures have ventured in seeking fortune. Over time, the dead and wounded accumulated, gradually diminishing the miasma. Now, even the weaker human races can enter. In the depths of Qianlong Mountain, numerous rare treasures have been enriched with spiritual energy after being baptized by the miasma, becoming coveted objects for our magical beasts. It is rumored that some relatively formidable creatures hoard treasures within the mountain, seeking the miasma's cleansing to elevate their riches further. One might ponder, how abundant are the opportunities within Qianlong Mountain? Yue Bai, with a glint of greed in his eyes, rolled his throat. So, within Qianlong Mountain, there are both rare treasures and powerful magical beasts? Is there a problem with that? Mu Er queried, puzzled. He had already elucidated everything clearly. Yet this young lad sought further confirmation, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. I too wish to venture into Qianlong Mountain in search of fortune, Yue Bai unabashedly declared his intentions. He yearned to enter the mountain and engage in combat with some magical beasts, hoping to glean insights into the swordsmanship of the Beast King Sword sect through real combat, thereby enhancing his own skills. With any fortuitous encounters, he aspired to acquire some rare treasures to bolster his magical prowess, which would significantly enhance both his physical capabilities and technical skills. You are quite the dreamer, Mu Er retorted with a hint of irritation. I've already told you. The magical beasts within the mountain disdain our kind, those who coexist with humans, and may even harbor animosity. Do you truly think they will engage in peaceful sparring with you? If they haven't already sought to devour you, consider that mercy. Yue Bai felt embarrassed. Mu Er's words rang true. While magical creatures are hardly amenable to negotiations. However, you may indeed enter Qianlong Mountain, but only to linger on the outskirts. Do not venture deeper, Mu Er cautioned. Some high-tier magical beasts, particularly those that hoard treasures, can set up deceptive traps in the forest. Should you wander in, escaping will not be an easy feat. What level of power do the beasts on the periphery possess? Yue Bai inquired. At the very least, they are at the mid-level of the green tier. 3 of them could easily overwhelm a Sword King. 3 against 1 Sword King? Yue Bai pondered his own strength. Although he had trained diligently under Mei Ye and earned her recognition, he remained uncertain of his true capabilities. Mu Er, do you think I could defeat those mid-level green-tier beasts? I have yet to spar with you, so I cannot assess, Mu Er replied, sizing Yue Bai up with a sly smile. Little brother Yue, I suddenly feel inclined to have a bout with you. Absolutely not. Yue Bai frowned. How could he possibly contend with beasts of the blue tier? Just dealing with a half-evolved fire lizard had nearly cost him his life. I don't expect you to defeat me. Our match is merely to evaluate your capability to enter Qianlong Mountain. Being beaten by me is just a bonus. Mu Er chuckled, spreading his wings and exuding an imposing aura. Very well, very well. I shall prepare for our duel after my classes today, Yue Bai replied dismissively, hastily retreating to his dwelling. Mu Er wore a mischievous grin. Young lad, you are destined to be my punching bag this time. Chapter 59, The Black Feathered Armored Duck Morning. After finishing the class with Lan Jianyue, Yue Bai pushed open the door and stepped outside. At that moment, a fully armed black duck stood resolutely at the entrance, awaiting the appearance of its prey. After a brief moment of confusion, Yue Bai recalled the duel scheduled for the early morning, and unease settled within him. Could this accursed duck truly intend to assault me? Why is it blocking the way? Step aside quickly. I am in haste to practice. Xingyu, growing impatient, shoved Yue Bai aside and caught sight of Mu Er, feeling a twinge of curiosity. What on earth is this duck doing in full armor? The so-called full armor merely consisted of some leather straps bound around its body. However, seeing a magical beast donned in human equipment was indeed a peculiar sight. Kid, I've been waiting for you all morning. Hurry up and get ready. I'm going to give you a good thrashing for 10 rounds. Mu Er rubbed its meaty fists together, causing a wave of color to wash over Yue Bai's face. A blue-tier magical beast challenging him to a duel was akin to courting death in the wild. Xingyu and Jiangling could only hear Mu Er's raucous quacking, unable to comprehend its words. Yet, from Yue Bai's expression, it was clear that this duck was up to no good. Little brother, what does a little black duck want with you? Jiangling, noticing Yue Bai's pale complexion, was eager to stir the pot. He wants to beat me up. Beat you up? Xingyu and Jiangling exchanged curious glances between the human and the duck, bursting into laughter. You're not planning to roast its mother duck, are you? Jiangling chuckled, recalling the succulent duck they had for lunch 2 days prior. Could it be that Yue Bai had committed the grievous sin of devouring its beloved? Get out of here. What are you thinking? I intend to cultivate my swordsmanship within Qianlong Mountain. This duck, having learned of my plans, want to spar with me to see if I am qualified to enter the mountain. What? To Qianlong Mountain? An elder once said that with our current strength, we cannot approach it at all. Xingyu waved his hands dismissively, urging Yue Bai to abandon the idea. There are numerous ferocious beasts within Qianlong Mountain. How much strength do you think you possess as a mere swordsman? One must at least possess royal-level prowess to ascend its heights alone. I am aware of the dangers. The promotion tournament is approaching, and I need to find a breakthrough point within the Beast Kingsword sect. Otherwise, this tournament will merely be about participation. Yue Bai replied with a bitter smile, as he made his way toward the lakeside with his sword in hand. Mu'er followed closely behind, strutting with confidence, feeling assured of victory. The commotion at the door attracted Lan Jinyue's attention. Since the class had concluded, she instructed the 3 attendants of Liza to prepare some refreshments, setting up a sunshade by the lake to observe the impending spectacle of a duel. Xingyu, foreseeing the outcome, chose not to waste time and, after greeting Lan Jinyue, headed toward the dojo. Now, Mu'er, while we spar, do not hold back too much, Yue Bai said as he drew his long sword. A surge of killing intent emanating from it, the blade shimmering coldly. I certainly won't hold back. Otherwise, Miss Lan Jinyue would not spare me, Mu'er replied, its wings flapping as its fingers transformed into sharp, hooked feathers, exuding a menacing aura. Then I shall begin. With that, Mu'er flapped its wings, unleashing a flurry of black feathers like deadly projectiles. Yulong, ancient dragon language. With a swift exclamation, Yue Bai summoned the power within his feet, causing splashes of water to erupt around him, gliding gracefully as if coated in oil, skillfully evading Muir's shots. Muir's eyes flickered as his wings intertwined, redirecting the trajectory of his fire, gradually closing the distance to Yue Bai. This wretched duck is restricting my movements. It was evident from Muir's firing pattern that he was intent on occupying every available space, methodically crafting a battlefield to his advantage. Without a foothold in the open, Yue Bai would become easy prey. Yet, Yue Bai was no fool. Such an overt tactic would not ensnare him. Sword technique, fox stance. A vibrant crimson flame enveloped his long sword, which trembled as waves of fire erupted forth, accompanied by the haunting cries of foxes. A colossal flaming fox swished its enormous tail, aiming to sweep away the feathers on the ground. However, the flames passed harmlessly over the feathers, which remained undisturbed, showing no signs of scorching. The creature known as Little Black belonged to the black feather-armored duck species, renowned for its resilient and robust plumage, impervious to flames of this caliber. Lan Jinyue, observing from the sidelines, was exhilarated, realizing just how formidable Little Black truly was. Hearing the girl's praise spurred Muir to exert himself further, propelling himself swiftly towards Yue Bai. With fingers poised like blades, he descended from above, causing Yue Bai to instinctively raise his sword in defense. The collision of feathers and the long sword sparked a flurry of embers. "You brute, are you trying to disfigure me?" The long sword roared as silvery flames blazed fiercely. The intense heat overwhelmed Muir, forcing him to ascend rapidly. "Since you're here, you might as well stay." Sword technique, serpentance. The silvery flames morphed in a serpentine fire, ensnaring Muir's limbs and pulling him down. Muir lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Yet, he refused to grant Yue Bai a chance for retaliation. Rotating his body, he shed the silver fire serpents, sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust clouded his vision, Yue Bai shut his eyes tight. "You scoundrel! You're resorting to trickery." "All's fair in war," came the retort. A gust of wind rushed towards him, and despite his closed eyes, Yue Bai swung his sword forward. Sword technique, turtle stance. A magical shield adorned with turtle shell patterns manifested before him, created by the flow of his sword energy. The clash of the black feathered blades against the shield rang out like chimes. Rubbing his eyes, Yue Bai regained his sight, yet Muir's figure eluded him. "You have lost, my friend." A chilling laughter echoed from behind, and Yue Bai felt a dagger pressed against his back. Just a slight push would pierce his heart, delivering a fatal blow. "All right, I surrender." Yue Bai relinquished his long sword, prompting Muir to retract his feathers. His fingers transformed back into their normal form, nestling once more into the thick plumage. "Why didn't you use powerful magic? If you had, I might have found you far more challenging." Muir squawked with an air of dissatisfaction. In his eyes, a magical assault from Yue Bai would have made for a far more exhilarating battle. However, this individual relies solely on sword techniques, exhibiting no signs of deceit. Employing magic would undermine the essence of honing one's swordsmanship. Yue Bai accepted the towel offered by Leah and wiped his face. Indeed, Mir nodded in agreement. If you complement your magic with my leadership, entering the periphery of Qianlong Mountain should pose no challenge. What do you mean? A spark ignited in Yue Bai's eyes. The handling of combat details was commendable. Under my protection, you may access the outskirts. You have proven yourself worthy. Chapter 60. Arrival at the Perilous Land. Having earned Mir's approval, Yue Bai wasted no time and promptly began to pack his belongings for departure. Upon learning that Yue Bai intended to ascend Qianlong Mountain, Jiangling created quite a commotion, insisting on accompanying him with her duck. Lanjian Yi Ue, fully aware of the considerable time lost in class, refrained from further objections and granted the two permission to set off. Before their departure, he presented them with a spatial bracelet. The bracelet contained a piece of an indiscernible black substance, with a slight activation. It unfolded into a black void capable of accommodating a single individual, offering a 5-square-meter independent space for temporarily storing goods, even living creatures. Seeing the two youngsters with the bracelet, Mir clamored for one as well. Yet, Lan Jian, you could not comprehend Mir's words, and even if he did, the spatial bracelets were rare, likely not to be distributed further to Mir. This incited Mir's ire. Throughout the journey, the previously boisterous duck fell silent, puffing out its cheeks in indignation. The trio swiftly reached the final checkpoint beside Qianlong Mountain. The guard stationed there, upon seeing Mir, the black-feathered armored duck, accompanied by two youthful children, assumed a scenario of monster abduction and promptly raised their long spears and shields to halt the caravan. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Intelligent magical beasts sometimes resorted to kidnapping individuals rich in magical energy to consume them, enhancing their own prowess. As the caravan halted, Yue Bai tossed the emblem of the Holy City Academy and the crest of the Shadow Dragon clan, the Yue family, to the guards. After inspection, their demeanor softened considerably. Greeting Yue Bai as young Master Yue. It seemed the Yue family's transition from politics to commerce had allowed these guards to reap considerable benefits. Jiangling, feeling emboldened, contemplated whether to encourage the Jiang family to engage in trade as well. Yue Bai waved his hand dismissively. Engaging in commerce is not as effortless as it appears. According to the information relayed from home, Yu Yi and Yue Ai have been exceedingly busy of late. Though Yue Bai was confident in his ability to assist the family in managing their shop and boosting sales, he questioned whether the impulsive and careless Jiangling could handle such a demanding family enterprise. Naturally, Yue Bai refrained from voicing this opinion. After all, Jiangling had recently awakened a portion of the Rainbow Emperor bloodline. In terms of combat capability, this healer might surpass him, the swordsman. Should a conflict arise, Yue Bai would surely find himself defenseless. Having passed the checkpoint, the trio soon arrived at the base of Qianlong Mountain. The mountain sprawled across the landscape, forming a crescent shape, its width immeasurable. One could only imagine the immense stature of the malevolent dragon that once roamed these lands. Beneath the mountain, many withered trees abound. Yet above, a verdant expanse flourishes, creating a striking contrast. Mir dismounted from the dragon, and with a swift kick, the dragon retreated far away, no longer approaching Qianlong Mountain. Next, I implore you to convey my words to that young lady. As Mir gazed at Qianlong Mountain, his expression turned grave. Throughout this journey, Mir has taken on the role of protector for the two of us, and there are crucial matters that must be addressed beforehand. Firstly, as far as I am aware, there exist over 300 varieties of magical beasts and ferocious creatures upon this mountain. The ferocious beasts possess no intelligence. Thus, it is best to intimidate them upon encounter. Otherwise, entanglement could lead to a deadly struggle. Upon meeting magical beasts, especially those capable of speech, one must immediately shut oneself off from sensory perception, for their words carry an enchanting power that can easily ensnare the unwary, turning them into their next meal. Secondly, prior to entering the mountain, there lingers a miasma resulting from the disintegration of the vile dragon. At that time, as a magical beast myself, I will invoke my own magical powers to purify the miasma within a 3-meter radius around me. You must stay closely behind me. Should other magical or ferocious beasts take notice as we enter the mountain, it is imperative to follow in my footsteps. Otherwise, inhaling the miasma could result in paralysis for 3 days at best, or death at worst. Lastly, these 2 feathers belong to me. Each of you shall take one. If we become separated, find a concealed spot to hide and await my return. My feathers can dispel lesser magical creatures, yet they may also attract those of greater strength. When not in use, store them within your bracelets and refrain from drawing them out unless in dire circumstances. Yue Bai repeated Muir's words to Jiangling as instructed. Jiangling, ever so obedient, nodded in agreement. It seems that the awakening of the Honghuang dragon bloodline is gradually maturing Jiangling's approach to matters, which has greatly eased Yue Bai's anxious heart. Should this foolish girl behave recklessly as she did before, this journey would surely be fraught with peril. Let us proceed into the mountain. Muir arrived at the entrance of Qianlong Mountain, unfurling his wings, releasing a swirling vortex of magical energy. Subsequently, the miasma at the mountain's mouth seemed to be drawn in, creating a current that surged into the duck's body. Hurry along. We must breach this layer of miasma within 10 minutes. With that, Muir boldly stepped into the miasma. Yue Bai swiftly hoisted Jiangling onto his back, following closely behind. As Jiangling serves as a support, her speed would be hindered if not carried. Within the miasma, shadows flickered, with many figures appearing and disappearing. It was evident that numerous magical beasts and ferocious creatures were on the move nearby. Fortunately, they showed no intent to attack. After all, even a powerful magical beast like Muir could only linger within the miasma for a limited time. Engaging in combat amidst the fog could cost one their life, becoming nourishment for Qianlong Mountain. With this thought, the group felt reassured about the threats. Judging by their movements and cautious demeanor, it was likely that their strength paled in comparison to Muir's. After 10 minutes of cautious navigation, they successfully traversed the miasmic mist. At this moment, Muir's fur was thoroughly soaked, greedily inhaling the fresh air, for having consumed the miasma for 10 minutes had undoubtedly caused him discomfort. Yue Bai retrieved a water bottle from the spatial bracelet and handed it to the black duck. Muir, unceremoniously, drank deeply from the bottle, even pouring water over himself to cleanse his body. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed in the forest, circling around the group and crushing the flora, creating a cacophony of cracks. Startled, both individuals grasped their weapons, confronting the enormous figure. As it drew nearer, they discerned that it was, astonishingly, a monstrous larva. The creature, resembling a cross between a python and a dragon, flicked its tongue like a snake, its enormous pupils seemingly imbued with some enchantment that rendered the two unable to move. This was absurd. Such a blue-tier magical beast should only be found deep within the mountains. Yue Bai cursed silently, yet found himself immobilized by the oppressive aura emanating from the creature. Alas, it appeared their demise was imminent. Both lowered their weapons, bracing for the arrival of death. At that moment, Muir erupted into laughter. "All right, Fun, stop scaring the youngsters. Release your pressure. They're nearly terrified to death." "Oh dear, did you think these 2 fledglings were trying to take advantage of your weakness? How can you blame me, sister?" The larva spoke, seemingly quite familiar with Muir. Chapter 61. From the larva, "Oh dear, did you think these 2 fledglings were trying to take advantage of your weakness? How can you blame me, sister?" The creature, named Fun, playfully stuck out its tongue and instantly retracted the oppressive aura it had been exuding. Due to the oppressive force, Yue Bai and Jiangling found themselves prostrate on the ground, retching. Although Fun's magical power was on par with Yue Bai's, the years of bloodshed and malevolence entwined with him from his time in the Qianlong Mountain, coupled with the murderous aura he exuded, rendered both unable to resist. The strength of a blue-tier magical beast was indeed formidable. The Qianlong Mountain was a veritable den of hidden talents. It demanded respect. "Are you all right, Xiao Bai?" Muir asked as he helped Jiangling to her feet while speaking to Yue Bai. "I'm fine." Yue Bai wiped the sweat from his chin, casting an irritated glance at the insufferable duck. "How convenient. Only caring for the girl and ignoring me. Huh?" The larva seemed aware of its misstep and slithered closer to the group. Its large dragon-like head neared Yue Bai, the chilling inquiry instantly calming him. From Muir, he learned that this pink larva named Fun had been released into the area by Lan Jian many years ago. Back then, its strength was comparable to Muir's current prowess, merely a blue-tier beast. Years of survival in the wild had allowed it to grow formidable, establishing its dominion over territory. Moreover, it was the reason Muir could brazenly traverse the Qianlong mountain. In the vicinity, no one dared to provoke Muir. They would only face Fun's wrath. How long do you plan to stay in the mountain? Fun inquired with concern. We intend to remain for about 2 months, Muir gestured, indicating Yue Bai. This lad wishes to hone his skills in the Beast King Sword sect. Oh, the Beast King Sword sect? Then you have indeed come to the right place. Fun conjured several magical ropes from its scales, ensnaring the group and elevating them to its head before moving deeper into the forest. You may stay in my lair. All the magical beasts in the mountain are aware that it is my domain. Aside from a few audacious ones, none dare approach my nest lightly. Fun gently spoke, devoid of any arrogance typical of high-tier magical beasts. Oh, it seems you've encountered some trouble, Sister Fun? Muir, reclining on the dragon's head, remarked with interest. Do share your tale. What is there to say? Just a few yellow-tier burrowing mice coveting my dragon eggs, lingering around my lair day after day. I've been out for over half an hour now, and I can't help but wonder if those troublesome creatures have caused any mischief. With this thought, Fun quickened her pace. Yue Bai half knelt atop the dragon's head, her silver pupils shimmering with magical energy, and soon spotted the dragon eggs nestled within a large cavern ahead, as well as 6 burrowing mice prowling outside. Sister Fun, you ought to hasten. Those creatures seem rather restless, Yue Bai advised, nodding to her companion, Jiangling. Understanding the signal, Jiangling scrambled down from the dragon's head. With a flourish of her short staff, several fireballs materialized before her, swirling and coalescing into fiery lances. Report the positions, 2 at 2 o'clock, 1 at 11 o'clock, and 3 at 10 o'clock, 500 meters ahead. Got it. The flames blazed brightly, transforming into a crimson streak that tore through the air. A resounding explosion ensued, scattering the burrowing mice in all directions. None of them struck. Jiangling, you need to work on your aim during this mountain excursion, Yue Bai chuckled softly. In truth, Jiangling had deliberately refrained from harming the burrowing mice. As the local guardian, Fun proposed, I'll take care of these little ones today, and tomorrow I'll find some more amicable magical beast friends to serve as your sparring partners. Fun, well aware of the personalities of the 2 youngsters, made this suggestion willingly. Thank you for your efforts, Sister Fun, Yue Bai nodded in acknowledgement. The trio soon arrived at the lair. This so-called lair was an unfathomable cavern, with a serpent-like dragon species, known as Yaoziu, could sense the external environment through temperature in the dimness. Such an enigmatic cave was ideally suited for its existence, though it felt rather chilly for Yue Bai and her companions. Is this the dragon egg of Yaoziu? Jiangling inquired, her curiosity piqued by the pink-hued eggs. It was her first encounter with a subdragon's egg. Indeed, just 3 of them. They were laid over a year ago and have yet to hatch. But that should change soon, Fun said tenderly, her gaze filled with maternal warmth as she looked at the 3 eggs. Where is the dragon father? Jiangling asked again. Little one, mind your tongue, Muir cawed, though Jiangling couldn't comprehend. Not to worry, Fun replied gently. He was killed a year ago, right before my eyes, by several members of the myriad races who skinned him alive. As Fun gazed at the mottled sunlight filtering through the cave entrance, she seemed to envision her husband. I see, Jiangling murmured, her head bowed in confusion. It's all right, child. It's all in the past, Fun reassured her, nudging Jiangling affectionately with her massive head before shifting the topic with Muir. Speaking of which, those little rascals who had a scuffle with you a few days ago seem rather dissatisfied and came looking for trouble earlier today. Oh, do they dare to stir up trouble? Muir's eyes glinted with fierce sharpness, yet her demeanor remained composed. From the dialogue between the 2 beasts, it can be discerned that the creature previously engaged in a skirmish with Muir was also a black-feathered armored duck. This species is gregarious by nature and, upon spotting Muir alone, approached to ascertain the situation. Upon learning that Muir was domesticated, a confrontation ensued. Ultimately, Muir subdued the creature, which now seeks to confront the tribe's leader for an explanation. Although they lack the strength of Finn, their sheer numbers provide them an advantage. As the saying goes, an army of ants can fell an elephant, prompting Finn to consider his own safety while heeding their counsel. What do they propose to do? Muir inquired, scratching his belly with a nonchalant air. What else? Disputes among beasts are settled with fists, Finn replied, flicking his forked tongue. Tomorrow, they intend to challenge you again. That's perfect. We can practice against them, Muir chuckled, addressing the two youngsters. Today, I have brought some underlings along. It will be even simpler to handle them. Do you not think that, although they initially could not defeat you, they now possess renewed confidence and a backing? Finn questioned. While I am unaware of their intentions, surely a group of ducks would not come at me without some semblance of respect. Muir waved his hand dismissively, also explaining the situation to Yue Bai, who relayed the information to Jiangling Ye. On my very first day here, I get to engage in a fight. After being constrained in the holy city, I am finally free to unleash my potential, Jiangling exclaimed, leaping with excitement. During this time, she had also been honing her skills and was eager to gauge her progress. I shall send them a response. Please keep an eye on my little ones while I am away, Finn said, blinking as he swam outward. Yue Bai also ventured out alone to survey the surrounding terrain and gather firewood in preparation for spending the night in the cave. Chapter 62. The formation of the divine bird. The following morning, Jiangling rose early to warm herself up. Having been confined by the strictures of the holy city for so long, she was now liberated, which exhilarated her immensely. The dark circles under her eyes indicated she had not slept at all the previous night, waiting for dawn to break. In stark contrast, Yue Bai was reluctant to rise. The cave was unbearably cold. Despite the campfire lit the previous night, the chill pervaded the cave. Yue Bai had only managed to fall asleep near dawn. That mischievous girl. Yue Bai clenched her fists, contemplating giving Jiangling a good thrashing. However, after some reflection, she dismissed the thought. Taking a deep breath to clear her mind, she resolved to stretch her limbs. Today, she would accompany Muir to engage in battle with his kin, so she needed to prepare swiftly to avoid becoming a mere punching bag. For practicality, Jiangling wore a thin, form-fitting outfit instead of her usual robe. The snug attire accentuated her graceful figure, appearing even more developed than in previous days. Little brother, up so early?" Jiangling exclaimed, her hands tightly gripping a short staff, continuously brandishing it as if she were a swordswoman. "You're a priestess. Why are you practicing swordplay?" Yue Bai remarked, her lips twitching in a wry smile. What if those ducks managed to catch me? I wouldn't need to strike their heads with my short staff, would I?" Jiangling exclaimed, energetically waving her staff, each swing slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Yue Bai suddenly recalled the past gathering where this individual had effortlessly pinned him to the ground with a single hand. That peculiar strength was indeed quite formidable. However, it was also beneficial. Jiangling's ability to resist in close combat somewhat alleviated the burden on the team, allowing them to charge forward without immediate concern for the rearguard. Yue Bai nodded, then surveyed the surroundings in search of Muir's figure. Xiaohei had gone to the lakeside early that morning to assess the situation. Finn peeked out from the shadows of a cave, flicking its forked tongue, and said, "It is also worried that those rascals might cause trouble, trying to uncover their trump cards. Surely, it wouldn't take the opportunity to attack Muir, would it? Not likely. The Black Feather Armor Ducks are a disciplined clan. They won't exploit the vulnerabilities of others. Moreover, they are inherently weaker than Xiaohei. This duel is intended to be a fair contest to defeat it openly." Just as Finn concluded, Muir emerged from a nearby thicket of reeds. A look of melancholy etched across its face. "What troubles you? Have you gathered any useful information?" Yue Bai inquired, noticing Muir's unusual demeanor. "It seems they can employ a secret technique unique to their clan," Muir shrugged. In truth, Muir was eager to approach the Black Feather Armor Duck clan, having heard of a formidable technique called the Divine Bird Formation, known for its immense destructive power. Muir aspired to learn this technique to enhance its own strength, especially as it was nearing a pivotal stage of evolution and sought opportunities for advancement. The more skills it possessed, the greater its chances of success. "What exactly does this Divine Bird Formation entail?" Yue Bai asked, intrigued. After all, Understanding both oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory in any confrontation. I'm not entirely sure. I've only heard that the black feather armored ducks, like us, form teams to train together. The divine bird formation involves the ducks within the team synchronizing their energies, merging their magical powers into a torrent, which they then unleash. I've heard its destructive capability can pierce through mountains, obliterating everything in its path. Even this hidden dragon mountain, formed from the body of a malevolent dragon, would struggle to endure such might. Is it truly that powerful? Yue Bai exclaimed. Piercing through mountains, such destructive force is typically reserved for the realms of fiction. To witness it firsthand would indeed be exhilarating. However, if that group of ducks activates the divine bird formation, how can we possibly withstand it? There's no need for concern. This duel is merely a friendly sparring session. Furthermore, those three younglings are not particularly strong. Even if they unleash it, their destructive power is not as formidable as the legends suggest. If they were truly that powerful, they would have already dominated Hidden Dragon Mountain instead of lingering by the lakeside for so long. Mu-Er scoffed. It had previously bested three of them. Mu-Er was well aware of their strength and felt confident in its ability to prevail. Moreover, with Yue Bai and Jiangling as allies, even if they were not exceptionally strong, they could still assist in delaying the onslaught, identifying weaknesses, and ultimately striking decisively. There was little fear of them turning the tide. However, we must deliberate carefully. A group of ducks, shrouded in secrecy, considers themselves divine birds. Their prowess is unlikely to be insignificant. With that, Yue Bai acted as a translator, consuming breakfast while discussing strategies with Mu-Er Jiangling amidst the encircling demon larvae. The black feather-armored duck resided in a nearby lake, not far from its lair, a sizable body of water on the outskirts of the Qianlong Mountains, bustling with various magical beasts coming to drink. Fen lifted his massive head, causing the surrounding lower-tier magical creatures to scatter in fright. Oh, here they come. A robust black duck spoke in human tongue. Its physique was similar to Mu-Er's, yet its features were sharply defined, with piercing eyes and feathers gleaming like black steel. This was the chief of the black feather-armored ducks, having evolved into the azure-tier black feather-steel duck, now intelligent enough to converse with beings of all races. Mu-Er communicated with the chief duck and quietly shared with Yue Bai. After Yue Bai explained to Jiangling, she stepped forward boldly, her clear voice resonating across the lake. Who dares to challenge my little Hay today? The black feather-steel duck also applauded. Little girl, it seems you have great faith in your little spirit. Of course, it has defeated my younger brother Yue Bai. Quite formidable indeed. Jiangling placed her hands on her hips, prompting the chief duck to glance at the little spirit behind her. The beast's gaze lingered on Yue Bai for a considerable time, astonishment etched on its face. Strange, strange, it murmured, with no further elaboration. Today, our young ones have a dispute with Mu-Er. Will you two be mere spectators, or will you join the fray? Certainly, we shall join. Jiangling waved her arms, eager for the challenge. But in a brawl, injuries are inevitable. Fear not. Engaging a fight while holding back is utterly dull. Jiangling replied with a sweet smile towards the steel duck. An unprecedented sensation washed over the chief duck, leaving it momentarily dazed. Strange, strange, it muttered again, pondering the peculiarities of these two little ones. Very well, step into the lake and prepare. I, Qi, along with the demon larvae Fun, shall witness the outcome. Chapter 63. A slight advantage, the three of them, empowered by magical energy, stepped onto the lake's mirror-like surface, creating ripples that spread outward. Upon seeing that they were ready, Qi let out a whistle. Behind him, three dark figures soared into the air and landed upon the lake. These three black feather-armored ducks, with their inky feathers of varying shades and disheveled down, appeared somewhat dull in comparison to Mu-Er, yet their eyes were sharp, radiating a primal threat. Warriors, please declare your names. Qi's authoritative voice resonated, commanding the attention of all present. Yue Bai, Jiangling, Mu-Er. The trio bowed in respect. Hehyaya. The three ducks returned the gesture. As the black feather-armored ducks had yet to attain full intelligence, their speech was still a cacophony of quacks, which Yue Bai patiently translated for the curious Jiangling. I can finally confirm that you understand duck language. Teach me when we return, she said, playfully nudging Yue Bai with her elbow. All right. But for now, let us focus on the fight. Be serious, Yue Bai replied in a tone only they could hear. Then this bout shall not be a fight, but rather a sparring session. Let us keep it light. As everyone prepared, the signal was given to cast a smooth stone into the lake. The stone plummeted into the water, producing a resounding splash. In an instant, 5 figures above the lake began to move with remarkable speed. Extraordinary strength. Command the winds. Perception. In the language of the ancient dragons, the crimson short staff of Jiangling traced circles in the air, enveloping Yue Bai and Mu Air in a surge of scarlet magic, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and reflexes. Xiao Bai, you handle Gu and Jia. I will subdue you first. Before Yue Bai could respond, Mu Air broke through the formation and darted forward. Yue Bai, too, remained silent. His originally silver pupils transformed into a pair of contrasting black and white eyes. This was a skill inherited from 2 predecessors who awakened before him, which he had mastered during his exploration of his own powers. The white eye could perceive the flow of magic, while the black eye could analyze magical constructs. How dare you underestimate us? Gu and Jia seethed with rage, merging their fingers into 2 pitch-black short swords aimed at Yue Bai's vital points. Seeking a swift victory before joining forces with you to overpower Mu Air. It is ill-advised to belittle me, Yue Bai thought silently, channeling his magic into his feet. Merging with the surface of the lake, his figure became ethereal, effortlessly evading several strikes. Jia, have you not eaten today? I've already sealed off your movements. Yet you still cannot strike him. The black duck named Gu bellowed, causing Jia to feel particularly vexed. I had already anticipated his movement, but this fellow's trajectory is so elusive. How can I be blamed? Jia retorted helplessly, then followed Gu once more in an assault against Yue Bai. In truth, it was not that their strength was lacking. As blue-tier beasts, their individual prowess certainly surpassed that of Yue Bai. However, Jiangling's perception allowed Yue Bai to discern their movements, enabling him to chart the optimal paths for evasion. Meanwhile, witnessing his companions struggling against Yue Bai, felt a surge of anxiety. Their strength paled in comparison to Mu Air's. Now that the battlefield was divided, was defeat inevitable? I never expected your pets to bring such capable allies. Yue feigned calmness, contemplating how to reach his companions. Given the disparity in power, they could only strive to form a cohesive formation and unleash the divine bird array. Enough chatter. The 2 ducks transformed their fingers into swords, engaging in fierce combat. Although the feathers of the black-feathered armored duck were remarkably resilient, conflicts among kin always revealed the stronger and the weaker. Sparks flew as the battle raged on, and the surface of the lake gradually took on a crimson hue. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to employ secret techniques to defeat us in one fell swoop? Not a chance. After parrying one of Yue's thrusts, Mu Air unleashed all his magical energy, propelling himself like a cannonball, clutching Yue, and plunging into the depths of the lake. Damn it, Yue cursed inwardly, watching the 2 battlefields drift further apart, feeling increasingly uneasy. Now, he could only hope that those 2 reckless teammates would grasp the situation and come closer. Otherwise, the outcome was certain defeat. 4 pitch-black short swords seized the opportunity and descended from above. 2 ducks displayed expressions of delight as they finally had the opportunity to deal with this adversary. Just as the dark blade was about to pierce the pale moonlight, an arcane barrier materialized out of thin air, propelling the ducks into the sky. Ling's cooperation was impeccable. The sword technique, Serpent's Might. A thunderous roar echoed as the waters of the lake surged upward, enveloping the blade. A colossal serpent emerged from the lake, baring its fangs, intent on devouring the 2 ducks whole. Such a maneuver was futile against us. The black-feathered armored duck swept down with its wings, unleashing 2 massive, intersecting beams of sword light from above, cleaving the giant serpent into fragments. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the adjacent battlefield, sending water columns soaring into the heavens. Yue and more soared out of the lake, landing once more upon its surface. Both ducks bore wounds, yet more appeared to have the upper hand. Seeing their comrade at a disadvantage, Yue and Gile began to converge towards their ally. Yue Bai, intercept them. We must not allow them to form a formation. One duck and one person shot forth in response. This Yue truly deserved to be the leader among the trio, displaying a wealth of combat experience. Even amidst the battle in the lake, he managed to identify vulnerabilities and draw his companions closer. The watercolored giant serpent surged again, its massive body directly obstructing the three ducks. However, the sword technique was still unrefined. With several more beams of sword light, the giant serpent was severed into several segments. How about this then? Eagle's might. Silvery flames engulfed the skies. A gigantic eagle, ablaze with fierce fire, swooped down, severing the ducks' convergence once more. The intense heat forced the seemingly black steel feathers of the ducks to shimmer, compelling the three to separate again. As he landed on the lake's surface, he immediately turned and sprinted towards his teammates. At that moment, several fiery spears descended from the sky, erecting a wall of flames upon the lake's surface. Excellent support, Moore exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Jiangling. Although Jiangling could not comprehend his words, she understood Moore was praising her, and her short staff began to dance with renewed vigor. Meteoric fire rain. Sparks rained down, burning to the utmost, shimmering with a pale glow. Countless embers cascaded down, mercilessly bombarding the black-feathered armored ducks, forcing Yue Bai and Moore to keep their distance. The scene was a tumult of splashes and rising steam. Qi stood up tense. Though the damage was likely minimal, he had a nagging feeling that this young girl, Jiangling, was far from ordinary. Such a scale of attack was somewhat nerve-wracking. Those three warriors were among the more distinguished of their kin. He hoped the ducks would be unharmed. Chapter 64. The Secret Art Unleashed. The relentless rain of sparks continued to pummel the lake's surface, sending forth vast sprays of water and mist. The surrounding beasts gazed intently, fixated on the impacted area. Particularly, the individuals from the black-feathered armored duck flock, all wishing for their warrior's triumph. As layers of mist gradually dissipated, three figures emerged. Each of the black-feathered armored ducks entwined with arcs of lightning, forming a triangular formation. Within the formation, a whirlwind gathered, its magical energy surging, exhibiting a trend reminiscent of an impending dam break. As Mu-Er and Yue Bai gazed upon the surging magical energy, a sense of dread began to envelop their hearts. This girl, Jiangling, truly could not handle flattery. Although her meteor shower would inflict considerable damage, it simultaneously disrupted the offensive rhythm of both Yue Bai and Mu-Er. Taking advantage of the obscured vision caused by the mist, the three black-feathered ducks swiftly reorganized their formation and invoked the secret technique, the divine bird formation. The triangular array coalesced three colors of magical energy into a swirling vortex, its undulating movements resonating with the cries of birds and beasts, an incessant cacophony. Emerging from the tempestuous whirlpool, the divine bird, accompanied by a fierce gale, let out a mournful cry. With no further ado, the three black ducks unleashed the bird from within the vortex. The enormous creature, trailing layers of thunderous roars, soared forth, cleaving the lake in two. As the wings of the colossal avian swept across, Mu-Er and Yue Bai were compelled to summon their protective shields. Yet upon collision with the divine bird, their shields shattered with alarming ease. The scene was nothing short of harrowing, a sight to behold. Yue Bai's eyes widened in fury. This shield was bolstered by the power of Jiangling and further amplified by the bloodline of the Red Dragon, rendering its magical potency truly formidable. Yet, it crumbled so effortlessly upon contact with the divine bird. One could only imagine the magnitude of the force at play. With a flourish, Yue Bai's sword radiated with aquatic brilliance, as the waters beneath his feet surged once more, manifesting a titanic serpent that emerged from the depths of the lake, colliding fiercely with the immense divine bird. The clash of thunder and torrents produced a violent explosion, creating a vast chasm upon the lake's surface, causing the water level to recede further. However, the resounding roar did not deter the divine bird from its pursuit. It broke through the mist, ascending skyward and circling above in search of its prey. The three black-feathered armored ducks remained vigilant, peering into the distance. As the mist dissipated, The whereabouts of their adversaries were shrouded in mystery. They stood back to back, on high alert for any ambush. Meanwhile, Mu'er and the others utilized the shadowy traits of their shadow dragon lineage, concealing themselves within the lake's depths. They relied on the bubbles formed from condensed energy to remain submerged for a time, biding their moment until the divine bird's magical energy waned, poised to counterattack. Little did they anticipate the sheer ferocity of the creature's momentum. Mu'er urged his own magical energy to staunch his wounds. Having clashed with the divine bird, his internal organs were left in disarray, had it not been for Mu'er's timely intervention with his robust wings. Yue Bai might have found himself lying still upon the lake's surface. Do you believe that? This is the very method by which the black-feathered armored ducks survive atop the dragon's lair mountain. If beings of your caliber could so easily withstand their might, they would surely find it impossible to thrive. Mu'er grimaced, plucking several tattered feathers from his own body. What shall we do now? We cannot remain here motionless. Can we? Jiang Ling fretted. In truth, the trio had discerned the three-colored magical energy within the triangular vortex of the divine bird formation the moment it was activated, clearly indicating that it had absorbed their own magical energies to counter their strength. In other words, it is an unrealistic endeavor to wait for the divine bird's magic to diminish in the lake. After all, it is a fusion of the powers of 6 individuals. Even as the air within the bubble depletes, the bird may still possess considerable potential energy. I have an idea. Yue Bai waved his hand, signaling the 3 to gather and plot a counterattack. Above the lake, the divine bird circled incessantly, while thunder rained down from the sky, causing the surface of the water to steam. The black-feathered armored duck observed the commotion on the lake and gradually felt a sense of amusement. Finally, it had thoroughly tormented its captive. How delightful! However, just as they believed they had secured a victory, the surrounding lake erupted, sending forth towering waves. From within the tumultuous waters sprang 3 figures. The divine bird keenly locked onto them, and a spiraling bolt of thunder descended, aimed directly at the 3 silhouettes. The waves parted, yet those figures also split apart, dark and murky, resembling sludge. A trap had been set. The subcenter thought to himself that this was dire. At that moment, a silver flash, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the 3 ducks, shot forth from the depths of the lake. The blade swept across, severing the connecting thunder. With the formation of the divine bird broken, it immediately transformed into flickering bolts of electricity, shattering into fragments. As the divine bird's formation crumbled, a pillar of fire surged from the lake, turning into a fan-like wave of flames, forcefully tearing apart the 3 black-feathered armored ducks. The trio leaped from the depths of the lake, each entering a separate battlefield. Now it was our turn to counterattack. The 3 rubbed their fists in anticipation, speaking in unison. Following their strategy, they pinpointed the positions of the 3 ducks at the lake's bottom. Jiang Ling utilized her spell to divide the battlefield. The mightiest Mu'er would first deal with the moderately powerful Jia, while Yue Bai would hold off the strongest, Ye, and Jiang Ling merely needed to find a way to restrain the weakest, Ge, as long as they could delay Mu'er long enough to defeat Jia, rendering him incapable of fighting. The remaining ducks would be as helpless as fish on a chopping block. Jia, try to hold off that pet, while Ge and I swiftly deal with these myriad races and come to your rescue. He roared, his fingers glowing with sword light, piercing fiercely towards Yue Bai. Yue Bai, however, danced away like a swimming dragon, his aim solely to delay the mightiest Ye, avoiding any unnecessary risks. On Jiang Ling's side, she too was desperately stalling Ge. Yet, in comparison, her movements were particularly cumbersome. Despite her best efforts to evade, her body sustained numerous abrasions. Fortunately, being a dedicated healer, the pressure was not overwhelming. Conversely, on Jia's side, unlike his companions who suppressed the enemy, he was being relentlessly pursued by Mu'er, finding himself in a precarious situation, nearly struck in critical areas multiple times. Mu'er was on the verge of ascending in evolution, his power overwhelming and insurmountable. All Jia could do was run while squawking incessantly. Hurry up and deal with those 2 myriad races. I can barely hold on. Chapter 65. The Recreation of the Divine Bird Formation, Chaotic Winds. He took a deep breath, utilizing his breath and wing beats to summon layers of wind blades that accompanied his black feathers. The scope of the wind blades was so vast that Yue Bai could not evade them, leaving him no choice but to channel his magic and unleash sword techniques to defend. He was beginning to feel anxious. The defeat of Jia at the hands of Mu'er was merely a matter of time. If Jia were to be defeated and the Divine Bird Formation could not be established, then this contest would undoubtedly result in failure. He could only amplify his output, maximizing the destructive power of his techniques, and strive to swiftly vanquish Yue Bai to reunite with his comrades. Now was not the time to conserve magical energy. Yet, even as the wind howled with reckless abandon, the tremendous force could not breach the formidable body of the gigantic serpent, Yue Bai. Layers of water surged from the lake's surface, coiling around Yue Bai. Despite his relentless retreat, he remained unyielding, trapped in an inescapable predicament. These damned beings of myriad races possessed an astonishing reserve of magical power. Spitting in disdain, he brought his fingers together, thumbs pressed against one another, forming a diminutive triangle. An astonishing surge of magical energy coalesced within. Yue Bai, with his black eyes narrowing, discerned a familiar magical construct within that triangle. It was unmistakably the Divine Bird Formation. To his astonishment, he had never heard of the Divine Bird Formation being unleashed by a single individual. Yue Bai's heart sank as torrents surged forth, and from within the enormous serpent's body, several snake-sized figures emerged, surrounding Yue with uncanny precision. The Divine Bird Formation, summoning a colossal bird akin to his own size, entwined with thunder, to surge forth. The instant the serpent met the divine bird, it evaporated into mist. The gigantic bird struck fiercely, leaving Yue Bai no time to evade. He could only cross his sword to withstand the beak's assault. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as the colossal bird sent Yue Bai crashing into the lake's depths. However, he did not afford Yue Bai a moment to regain his footing. The chaotic winds, laden with black feathers, once more tore through the lake's surface, ruthlessly bombarding it. The splashes of water erupted with each strike. You sensed the location of his black feathers upon impact, channeling magical energy to ascertain Yue Bai's position beneath the lake. He transformed his fingers into a sword and plunged it down from the heavens. Success! With Ye's silhouette drawing nearer, Yue Bai, ensnared amidst the rocky depths of the lake, found himself without refuge. Break through your limits. In truth, you have more than a glimmer of awareness regarding your own capabilities. Two familiar voices resonated within his mind, striking at the very depths of his soul. Yue Bai joined his fingers, thumbs pressed together to form an angle. Magical energy surged forth, layers of formations stacking upon one another, resembling the Divine Bird Formation. You, beings of myriad races, are slandering our kin. Ye's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Originally, he intended only to incapacitate these beings, yet Yue Bai's actions shifted his gaze with a hint of trepidation. It was evident that he aimed to inflict critical damage. However, he believed that Yue Bai's act of defiance was precisely the key to reversing the tide of battle. The Divine Bird Formation, Yue Bai shouted amidst the waters, stirring a flurry of bubbles. Between his fingers, silver light erupted. A silver giant bird, several times larger than Ye, burst forth from the water, hurtling directly towards him. How is this possible? Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, the giant bird breached the water's surface, its beak grasping Ye's form, soaring into the sky. The other magical beasts, witnessing Ye's leap into the water, understood that the battle had reached its conclusion. As long as the Divine Bird Formation was re-established, victory would assuredly belong to the side of the black feather-armored duck. She smiled contentedly. The warriors of the clan have indeed brought great honor to their kin, which is undoubtedly a commendable feat. It is hoped that henceforth, within the depths of Qianlong Mountain, the prestige of the black-feathered armored duck tribe will be further solidified, potentially leading to territorial expansion and a more robust tribal foundation. She felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Yet in the next moment, a colossal silver-white bird emerged from the lake, clutching a black figure in its beak. The gaze of the surrounding beasts was fixated upon that bird's beak, eager to witness the moment of the black-feathered armored duck's triumph. However, upon closer inspection, the figure in the beak did not resemble that of a member of their tribe. "By the heavens, it's Yue!" a beast exclaimed. There, within the enormous beak, was Yue, valiantly attempting to sever the bird's head with his razor-sharp fingers, striving to break free from his confinement. Yet, how could the moon-white creature grant him such an opportunity? Rising above the surface, with a triangle of untamed magic in its grasp, it unleashed an even more potent surge of power. The beak clamped down once more, and the unmistakable sound of the black-feathered armored duck's feathers tearing and bones shattering echoed ominously. "What on earth is happening?" she exclaimed, rising in astonishment. This divine bird formation was a secret of their clan. How could it be employed to harm one of their own? As his gaze fell upon the moon-white figure, he was struck with disbelief at the sight of the magical formation in its hands. This divine bird had been summoned by a member of the myriad tribes. She could hardly fathom it. For millions of years, this secret technique had been passed down through generations, and he was witnessing it being replicated by a member of a foreign tribe for the very first time. Truly a remarkable spectacle. As lightning crackled, you felt his senses gradually returning under the immense pressure of the bird's beak. His arms grew heavy, falling limply to his sides. "Duck, I believe this contest should come to a close," Fan hissed, her gaze sharp as she fixed it upon Chi. Although it appeared to be a suggestion, it was, in fact, a form of intimidation. The injury of a clan member and the seizure of their secret was an immense disgrace. Fun, concerned that such a shocking turn of events might drive Chi to irrationality, decided to intervene and exert a calming influence to prevent any unforeseen complications. "Yes, sister," Chi replied, surveying the battlefield. He had been rendered powerless, and Jia had already been subdued by Muir. Only Gu appeared to have a slight advantage. Given the one-sided nature of the conflict, there was no room for persistence. The contest is over. The outsider from the myriad tribes has triumphed. With Chi's declaration, the colossal bird shattered, dispersing into flecks of thunderous light. Moonwhite, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, allowed his body to naturally float upon the water's surface. Drifting with the current, Muir released Jia and, along with Jiangling, moved closer to Moonwhite to assist him. Strange, Chi murmured, observing the unfolding situation. "I am sorry, Chief. I have failed," he said weakly, supported by Chi, his voice barely audible to the two ducks. "You have performed admirably. From now on, focus on recuperation and diligent training. Our tribe's warriors shall not face defeat a second time." Indeed, you cast a sidelong glance at Muir and the others in the distance, silently vowing never to succumb to their hands again. Chapter 66. The audience after the battle. Shadows of beasts began to surge around the periphery of Qianlong Mountain. Many creatures of the Warcraft realm have heard that the myriad beings sheltered by Fawn have successfully deciphered the secret arts of the Black-Feather Armored Duck tribe and have replicated them, triumphantly defeating the warriors of that tribe. Consequently, they flock to the entrance of its lair, eager to seek knowledge and enlightenment. Whether it be the ability to decode and replicate these arts or to cultivate mysterious combat prowess, acquiring even a fragment of such wisdom could significantly elevate their own tribe's status and influence within the dragon. Such a splendid opportunity is not to be missed. Regrettably, the successful replication of the divine bird formation by Moonwhite remains shrouded in ambiguity. He cannot articulate the underlying principles. The tribal secret arts are inherently intertwined with the unique magic of the tribe, developed through exploration and adaptation. Generally speaking, even if outsiders can analyze the formation structure, their inability to harmonize with its magic renders them incapable of mastering it. Even if they manage to cast it with great difficulty, it would certainly not yield the same essence. However, the power of the divine bird formation that Moonwhite unleashed astonishingly surpasses that of his own tribe. It is indeed a perplexing phenomenon. Yet, since Moonwhite cannot elucidate the mystery, Fan brusquely dismisses the visiting creatures, hastily concluding their audience. Nevertheless, given that Moonwhite has managed to replicate the secret arts of the Black-Feather Armored Duck tribe, Some creatures cannot contain their excitement, particularly those of avian lineage, who eagerly attempt the divine bird formation. For several consecutive days, the outskirts of Dragon reverberated with thunderous sounds, as if the very earth shook. One cannot tell if any tribe has succeeded in unraveling the secrets. Regardless, the restoration following such clashes is imperative. For several days, Moon White engaged in meditation and recuperation within Fun's lair. He distinctly recognized that the two voices echoing in his mind were reminders from his predecessors. Hadn't he already purged their magic from himself? Why did remnants linger within? Could it be that his body harbors more potential waiting to be discovered? He channeled his magic, as surging waves of power relentlessly coursed through his meridians, striving to unlock hidden elements within. Outside, Jiangling was not idle. She persistently sought to learn a foreign tongue from Muir. Using a twig, she inscribed a series of characters on the ground, requesting Muir to teach her. Jiangling was aware that Muir possessed intelligence, albeit not sufficiently developed to articulate human speech. However, since Moon White could comprehend, this little prodigy was determined not to be outmatched. Yet, after several days of studying and communicating, Jiangling had only grasped the nuances of Muir's quacking, which left her utterly frustrated. "Can't you say anything other than quack, quack, quack?" Jiangling exclaimed in exasperation. "If you can't understand, who can you blame? Quack, 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 quack." The two continued their nonsensical banter in the clearing, completely out of sync. Fun watched the two with a gentle gaze, feeling a warmth in his heart. He looked at the dragon egg cradled in his arms, pondering if such would be the nature of life once he became a parent. Suddenly, a patch of grass was parted, and a sturdy black feather-armored duck emerged, leaning on a cane, its feathers worn and frail, appearing precariously fragile. "Old Sue, why didn't you call the youngsters to assist you?" Like a flash of lightning, Fun spiraled out of the cave, using its massive tail to ensnare the black-armored duck named Sue, fearful that it might fall. "Hehe, no witties, no witties. I'm already half buried in the ground myself. A bit of movement is excellent for the muscles and bones," Sue chuckled, appearing quite at ease. "Why has Elder Sue come today?" Fun inquired, gently guiding Sue deeper into the nest. "Our leader, Shao Qi, wishes to gather a few young friends for a chat, a little discussion," Sue replied, his gaze sweeping around the nest before finally settling on the seated figure of the moon-white duck, his expression brightening slightly. Who is this lad? He wondered. A descendant of the Moon family from the Shadow Dragon clan, born about a year ago. He has come to Qianlong Mountain to learn the sword techniques of the Beast King Sword sect, seeking to advance himself in preparation for the Sword King Ascension tournament at year's end. Fun patiently elucidated. "Have you discerned his peculiarities?" Sue pressed. "Indeed, I have." Fun affirmed with a nod. "His magic is pure white, entirely unrelated to other elemental magics, yet can invoke and manipulate numerous elements, even replicating arcane techniques from the nobility. Quite extraordinary." "Precisely. My visit today is to invite a few young friends back to our clan and to delve deeper into this matter." Sue continued, casting a sidelong glance that hinted at wanting to discuss certain matters regarding the young duck. Fun furrowed his brow. What is the issue with the black-feathered armored duck? It merely dealt with a few youngsters and granted them a chance for revenge. Why does it still harbor grievances? Noticing Fun's concern, Sue chuckled lightly. "Dear Fun, there is no need to be anxious. This invitation is not for revenge. Rather, Shao Qi has some matters to discuss with him. There is no malice intended." Seeing Sue's sincere demeanor, Fun chose not to pursue the issue further. Even if those ducks were to act unreasonably, it was unlikely they would fare well under Fun's wrath. This elder had seen much of the world. He would not deceive him. With a call, Fun gathered two companions and one duck, sharing Sue's intentions. Jiang Ling assumed a confrontation was imminent. Her spirits lifted, while Yue Bai and Mu Er exchanged weary sighs. Does this fellow have a penchant for being bullied? After being relentlessly pursued by Gu without the means to retaliate, he still seems eager for a tussle? Not at all. My kin may have grown wary of you, but do not let your guard down. One day, our warriors will return to reclaim our honor, Sue said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Ah, I was hoping for another bout." "How dull," Jiang Ling remarked, her excitement waning. Then, "Pray tell, Elder Sue, When shall we pay a visit? Yue Bai respectfully inquired. At once. We may set forth immediately, Su replied, extending his wings in a gesture of invitation. Then let us embark now, Yue Bai announced, bowing deeply as he transformed into a colossal dragon, his form significantly larger than before. Please, Elder Su, take your seat, he offered, extending a massive claw. Su's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped onto the dragon's claw, clearly exhilarated. This was his first time riding upon a dragon's back, and the courteous demeanor of the young dragon was a source of great joy. Wonderful. Simply splendid. Su Lao let out a call, settling upon the back of the dragon, caressing its pure white scales. Gratitude and appreciation filled the air. Chapter 67. The heart of the clan, the heartland of the Black Feather-Armored Duck clan, lies beyond the vast lake, shrouded by dense jungles and peculiar rocky formations, effectively concealing its entrance through hidden techniques. Although the clan boasts a considerable number of members, they remain relatively weak, which justifies such meticulous design of their dwelling place, as it is essential for preserving their lineage. Leaning on a sturdy old staff, Su Lao ambled forward, his gait slow and deliberate. The younger members of various clans, upon noticing him, hurriedly cleared a path and bowed in respect, indicating his esteemed status within the community. Su Lao, might I inquire what matters require our assistance from Qi? Asked Yue Bai with deference. Having spent nearly a week in the Qianlong Mountains with little progress in his swordsmanship, he wished to avoid squandering time on trivialities. Su Lao cast a sidelong glance at Yue Bai's form, noting the silver-white magical energy swirling around him, exuding a fiercer aura than in previous days. We wish to discuss matters pertaining to you, he replied. My matters? Yue Bai echoed, perplexed. The magical energy you possess is exceedingly unusual, defying our conventional understanding. We would like you to return to the clan for a gathering, aiming to comprehend it thoroughly and update our clan's records for the enlightenment of future generations. Su Lao et lai sin soli. After wandering through the heartland for some time, they arrived at a curvilinear cliff, adorned with bird nests crafted from halved wooden blocks. Above these nests were rudimentary housing designs, clearly accessible only to the higher-ranking ducks. As the group drew closer to the main hall, a formidable black shadow descended gracefully from the sky. It was Qi. Upon landing, Qi's gaze met that of Mu Air, and a faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. What do you want? Mu Air growled, asserting his presence in this realm of magical beasts. Follow me. I have matters to discuss with you, Qi replied nonchalantly, brushing past the others. Though displeased, Mu Air followed suit. Seeing the palpable tension between the two, Jiang Ling sensed that a spectacle was about to unfold and hastened to follow them. This left Yue Bai and Su Lao alone. Please, after you. Yue Bai gets the for Su Lao do set. Are you not concerned about that young girl and the blonde lad? Su Lao inguit. We are currently within the heartland of your noble clan. Should you harbor ill intentions, we cannot simply withdraw. There is no need for worry, Yue Bai remarked, finding amusement in their shared pace. You, young lad, possess a supple physique and a commendable mindset, Su Lao acknowledged with approval. At such a tender age, your combat prowess is remarkable. You are destined for greatness. You flatter me, Yue Bai replied humbly. Together, they ascended to a well-ventilated chamber atop a high platform. This room served as the repository of the Black Feather-Armored Duck clan's tomes. While it may be referred to as a library, it is merely a gathering of a few black ducks who inscribe various symbols onto stone slabs with coarse hair, thereby recording tales and information, which are then piled together. Please, have a seat, Elder Su beckoned. Yue Bai settled cross-legged upon a patch of relatively comfortable hay, while two ducks emerged from within, presenting a pot of tea. This tea, brewed from water plants of the lake, possessed a pure and sweet flavor, reminiscent of fragrant spring water. Elder Su, what is it that you wish to learn? Yue Bai inquired candidly after savoring a sip of tea. Direct enough indeed. Very well. I have no desire for unnecessary pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. What are your thoughts on your own magical powers? My magical powers? Yue Bai stroked his chin, frowning in contemplation. Yes. What elements of magic do you believe reside within you? Or are you aware of the untapped potential you possess? Please, Elder Su, enlighten me. Elder Su took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. You should know that the eyes of our magical beasts can discern the types of magical elements without the need for your various detection tools. However, I observe that your magical essence is pure and pristine, not aligning with any major elemental magic, which is one peculiar aspect. The second peculiarity is that your swordsmanship encompasses light and water elements. You have learned our clan's secret techniques, which include the elements of thunder and shadow dragon magic, as well as darkness. While I cannot ascertain the rest, the presence of such diverse elements within you, yet exhibiting such clarity of essence, is indeed rare in this world. The third peculiarity is your ability to simultaneously invoke multiple differing schools of magic. Even the current Grand Sorcerer can only wield 5 types, with immense repercussions. Yet you do so with the ease of a stroll in the garden. What are your reflections on this? Yue Bai crossed his arms, appearing quite troubled. Without Elder Su's specific prompting, he had never truly contemplated these matters. Typically, when he unleashed magic, it was through the recollections of his past life, employing his imagination to manifest his thoughts. As for the elementals, he had given them no consideration. Everything came to him naturally, effortlessly. Yet, this very ease manifested as an anomaly in this world. The young man was unaware of the reasons behind his peculiar constitution. However, before significant battle, he indeed harbored numerous elements within him. Yet, afterward, that magical essence was either depleted or concealed deep within his being, inaccessible for exploration. Please elaborate, Elder Su requested, signaling for more tea to be poured for Yue Bai. Yue Bai recounted the events of the floating island battle, including the presence of 2 predecessors within him and the circumstances surrounding the recreation of the divine bird formation, sharing all without reservation. Remarkable, indeed, Elder Su mused, stroking his fur thoughtfully. While I understand our bloodline has hierarchical relations, this is the first time I have encountered someone able to communicate directly with our ancestors. I have not heard of Tai, Yi, and Tai either. I shall command my subordinates to investigate our clan records to see if any information is retained. Furthermore, Elder Su gazed intently at Yue Bai. Given your situation, I advise that while in the potential Dragon Mountain, you should not stray too far from Fun's nest, and seek its protection when venturing outside. Within this mountain, although our clan and the Fun still possess some degree of influence, there are certainly fierce individuals who may set their sights upon you, an outsider. We, the magical beasts, consume our kindred elements to enhance ourselves, and, in your case, you may very well become their target. The moon-white figure swallowed hard. As the saying goes, a man may be innocent, but possessing treasures invites envy. Even if he refrains from abusing this power, once the world becomes aware, numerous factions will undoubtedly covet it. The predatory nature of magical beasts will likely pique their interest in your flesh. I express my gratitude to Elder Su for his warning. Chapter 68. Ascending as chief, the moon-white figure conversed with Elder Su regarding matters of magical power within the library. Meanwhile, Chi brought Mu'er to a magnificent waterfall, hands clasped behind his back, addressing Mu'er. The atmosphere was solemn, rendering the lively and spirited Jiang Ling somewhat oppressive as she sat on a distant rock, observing the two. Her intention was merely to witness the spectacle. As long as it remained within her line of sight, there was no need to immerse herself in the tense ambience. Furthermore, should a conflict arise, her own limited prowess would undoubtedly hinder Mu'er from unleashing his full potential. Thus, it was prudent to maintain some distance. At the same time, Mu'er gazed at the slightly more robust black duck before him, brimming with curiosity. If you have something to say, do so directly. Why the pretense of mystery? Though he thought this, Chi's serious demeanor rendered it inconvenient for him to speak. What do you reckon about the influence of our clan within the Qianlong Mountain? Chi inquired. I have ventured into Qianlong Mountain numerous times, and our black feather armored duck clan holds a significant presence in its periphery, boasting considerable foundation. Mu'er replied thoughtfully, resting his chin on his palm. So, how would we withstand an assault from the magical beasts within Qianlong Mountain targeting our clan? Chi pressed further. What do you mean by that? Speak plainly. There's no need for circumlocution, Mu'er urged. Chi turned, his expression somewhat distressed. If, during the recent contest, our warriors vanquished your myriad clans, it would serve as an excellent testament to our strength. However, having been defeated by your relatively weaker faction and having had our clan's secret techniques unraveled, those factions already harboring ulterior motives within Qianlong Mountain may stir up trouble, rallying other tribes to attack us. Mu'er opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the anticipated skirmish could jeopardize the very survival of a clan. Presently, numerous tribes, emboldened by that dragon's unraveling of our secret techniques, are attempting to invoke our own skills. While I harbor doubts about their actual capability to wield them, there may be exceptions akin to that dragon. Regardless, it is an undeniable fact that our clan's influence within Qianlong Mountain has been adversely affected because of yesterday's events. Thus, I have invited you here to discuss countermeasures. What are your thoughts? Mu'er sat upright, studying the somewhat weathered black duck before him, his heart tightening inexplicably. I wish to propose that you become the new leader of our clan. To become the new leader of the tribe? Mu'er Ling was taken aback. It had never imagined that the solution proposed by Qi was for it to assume the role of the tribe's new leader. As an outsider, a magical beast with no blood ties to the tribe, such a notion seemed utterly inconceivable. Indeed, we could publicly declare that you are a relative of our clan, returning from your travels to challenge me for leadership. The recent competition was merely a means to earn the right to duel with me, and I believe other tribes will take note of the outcome of that day. Subsequently, should I be defeated by your formidable presence in our contest, it would lend credence to your prowess as a warrior, thereby framing the defeat as a testament to your strength, rather than a reflection of our tribe's weakness. Do you comprehend? Qi's eyes shone with sincerity. From them, it was evident that it was willing to sacrifice its own prestige for the sake of the tribe's survival and prosperity. You're speaking in anger, Mu'er waved dismissively. As a blue-tier black feather armored duck, how could I possibly lose to you, a green-tier black feather steel duck? Such an outcome would hardly convince anyone. Why not? Qi chuckled lightly. Those two individuals you brought, though weaker than our warriors, ultimately triumphed over them, creating a legend in the process. Why can't you become the next legend of the black feather armored duck tribe? Qi turned away once more. Yet, such a request felt unreasonable, for you are not one of our tribe's young warriors. However, as the leader of my clan, I implore you to consider it for the future of our people. Moreover, we are magical beasts, distinct from the myriad races. While we can be close friends, more often we are merely slaves bound by contracts. Why not seize this opportunity to break free from the crowd and return to nature? With your strength, my energy, and the persuasive words of Elder Su and the others, you could surely attain a stable position as the leader of our tribe. Slaves? Mu'er reflected on its past experiences at the academy. Ever since its reincarnation into this world, Lonjian, you had taken care of all its needs. During its over 10 years at the Holy City Academy, it had never faced any injustice. Although there had been occasional conflicts with the magical beasts raised within the academy, these were merely the frictions of companionship. Ultimately, its true home remained there, at the Holy City Academy. Mu'er stood up, gazing at the somewhat weathered black duck, and declared, I can agree to become the leader of the tribe. That is splendid, she exclaimed eagerly. However, I must defeat you fairly and squarely to rightfully claim the leader's throne. Grant me 6 months. I shall venture out to hone my skills and ascend to become a green-tier black feather steel duck. At that time, we shall engage in a proper battle. With a powerful swing of its fist, Mu'er halted just before Qi's beak. Before I advance, you may disseminate the news, as you suggested, in Qianlong Mountain. If we are still besieged by predators, I trust Finjie will intervene. Until then, focus on being the leader of your tribe and diligently protect your people. Having spoken, Mu'er turned and departed. As Jiangling observed Mu'er depart, she followed suit with an expression of utter disinterest. Qi, glancing at the slightly younger black duckling, could only manage a resigned smile. Although he felt somewhat reluctant to see this young one assume the role of leader, its current demeanor sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. I must pave the way for its future before it reaches maturity, ensuring a prosperous path for our community. Upon returning from the heart of the black feather armored duck tribe, the trio exchanged their intelligence. They learned that since the competition, a current of unrest had begun to swirl throughout Qianlong Mountain, with malicious intentions brewing ominously. One source of this malice was the allure of Yue Bai's uniquely magical form, while another stemmed from the rich habitat of the black feather-armored ducks. Although both Fun and the black feather-armored duck tribe had claimed their own territories within the periphery of Qianlong Mountain, they were still vulnerable. Should the malevolence grow powerful enough, their very existence could be jeopardized. Moreover, within this malevolence, there may very well lie the watchful eyes of high-level magical beasts from the depths of Qianlong Mountain. Fun furrowed her brow, gazing at her 3 precious eggs yet to hatch, a wave of unease washing over her. While she did not hold Yue Bai and the others accountable, the looming crisis undeniably threatened both her and her unborn offspring. Should the situation escalate, whether for self-preservation or to protect the trio, Fun's future would likely be fraught with difficulty. "Do not wander in the cave," she cautioned. "I must take precautionary measures, just in case." With that, Fun hurriedly left the nest, venturing into the dense forest to brace for the impending calamity. "We must deliberate on how to confront this crisis," Yue Bai suggested, picking up a stone to sketch ideas on the ground. The first option was for the 3 of us to withdraw from Qianlong Mountain immediately, thereby ensuring we would not burden Fun and her offspring. However, this path bore its own inherent risks. Fun might face an ambush, or the black feather-armored duck tribe could become threatened, leaving us powerless to assist. The second option involved continuing our training within the mountain, distancing ourselves from Fun and the black feather-armored duck tribe, which would concentrate the risks upon us, sparing them from immediate danger. The third option, albeit the least reliable, entailed forming alliances with other peace-loving tribes within Qianlong Mountain to establish a defensive coalition. This would not only fortify against external threats, but also allow us to pursue our training with peace of mind. Moya found it, while Jiangling found herself unexpectedly deep in thought. The first option, though it allowed for personal safety, could not guarantee the security of Fun and her tribe. Even if reinforcements were summoned from the holy city, how much could they truly protect in such a perilous environment? The second option, while ensuring Fun and her tribe remained temporarily safe, would inevitably lead to their own demise. The third option, though the most improbable, offered a glimmer of hope for reversing this crisis. Thus, they resolved to pursue this last avenue, striving to extinguish the flames of adversity through their concerted efforts. It appears that only the third path remains to be traversed. However, Xiao Bai, how do you intend to persuade those beasts? Muanquayod. Within the depths of Qianlong Mountain, the multitude of clans is considerable. Although many factions maintain amicable relations with the black feather-armored duck and Fun, there exists an equally significant number of neutral or hostile forces. Uniting them one by one poses quite a challenge. This endeavor will hinge upon Lingjia's performance. Yue Bai cast a mysterious smile at Jiangling, causing her to feel a shiver run down her spine. "What are you looking at?" Jiangling remarked, crossing her arms and trembling slightly. Yue Bai elaborated. Previously, Elder Su had identified that Jiangling had awakened a portion of the Rainbow Emperor Dragoness bloodline, which possesses a certain dominion over the beasts, capable of influencing and guiding some of them, rendering her suitable as a diplomatic envoy. As for the more obstinate clans, the resolution of conflicts would necessitate the application of force, taming them through might. After all, in Qianlong Mountain, the one with the strongest fist holds the authority. Moore and Jiangling nodded in agreement. Although this plan seemed far-fetched, it was the only means to safeguard Fun and the black feather-armored duck clan from calamity. Simultaneously, the trio needed to hasten their efforts to elevate their combat prowess, lest they encounter unforeseen events before the defensive line was established. Yue Bai retrieved the 7 black-scaled relics from his spatial bracelet and promptly set up a grand return array. Despite the relics showing signs of wear and dimness, they presently represented the best means of self-enhancement. Furthermore, Yue Bai desired to reconnect with those 2 figures once more, seeking the protection of their ancestors. That chaotic power could turn the tide in critical moments. Moore was not idle either. He extracted a plethora of radiant treasures from the thick fur, voraciously consuming them in hopes of swiftly breaking through to the azure tier and evolving into a black feather steel duck. This would bolster his confidence in instilling assurance and exerting pressure on the other clans once the defensive line was forged. Jiangling displayed great understanding. She positioned herself between the two, channeling her crimson magic to envelop them. The abilities of the Red Dragon clan could double the enhancements. With Jiangling's familial powers at play, the effects of Yue Bai absorbing the Grand Return Array and more consuming treasures will be significantly amplified. 3 waves of energy erupted and collided, diminishing the chill within the cave. Even the 3 seemingly dormant dragon eggs began to emit a faint glow. Fun spiraled through the dense forest, a throng of beasts gathering nearby. Fun, why must you endure this? Surrender those 3, and you need not live in such fear. A centaur urged while running alongside. Words were futile. Miss Lanjian, you've shown me great kindness. They are of my lineage, and I must protect them at all costs. Fun halted beneath a sturdy tree, her serpent body striking the trunk with force, causing her to cough up several pools of congealed blood. Upon touching the ground, the blood instantly sank into the soil, and an eerie pattern began to rise from the earth. Yang, hurry and take me to the next location. Time is of the essence. The centaur, named Yang, let out a sigh, instructing his kin to remain behind and imprint the mysterious pattern upon the ground. The rest of the centaurs followed Fun towards the next site of inscription. Your decades of cultivation are nearing their end. Yang spoke in a tone only discernible to beasts. In this Qianlong mountain, no tribe can remain unscathed. Even if I do not protect them, other tribes will certainly take issue with me regarding this matter. Whether I shield them or safeguard my own offspring is a necessity. Fun's colossal serpent mouth slightly parted, weakly uttering, regardless, a decade ago. Our tribe was graced by your favor, and this time we shall undoubtedly stand by your side, fighting to the bitter end. Thank you, Fun replied with a weary smile, as her serpentine body collided once more with a great tree, coughing forth pools of blood. Chapter 70. Severe injury. The trio of Yue Bai diligently elevated their abilities within the cavern. Each minor enhancement amidst the perils of Qianlong Mountain could represent a turn of fate. In such times of crisis, the urgency of their advancement was palpable. They practiced from midday until the stroke of midnight. Fun, dragging her fatigued body and exuding the scent of blood, returned to their lair. Sister Fun, what has happened? Were you ambushed? Yue Bai and the others sprang to their feet. As a blue-tier demon spawn, Fun may not have wielded supreme power on the outskirts of Qianlong Mountain, yet she was not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, her utter exhaustion and injuries were concerning. It's nothing. I dealt with some matters and exhausted some essence. But it's nothing serious. A brief rest will suffice. With that, Fun glided into the depths of the cave, offering no further explanation. The trio frowned, acutely aware of the gravity of their current peril. A blue-tier upper-level demon spawn, so severely battered in self-defense, indicated that this crisis was no trifling matter. They swallowed hard and resumed their seated positions. Crimson magical energy surged wildly, empowering the two of them. As night deepened, the cavern grew increasingly frigid. Yet beads of sweat continued to trickle from the foreheads of the trio. The intensity of their training intensified the burdens on their bodies. In the face of this looming threat, none could afford to stand idly by. They pressed on with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound startled the 3. A spear of indeterminate material descended from the heavens, embedding itself in the ground not far from their lair. Alarmed, they drew their weapons and assumed defensive stances. With a flick of his wrist, Yue Bai summoned his magic to its utmost potential, raising a massive wall of arcane energy that sealed the cave's entrance. The trio's magical energy flowed within their eyes as they peered through the barrier, observing the situation outside. However, after a few moments of trembling, the spear fell silent. You need not worry, Fun's weary voice echoed from the depths of the cave. That is the spear of Yang, the leader of the centaur tribe. Its embedding in the ground signifies that the area is under their protection. In other words, the centaur tribe has aligned with us, safeguarding our presence. That is truly splendid, Yue Bai exclaimed, his right hand clenched tightly, brimming with enthusiasm. As the crowd reveled in excitement, several resounding booms echoed from outside the cave. On the open ground, a few more weapons materialized. It seemed that this crisis might be turned around. A sense of relief washed over them. and fatigue caused the three to sag weakly to the ground. Do not let your guard down too much, a voice cautioned. Although there are many factions gathered, their combat prowess is hardly formidable. If a few more creatures like myself, the demon larvae, emerge, this feeble alliance will be as fragile as a soap bubble, easily shattered with minimal effort. Fun's enormous eyes flickered with an eerie light from within the cave. The three were once again taken aback. They had witnessed the black feather-armored duck tribe firsthand. If the members of each tribe were similar, then the beast factions assembled outside could indeed be considered a decent army. Yet, this self-proclaimed strong army could be effortlessly dismantled by mere demon larvae? What kind of destructive power was this? If such a force of beasts descended en masse, the demise of Fun and the black feather-armored duck tribe might not be far off. It appeared necessary to rally some more powerful beast factions to bolster their own combat strength. Moonwhite stroked his chin, suddenly seeming to have an epiphany as he reached into his pocket and squeezed something. Sister Fun, is there a pack of thunderwolves in the mountains? Thunderwolves? What are you thinking? Fun's voice broke in. I intend to ally with the Thunderwolf pack and persuade them to join our side. Moonwhite produced a piece of azure firestone, which had been given to him by Xiong to aid in his swordsmanship training. Unfortunately, the soul within the stone was too overwhelming, preventing any breakthroughs. However, from another perspective, the Thunderwolves were formidable. If they could be secured as allies, their combat strength would significantly increase. Indeed, Fun replied with a light grunt. There's a pack of Thunderwolves in the mountains, but there are only 3 of them. The rest are blue-tier wolfhounds. Their strength is only slightly greater than that of the black feather-armored duck tribe. That slight advantage is still sufficient. As long as they can join us, I believe our threat will be considerably diminished. Moonwhite nodded in agreement. However, how do you plan to win them over? Mulanquayod. The wolfhound tribe is incredibly proud and would never ally with outsiders. Brother Moore, think about how we domesticated dogs in the past, Moonwhite chuckled, a glint of ferocity gleaming in his eyes. You can't possibly mean Moore gasped. That's impossible. Our strength is insufficient to defeat the wolfhound tribe. Even allied factions may not be able to shake them. Who said anything about defeating them? Moonwhite replied with a bemused smile. If we defeat them, they will be injured and unable to recover in time to be of any combat value. What do you mean? The 3 looked at Moonwhite in confusion. We only need to defeat their leader, Moonwhite clarified. Wolf packs are ruled by strength. If we can successfully defeat the alpha wolf and become their new leader, then the wolfhound tribe will fall under our command. But the Thunderwolf, as a blue-tier beast, is on par with Sister Fun in strength. Are you sure you can defeat it? In a one-on-one confrontation, perhaps not, but with a little strategy, the outcome may differ, Moonwhite said, bringing his palms together, clutching the azure firestone tightly. In the palm of his hand, a radiant azure light surged forth, and a colossal shadow of the wolf clan materialized behind Yue Bai. Have you mastered the mimicry sword technique of the wolf clan? Muya exclaimed in astonishment. This wretched lad, when did he acquire such skills? It was not so much mastery as it was a fleeting understanding drawn from past experiences. Yet, this shadow was enough to instill fear in the adversary. With a few well-chosen words, there was still a chance to persuade the alpha wolf to join our ranks. The wolf shadow faded back into the ethereal realm, vanishing within the cave. It seems you do not intend to vanquish the alpha wolf through sheer strength, Jiangling remarked with disappointment. Having anticipated yet another thrilling display of combat, there remains a disparity in strength. Only a fool would attempt to strike a stone with an egg, Yue Bai chuckled. Once dawn breaks, we must prepare for our counteroffensive. Chapter 71. The Thunder Wolf King after the sun rose, Yue Bai and his companions gathered their belongings and, under Fun's guidance, set forth westward toward the territory of the Fong Wolf clan. The Fong Wolf clan congregated in the desolate western wilderness, a region perpetually shrouded in thunder, rendering it inhospitable to all but the most resilient of creatures. The Fong Wolf clan stood as the mightiest beasts of that realm. Due to Fun's defensive measures, the group found themselves lacking the vitality to safeguard their passage. Fun, utilizing its mouth, tore 3 dragon scales from its own back and presented them to Yue Bai and his companions. The moment the dragon scales were in their possession, An almost imperceptible crimson thread entwined around their wrists. These scales resonate with my magical essence. Should you encounter peril on your journey, strive to return to my domain. The dragon scales will ensure your protection, Fun uttered weakly. Jiang Ling gazed at Fun, whose body still oozed blood, her eyes brimming with tears. With a heavy heart, she wiped away her sorrow and hastily led Yue Bai and Mu Er away from the lair. Not far off, the sound of her anguished cries pierced the air, a testament to her concern for Fun's injuries. Sisterling, please refrain from crying so loudly. The hostile beasts are likely aware of our departure from the lair. Yue Bai gently covered Jiang Ling's mouth, offering solace. Then you must let me bite you, Jiang Ling retorted, silencing her sobs, and without waiting for Yue Bai's consent. She bit down firmly on the back of his hand. Yue Bai, fearing that a shout might attract the beasts, gritted his teeth and bore the pain in silence. Enough of this ruckus. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our departure. Mu Er interjected with a slight huff. Utilizing his innate affinity for navigation among magical beasts to forge a path ahead for the others. Yue Bai and Jiang Ling promptly fell in line behind Mu Er. Indeed, from this day forth, their mission was monumental, and every moment counted. As their own group grew in strength, the opposing forces would undoubtedly gain power as well. Before long, the trio traversed Fun's territory and arrived at the fringes of the Thunder Wilderness. Above the Thunder Wilderness, dark clouds loomed ominously, isolated from the vibrant azure sky, captivating all who beheld it. Above the clouds, one could faintly discern the movements of various magical beasts. Intermittently, bolts of lightning struck from the heavens, shattering massive boulders. Just as the three were on the brink of exiting the dense forest to behold the vast expanse of the wilderness, shadows of 4 or 5 magical creatures obstructed their path. The approaching figures were none other than the beasts of the Fong Wolf clan. They are cloaked in silvery fur, their bodies adorned with exposed bones. A unique bony spike pierces through their skulls. According to Moore, the skulls of the wolf-like creatures are remnants of ancestors who failed to evolve and perished. These creatures don the skulls upon their own heads, even resorting to biting through their oversized craniums to bear the ancestral remains. Consequently, their skulls are riddled with scars and depressions. What brings you here? The leading creature inquired, its gaze sharp and tinged with curiosity as it observed the approaching trio. It is understandable. Ahead lies the most formidable tribe in this wilderness. Moore, being a blue-tier magical beast, indeed qualifies to venture here. Yet, those two from the myriad races are clearly not permitted to approach. We seek an audience with your leader. Kindly guide us. Moore interjected, as only he among the three could communicate. An audience with our leader? The leading creature pondered briefly. You must be the ones who previously vanquished the Black Feather Armored Duck clan. I regret to inform you that our leader has expressly stated he will not meet with you. You would do well to leave. They refused to lead them. Moore glanced back at Moon White, whose expression mirrored his displeasure. Stepping forward, Moon White asserted, "We have urgent matters to discuss with your leader. We implore you to make an exception and guide us. Do you not understand our words? The leader has decreed he will not meet with you. Depart at once." The leading creature's disdain was palpable as it reiterated its dismissal. "Then do not blame us for forcing our way in," Moon White retorted, recognizing the creature's menacing demeanor. Without waiting for Moore to translate, he drew his long sword and charged forward. The wolf-like beings, witnessing the trio's advance rather than retreat, unleashed their inner thunder. Such speed, however, it is futile. With a flourish, Jangling summoned forth a barrage of fireballs, while Moore, not to be outdone, unleashed his sharp black feathers, propelled by a fierce wind. The creatures, sensing the impending assault, refrained from clashing head-on and instead evaded. Unbeknownst to them, their evasive maneuvers played directly into the hands of Moon White and his companions. From the shadows, tendrils of darkness surged forth like waves, ensnaring the limbs of the wolf-like beings. With a forceful tug, they were bound and pressed to the ground. "My apologies," Moon White said, sheathing his sword and bowing before the creatures, preparing to advance. However, mere steps later, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, severing the dark tendrils and granting the creatures their freedom once more. "Enough!" Bring them forth. A voice resonated with authority throughout the dense forest. The wolf-like beings, having lost their ferocity, lowered their heads in submission. It was evident that the voice belonged to the leader of the wolf clan, the Thunderwolf King. "Follow us," commanded the leading creature, shaking off the dirt from its fur before charging ahead. The trio, channeling their magical energies, swiftly followed in pursuit. Before long, under the guidance of the wolf-like beings, they reached the highest hill in the Thunder Wilderness. What could be described as a hill was in fact a stone mill formed by the stacking of enormous boulders. However, the void within the stone mill is capable of withstanding the onslaught of thunder, allowing one to live serenely within. I am fully aware of your intentions for coming here. Our clan will not assist you. Kindly take your leave. A group of colossal white wolf beasts, shimmering with silver and enshrouded in thunder, stood atop the stone mill, gazing down at the three individuals on the hillside. Their gaze was indifferent, yet imbued with wisdom. This was none other than the leader of the Yaling clan, the Thunder Wolf King, Shining. Chapter 72. Single Combat, please take your leave. Shining's voice resonated across the wilderness. It sought to draw a definitive line between itself and these three beings from myriad clans, conveying to the lurking demonic beast forces that if they wished to devour this silver-haired lad or plunder the territory of the black feather-armored duck clan, they were free to do so. The Yaling clan would not intervene. The authoritative tone of Shining rendered the three present rather disconcerted. They had anticipated that their venture into the wilderness for collaboration might garner additional strength in the face of this crisis. Yet the Thunder Wolf King denied them even the opportunity for negotiation. Nevertheless, this outcome was within Yue Bai's expectations. After all, negotiations entail mutual benefit. If one party is to gain, the other must also receive something in return to establish cooperation. Disregarding Shining's words, Yue Bai stepped forward. In the next moment, several Yalang wolves positioned themselves before him, baring their teeth and emitting low growls. This action sent a chill down the spines of Mu Er and Jiangling. Jiangling even grasped her short staff, instantly readying herself for the impending assault of the wolves. Beings of myriad clans, I have made myself sufficiently clear. Our clan will not shelter any side nor partake in any conflict. Do not test your luck, lest you become merely three more corpses in this wilderness. A threat, a blatant threat. Shining regarded the silver-haired lad before him, a glimmer of ferocity lurking in his eyes. His aim was to ensure the stable growth of his clan. Such senseless conflict must not be prolonged. Otherwise, the consequences would mirror those of the now precarious black feather-armored duck clan. The meaning behind the Thunder Wolf King's words was clear to them. They would depart shortly. However, before they left, I have been entrusted with a message for your clan. Yue Bai bowed, and a bracelet on his wrist emanated a radiant burst of magical energy. He reached into it as if searching for something. Entrusted with a message? Mu Er and Jiangling exchanged glances, utterly perplexed as to who could have sent them to seek out the Thunder Wolf leader. Yue Bai then retrieved a piece of azure stone rich in magical energy from the bracelet. It was evidently the azure firestone that Xiong Yi had previously entrusted to Yue Bai. The moment the azure firestone appeared, the electric fury in the skies above the wilderness intensified. Shining's beastly pupils began to constrict. That azure firestone is of our kin, despicable beings of myriad clans. Return our ancestors' core to me, Shining roared, his eyes reflecting a hint of madness. Clearly, the Yaling clan placed immense importance on the inheritance of their ancestors' spirit. With that, Shining transformed into a fleeting shadow, and in the next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted behind Yue Bai. The Thunder Wolf bared its fangs, its form swelling as it lunged to bite the magical core held in Yue Bai's hand. Xiao Bai, little brother, Mu Er and Jiangling shouted anxiously, wishing to rush forward to halt the flash. Stay back, Yue Bai bellowed, swiftly delivering a punch with his free arm that landed heavily on the face of the Thunder Wolf. The Thunder Wolf, stung by the blow, flew backward several meters before regaining its balance. Observing Yue Bai's arm, which had been bitten, one could see it was enveloped in a layer of silvery dragon scales, shimmering with a radiant brilliance. This dragon scale armor, reminiscent of what Yue Bai had witnessed when training dogs in his past life. served as a formidable defense against the ferocious Thunderwolf. Half-dragon transformation? Flash murmured, easing the pain from the blow. So, you are a scion of the dragon lineage. This indeed explains the source of your abundant magical power. Boy, hand over the magic core, and I may spare your lives. Much appreciated, Yue Bai replied, shaking his bitten arm. Although the dragon scales had shielded him from the Thunderwolf's bite, the lingering thunder coursing through it left one side of his body numb. Allow me to finish conveying my message. I shall present the Qingyin stone with both hands. Then speak quickly, Flash urged impatiently, his irritation palpable as he regarded the dragonkin before him. He merely wished to retrieve the magic core and restore it to his clan. Very well, prepare yourself, Yue Bai said, cupping the magic core in his palms, whereupon a brilliant azure light erupted. A colossal silhouette of a Thunderwolf loomed behind Yue Bai, and upon witnessing the ancestral figure's arrival, the entire wolf clan bowed in reverence, including the Thunderwolf King, Flash. Younger ones, the ethereal voice of the ancestral wolf resonated. I am a lone wolf from the Qianlong Mountain clan, journeying beyond our realm. This dragon lad is a dear friend of mine across the ages. As I approach my final days, I entrust him to return my remains to our clan. I hope you will treat him as your own brother, with kindness and respect. I am aware that there may be dissent within the clan, but let such disputes be resolved as our ancestors have taught us, through strength of fist. With that, Yue Bai released his hand, causing the apparition to dissipate. He tossed the magic core before Flash, then turned to feign departure with Mu'er and Jiangling Mu'er. Ling Jie, don't look back. Just keep walking, Yue Bai whispered, internally counting down. 1, 2, 3, 4. When Yue Bai reached 10 in his mind, Flash called for them to halt. Is there anything else, Chief? Yue Bai turned, striving to suppress the elation swelling within him. The hierarchical division among the Wolf clan was clear. This display would undoubtedly resonate. The younger generation, fulfilling the last wishes of their elders and adhering to their testament, carried far greater weight than the words of an outsider. Thank you for bringing our ancestor back. Flash lowered his head in gratitude. Though the ancestor wished for you to be treated as brothers, as the leader of our clan, it is my duty to ensure stability among my kin, and I cannot comply entirely. Nonetheless, as our brother, I shall guarantee your safety. I will arrange for someone to escort you down mountain. As for the matter of the black feather-armored duck, you need not concern yourself. Flash's heartfelt words left Yue Bai immensely satisfied. However, ensuring their safety was not the true purpose of Yue Bai and his companion's visit. Their objective is to establish the Ward clan as the backbone of their defensive line. It is time to take the next step. I comprehend the chief's words. However, I also have some ties with the black-feathered armored duck. I cannot disregard their safety. Moonsilver embraced Muir and said, You need not worry about my safety. Let me go. Yet, the words of our ancestors hold truth. I cannot allow our brethren to perish in vain. Flash, tense, replied, You have your brothers, and I have my bonds. Given our mutual dilemma, let us heed the ancestors' will and resolve this with our fists. If the chief prevails, we shall follow you down the mountain. If I win, you will lead the clan to defend our territory. Does that sound agreeable? Moonsilver awaited Flash's response. For only in this manner could there be hope for the fortification of their line. Flash pondered the disparity in strength between man and beast. Although he was uncertain of the calculations of this silver-haired youth, as a blue-tier Thunderwolf, dealing with this little imp would be a mere trifle. Very well. I accept your challenge. Chapter 73. A single strike to victory. Thunder rumbled ominously. Flash and Moonsilver took their positions, their gazes locked. The Ward clan encircled, vigilant around the duo. Initially, the chief intended to drive the myriad tribesmen away, but unexpectedly, a challenger emerged, demanding a one-on-one duel. Nonetheless, this was the will of the ancestors, and as a respectful warg, such a request was not excessive. After all, Flash, as the chief of the Ward clan, was a blue-tier Thunderwolf, more than capable of handling a tribesman who had yet to reach his first year. Brother, shall we commence our duel with the next Thunderbolt as our signal? Flash inquired, embodying the grace and dignity expected of a clan leader, caring for his younger brethren. Agreed. Moonsilver nodded. To engage in this contest, regardless of the outcome, promised mutual growth. The Thunder Wolf crouched low, while Moonsilver drew his sword, readying himself. Both parties were tense, awaiting the descent of thunder. Crack! Boom! A bolt of lightning rent the sky, striking the distant mountains. In an instant, Flash transformed into a blur, launching himself forward. He needed to subdue Moonsilver with utmost speed, minimizing the risk to the War Clan by keeping the events of the day as concealed as possible from other creatures in the mountains. Moonsilver's silver-white pupils rapidly scanned the remnants of magical energy left in Flash's wake. He lifted his long sword, positioning it between the Thunderwolf's fangs. With a powerful toss of his head, the Thunderwolf flung Moonsilver aside, who spun gracefully in the air before landing steadily. Brother, this is quite intriguing. You're able to keep pace with my speed. No wonder the ancestors have recognized you. As a Thunderwolf, Flash was as swift as lightning, and Moonsilver's ability to match his movements impressed him greatly. You flatter me, Moonsilver replied, placing his hand behind his back, subtly rotating his wrist to dispel the numbing sensation. This Thunderwolf's initial test of strength had rendered his entire arm numb. Fortunately, he had learned to harness the power of those silver-white pupils. Otherwise, he would have faced defeat in a single blow. Once more, with a sudden shift, Yue Bai propelled his sword forward, darting ahead with precision. The radiant creature, not one to linger, unleashed its full power, transforming into a lightning-like form, engaging Yue Bai in a fierce duel. In a matter of moments, they exchanged dozens of blows, the flashes of electricity intertwining with the gleam of the sword, leaving Mu Er and Jiangling in awe. When had this little imp become so formidable? Mu Er stroked his own fur, recalling how easily he had subdued Yue Bai before they ascended the mountain. Now, he was locked in combat with a blue-tier magical beast. The rapidity of his strength's growth was truly astonishing. Go, little brother, Jiangling shouted, cheering for Yue Bai. Quiet, Yue Bai retorted, his focus razor-sharp. The speed of the lightning wolf was unparalleled among his current adversaries. He needed to be utterly vigilant, utilizing his silver-white pupils to monitor the flow of magical energy, predicting the trajectory for defense. Brother, in this exchange of offense and defense, you will inevitably be defeated. Surrender now, the lightning wolf urged, its claws descending from above, firmly pinning Yue Bai's sword. Not a chance. The silver flames erupted from the blade, forcing the creature to retreat. In this advantageous scenario, the lightning wolf would not risk injury for a fleeting moment of dominance. Conversely, Yue Bai, aware that the wolf would not harm him, had to fight with all his might. He understood that as long as the wolf unleashed its full strength, an opportunity would eventually arise. You have your kin to protect, and I have my own to safeguard. I will not compromise on this. Wolf blade technique. The sword radiated light, transforming into the semblance of a colossal wolf. Not to be outdone, the lightning wolf summoned its own ferocious magic, manifesting a giant wolf-like shadow. The two titanic wolves clashed, sending debris flying and leveling the surrounding area. As they exchanged magical might, the lightning wolf's astonishment grew. This dragon kin, barely a year old, could wield magic at such an impressive level, rivaling that of a mage lord. Realizing the magical confrontation was at a stalemate, the lightning wolf resolved to overpower Yue Bai physically. It surged its magic to its maximum capacity, the spirit of the lightning wolf shadow seemingly ignited, pouncing upon the wolf-like sword with ferocity, seizing Yue Bai's throat. Seizing the moment of Yue Bai's surprise, the lightning wolf lunged forward. Brother, do not blame the leader for using strength against the weak. You have performed admirably. With that, the great wolf's mouth opened wide, fangs crackling with electricity, aiming to sink into Yue Bai's shoulder, intent on crippling his ability to fight. Little did it know, every action was part of Yue Bai's strategy. The magical confrontation was merely a means to maximize his strengths, placing the lightning wolf in a precarious position. The true plan lay in exploiting the moment the wolf closed in, delivering a decisive blow. With an ethereal grace, Yue Bai evaded the strike of the wolf's fangs, his form gliding like a dragon. He then struck a palm against the wolf's chest, sending it soaring into the air. Dozens and hundreds of stout black shadowy arms surged forth from the shadows of a man and a wolf, ensnaring the glimmering Thunderwolf. How infuriating! It was a trap, The glimmering thunder sensed the peril, and in an instant unleashed a surge of electricity, disintegrating those shadows. Yet, how could the moon, White, let such a splendid opportunity slip away? He summoned his magical power to its utmost, and a colossal black serpent erupted from the ground, coiling around the glimmering thunder, tightening its grip regardless of the electric fury it unleashed. In that moment, the confrontation shifted from a contest of brute force to a clash of magical prowess. The decisive factor lay in whether the electric bolts of the Thunderwolf could shatter the serpent or if Moon White could sustain the serpent's hold and subdue the glimmering thunder. "Why are you so stubborn?" The glimmering thunder roared. "Do you not understand that deeper within the depths of this hidden dragon mountain, the formidable beings have already resolved to seize the territory of the black feather-armored duck? Their demise is inevitable. You cannot save them. I will exert every effort to protect them," Moon White declared defiantly. "Do you think that by allowing the black feather-armored duck tribe's territory to be seized, you can escape unscathed? This is merely a case of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold." With his left hand maintaining the spell, Moon White bit down hard with his right, the acrid scent of his own blood invigorating his waning magical strength. The colossal serpent tightened its grip even further. After a fierce struggle lasting over 10 minutes, the glimmering thunder ultimately succumbed to the desperate release of magical energy from Moon White. Its gaze gradually dulled, and the thunderous light diminished, abandoning its resistance. In the end, this duel concluded with Moon White emerging victorious. Chapter 74. The Alliance with a Swift Motion. The black serpent loosened its grip like a frayed rope. Freed from the serpent's constriction, the glimmering thunder plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud, gasping for breath. The serpent's binding had compressed its chest, making each breath a challenge. Yet it was merely a contest, and no lasting harm was done. Another thunder wolf propped it up with its head, and it shakily rose to its feet. As it gazed into the distance at the silver-haired youth sprawled on the ground, understanding dawned upon it regarding the downfall of the black feather-armored ducks. It was not that they lacked strength. Rather, this silver-haired youth was no ordinary scion of a noble family. His own prowess vastly exceeded that of his peers, and he possessed the composure to seek the opportune moment for a decisive strike. Such mentality and foresight were sufficient to enable him to triumph over adversaries far stronger than himself. The glimmering thunder coughed twice, clearing some congealed blood from its throat, and proclaimed, "From this day forth, our wolf clan shall protect the black feather-armored duck tribe. This multitude of beings shall henceforth be our brethren." The Wolf King howled to the heavens, eliciting a resonant response from the pack. The howls echoed throughout the wilderness, reverberating beyond its confines. Moon White, lying on the ground, wore a satisfied smile upon hearing the proclamation. Supported by the Thunder Wolf, the glimmering thunder approached Moon White, lowering its massive head beside him. Whispering in a voice only audible to one man and one beast, "You have triumphed over me today. Henceforth, you shall be the leader of our wolf clan. We shall act in accordance with your will. Please proceed with caution. If the tribe faces catastrophic harm, it is believed that in the next contest of the Alpha Wolves, you shall meet a fate worse than death." The words shimmered with a heavy sense of responsibility, akin to what she had conveyed to Mu'er. For the tribe to continue thriving, the leader must prioritize the greater good and make prudent decisions. "Rest assured, I shall shoulder this responsibility with diligence and guide the tribe towards strength," replied Yue Bai, albeit with a tinge of helplessness in his heart. He had leveraged the tradition of the Yaw Wolves that revered their ancestors, weaving a lie to steer the current circumstances, thereby solidifying their defenses. Once the events concluded and the situation stabilized, Yue Bai would surely offer a heartfelt apology to the esteemed Alpha Wolf. As for the ancestral magic core, you may take it back to the domain of the demon maggot as a token of our Yaw Wolf tribe. With such formidable ancestral magic safeguarding us, it is unlikely that those powerful factions will stir too soon. We may enjoy a few more days of peace. Once I have fully recuperated, I shall lead several tribesmen to forge alliances with other factions, and at that time, the token will also be returned to the demon maggot's lair. Whether you choose to focus on your training or continue to forge alliances is entirely at your discretion. After his speech, Shimmer rose from the ground and summoned several tribesmen to escort Yue Bai and his companions back to the lair of the demon maggot. His gaze, however, grew increasingly fierce. Alpha Wolf, do you truly intend to join that alliance? You are aware of the powerful factions within the mountains. If we choose to remain prudent, we may still carve out a place for ourselves amidst these hills. Should conflict arise and we suffer defeat, we might meet the same fate as the Black Feather-Armored Duck tribe, facing utter annihilation, remarked a rather pale Thunderwolf. Elders, the youth is not entirely mistaken. The loss of the lips means the loss of the teeth. Our existence is contingent upon the favor of those mighty factions. Should those factions ever covet our territory, we would find ourselves, like them, seeking alliances by any means necessary. Our current consolidation of defenses is a precaution for the future. Furthermore, should calamity truly strike, we could rely on that youth to lead us out of the mountains and secure a place for survival beyond, trusting that such a loyal individual would not betray our hopes and needs. A faint smile played on Shimmer's lips as he gazed deeper into the recesses of Qianlong Mountain, where dark clouds swirled, shrouded in mystery. Henceforth, may the powerful beings of the purple tier within the mountain exercise restraint and refrain from coveting our meager territories. Upon the wolf's back, Jiangling and Mu Er extolled Yue Bai's performance. Who would have thought that our younger brother already possessed the strength to contend with green-tier magical beasts? Only adventurers of royal rank or above can handle such foes. Truly remarkable, Jiangling exclaimed, giving Yue Bai a thumbs up. Yue Bai, resting on the soft wolf fur, merely acknowledged with a slight nod. The alpha wolf had never intended to unleash lethal intent. Otherwise, he would have perished in the blink of an eye amidst its swift movements. What Yue Bai said was indeed true. Even though Shimmer aimed to incapacitate Yue Bai with a single strike during their duel, the targets were not vital areas, ensuring that the latter would not meet his demise. Had Shimmer been sincere, even if Yue Bai could barely keep pace with his movements, each targeted attack to a vital area would likely lead to Yue Bai's demise within mere rounds. Through this battle, Yue Bai has gained a profound understanding of the formidable strength possessed by royal-level adventurers. It is likely that Maya has restrained much of her power during their daily sparring sessions. Clearly, after recuperation, there is an urgent need to forge alliances with other tribes. Otherwise, once the impending threat descends, it would unleash devastation akin to a dam bursting, sweeping everything away. The next tribe to seek out shall be the Harpies, for aerial combat prowess is indeed crucial. More suggested, is there a Harpy tribe in these mountains? Indeed. Furthermore, it is the very tribe of your esteemed acquaintance. Simply presenting that unopened letter sealed with wax should suffice to gain their cooperation. The Harpies are a significant force in these mountains. If an alliance can be secured, the prominent figures within the mountains may think twice before launching an attack, allowing us to evade disaster. Moore chuckled, winking knowingly. Yue Bai gently touched the letter within her bracelet. She had initially placed it there out of sheer laziness to sift through her belongings and had tossed it in without a second thought. Little did she expect it to prove so effective today. Very well. We shall rest for the night and meet with the Harpies tomorrow. Chapter 75. The Harpy Village. After being cared for by Jiangling and resting for a night, Yue Bai's symptoms of depleted magical energy vanished entirely. It must be said that since Jiangling awakened her rainbow dragon bloodline, the flow of magic has become remarkably gentle, resonating harmoniously with various physiques and magical beasts. The infusion of magic into Yue Bai's body instantly revitalized him, to recover so significantly overnight, allowing him to walk and run, speaks volumes of the power at play. It is worth noting that after his magical depletion, Yue Bai had been rendered weak and immobile. Where are we headed today? Jiangling, perched upon the back of a wolf, inquired with curiosity. Today, we shall seek out the Harpy village where Yulan resides, to forge a defensive alliance with them. Yue Bai waved the letter in his hand. This is an invitation from our Academy's Grand Master Yulan. I had yet to open it, but it seems today it will serve a remarkable purpose. Oh, this woman has indeed sent a letter to my family as well. However, my mother remarked that her reputation was somewhat dubious, thus forbidding me from learning under her. Jiangling nodded, seemingly understanding yet puzzled. What does dubious mean? Yue Bai found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond, and could only hastily reply, "That is something you should ask Madame Jiang about. I cannot explain." "Ah." Jiang Ling nodded. "Then I shall return home, study diligently, and teach you later." Yue Bai was rendered speechless once more. "Teach me? How will you teach? What will you use to teach?" With an acute awareness of the implications, Yue Bai's face instantly flushed crimson. Having traversed through a previous life, he was well aware of what dubious entailed. However, the notion of a girl barely 3 years old imparting such knowledge to him was unfathomable. Whether in this life or the last, he could only resort to silence to divert the conversation. "Madame Jiang, I implore you to refrain from introducing such sensitive topics in front of Jiang Ling." The three wolves swiftly guided the trio to the outskirts of the Harpy village. Under Yue Bai's leadership, the wolves had shed their former ferocity and had become obedient and endearing, allowing themselves to be handled with ease. Yue Bai stood atop the back of a wolf, his eyes brimming with magical luminescence as he gazed toward the distant village. The village of the eagle-headed people was perched upon a steep cliff, starkly contrasting with the realm of Master Yulan. The entire settlement exuded a profound simplicity. The dwellings were built upon sturdy wooden pillars, connected by rudimentary wooden suspension bridges that swayed precariously in the gusty winds. Occasionally, eagle-headed individuals would flit in and out of the village, both men and women, clad in scanty garments that left little to the imagination, causing Yue Bai to swallow hard in discomfort. It was no wonder that Yulan's flamboyant demeanor had made such an impression. Despite his internal disdain, Yue Bai had no choice but to enter the village in search of an alliance for defense. He believed that within the depths of this hidden dragon mountain resided a tribe of sagacious beings, whose inclusion could significantly thwart any impending calamity aimed at the periphery. This was indeed the most favorable scenario. Even if they were adamant about launching an assault, he had faith that these eagle-headed folk could withstand an initial onslaught. Should the situation deteriorate, they could always summon Master Yulan back from the academy to discipline the monstrous adversaries, thereby mitigating the devastation within the mountains. As Yue Bai contemplated his forthcoming discourse, several eagle-headed warriors soared down from the skies. They were robust in stature, their bodies adorned with peculiar patterns painted in vibrant colors, reminiscent of certain indigenous tribes from a bygone era. "What brings you here?" "This is the tribe of the eagle-headed people. I'm the captain of this patrol, Yu Qing," one fierce-eyed warrior proclaimed. "Greetings, we are students of the Holy City Academy. I am Yue Bai, this is Jiang Ling, and this black-feathered armored duck is called Mu-Er." Jiang Ling and Mu-Er nodded in acknowledgement as the eagle-headed warrior's gaze shifted towards them. "From the Holy City Academy, you must be acquainted with Yulan." The eagle-headed woman with the resplendent plumage, Yu Qing, inquired. "Indeed, we have come at Master Yulan's behest to seek shelter within your tribe," Yue Bai replied, producing a wax seal from the confines of his bracelet. The seal had been directly removed from a letter, the contents of which requested Yue Bai to study under Yulan and did not necessitate presentation to the eagle-headed folk. "And the letter?" Yu Qing questioned suspiciously. "It was damaged during a skirmish with the wolf tribe upon our entry into the mountains, leaving only this intact seal," Yue Bai stated, his demeanor exuding authenticity. "Very well," Yu Qing replied, somewhat skeptical, yet lacking the means to verify. The seal indeed bore Yulan's insignia, since they were her pupils. He could only permit their entry into the village and ascertain the nature of their sought-after protection. "Follow me," he instructed, leading his subordinates skyward. The wolf, bearing the three individuals, trailed closely behind. Upon entering the village, the ancient aura enveloped them, and as they looked up, the magnificence of the settlement became even more pronounced. Naturally, the eagle-headed women appeared even more enchanting. Mu-Er gazed in awe, saliva pooling and dampening the back of the wolf, much to its displeasure as it twisted and shook off the excess moisture. Yue Bai, unable to bear the sight, covered his face and allowed the wolf to carry him forward. The women of the Eagle clan possess an innate allure, a unique enchantment that captivates even the most composed men like Yue Bai. Similarly, the men in the village are irresistibly drawn to Jiang Ling. The mesmerizing aura of the rainbow dragon sparkles like scattered stardust, enchanting all who encounter it. "Please wait here for a moment. I shall summon the clan leader to discuss matters with you." Yu Qing politely invited Jiang Ling into a room, observing that even he was gradually entranced. Oh, I did not anticipate that this young girl's bloodline could wield such destructive charm. Men, seasoned by the company of so many enchanting women, can easily fall under her spell. Given some time to mature, this girl might well become a remarkable figure, Moore joked. Say another word, and I shall strike you down. Yue Bai glared at Moore. After all, Jiang Ling bore the visage of his former wife. Regardless of their current lack of emotional connection, he despised the thought of her being viewed through such a lens. Yes, yes, Moore replied, reclining on a bench and snoring. Yue Bai and Jiang Ling sat at a long table, awaiting the arrival of the clan leader. To their surprise, upon the leader's entrance, they were greeted by a familiar face, Yulan. Chapter 76. The transaction. As Yulan stepped into the room, Yue Bai's heart sank. Blast it! He had used her emblem to create a wax seal, never expecting her to arrive in the village. However, he soon sensed a distinct shift. She was far too reserved. Although her attire was not overly heavy, it was meticulously concealing, starkly contrasting with the free-spirited eagle women outside the village. This was in stark opposition to the bold allure she had previously exuded. Could this truly be Yulan? Well, have you seen enough? Yulan, seated across from Yue Bai and the others, crossed her long legs. Though her clothing concealed her figure, her graceful form remained apparent. Master Yulan, I did not expect you to return to Qianlong Mountain. Why not seek out your students for a proper reunion? Yue Bai responded, forcing himself to comply. Although she invited him for a conversation, he had no intention of engaging. Nevertheless, this was her domain, and he had already deceived her using her emblem. He had to maintain a semblance of decorum. Yulan cradled her teacup and took a sip. Oh, you're mistaken. I'm not Yulan. I am her twin sister, Yu Feng, the current leader of the village. Yue Bai awkwardly smiled. I see. My apologies. He bowed his head, secretly relieved. Thank heavens. It was not Master Yulan. Perhaps there was still hope for this endeavor. Leader Yu Feng, I am Yue Bai, the eldest son of the Yu family of the Shadow Dragon clan. I have come to. Before he could finish, Yu Feng raised her hand, signaling him to cease. I am aware of your purpose. There is no need for elaboration. Currently, you are the most prominent figure in Qianlong Mountain. I had anticipated encountering a formidable man, yet I find myself face to face with a mere child. Yue Bai scratched his head, offering an awkward smile, admitting to his youthful folly that had led to trouble. Well, Yu Feng took another sip of hot tea. Let's get straight to the point. What benefits could the Eagle clan gain from an alliance with you? Speak plainly, without any veils. Yu Feng's words left Yue Bai momentarily bewildered. He produced the family crest wax seal and handed it to Yu Feng, stating, the matter of this alliance has been approved by Grand Mentor Yulan. She encouraged me to gather the courage to seek help from the clan. Yue Bai anticipated that the presentation of the seal would prompt Yu Feng's agreement. However, to his surprise, Yu Feng swept the seal aside with a sharp gaze, fixed intently on Yue Bai. Here, her words hold no weight. A person who hasn't returned in ages, even if she is my sister, cannot influence my decisions within the clan. Present your conditions clearly. If I find them satisfactory, we shall form an alliance. If not, you may leave. Yue Bai opened his mouth to respond, but the words caught in his throat. This endeavor to forge an alliance was solely for his benefit, while the Eagle clan, if they consented, would inevitably be drawn into this tumultuous situation. It was uncertain whether they would gain anything, but the dangers were palpable. Yu Feng's demands were not unreasonable. After a moment of contemplation and a deep breath, Yue Bai said, I arrived at Qianlong Mountain unprepared, without any conditions to offer for trade. I humbly request that Chief Yu Feng clarify what needs exist within the clan that would justify taking such risks. Should I be able to assist, I would do so without hesitation. Jiang Ling, seated nearby, recognized Yue Bai's predicament and volunteered to interject. Her unique aura, stemming from her Hong Huang dragon bloodline, momentarily disoriented Yu Feng. He pressed his forehead, striving to maintain his composure while avoiding her gaze. Very well, I shall not press you further. This crisis is a matter of mutual survival. Should we neglect to assist you, it is likely that the beasts of the mountains, if provoked, would inflict severe losses upon our clan, despite our capacity for resistance. I shall agree to this alliance on behalf of the Eagle clan. Thank you, Chief Yu Feng. Yue Bai stepped forward, half kneeling in gratitude. Just moments ago, he had been strategizing how to secure the alliance, and now it had been granted so readily. Do not rejoice too quickly. My conditions have yet to be disclosed, Yue Feng remarked, taking another sip of tea, his gaze icy as it bore into Yue Bai. Please, Chief Yue Feng, I am all ears, Yue Bai replied earnestly. Observing Yue Bai, who had managed to stir such chaos at merely a year old, Yue Feng finally spoke. I require you to eliminate a formidable serpent known as the Tianyu snake within a year. Will you agree? The Tianyu snake? Are you referring to the purple-tier, aerial dragon-type monster with wings? Yue Bai questioned, perplexed. This purple-tier beast was indeed more potent than the thunderwolves and the demon larvae, capable of effortlessly contending with dozens of blue-tier monsters. The demand seemed exceedingly burdensome. Indeed, Yue Feng set down his teacup, his expression grave as he continued. The Tianyu snake has reached the mid-purple tier, and, if left unchecked, it will evolve into a black-tier beast. At that point, it will likely emerge from Qianlong Mountain, wreaking havoc and consuming all living beings in its quest for ascendance. The black-tier demon possesses an unparalleled ability to bring about destruction on a catastrophic scale, a force we have yet to witness. We must eliminate it before it ascends further, lest it wreak havoc upon the land. However, relying solely on our tribe and the mountain beasts will not suffice to contend with its current power. Thus, we are compelled to seek assistance from beyond the mountains. Yulan's departure was orchestrated years ago to gather external forces to confront the celestial feather serpent. This serpent wields immense power, requiring imperial-level strength to stand a chance against it. Therefore, our request is for you to cultivate yourself into an imperial-level warrior within a year to assist us. Will you accept this challenge? Yue Feng's icy gaze sent a chill down Yue Bai's spine. To become an imperial-level warrior within a year, what a daunting prospect. From his swordsmanship perspective, achieving the level of Meiya within such a short span seemed almost insurmountable. Though he often sparred with Meiya, the extent of her concealed strength remained a mystery to him. Despite being hailed as a prodigy in the Holy City, whether he could attain the rank of Sword Emperor by the age of 2 was uncertain, as there had been no precedents to guide him. Yet, if one were to consider it from another angle, Yue Feng's stipulation merely required the slaying of the celestial feather serpent within a year. With Yulan already engaged in this endeavor, perhaps he could leverage her efforts to his advantage. After much contemplation, Yue Bai resolved to accept the offer. After all, if he was incapable of fighting, he could rely on Meiya and the others to take the lead. The immediate priority was to quell the storm brewing in the mountains before making further plans. Very well, I accept your terms, Yue Bai declared with conviction, affirming Yue Feng's request. Chapter 77. The Sage of the Forest. Upon hearing Yue Bai's response, Yue Feng expressed his satisfaction. Although Yue Bai's current strength was still quite feeble, and he would likely be reduced to ashes in the face of the celestial feather serpent, the young dragon, barely a year old, had already stirred considerable upheaval in the outskirts of Longzhu Mountain. With a year at his disposal, he might indeed achieve greatness. After all, the celestial feather serpent must be eliminated within that time frame. Otherwise, it would become a scourge upon the world. Each additional hand in the expedition increased the odds of success. Moreover, Yulan had already informed Yue Feng of Yue Bai's solitary confrontation with the ancient evil dragon. While that dragon had suffered considerable loss in power, it was still formidable, comparable to the celestial feather serpent. This young man, having battled it, might just create another miracle when facing the serpent. It was a pity, however. According to Yulan, this silver-haired youth could no longer harness the chaotic power he once wielded. Had he been able to control that force, their expedition against the celestial feather serpent would have been significantly more assured. With this thought, Yue Feng let out a quiet sigh, a subtle gesture that did not escape Yue Bai's notice. Why do you sigh, Yue Feng? He inquired. Because of you, Yue Feng replied, resting her chin on her hand, a hint of irritation in her tone. Yulan mentioned that you possess a chaotic black and white power capable of defeating the ancient evil dragon. Alas, you can no longer summon that strength. Otherwise, our endeavor against the celestial feather serpent would feel much more secure. Ah, Yue Bai and Yen. He had not anticipated that the woman before him was already cognizant of his previous exploits. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, Yulan had been amassing power externally, and such accumulations must eventually be reported back to the clan. Speaking of this formidable force, I wonder if the Eagle clan possesses any ancient texts or records. Yue Bai inquired. Upon hearing such an unusual question from Yue Bai, Yu Feng expressed a hint of curiosity and asked, "What is it that you wish to investigate?" The chaotic black and white power previously mentioned is, in fact, the legacy of two ancestral bloodlines within me. They refer to each other as Tai Yi and Tai He. Therefore, I seek to know if the clan has ancient texts that document the deeds of these two ancestors. Perhaps, with this knowledge, I may harness this power. I see. After pondering for a few moments, Yu Feng rose and said, "Follow me." With that, he exited the room, and Yue Bai followed closely behind. Upon their departure, several members of the Eagle clan eagerly entered the room. Noticing Yue Bai's suspicious gaze regarding the commotion, Yu Feng patted his shoulder and reassured him. There is no need for concern. The girl possesses the bloodline of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon. My kin are simply drawn to her and harbor no ill intentions. Just as Yu Feng finished speaking, the sound of Jiang Ling's joyous laughter echoed from within the room. It seemed that the Eagle people were amusing her. Yue Bai shook his head and chuckled. "Please lead the way, Yu Feng." Yu Feng guided Yue Bai along the suspension bridge, bringing him to the midpoint of a steep cliff where the Eagle clan's library was situated. Unlike the records of the black feather-armored duck, which were engraved upon stone tablets, the Eagle clan's texts were transcribed onto various animal hides, covered with feathers exchanged among the clan members to provide moisture protection. Jiang Tian, come here for a moment. Upon entering the library, he called over a female eagle person named Jiang Tian. Despite her distinctly masculine name, her physique was unexpectedly striking, prompting Yue Bai to discreetly summon his magic to temper his restless heart. "What can I do for you, esteemed leader?" Jiang Tian inquired respectfully. Yu Feng nodded with a smile, pointing to a deeper shelf. "Take this young one to the shelf that houses materials from a century ago." "Certainly." Jiang Tan nodded respectfully and unhesitatingly took hold of Yue Bai, leading him to the designated shelf. Meanwhile, Yu Feng settled onto a bench in the library, sipping tea. Yue Bai felt somewhat exasperated. Each woman of the Eagle clan exuded a certain allure, and even the clan leader was presentable, yet he remained absorbed in his tea. Could he not extend proper hospitality? Frustrated, yet unable to voice his discontent, Yue Bai approached the shelf and began to sift through the animal hides, making a conscious effort to ignore Jiang Tian beside him. However, it must be said that the Eagle clan's library was far more systematically organized than that of the black feather-armored duck. They meticulously documented time, events, and participants, presenting them in a clear and orderly fashion. The contrast between the intellectual races and the magical beast races was starkly evident. However, after several hours of perusing, Yue Bai meticulously examined the final scroll of animal skin, yet failed to find any words pertaining to Tai Yi and Tai He. Taking a deep breath, Yue Bai exhaled heavily, the sound catching Yu Feng's attention, prompting her to approach. "What is the matter? No records?" "None," Yue Bai candidly expressed his disappointment. He never anticipated that after spending hours sifting through ancient texts, he would yield no results. Was this not a farce? Yu Feng, equally disheartened, had not expected that the ancient texts of their tribe, preserved for centuries, would lack accounts of those two predecessors. Could it be that these predecessors were relics of an even more distant past? After pondering for a considerable time, Yu Feng finally spoke to Yue Bai. "Since the oldest records in our tribe prove unhelpful, perhaps we should consult the wise sage residing in Qianlong Mountain." Upon hearing this, Yue Bai was initially elated, but the fear of greater disappointment tempered his enthusiasm, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "What manner of being is this sage?" Yu Feng, amused by the child's fluctuating emotions, replied, "This sage is an ancient tree spirit beast. Legend has it that it has existed for millennia, possessing knowledge beyond measure. Perhaps it knows the tales of these two predecessors." Eagerly, Yue Bai asked about the location of the tree spirit. "Where is this sage now? We shall visit at once." "There is no rush," Yu Feng chuckled. "The sage will only emerge from the earth when the moon is at its zenith. For now, you may await in the tribe. When the time comes, I shall send Yu Qing and Jiang Tian to escort you." Yu Feng glanced back at Jiang Tian, who immediately understood and exited the library to seek out Yu Qing. "We appreciate your guidance, Yu Feng." Chapter 78. The Tree Spirit Sage in the Dead of Night. Beneath the bright moon, the three of them arrived at the highest platform in the Eagle clan's territory, accompanied by Yu Qing and Jiang Tian. This elevated terrain allowed for a significant conservation of energy for both Yu Qing and Jiang Tian during their ascent. Yu Feng stepped forward and handed Yue Bai translucent, emerald green short flute. The flute was entirely transparent, featuring only 2 air holes, and its surface was adorned with intricate patterns resembling the veins of leaves, sprawling across its body. "This belongs to the Yu family. Soon, our tribe members will guide you deep into the forest. At that time, you need only lift the flute and blow gently to summon the sage. There is no need to fear attracting other formidable beasts. The mountains have a rule that prohibits conflict within the sage's domain." Yu Feng smiled softly, bending down to embrace Yue Bai, fastening the flute's cord around him. In that moment, as Yue Bai felt her proximity, he was momentarily taken aback, gripping the emerald flute tightly. A refreshing sensation spread from his palm to his mind, clearing the enchanting effects that the Eagle clan had inadvertently cast upon him. Noticing Yue Bai's unsteadiness, Yu Feng blushed and quickly stepped back. "I apologize. I forgot to maintain some distance." "It's quite all right." Yue Bai cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. Yu Qing approached to alleviate the awkwardness for his leader, saying, "It is getting late. I will accompany you and this duck, while Jiang Tian will take Miss Jiang to the domain of the sage." The three bowed deeply to Yu Feng in farewell. Subsequently, they grasped the sturdy claws of the eagle humanoid and soared into the depths of the forest. The domain of the sage lies at the junction of the outer and inner regions of Qianlong Mountain. Here, both the outer perimeter and the deeper realms are easily accessible to magical beasts seeking the sage's millennia of wisdom. As they ascended into the skies, Yue Bai noticed several magical beasts lurking in the shadows of the forest, trailing them at a considerable distance, likely to monitor their movements. "It appears you have quite a few enemies," Yu Qing remarked, flapping his wings to gain speed in hopes of evading the magical beasts and minimizing the group's peril. "There's little we can do. Right now, our little brother is regarded as a delectable feast by those beasts. They say his magical essence is extraordinary, and consuming it could be immensely beneficial." Jiang Ling shrugged, expressing her resignation before channeling her own magic. A layer of colorful mist cascaded down from the heights, enveloping the group like a shimmering aurora, rendering their figures increasingly ethereal until they vanished entirely into the night sky. "They did not follow us," Yue Bai said, sensing with his magic before retracting the magical pulse, surprised as he inquired, "Sister Ling, what did you do?" "Just a little illusion I recently learned," Jiang Ling explained. It turned out that after Yue Bai's departure, several eagle humanoids had entered the room, conversing with Jiang Ling and sharing tales about the magical beasts known as mist-spouting insects residing in the mountain. These insects are neutral magical creatures, wandering within Qianlong Mountain, constantly releasing mist to cast a protective veil over the area. Any intruder who steps into this mist would become disoriented, wandering aimlessly within the mountain. The aurora Jiang Ling had conjured was inspired by the characteristics of the mist-spouting insects, a magic she had acquired on her own. "It seems Sister Ling has gained some valuable knowledge this time," Yue Bai remarked with a smile. "That is certainly true. If you all are progressing while I lag behind, I would seem quite inadequate," Jiang Ling replied, playfully gesturing a peace sign towards Yue Bai, her charm captivating Yu Qing, who swayed in the air, entranced. "Yu Qing, be careful," Yue Bai exclaimed, clutching tightly to Yu Qing's eagle leg, fearful of falling from such heights. "Oh, my apologies. I don't know how I got distracted." Yu Qing shook his head, trying to regain focus. "But no worries, we have arrived at the sage's domain." "Already?" Yue Bai looked down. The sage's realm was a lush expanse of greenery, devoid of any visible dwelling. "Where exactly is the sage?" "For the Yu family, the short flute," Yu Qing prompted. "Oh, right." At the reminder, Yue Bai retrieved a short flute from his pocket, placing it to his lips and blowing forcefully. The flute emitted a glow, sending forth a circle of light that radiated from Yue Bai. In the next moment, within the dense forest, layers of soil surged like tumultuous waves, cascading violently as a colossal tortoise emerged from the earth, pushing aside vast expanses of vegetation. Its head appeared first, adorned with a tortoise's visage and accompanied by a serpent's tail. The two sets of eyes locked for a fleeting moment before it raised its gaze towards the approaching figures of the Moon White group. Could this be the Xuanwu? Moon White gazed in astonishment at the giant tortoise below. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Xuanwu divine beast he was familiar with. However, it was not the Xuanwu. Jiang Tan, the custodian of the library, having perused countless tomes, spoke with authority at that moment. This is a purple-tier magical beast, known as the snake tortoise. Yet, should it take the evolutionary leap, it could indeed transform into the black-tier Xuanwu. A purple-tier magical beast. Moon White and Jiang Ling felt a surge of tension, their palms beginning to sweat as they observed the snake tortoise below. This creature was of the same caliber as the Tianyu serpent. Should it reach maturity, it could become a significant threat. Noticing Jiang Ling's sudden increase in anxiety, Jiang Tian offered reassurance. You need not worry. Even if this snake tortoise evolves into a Xuanwu, it will not become a menace. In these mountains, it serves as a guardian of the Qianlong Mountain, maintaining the balance and not aligning with any faction. That is indeed the best scenario. Moon White privately exhaled in relief. His current mission was to confront the Tianyu serpent, and the last thing he needed was to be tasked with dealing with the snake tortoise as well. Look, the sage has emerged. The group focused their attention on the snake tortoise. Beneath the largest tree on its back, several branches began to swell with magical energy, gradually forming the likeness of a human woman. Lady Lan Jianyu, the trio exclaimed in unison, though the individuals they envisioned were not the same. They exchanged puzzled glances. Jiang Tian smiled charmingly, explaining, the sage possesses a magical enchantment that allows her to manifest as a female friend or relative known to each of you. Thus, what you see before you is not the same person. Ah, I see. The three shared a knowing smile and nodded in understanding. As the harpy descended, the sage stepped forward to greet the gathering. Chapter 79. Why don't you ask her? The group stood steadily on the ground. The appearance of the sage truly mirrored that of their dear friends. Moon White and his companions quietly marveled at the profound nature of the sage's magic, feeling a twinge of fear regarding this formidable power. If the sage were to succumb to ambition, she could wield this strength to dominate the world, and yet, it would be beyond their control. Welcome, everyone. The sage intended to receive them warmly, but upon seeing Jiang Ling, she momentarily froze, then offered a gentle smile. Gradually, her form began to disintegrate, transforming into delicate, fluttering leaves that danced in the breeze. The soft wind, carrying the leaves, swirled behind Jiang Ling, coalescing once more into the shape of a human woman. However, unlike at the outset, the visage of this woman bore no resemblance to any familiar friend or relative. Rather, it was the countenance of an unfamiliar lady. The sage embraced Jiang Ling, her delicate chin resting atop Jiang Ling's head, her eyes brimming with affection. Sister Ling, Yue Bai and Mu Er tensed, preparing to draw their weapons. At that moment, Yu Qing and Jiang Tian positioned themselves before the two, with the former placing a hand on Yue Bai's sword hilt, pressing the blade back into its sheath. Do not act rashly. It is all right. Stunned, Yue Bai soon felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Upon glancing upward, he found two colossal heads intently observing him. Clearly, they belonged to the serpent tortoise, one at the front and the other at the rear. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the sage quickly covered her mouth and smiled. I apologize. I apologize. It was our oversight. She raised her hand, gesturing for the serpent tortoise to remain calm. Understanding her intent, the serpent tortoise lowered its head. With the serpent tortoise hostility dissipating, Yue Bai exhaled heavily. However, he could not afford to relax, for Jiang Ling was still in the grasp of the tree spirit. The sage, seeing Yue Bai's continued tension, smiled sincerely. Little one of the dragon clan, you need not be apprehensive. I harbor no intentions of harming her. It is merely her bloodline of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon that reassures me, prompting my impulsiveness. observing the tree's spirit as if to speak. Yue Bai and Mu Er cautiously lowered their guard. With the atmosphere growing more amicable, the sage continued to stroke Jiangling's head, and she seemed to feel no discomfort, but rather a sense of joy. "May I inquire why you have come here tonight?" Upon hearing the sage's inquiry, Yue Bai cut straight to the chase. After all, in this relatively safe region, it was advisable to expedite matters and depart without delay. "In response to your esteemed inquiry, we have come to learn about our two ancestors, known as Tai A and Tai E. Might you have any recollection of them?" The names rang familiar to the sage. After a few seconds of astonishment, she promptly replied, evidently having gleaned some understanding of the matter. "Tai A and Tai E. It has been many years since I heard anyone mention them. The last time their names were spoken was over a millennium ago." "Over a millennium?" The group gasped in astonishment. Although they were aware that these two were their ancestors, they had not anticipated such a vast temporal distance. "Might you, esteemed sage, elaborate on their deeds?" Yue Bai bowed respectfully. "Their deeds?" the sage queried, perplexed. Why not inquire of her? As she petted Jiangling's head, she chuckled. "This girl probably knows more than I do." "Sister Ling?" Yue Bai questioned, perplexed. Although Jiangling possessed the bloodline of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon, could her knowledge of such ancient matters truly rival that of the sage? Do you doubt it? Then listen what she has to say. The tree spirit sage pointed her fingertip to Jiangling's brow, and a luminous sphere the size of a bullet merged into her forehead. In the next moment, Jiangling's gaze became vacant, her magical energy surging. A colossal, multicolored dragon phantasm materialized, spreading its wings and roaring. Her slender form was adorned with numerous gemstones of various hues, while 6 wings sprouted from her back, scattered with iridescent specks that danced like dust or mist, creating an ethereal spectacle. It was evident that this was the divine manifestation of the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon. The Rainbow Sovereign Dragon lowered her gaze upon the crowd below, eventually fixing her eyes upon the tree sage. "Qinxiong, you are still in this world," she remarked. "I pay my respects to your majesty, the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon Tai Ling." The sage knelt, bowing deeply to the ground, his posture one of devout reverence, utterly unmasked. As the radiant light descended, the 2 members of the Eagle clan followed suit, kneeling beside the sage, unable to meet the gaze of the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon. The crowd knelt, yet Moon White remained standing, gazing up at the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon, his mind a blank canvas. He was aware that Jiangling bore the bloodline of the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon, but had never anticipated witnessing her divine form. Moreover, this Rainbow Sovereign Dragon was named Tai Ling. This bore a striking resemblance to the names Tai A and Tai E. Furthermore, among those who referred to Moon White as their companion, there was a reincarnation of their sister. Could it be that the sister Tai A and Tai E sought was Jiangling? And if Jiangling was indeed the reincarnation of the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon, then could it be that Tai A and Tai E were the legendary twin Holy Dragon Emperors, the Obsidian Sovereign Dragon and the Radiant Sovereign Dragon? Moon White's thoughts were in disarray. At that moment, the voice of the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon resonated directly within his mind. "Elder brother, second brother, are you still lurking within? Why not emerge to reminisce?" The voice lingered. After a moment, 2 luminous orbs materialized from Moon White's heart, transforming into the ethereal forms of 2 colossal dragons, those of the aforementioned elders. The 3 dragon apparitions encircled the assembly, their overwhelming presence enveloping the entire realm, rendering the air frigid and boiling like magma. The prostrate crowd suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, their eyes bulging with strain. "Sister, why not first withdraw your formidable aura? We understand your anger towards your elder brothers, but there is no need to make these younger ones suffer." Upon hearing this, the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon let out a cold snort and withdrew her oppressive aura, granting the crowd the ability to breathe once more. "Years have passed, yet you remain as temperamental as ever," Tai E remarked, shaking his immense tail in resignation. "You still blame me?" Tai Ling puffed out his cheeks, vibrant rainbow flames flickering at the corners of his mouth, as if on the verge of eruption. "Were it not for you abandoning me to confront that scoundrel Yu Huang, would I harbor resentment for millennia? Isn't this to protect you?" Tai murmured softly, turning his head away. Protect me? Just look at how it ended. The two of you fought valiantly, barely managing to seal it away. In the end, it was this silver-haired imp who quelled the disaster. You truly are something, Tai Ling scorned without restraint, disregarding their dignity as she berated them in front of all. Tai A and Tai E, akin to misbehaving children, accepted Tai Ling's chastisement without rebuttal, momentarily left without justification to speak. Mun White's lips twitched. These two elder brothers certainly bore no semblance of authority. Chapter 80. Gaining status, the Obsidian Sovereign Dragon and the Radiant Sovereign Dragon remained silent, enduring the scathing remarks of the Rainbow Sovereign Dragon for several minutes, until the three great dragon apparitions began to fade and the tumultuous scene finally descended into tranquility. The three sacred dragons were acutely aware that their summoning was of great significance. In the next moment, the ethereal forms of the three colossal dragons gradually diminished, transforming into the likeness of three humans to conserve their magical energy, thus allowing for a prolonged conversation. So, what is the purpose of my summoning? The voice of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon, though cool in tone, radiated a gentle and comforting aura. Yue Bai understood why her magical power attracted numerous magical beasts and beings from various clans. In response to the Rainbow Emperor Dragon's query, he cautiously replied, "We initially sought to learn about Tai A and Tai E through your esteemed words, but with both of you here now, we need not trouble you any further. Look at the two of you," the Rainbow Emperor Dragon exclaimed, her delicate fingers pointing at Tai A and Tai E, unable to suppress her sarcasm. "This junior probably attempted to reach out to you within him multiple times before summoning me, yet you insisted on hiding away. What is it? Are you ashamed? That cannot be blamed on us," Tai E replied, fanning herself. "Previously, my brother and I merged once, granting him extraordinary abilities. We refrained from responding to his calls out of concern that he might become enamored with power and stray from the right path. You are aware of the chaos caused by Yu Huan and Yu Ming, who formed the chaotic faction, leading to turmoil millions of years ago. Exactly. My brothers are merely being farsighted, preventing this lad from veering into darkness," Tai A concurred. "Cease your nonsense," Tai Ling retorted angrily. "His current state is a result of your bestowed powers, and your control over the awakening of his bloodline, despite his greed, would not lead to calamity for all." "That is not feasible," Tai E frowned in response. "Though this lad carries our bloodline legacy, it has weakened significantly over millions of years. If he were to master his magical prowess further, we would no longer be able to influence his will. We are not like our younger sister, who has reincarnated into the present through the body of this young girl." Yue Bai gazed at the unconscious Jiangling, feeling an inexplicable mix of envy and sorrow. It was now evident that Jiangling was the true form of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon Tai Ling. With time and cultivation, she could indeed achieve great feats in this era. However, this also meant that Jiangling was no longer herself, but rather Tai Ling. The tragedy of losing one's identity, of being possessed and having one's soul usurped, was profoundly sorrowful. Sensing the waves of negative emotions emanating from Yue Bai, the Rainbow Emperor Dragon approached him, placing her delicate hand upon his shoulder. "Junior, there is no need for worry. Though my true self has reincarnated, Jiangling remains Jiangling, and Tai Ling remains Tai Ling. I shall not forcibly seize her will. This has been the case in the past, and it shall remain so in the future. I will protect you within her, so there is no cause for concern." Upon hearing Tai Ling's words, Yue Bai's legs suddenly weakened, tears streaming down his face. Though he spoke not a word, his heart repeatedly whispered in gratitude. Thus, Tai Ling turned her gaze toward her two brothers. "This is the situation. I shall take responsibility for watching over this young man. If he misuses your powers to bring harm to the world, I shall personally extinguish him. Therefore, is it acceptable for you to grant him your strength?" With her rainbow-hued eyes shimmering with myriad colors, Tai Ling fixed her gaze upon her brothers. She was vaguely aware of the current circumstances while residing within Jiangling's body. Yue Bai was in dire need of this power to protect certain clans residing in the mountains. Moreover, her reborn corporeal form resides within this mountain, and it must not perish so easily. Thus, In accordance with my sister's wishes, we shall awaken his bloodline, enabling him to wield this power freely. Tai A and Tai E approach Yue Bai, resting their hands upon his shoulders. Young man, it may be a bit painful. Bear with it. Before Yue Bai could respond, their hands transformed into two diminutive dragons, which sank their fangs into his shoulder. Damn, not again. Yue Bai seethed internally. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating sensations. The black and white magical energy coalesced into fine threads, spiraling in a vortex, entering Yue Bai's body through the dragon's fangs. He could feel the magical force surge like a warm current, crashing against his meridians. Gradually, his own magical essence began to dissipate, replaced by two streams of black and white magic. The two opposing forces clashed with his silver-white magic, sending ripples of agony throughout his body, with searing pain radiating from his shoulders to his limbs. How peculiar. Tai Li furrowed his brow. Brother, what do you make of this? Indeed, it is strange. Tai all replied. Although our powers have waned significantly over the millennia, we can still temper this lad's body. Yet, it is astonishing that his innate magic appears to slightly surpass ours. What could be the reason for this? What are you saying? Let me take a look. Tai Ling clasped his hands together, his pupils radiating with multicolored light. The aura enveloped Yue Bai, thoroughly probing his entire being. What is the matter with this junior? His capacity for magical acceptance is remarkable, yet his magical affinities are utterly unrelated. This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. The three sacred dragons exchanged glances. After countless eons, they had never met someone like him. I shall study this further with Qianxiong later. Hurry and temper his body to awaken his bloodline. He is nearing his limit. Tai Ling retracted his magical energy and then turned to Jiang Ling. Since we are awakening magical power, I shall also assist this young girl in her awakening. With that, a radiant light descended once more, and the tips of Jiang Ling's hair gradually transformed from crimson red to a vibrant spectrum of colors. The onlookers, lying on the ground, slightly raised their heads to behold the spectacle. They were determined to etch the divine forms of the three sacred dragons firmly in their memories, never to forget. After a tumultuous display of magic lasting several minutes, it finally subsided. Yue Bai, supporting himself on the ground, was drenched in sweat. The fabric on his arms had been torn asunder by Tai A and Tai Yi's magical force, revealing dragon scales that could no longer be concealed. One arm black and the other white, they formed two distinctly different limbs. The tempering of your body is now complete. You may harness this power at any moment. However, I must caution you. Due to this tempering, your magical energy has significantly diminished. When you enter this state, you may only endure for 5 minutes. After that, you must release it, or you will undoubtedly perish. Tai, he waved his fan, and a luminous sphere materialized in his palm. The sphere floated before Yue Bai, shattering to unveil a silver-white pearl. This is my relic. I know you possess the great Rebirth array. You may substitute it with the black-scaled relic to expedite your recovery. Such generosity from my brother? Then I shall also bestow my relic upon him, Tai declared, presenting his own relic to Yue Bai. Sister, let us temporarily entrust this sacred relic to him. Once his abilities are restored, remember to utilize this young girl's physical form to retrieve it. Upon finishing their words, Tai A and Tai E began to disintegrate into shimmering fragments, carried away by the wind. We bid farewell to His Majesty, the Black Obsidian Dragon. We bid farewell to His Majesty, the Crimson Dragon. The gathered crowd, bowing in reverence, voiced their respectful farewells to the two venerable figures. Chapter 81. Completion of body tempering. As several individuals knelt in earnest, watching Tai A and Tai E fade into nothingness, the oppressive atmosphere in the surroundings lightened considerably. Yue Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, gently massaging her still aching shoulder, while casting her gaze towards Jiang Ling's side. Tai Ling radiated a spectrum of vibrant colors, her divine presence resplendent and dignified. As the tips of Jiang Ling's hair transformed into radiant hues, Tai Ling's formidable aura momentarily abated, causing her form to become increasingly ethereal. Your Majesty Tai Ling, noticing her unsteady posture, Qianxiong hurriedly stepped forward to support her left arm. I am fine, Tai Ling replied, taking a deep breath and patting Qian Xiong's hand reassuringly. This little girl has also undergone a tempering process. She can now wield most of the Rainbow Dragon's bloodline. Though, like you, her magical energy is greatly diminished. Qian Xiong, I require a substantial quantity of red jadeite, ground into powder, to create a great return array for her recovery. Understood, Qian Xiong acknowledged, instructing Yu Qing and Jiang Tian to rise and produce a piece of parchment detailing the location of red jadeite within the hidden Dragon Mountain. You too, go to this place and gather as much red jadeite as possible, transporting it back here. Yes, esteemed sage, Yu Qing and Jiang Tian responded, promptly taking flight. Though Qian Xiong was not their leader, her status as a sage commanded respect above all clans within the hidden Dragon Mountain. Thus, the command was one they were obliged to follow. The eyes of the rainbow dragon shimmered with iridescent light, surveying Yue Bai's form. Your two elder brothers have also completed your body tempering, and the sacred relic has been entrusted to you. However, as ancient dragon emperors, their relics will undoubtedly attract attention. You must never use them in public, otherwise it would invite catastrophic consequences. Indeed, Yue Bai nodded gravely in agreement. After all, even Jiang Ling, who had merely awakened a small bloodline, had drawn the world's scrutiny. Should the relics of the two holy dragons come to light, it would surely incite war. May I inquire, esteemed Rainbow Dragon, about the recent disappearance of the two elders? Yue Bai asked, concerned for her safety given the power they had bestowed upon her. Fear not. They merely retreated deep within your bloodline due to their expended magical energy. Once your magical strength is replenished and you assist in restoring theirs, you shall see them again. The Rainbow Dragon responded with a nod of satisfaction. It seems this young one is not devoid of sentiment. Entrusting this power to him may not be a misfortune after all. That is most reassuring, Yue Bai replied, nodding in relief. The divine figures of the two elders were indeed rare in this world. It would be a great pity if their lingering souls were to dissipate for her sake. Then, esteemed elder, is your ethereal form also a result of expended magical energy? That is indeed the case. However, I have now undergone a rebirth, and I am one with this girl, making the restoration of magical power a relatively effortless endeavor. By utilizing a grand return array composed of red jade powder as its base, replenishing my magical energy is a matter of mere moments. You need not worry, Taijing remarked. The grand return array necessitates the inclusion of a relic as the source of magical energy. What shall we do about this relic? Yue Bai inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You need not concern yourself with that, Taijing replied with a smile. In this place, Qian Xiong should possess a considerable number of treasures. Qian Xiong nodded with a gentle smile, slightly bending forward. The curtain of vines at the center of the colossal tree upon the back of the serpent turtle parted effortlessly, revealing a trove brimming with an array of exquisite rarities, including a multitude of magical beast cores. Yue Bai swallowed hard. Such an abundance of treasures. Even as the eldest son of the Moon family from the Shadow Dragon clan, he had never encountered anything like it. It is no exaggeration to say that the Moon family's treasury contains not even 1% of what lies here. Mu'er, following Yue Bai's gaze, peered inside, and in the next moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly approached Qian Xiong, bowing low and prostrating himself. Esteemed sage, within this trove lie several treasures that I am in dire need of. I earnestly beseech you to bestow them upon me. Your grace, I shall remember for a lifetime. Oh, is it those pieces of earth steel you seek? Take them, Qian Xiong replied readily. Earth steel is a rare metal, formed naturally under the immense pressure within iron ore, and it is one of the essential materials required for the transformation of the black feather armor duck into the black feather steel duck. Upon hearing Qian Xiong's consent, Mu'er eagerly dragged his ample form toward the treasure vault, beginning his search for the earth steel that suited him best. After all, defeating Qi with honor and becoming the new leader of the Black Feather Armor Duck clan is an integral part of alleviating the current crisis in mountains. Observing Mu'er scavenging for treasures, Taizheng gazed upward at the hidden dragon mountain, reflecting, I never anticipated that the malevolent dragon, after its demise, could give rise to such a bountiful land. It serves as a form of atonement for its past misdeeds. However, as Taijing's eyes flickered, he turned to Qianxiong. The relic of this malevolent dragon cannot be within your treasury. It must be hidden somewhere in this mountain, correct? Yes, Qianxiong responded, a chill running through him at the mention of the malevolent dragon's relic. My subordinates have searched this mountain for years. Wherever trees have grown, we have scoured. The serpent turtle has also assisted me in exploring several desolate areas, yet no discovery has been made. It is likely that it has been consumed by some beast within the mountain. Taizheng interrupted Qianxiong's words. He was well aware of Qianxiong's capabilities as his subordinate. Given the lengthy search without success, the only conclusion is that the relic has indeed been devoured by a magical creature and is now concealed within its body. Otherwise, no matter how skilled a barrier master may be, even the most profound of barriers cannot prevent the leakage of magical energy. The celestial feather serpent, Yue Bai exclaimed. This celestial feather serpent, one of the prominent magical beasts in the deep mountains, is said by the leader of the Eagle clan, Yu Feng, to be on the verge of evolving into a black-tier beast within a year. Surely, it is also leveraging the relic of the malevolent dragon to ascend rapidly. There is a possibility of that. Taijing nodded. After all, the celestial feather serpent is indeed a dragon breed. Feeding on the essence of the dragon clan's relics, and having endured such an extensive passage of time, is surely the moment for one to ascend and become the most formidable dragon species among demonic beings. In this moment of urgency, Yue Bai felt a pang of anxiety. Although he was aware that the Tianyu serpent would evolve within a year, the revelation of its potential possession of ancient evil dragon relics intensified the urgency of the situation. I shall set forth to the holy city immediately, mobilizing the army to confront this wicked dragon, he declared. Patience, sighed Tai Ling, shaking his head. Given the current circumstances, your abilities have significantly diminished. Moreover, considering the recent surge of magical power among the three of us, it is likely that some of the beasts within the mountain are on the brink of losing their composure. Exiting Qianxiong's territory now, even with the protection of Qianxiong and the serpent tortoise, would be tantamount to courting disaster. At this juncture, it is prudent for us to await the return of the eagle-headed kin, to utilize the Grand Return Array, restore our strength, and learn to harness the abilities gained from this awakening of our bloodline, thus allowing us to break through the encirclement and summon reinforcements. Chapter 82. Surrounded to procure reinforcements. We must first navigate through the siege of beasts in the mountain. Due to the physical tempering undertaken that night, both Yue Bai and Jiang Ling found their magical strength greatly diminished. Even if they could wield the skills they had mastered, it was unlikely they could endure until reaching the foot of the mountain, let alone engage in battle while attempting to break free. Even if Qianxiong and allied beasts aided in the escape, the two hindrances would likely exacerbate the already precarious situation. The immediate priority is to swiftly restore our magical power, for in this realm teeming with demonic creatures, magic remains our sole means of resistance. Yue Bai retrieved a familiar large box from his bracelet and took out a pouch of sulfur, beginning to inscribe runes upon the back of the serpent tortoise. In a short while, the powder coalesced into a formation, faintly glowing. He placed two black and white relics at the outermost edges of the array, ensuring that even with the tumultuous magical energy contained within, he would not be torn asunder. Seeing that the Grand Return Array was ready, Tai Ling summoned a robust tree. One end of the tree crown was positioned above Yue Bai's head, and with a gentle shake of his jade foot, Tai Ling leaped onto the crown of the array. The relics from our elder brothers are far beyond your current capabilities. Attempting to refine them would be akin to courting death. While the eagle-headed kin has yet to return, we shall serve as the focal point of this array to protect you. With that, a rainbow of 7 colors emanated from Tai Ling, forming a curved protective shield that enveloped the entire Grand Return Array. Let us commence. Very well. After taking a deep breath, Yue Bai pressed his palms together, and the Grand Return Array illuminated brilliantly. Vital blood coursed through the sulfur, spreading throughout the formation, and a nebula emerged from within. What is this? Yue Bai gasped in astonishment. Though he had activated the Grand Return Array several times, this was the first occasion a nebula had materialized. Do not lose focus. This is the ability bestowed upon you by Elder Tai, allowing you to maximize the mobilization of magical power. This nebula embodies the magical energy contained within the black-scaled relics. Close your eyes and center your mind. Explain. Tai Ling understood. Yue Bai closed his eyes, fully manifesting his dragon lineage to channel the magical energy to its fullest potential. Within the nebula, the seven-colored starlight converged upon Tai Ling, who inwardly circulated his meridians, refining all magical power to a level acceptable for Yue Bai, and then poured it down from the sky. The radiant pillars of light enveloped Yue Bai. Unlike the previous torment he experienced while activating the Great Reversion Array, this time the magical energy flowed into his body without inflicting any pain. Rather, it bestowed a sense of warmth. Yue Bai felt as though his body were a suspended vessel, with magic pouring in like a continuous stream. His heart as tranquil as still water, yet stirred by grand waves. This sensation was remarkably enchanting, as Yue Bai eagerly absorbed the magical energy from the relics. The 5 black-scaled relics placed within the town emitted an unusual luminescence once more. 5 figures materialized, encircling Yue Bai anew. Tai Ling's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she gazed upon these figures. The 5 silhouettes appeared startled by Tai Ling's divine presence, quickly retreating a few steps and kneeling in reverence. In a voice barely audible to a select few, Tai Ling communicated, "Who are you?" Among the 5, the one closest to her parted his lips, yet no sound emerged. This child's disposition has already been acknowledged by the 3 sacred dragons. You departed souls may safely entrust your powers to him. The 5 figures exchanged glances for a few moments before nodding in agreement. They then transformed into a surge of magical energy, enveloping Tai Ling's Baum. The blessings of the dragon clan often provide considerable advantages to their descendants, Tai Ling remarked with a smile. Subsequently, the magical energy was refined into a spectrum of colors, merging with the light pillars and entering Yue Bai's body. Once the nebula was established, it severed any incoming information and sensations from outside the Great Reversion Array. Moore did not remain idle either. He promptly devoured several pieces of earth steel. In the next moment, a wave of contrasting temperatures emanated from him. "Oh no, one of the pieces is cold." Moore scolded himself for his carelessness. Earth steel must be consumed by the black feather armored duck and refined using the warmth of its magic core before it could integrate into the body and evolve into black feather steel duck. However, with the presence of cold earth steel, the refining temperature would undoubtedly be insufficient. This evolution seemed doomed to failure. Moore sighed inwardly and glanced at Qian Xiong's treasure trove. The remaining earth steel was far too scant to undergo another refining process. "Little duck, do not despair. I have a solution," Qian Xiong declared, stamping her foot on the tortoise's shell, causing the serpent tortoise to turn its head. "Little tortoise, take this duck to your core and assist it in evolving." The tortoise nodded, opening its massive jaw and extending its tongue for the duck to step upon. The inner core of the serpent tortoise was exceedingly hot, enough to counteract the coldness of the earth steel. Although uncertain of the success of the refining process, it was worth attempting. Moore nodded and unhesitatingly stepped into the tortoise's mouth, following its neck toward the heart of its magical core. Despite the slimy interior being rather repugnant, Yue Bai and Jiangling had both experienced significant growth. As the elder brother, he could not afford to lag behind them. Just as the tortoise closed its jaws, Yu Qing and Jiang Tian returned successfully. "My lord, your territory is currently besieged by a multitude of magical beasts, and they are likely to launch an attack here. What should we do?" Yu Qing poured crimson jade into a recess and immediately turned to survey the perimeter of Qian Xiong's domain. Qian Xiong's eyes glimmered with moisture as she followed Yu Qing's gaze towards the perimeter of their territory. There a multitude of beasts had gathered, led by several lindworm. The lindworm, a blue-tier magical creature, possessed 2 powerful front limbs, making it significantly stronger than the weaker variants. These creatures would eventually evolve into the formidable Tianyu snake. It was evident that this encirclement was prompted by the Tianyu snake's sensing of the 3 saint dragons' magical energy, which had stirred its impatience. "Which of you is the swiftest?" Qian Xiong inquired coldly. "I am," Yu Qing responded resolutely. There's an opening at the foot of the serpent turtle, leading to a passage. Please traverse the encirclement and summon the warriors of the Eagle clan. I will buy you time. Understood, Yuqing replied. Then soared towards the serpent turtle's foot in search of the entrance. Jiantian, I implore you to grind the red jade. Once it transforms into dust, Master Tailing will emerge from the nebula. At that time, please assist her in activating the Great Reversion Array to restore her strength. We shall confront those beasts and teach them the folly of their arrogance. Chapter 83. Dawn in the East. As dawn broke in the east, a multitude of beasts amassed outside Qianqiang's territory. They were estimated to number over 50, now halted before a dark green barrier. This was part of the protective boundary established by the serpent turtle, delineating Qianqiang's domain. Beyond this barrier, the serpent turtle would not intervene. The barrier served no defensive purpose, merely functioning as a warning. It was precisely this line of caution that deterred the beast from advancing recklessly. The serpent turtle, a purple-tier beast, held considerable weight in the depths of the hidden dragon mountain. The sage who commanded the serpent turtle was undoubtedly a powerful entity within the mountain. Although Qianqiang rarely demonstrated her prowess, as a magical beast capable of transforming her wisdom into human form, her abilities had surely surpassed the blue tier. Moreover, being a tree spirit, her innate power enabled her to command all flora. Within her verdant territory, the lush trees thrived, significantly amplifying Qianqiang's strength. The flourishing vegetation provided her with immense combat capability, rendering every blade of grass and every tree a potential weapon. This was a compelling reason why the beasts hesitated to advance. However, these creatures found themselves in a predicament. They were subservient to the Tianyu snake's dominion, compelled to obey its commands to procure whatever the leader desired. This time, the Tianyu snake sought the two individuals from the ranks of the sages. Yet, to recklessly intrude upon the sages' territory would undoubtedly spell their doom. Before the serpent turtle, these assembled beasts were merely a disorganized rabble, lacking dignity. Only a few lindworms could contend with it. Yet, to return empty-handed would surely incur the wrath of the Tianyu snake, which would not hesitate to devour them, thereby augmenting its own power, a tactic the Tianyu snake had employed habitually over the years. The myriad of magical creatures could only linger at the periphery of the barrier, exerting pressure in hopes that the esteemed sage would succumb to their intimidation and readily surrender the two individuals of the myriad races, allowing them to return and fulfill their obligations. Indeed, after a night of anticipation, the sage finally yielded to this pressure. As the sun ascended, she appeared before the assembly of magical beasts. Numerous tendrils erupted from the earth, spiraling upward to form a colossal conical wooden pillar. Within its confines, faint crackling sounds could be discerned. The tendrils slackened and dispersed, revealing a graceful woman who stepped forth barefoot, her hair cascading as she stood before the magical entities. This was unmistakably Qianqiang. Qianqiang's delicate and slender figure appeared diminutive in the presence of such towering beasts, yet her aura was far more formidable than theirs. Esteemed sage, the magical creatures prostrated themselves before Qianqiang. Although they were now adversaries, she had aided many beast clans over the years, and thus a semblance of respect was warranted. You arrive at my territory so early. Is there something you wish for my assistance with? Qianqiang inquired, her tone as amicable as ever. While she understood the motives behind their visit, the performance must go on. Leading the charge, the lindworm crawled forward with its massive form, drawing closer to Qianqiang. The distance between them was but a breath. Esteemed sage, did two individuals of the myriad races visit your territory last night? The lindworm feigned ignorance, its eyes fixated on Qianqiang, while its upper set of eyes remained locked onto the peculiar red glow emanating from the magic core of the serpent turtle above. Ah, a distinguished guest indeed, Qianqiang responded. Only last night did they arrive, and news travels swiftly. Distinguished guest? Upon hearing this, the lindworm's scaly head clouded with foreboding. To refer to those two individuals as distinguished guests implied that the sage had chosen to align herself with them. Then I need not mince words. The lindworm declared with a fierce tone. The Lord of the Celestial Feather Serpent has commanded that the 2 individuals of the myriad races be returned to it. I trust the esteemed sage will recognize the gravity of the situation and relinquish them. Otherwise what? Qinxiang's beautiful eyes glinted with icy disdain as she gazed at the leading lindworm and chided softly. You heed the Celestial Feather Serpent. We do not. What is it to us? What is it to us? Qinxiang's voice resonated, leaving the magical beasts momentarily bewildered. The Celestial Feather Serpent, a purple-tier magical beast, was on the verge of evolving into a black-tier beast and was undoubtedly among the most powerful in the Hidden Dragon Mountain. Even the few formidable entities of the mountain would choose to evade confrontation upon hearing its name. Yet, before such a formidable beast, a seemingly fragile sage dared to question its stature. Did it hold no weight at all? Impudence! The lindworm roared, spewing droplets that splattered around Qinxiang. The moment the droplets touched the ground, the flora withered, turning to black dust. Esteemed sage, do not be under the illusion that your renown within these mountains can rival the Celestial Feather Serpent's extraordinary power. Do you not realize that should the Celestial Feather Serpent ascend to become the mightiest dragon species, not only within Hidden Dragon Mountain, but even in the outside world, it would secure its place? Oh, only when it truly succeeds in its onslaught will I be compelled to feel apprehensive. For now, it is merely a younger sibling. Quipped Qinxiang. This statement holds truth. In terms of cultivation, Qinxiang had commenced her training during the era of the 3 sacred dragons. Although she has not made significant breakthroughs over the years, her strength has already reached the pinnacle of the purple-tier beast. Furthermore, within this territory, her power has surged dramatically. Even if another Celestial Feather Serpent were to appear, she would undoubtedly possess the capability to contend with it. Regarding opportunities, the Celestial Feather Serpent likely acquired the relic of the Nether Evil Dragon, which has allowed it to grow rapidly. However, as a subordinate of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon, Qinxiang has also been the recipient of its bountiful gifts. Thus, her strength is not to be underestimated. It is merely that Qinxiang has chosen to conceal her true prowess. This very restraint has left the beasts of the mountain unaware of her true strength, emboldening them to threaten the esteemed sage. Lindenworm's eyes widened in fury. So it seems, the esteemed sage has no intention of releasing us? Qinxiang coldly retorted, it is not a matter of intention, but rather a lack of necessity. Then we must take offense. The Lindenworm slammed its massive tail against the ground, causing fissures to sweep across the terrain. Within those crevices, malevolent light surged forth, twisting the air into a chaotic distortion, leaving decay in its wake. Seeing the formidable cracks advancing towards her, Qinxiang nonchalantly retrieved a file to tend her nails. Hundreds of vines burst forth from the earth, forming a towering wall. The wall radiated a verdant glow, standing resilient against the onslaught of the fissures. The seemingly fragile vines remarkably withstood the assault, shedding a few withered leaves in the process. Qinxiang lightly blew on her nails and remarked with indifference, is it merely a low-tier skill bestowed by the Celestial Feather Serpent that leads you to believe you possess the ability to display your might before us? Chapter 84. The Ambush. Is it merely a low-tier skill bestowed by the Celestial Feather Serpent that leads you to believe you possess the ability to display your might before us? Qinxiang's tone was composed, yet each word pierced like a needle, causing the hearts of the surrounding beasts to ache with unspoken pain. Setting aside the potential wrath of their leader at the sage's mockery of the Celestial Feather Serpent, how could their once mighty leader be rendered inconsequential before this tree spirit? What a jest! If the Celestial Feather Serpent were to become enraged, no faction within the mountain could hope to stand against it. Yet this tree spirit, who has never revealed its power, possesses the ability to counter the strength bestowed by the Celestial Feather Serpent. One can only imagine the profound depths of the sage's strength. Lindenworm furrowed his brow slightly. Though his own power may seem trivial compared to that of the Celestial Feather Serpent, the strength imparted to him is something they have experienced firsthand. Among their peers, none could compare, even capable of challenging the purple-tier beasts. However, the assault from the 5-bodied Lindenworm was unexpectedly halted by a mere wall, without even stirring up a cloud of dust. Could this tree spirit truly be stronger than the esteemed celestial feather serpent? Esteemed sage, do not be overconfident. That was merely a test of skills. What follows will be the true display of power. The leading lindworm summoned a surge of dark energy, a foul aura gathering before its massive maw. The other 4 lindenworms, seeing the opportunity, repeated the same technique, conjuring 4 dense orbs of corrupt magical energy. Prepare yourselves. The lindworm let out a thunderous roar, unleashing 5 beams of inky darkness that struck the vine wall. An aura of decay radiated instantly. The vine wall began to wither, the once mighty structure thinning rapidly, on the verge of being breached. With a flick of her foot, Qianxiongyu reignited the vitality of the wilting vines. The decayed segments fell away, revealing numerous budding flowers. The flower buds pulsated like hearts, and the beams emitted by the lindworm disintegrated before them, transforming into flickering motes of peculiar light. These luminescent points coalesced into swirling vortices of magical energy, which were entirely absorbed by the flower buds. "Here, take it back," Qianxiong declared, gesturing forward with her hand and snapping her fingers. Instantly, the magical energy surged within the buds, launching several potent magical projectiles. Boom! The projectiles detonated behind the horde of beasts, creating deep craters. Qianxiong did not aim for the beasts themselves, but rather targeted the space behind them. After all, she understood that these creatures were not acting of their own volition. As a sage of the forest, she bore some affection for them after all these years. While she could annihilate them, there was no necessity for such violence. This was merely a mild warning, a hope that they would comprehend the disparity between them. Go back and inform the Tianyu serpent not to seek trouble with us again. Having spoken, Qianxiong turned to leave, but was met with another cacophony of blasts from behind. She turned to see the lindworms once again unleashing their noxious breath upon the vine wall. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry around this wall and capture those 2 from the myriad tribes. Don't think that by heeding the words of this tree spirit, you can escape unscathed." The lindworm roared, its magical energy surging even more. Meanwhile, the approaching beasts split into 2 groups, intending to bypass the towering wall and enter the sage's domain. "You wretches!" Qianxiong's ire flared, her jade foot glowing brightly. Numerous robust roots erupted from the earth, resembling tentacles as they lunged toward the flanking beasts. Although these roots delayed the advance of the beast horde, their pursuit slowed considerably as the beasts pressed forward. Ultimately, around 20 of them broke through the encirclement, infiltrating the sage's territory. "Little serpent, I will deal with these 5 pests first. You find a way to protect the adults." Qianxiong communicated telepathically with the serpent-headed tortoise. The vine wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Her jade hands intertwined the vines to form a slender spear, which shot towards the lindworms. Upon receiving Qianxiong's message, the serpent head glanced back at the tortoise head, aiding Muir in refining the earth steel, then lowered its serpent head onto the tortoise's back, opening its enormous maw to emit a dense fog. The mist swirled, causing the surrounding flora to wither and die instantly. The serpent head glared fiercely at the approaching beasts, roaring in fury. After all, the life within this region was the culmination of its years of labor. To see it sacrificed to such unwarranted calamity was infuriating. The serpent head's magical energy surged dramatically. The scales of its serpentine body loosened, shedding numerous scales that transformed into a multitude of serpent-like creatures. The serpentine creature swiftly burrowed into the ground, making its way towards the forest to intercept the approaching monsters. A thunderous crash echoed as trees collapsed. The serpent's head lifted, gazing towards the source of the commotion. It appeared as if the woods were being swept away by a tidal wave, continually crumbling and raising clouds of dust. The serpent's eyes glimmered with magical energy as it peered into the distance. Their approximately 50 beasts surged forth, clearly the ambushed troops. The serpent immediately linked its senses with Qianxiong, sharing vital information. Qianxiong pierced the head of a lindworm with her spear, shaking off the blood, and shouted furiously, "That wretched Tianyu serpent has truly prepared well. Is it beginning to play tactics with us?" With that, Qianxiong no longer held back her strength. Roots and vines erupted from the earth, forming 4 effigies identical to her. Though these effigies possessed lesser abilities than the original, they were still on par with the lindworms. The moment the effigies took shape, they raced towards the ambushed troops. Sensing Qianxiong's reinforcement, the lindworm horde unleashed a barrage of strange lightning towards the advancing effigies, hoping to obliterate them. Do not interfere. A massive rock thrust upward from the ground, intercepting the lightning. The boulder began to crumble, transforming into a colossal stone golem. With a single punch, the golem instantly obliterated one of the lindworms. Seeing their companion slain, the remaining 3 lindworms began to waver in their resolve. Just how many trump cards does this tramp possess? It seems that whatever it pulls out has the power to annihilate us in an instant. We are but green-tier beasts. Although we are not invincible in the Qianlong Mountain, we certainly wield the strength to dominate a region. What manner of creature is this sage? The leading lindworm retreated several meters, observing how its comrades were drawing closer to their target, and promptly commanded, "It matters not if we cannot defeat her. We only need to entangle her." The serpent tortoise appeared immobile, with only the serpent's head active. Despite its purple tier strength, it could not withstand the onslaught from multiple fronts. The other 2 lindworms concurred, raising a swirling vortex of sand and stones. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in dust, obscuring Qianxiong's vision. Furrowing her brow, she acknowledged that green-tier beasts, now endowed with intelligence, had become far more formidable. Chapter 85. Reinforcements. Qianxiong thrust her spear towards the lindworm. Yet within the tempest conjured by the 3 lindworms, even the fiercest assault was significantly mitigated. Although this strike could potentially slay a lindworm within this storm, the battlefield favored the lindworms. The trio of lindworms altered their previous tactics, retreating into the storm, launching magical projectiles from Qianxiong's blind spots. Their current objective was to delay Qianxiong, allowing their companions to capture the 2 members of the myriad races. Of course, if they could slay this sage and rid Tianyu's serpent of a significant threat, it would surely earn them commendations upon their return, and their leader would bestow greater rewards upon them. Clang! Qianxiong swung her spear, deflecting the incoming magical projectiles back towards their source. The magical cannonball plunged into the tempest, emitting a deep rumble. Yet, it did not summon the anguished cries of the lindworm, suggesting it had missed its mark. TSK. Qianxiong could not help but click her tongue. She had summoned her magical power to the fullest, attempting to sense the position of the lindworm from the ground. However, these enormous beasts thrived in the storm, and even if she located them, her attacks could not keep pace with their swift movements. Moreover, from her perception, the 3 groups of magical beasts behind her continued to advance towards the serpent tortoise with relentless force, which posed the greatest challenge. The serpent tortoise, a fusion of serpentine and tortoise features, had its tortoise head focused on assisting Muir in refining the earth steel, rendering it immobile for the time being. The serpent head's poisonous mist and clones could fend off the threats momentarily, but ultimately, they were insufficient, a mere drop in the bucket. Master Sage, we have returned. In the stormy skies, dozens of harpy tribesmen glided around the tempest. Yufeng harnessed his magical power to force his voice into the storm. Yufeng here. Several groups of magical beasts are approaching the serpent tortoise. Please, intercept them and be cautious. We shall handle these smaller pests and join you shortly. Qianxiong communicated telepathically with Yufeng. Upon receiving her message, Yufeng rallied his kin to hasten towards the serpent tortoise. You have truly provoked my wrath. With a harpy clan en route to assist, Qianxiong did not hesitate to expend her magical energy. The magic surged around the periphery of the storm as numerous trees erupted from the ground, spiraling upwards as pillars, soon forming a verdant cage. This cage blotted out the sun, completely engulfing the swirling sandstorm. With the cessation of airflow, the sandstorm abruptly halted. The dust that had served as a barrier gradually settled, dispersing from the sky. The forms of several lindworms emerged within Qianxiong's line of sight. The emerald cage glowed brilliantly. Bathed in the soft luminescence, Qianxiong twirled her spear, coldly declaring, "Your demise is imminent." With that, the spear hummed, unleashing a tremendous force that enveloped the entire verdant prison. Yue Feng, accompanied by numerous tribesmen, arrived atop the serpent tortoise. At that moment, Yue Bai was still replenishing her magical energy amidst the starry nebula. Meanwhile, Tailing had already returned to the body of Jiang Ling, who, with Jiang Tian's assistance, had condensed the red jade powder into a grand return formation, replenishing her own magical energy within. After informing Yue Feng of the current situation, Jiang Tian noticed the furrowed brows of Yue Feng. In the ongoing battle, they faced an overwhelming number of magical creatures above the blue tier. Aside from the 3 lindworms tethered to the Master Sage, there were 2 additional lindworms on the side of the ambushers. As blue-tier magical beasts, lindworms undoubtedly possess strength that overshadowed most, leaving their reinforcements merely to serve as distractions. The idea of exterminating the horde of magical beasts was sheer folly. The only potential ally, the serpent tortoise, was immobilized at its tortoise head, leaving only the serpent head to assume a defensive stance. As the monstrous army approached, it was evident that, amidst a barrage of chaos, even the mightiest serpent tortoise will be reduced to mere walls. Once this wall is breached, the masses shall inevitably become delectable morsels for the horde of beasts. Lord Yue Feng. Yu Qing knelt before him alongside numerous warriors of the Eagle clan, stating, "Please give your command." With a powerful flap of his wings, Yue Feng gazed upon the 3 approaching clusters of monsters. The horde that had crossed the line from the direction of the sage was momentarily halted by the sage's avatar. Allowing for a brief respite, it was imperative to redirect the majority of our forces to engage the encircling beasts. Yu Qing, Jiang Tian, led 5 warriors each to assist the sage's avatar. Remember to prioritize your safety. The remaining warriors will follow me to intercept the lindworm. Yes, the warriors replied in unison, swiftly dispersing into 3 units, racing in different directions. Meanwhile, within the verdant prison, Qinxiong had already vanquished 2 of the 3 lindworms. The remaining one, the strongest among them, looked on in terror at the treant before it. Originally, it had intended to conceal itself among the storm alongside its companions to wear down the treant. But unexpectedly, this seemingly passive treant had retained its strength, piercing through its allies within mere minutes after launching its counterattack. More infuriatingly, these colossal plants had even managed to obscure the very surface of the ground beneath. The lindworm found itself unable to escape through the earth, a realm in which it excelled. What was once perceived as a hunt, where the sage was the captive bird, now felt more akin to a trapped turtle for the lindworm. Surrounded by a pulsating purple light, a miasma of decay enveloped its form, forming several rings. The surrounding trees withered and crumbled upon contact with these rings. Behold, the rings glowed intensely, growing thicker and sharper. The lindworm began to spin, transforming into a tempest of chaotic winds, charging towards Qinxiong. With a delicate step, Qinxiong retreated, acutely aware that she would never dare to confront such destructive force without understanding its true nature. The lindworm, seeing its attack evade, adjusted its trajectory by utilizing the prison and ground, launching another assault towards Qinxiong. Foolishness! Qinxiong thrust her spear into the ground, and as it made contact, it sprouted numerous vines that burrowed into the earth. In the next moment, brilliant bursts of light flickered on the ground, and sturdy wooden stakes erupted from the soil, piercing through the lindworm's body. As the spinning body of the lindworm was impaled, its own momentum caused it to shatter into a gruesome mass, scattering its remains. Observing the dismembered lindworm, Qinxiong recognized the battle had reached its conclusion. With a snap of her fingers, the verdant prison dissolved, collapsing in a cacophony of sound. Chapter 86. Restoration complete. The battles across 3 fronts officially commenced. The air was filled with the explosive magic and the anguished cries of both man and beast. Echoing through the dense forest, Qinxiong melded with the earth, returning to the back of the serpent tortoise. She gasped for breath, but now was not the time for respite. She cast her gaze over the 2 grand return formations and the condition of the turtle's core. The nebula gradually thinned, and the silhouette of the moon, white, became vaguely discernible, suggesting that the magical power of the Grand Return formations would soon reach a threshold acceptable to Moon White. Once Moon White emerged from the mountains, she would likely harness the abilities bestowed by Tai A and Tai E, becoming a formidable force on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the awakened Jiangling was enveloped in a crimson aura, interspersed with a spectrum of colors, continuously rising and being absorbed, indicating that with the assistance of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon Tai Ling, she too would soon contribute to the fight. As for their most potent combat strength, the turtle's head, its core temperature was alarmingly high. Even through the turtle's rugged exterior, one could perceive the magic core flickering like a furnace, radiating an intense glow. It was evident that this was a critical moment for absorbing the Earth's steel, rendering it incapable of participating in battle for the time being. The serpent's head was relentlessly conjuring numerous serpent-like magical entities for combat, but it would not be able to sustain this effort for long. Although the serpent's head still possessed some vigor, fatigue was unmistakably reflected in its eyes. "Little serpent, hold on a bit longer. I need some time to regain the magic I just lost," Qin Xiong said, gently stroking the immense serpent head. Having lived together for many years, the sight of the serpent head expending its magic without reservation stirred Qin Xiong's compassion, while she still retained enough magical power to participate in the battle. The unpredictable nature of the battlefield discouraged her from taking unnecessary risks. The most prudent course of action was to first restore her magic and reinforce the defenses surrounding the turtle before assisting the members of the Eagle clan. Roar! The serpent's head gleamed with determination, fully aware of Qin Xiong's thoughts. Her ability to survive as a sage in the harsh environment of the Hidden Dragon Mountain was unparalleled in foresight and caution. Though Qin Xiong's hesitance to engage in battle initially distressed it, the truth remained that, despite her capacity to confront the crisis, doing so would undoubtedly deplete her strength further, potentially granting an opportunity to lurking magical beasts, such as the elusive heavenly feather serpent. While the current assault comprised magical creatures under the command of the heavenly feather serpent, who could say for certain that it had not arrived on the battlefield? It was wiser to proceed with caution. "Little serpent, hold on a little longer. While I recover, ensure the safety of Moon White and Jiangling," she instructed. With that, Qin Xiong's physical form gradually lost its color, transforming into a statue. Her spirit then traversed through the magical conduits of the turtle, entering the woods atop its shell to rapidly restore her strength with the essence of the trees. On the battlefield, Yu Qing and Jiang Tian were not under immense pressure, thanks to the support from the sage's avatar. The eagle warriors seized the opportunity in the air, conjuring fierce winds to impede the advance of the magical creatures, simultaneously playing the role of negotiators. Most of these beasts had reluctantly joined the ranks of the heavenly feather serpent in search of survival within the mountains. To perish in such an absurd conflict would be to invert the very essence of existence. Moreover, even if they successfully returned Moon White and her companion to the heavenly feather serpent, would their chances of survival truly improve? It would merely be a matter of prolonging their demise. When the feathered serpent is poised to ascend, it is certain that its subordinates will become its sustenance, aiding its transformation into a dragon. The four sage avatars, in their offensive maneuvers, merely seek to delay their advance, harboring no intent to kill. Yet, for the horde of beasts, they bear the weight of their kin's survival. Whether they perish on the battlefield or serve as nourishment, they strive to secure a moment of respite for their kind. As long as there exists a sliver of opportunity, hope remains alive. Thus, the beast horde presses forward, casting forth their magical energies in a cacophony of blasts, relentlessly forging a path ahead. Turning to the battlefield of Yu Feng's faction, two Lindworm leaders impose immense pressure, leaving the many harpy warriors gasping for breath. Although this front lacks aerial beasts, bestowing a certain advantage, the fiery columns and storms summoned by the beast horde severely hinder their movements. The expansive range of attacks prevents the warriors from closing in, forcing them to rely on wind-based magic from the skies to bombard the ground below. Most strikes are neutralized, with only the stronger harpy warriors managing to breach the encirclement, inflicting wounds upon the beasts. The serpentine creatures birthed by the serpent's head serve merely to entangle, their offensive capabilities understandably limited. Warriors, hold them back as best as you can. The sage will soon return to support us. Stay strong. Yue Feng roared, summoning a tempestuous wind that cleaved several beasts into fragments. Witnessing their leader's fervor, the harpy warriors felt their spirits lift, attempting low-altitude flights to engage the beasts in combat. Yue Feng, panting in the air, cast a sidelong glance at the serpent turtle. Hours had passed since the battle commenced. No matter how resolute the warriors' will, their endurance approached its limits. "Sage, hurry!" Qian Xiong silently prayed, taking a deep breath before diving back into the fray. Within the cosmos, the breathing of Yue Bai gradually calmed. He opened his eyes, their black and white hues appearing chaotic, yet his mind remained as clear as a mirror. Yue Bai exhaled a heavy breath, the expulsion of air causing the starlit expanse to surge outward. In an instant, the vastness of the starry sky compressed into his heart, transforming into a swirling flame of black and white. As the flames made contact with his body, they morphed in a serpentine fire, weaving between his scales and merging with him. A flame ignited within his heart, its intensity fluctuating in tandem with the duration his chaotic form could be sustained. The potency of this power was indeed terrifying. Yue Bai felt the searing heat of the flame, inflicting immense pain, yet simultaneously igniting exhilaration within him. He had experienced this chaotic force before. At that time, he merely needed to soar at high speeds to crush countless beasts beneath the pressure of the wind. With a single strike of the Wind Sovereign's Gale Cannon, he could pierce even the formidable body of the wicked dragon, Maya. It was a testament to the sheer ferocity of the strength he wielded. "Master Yue Bai," his Qian Xiong echoed in his mind. "Sage, is that you?" "Indeed. You must have fully recovered by now. I hope you can assist Yue Feng in intercepting the beasts led by Lin Cheng, thus buying me some time." "Very well. I shall test how much of that power I can wield." Yue Bai nodded, then leaped off the back of the turtle, unfurling his dragon wings and soaring towards the battlefield. Chapter 87. Greed. With a powerful flap of his wings, he was enveloped in a whirlwind of black and white, racing towards the inferno ahead. Due to the body tempering, his once silver-white dragon wings had transformed into a striking duality of black and white, leaving trails of shimmering powder in their wake. As this powder descended and touched the trees and flowers, contrary to its chaotic appearance, it ignited a vibrant vitality within them, making the flora appear even more lush and verdant. This was the power of the three holy dragons. Yue Bai could not help but marvel at the magnificence of this force. Unlike the rainbow emperor dragon, which merely graced all things, this power imparted a deeper resonance, bestowing a more vigorous life force upon them. However, now was not the time for reflection. Gazing towards the approaching beasts, he observed the devastation they wrought, earth collapsing and flames engulfing all. Vast stretches of pristine forest lay utterly annihilated, reduced to barren land. The formidable skills of the beasts not only shielded their master from the harrying attacks of the harpy people, but also forged a path for the horde to advance. At their current distance, they would soon reach the foot of the turtle, launching an assault on those atop its shell. It was imperative to intercept the beastly throng here. Yue Bai beat his wings, accelerating his flight. As he brushed past Yue Feng, he left behind a succinct command: "Stay close to me." Then, with chaos intertwining around his sword, its magical energy surged, expanding exponentially. The blade widened, enshrouded in chaos. With a sweeping strike, he cleaved through the storm and pillars of fire and thunder that impeded the harpy warriors, effortlessly bisecting them. The tempest threatened to reignite, but in the next moment, it was utterly dismantled. This was the might of Yue Bai's black eyes. The black eyes inherited the power of the obsidian emperor dragon, capable of analyzing the formulas of spell activations, pinpointing the core, and delivering a decisive blow to the formation. Meanwhile, the white eyes served to counter the resurgence of magical prowess. They could observe the flow of magical energy, discerning the opportune moment to strike, severing the connections that supplied magical force. Yue Feng and his fellow harpy warriors were rendered speechless. They had been resisting the beast horde for several minutes. While they managed to slow their advance, None among them could obliterate such an onslaught with a single strike. Even someone as formidable as Yue Feng could only break through their defenses and inflict harm upon the beasts. Yet this being from the myriad races had, with a single stroke, dismantled the long-standing onslaught of chaos and flame. Such power was indeed terrifying. Yue Feng also felt the thrill and hope that had coursed through him when Yulan initially sent word. If this power could be harnessed, the hidden Dragon Mountain, and even the outside world, would surely grant the Harpy clan a formidable standing. What are you all dawdling for? If you don't hurry and catch up, you'll be left outside. Just as the warriors were entranced by the spectacle before them, Yue Bai's voice rang out once more. Even if this force is formidable, it is essential for the collective effort of many to launch an attack. After all, whether this power can withstand the two lindworm beasts remains uncertain. Oh, my apologies. Yue Feng covered his mouth, expressing regret for his lapse in composure. The warriors obeyed the command, joining the Yue family to thwart the horde of monsters. With that, all the warriors of the Eagle tribe swiftly followed behind Yue Bai, advancing towards the monstrous swarm. Roar! The lindworm emitted a fierce and peculiar screech, its massive forelegs striking the ground, causing enormous stone blades, exuding an eerie aura, to erupt from the earth, seemingly sentient, locking onto Yue Bai and charging towards him with an unstoppable might. In a flash of chaotic duality, the black and white chaotic flames ignited within his chest. Behind Yue Bai, two immense black and white ethereal arms materialized in an instant, furiously swinging at the incoming stone blades. Aura, aura, aura. The colossal black and white arms struck forward with wild abandon. The moment a fist collided with a stone blade, it was immediately reduced to fragments. Yet those fragments, rising behind Yue Bai, transformed into several worms with bizarre mouths. As the worms writhed, their mouths latched onto Yue Bai's back. The two lindworms rejoiced within. These worms were notoriously difficult to eradicate. Once attached, their elongated, scythe-like mouths would pierce through flesh, burrowing into the body, disintegrating the target from within. Even though this creature of myriad races was a descendant of the dragon clan, with sturdy scales, penetration would still occur in mere moments. Although the heavenly feather serpent commanded them to capture him alive, it would be no issue to enjoy some of his limbs for themselves, right? The lindworm's strange voice resounded once more. Its jaws gaped wide, layers of magic formations forming towards the heavens. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder and lightning crackling. A lightning dragon struck down from above, opening its massive jaws, intent on devouring one of Yue Bai's arms. Surprisingly, it seemed somewhat manageable. Yue Bai murmured in a calm voice. In an instant, silvery flames enveloped his entire being, expanding into a vast area of blazing fire centered around him. Within that domain, the bizarre worms were ensnared by the silvery flames, instantly reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind. And the lightning dragon, which appeared capable of sweeping away thousands, upon contact with the area, was torn apart and fragmented into short serpentine bolts of electricity, flickering and struggling in the air. The monstrous horde was utterly astonished. The combined might of the two lindworms was such that any monster that merely touched it would face certain death or severe injury. Yet this creature of myriad races effortlessly dissipated their assault with a mere display of magical power. That bizarre force of chaos was truly terrifying. No wonder the esteemed heavenly feather serpent desired him alive. However, from another perspective, the heavenly feather serpent only needed the beast to capture this individual, implying that should they manage to consume a limb or a portion of him during this battle, it would surely be a significant boon. Such formidable power might even enable them to evolve to a level capable of contending with the heavenly feather serpent. Some monsters exhibited a glint of greed in their eyes, even though they were merely a motley crew of blue-tier creatures who would not wish to partake in a share of the spoils. Upon this realization, whether driven by selfish motives or the welfare of their tribe, the beasts surged forth in a veritable tidal wave. Devastating skills rained down, sweeping towards Yue Bai with relentless ferocity. Startled, Yue Bai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these monstrous beings would not be deterred by his formidable power, but rather become increasingly frenzied. With a swift motion, he brandished his silver-white sword, unleashing a surge of magical energy. "Come to me quickly," he urged. But before the eagle warriors could react, the chaotic arms advanced, fingers spread wide in ominous intent. Skills clashed with ethereal limbs, and in an instant, thunder, flames, ice, and sand engulfed the area, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of hell in mere moments. Chapter 88. The Resurrection of All Within the Crucible of Magic. Yue Bai summoned forth a chaotic aura, striving to carve out a sanctuary for himself. Behind him stood a cadre of eagle warriors who, swept up in the tumultuous waves of magical force, had begun to suffer injuries, relying on their comrades to grasp their waists with talons to remain airborne. The eagle warriors, too, exerted their magical energies to alleviate Yue Bai's burden. They understood that should their defenses falter, they would swiftly become fodder for the beasts below, a fate they were desperate to avoid. The beast's magical might surged with increasing intensity, with some collapsing from exhaustion, gasping for breath. Yet, rather than diminishing their ferocity, this only fueled their fervor. In their eyes, the silver-haired youth, enshrouded in chaotic hues, held the potential to secure their tribe's survival. Bearing the hopes of their entire kin, how could they possibly cease their assault? Lindek, the insect overlord, was well aware that its subordinates acted solely for their own gain. However, this did not hinder its ambition for glory. On the contrary, their self-serving motives tipped the scales of this conflict in its favor. Even the mightiest forces of chaos must eventually wane. Lindek contemplated this as it followed the throng, exhaling its magical essence. They would not exert their full strength. For although they stood out among the ranks, they were wary of their subordinates, seizing the opportunity to claim the spoils for themselves. It was imperative to preserve some strength. As the beasts pressed on recklessly, Yue Bai found himself drenched. He turned inward to assess the flickering flame of black and white within his chest, which burned like a candle in the wind, barely holding on. It was evident that soon his power would wane, rendering him incapable of further conjuration. Should their defenses crumble, the eagle warriors behind him would surely perish alongside him in the inferno. The 5-minute threshold approached rapidly. Cracks began to resonate upon the protective barrier, each sound echoing like a death knell. Despair enveloped the hearts of those present as they recognized their impending doom. Yue Bai closed his eyes tightly, striving to summon the last vestiges of his magical energy, even contemplating using his own essence to bolster it. The transformation of magic rendered his vision increasingly hazy, his mind filled with the warnings of Tai A and Tai E from times past. Though death looms, it is nonetheless true that this tumultuous journey is one I have undertaken to pull them down. As long as I draw breath, Yue Bai shall ensure their safety. A resonant roar escaped Yue Bai's lips, radiating a powerful dragon's might. "Little brother, you are making quite the racket," a familiar voice echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see the striking figure of Jiang Ling enveloped in a swirling aura of 7 colors. She donned a magnificent robe, her dragon wings unfurled, shimmering with iridescent light. In her hand, she wielded a crystalline staff, upon which 7 orbs of various hues floated, forming a radiant halo. This was the manifestation of Jiang Ling's awakened rainbow emperor dragon bloodline. "How dare you bully my little brother? You wretches shall meet your end." With a delicate huff, Jiang Ling summoned hundreds of magical formations that blotted out the sky, exuding an exquisite brilliance. In an instant, thousands of arrows, forged from concentrated light and imbued with fiery descent, rained down from the formations. The falling fire pierced through the very fabric of the magical inferno, unleashing a formidable surge of power that obliterated the entire realm of magic. The beasts on the ground were tossed about like mere playthings by this onslaught, embedded into the shattered earth, their anguished cries piercing the air. With merely a single strike, Jiang Ling liberated everyone present, except for the twin lindworm, which remained steadfast on the battlefield. Every magical beast had succumbed to the loss of combat capability in a heartbeat. The lindworm exhaled a viscous green fluid, clearly suffering from the repercussions of Jiang Ling's assault. They summoned their magic, flesh writhing as if healing. Yet their plight was far from over. You think you can survive after harming my brother? A chilling voice resonated behind the lindworm. Startled, the twin creatures swung their massive tails, blindly attempting to sweep away the threat. Yet, as their tails cut through the air, a glimmer of cold light flashed. In an instant, their hindquarters were reduced to mere fragments. The source of this devastation was a black duck, glimmering with an icy sheen, wielding a lethal blade that sliced through their forms. This was Mu'er, returned from evolution. Having consumed and refined the cold steel of the earth, Mu'er's plumage appeared even more frigid, tinged with a hint of blue. The edges of his feathers were sharp and distinct, akin to armor. The lindworm roared, spewing forth a putrid liquid, yet it failed to mar Mu'er's form, which remained untouched, even as no smoke rose from the contact. With fingers transformed into blades, Mu'er leapt, his wings slicing through the air, unleashing waves of cold light that cleaved the lindworm into pieces. The remnants of their bodies disintegrated into specks of black ash, coalescing into azure magic cores that littered the ravaged ground. The onlookers were left in awe, astonished by the spectacle. Such a formidable army had been vanquished by the prowess of a single individual and a duck, utterly shattering their understanding of power. These were beasts of blue rank and above. Amidst the myriad of races, there exists a formidable army. Why, then, are they treated as mere prey, to be slaughtered at will? It is utterly terrifying. As Yue Bai surveyed the ravaged scene before him, he exhaled a breath of murky air. The chaotic power within him receded, and his body, once tainted by shades of black and white, reverted to its former silvery hue. He dared not make a reckless move, allowing his body to glide freely through the air. Miss Jiangling, quickly catch Yue Bai. He is frozen and cannot move. After gaining intelligence, Mu'er finally articulated human speech, urging the exuberant Jiangling, who was still airborne, to attend to Yue Bai. No need for Lady Jiangling. I shall take care of him. Qian Xiong communicated telepathically to Jiangling's mind. Subsequently, a colossal flower bloomed in the path of Yue Bai's descent. He plunged into the heart of the flower, which enveloped him securely. The petals closed around him, emanating a resplendent green light. Within the blossom, Yue Bai absorbed Qian Xiong's magical energy, commencing the process of refining his powers and restoring his state. Soon, they would descend the mountain and return to the holy city in search of reinforcements. Chapter 89. The Escape. When Yue Bai awakened from within the flower, he found himself still imbued with Qian Xiong's rich, viscous magic. The scales on his body seemed to breathe and swallow, instinctively absorbing the thick magical liquid. Warm currents flowed through him, eliciting involuntary moans of pleasure. Lying supine within the flower, Yue Bai felt the undulating presence of the chaotic fire of black and white within him. With Qian Xiong's restoration, this flame had regained its former vigor, returning to its original size. Did this imply that he could once again harness that state for another 5 minutes? Yue Bai pondered, placing his right hand over his heart, feeling a profound sense of tranquility and stability. If you're awake, hurry up and come out. Are you still trying to catch a few more winks? Qian Xiong chided playfully. In the next moment, the flower expanded, ejecting Yue Bai onto a jarring wooden platform. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yue Bai lay face down on the platform, coated with dust. The platform was enveloped in a cloud of kicked-up earth. Sitting up, he scanned his surroundings. He found himself on a moving platform alongside others. Below, massive plant roots stretched out like serpents, undulating along the ley lines, facilitating the movement of the platform through their undulating heights. The platform sped swiftly towards the periphery of the Qianlong Mountain. Behind them, a new wave of magical beasts, the Tianyu serpents, pursued them. The warriors of the Eagle clan had already dispersed, opting not to follow, as they had provoked the Tianyu serpents and needed to return to their territory to prepare defensive measures. What is the situation now? Yue Bai asked, assisted by Jiangling as he stood. What else could it be? The Tianyu serpent is determined to capture you, and Lady Jiangling to devour you. It is currently leading you down a mountain. Qian Xiong sighed, then raised her hands forward, unleashing a burst of green light from her palms. Within that luminous sphere, a turtle could be faintly seen, straining to release its magical energy. This was unmistakably the serpent turtle that guarded Qianxiong. The serpentine tortoise has endowed the roots of the plants with enhanced vitality, enabling them to follow the flow of the earth's veins and extend their reach more swiftly. How could this serpentine tortoise become so diminutive? Wasn't it once as imposing as mountains and hills? Asked Yue Bai, perplexed. The serpentine tortoise can freely alter its size. Do you think I could have brought it into the Qianlong mountain in its previous form? Although it could traverse several li with a single step, it was still too sluggish. Now, in our flight, we had no choice but to reduce its size, sighed Qianxiong, somewhat discontented. She had never anticipated that as a dignified sage of the forest, despite not being able to command the heavens in this Qianlong mountain, she would find herself in such a predicament after years of residing here. While she harbored no fear of the Tianyu serpent, the knowledge that Tai Ling had borrowed the body of Jiang Ling for reincarnation as one of the few subordinates of the Rainbow Emperor Dragon made her acutely aware of the need to safeguard both Jiang Ling's and Yue Bai's safety. As long as Yue Bai and Jiang Ling were not within the mountain, even if Qianxiong were to turn the mountain upside down, she would have no lingering concerns. Thus, the immediate priority was to escort them down the mountain and then confront the Tianyu serpent. Are we fleeing? Yue Bai observed the horde of magical beasts pursuing them from behind, now accompanied by numerous unfamiliar factions. She couldn't help but marvel at the influence of the Tianyu serpent within the mountain, capable of rallying so many magical beast clans to serve him. However, from another perspective, this also signified that the Yao Gu and the Hei Yukaya clans, as well as the Eagle-Body tribes under the protection of formidable guardians, would soon face cataclysmic upheaval. Presently, their presence in Qianlong Mountain was undoubtedly a considerable burden. Seeking the expeditionary forces of the Yulan organization to descend the mountain might be the most prudent course of action. The platform swiftly approached the periphery. Upon breaching a crimson veil, a throng of magical beasts surged forward, encircling them. The newcomers were precisely the allied magical beasts encountered earlier. Sage, what is the current situation? Yang inquired on behalf of all allied magical beasts. Are you allies? Qianxiong asked in astonishment, covering her delicate lips in disbelief. She hadn't anticipated that such a formidable faction had amassed at the outskirts of Qianlong Mountain. This young man from the Yu family truly possesses remarkable abilities. Yet, this was not a moment for surprise. Qianxiong asserted, we must escort several representatives of the myriad races down the mountain. The magical beasts pursuing us are gaining ground. I kindly request your assistance in holding them back. Once we have escorted them down, we shall return to support you. Naturally. However, I hope that before descending, the sage could visit a creature named Fun to assist in relocating her offspring, Yang implored. With a swift motion of his spear, the allied magical beasts understood the command and turned to charge at the oncoming horde. Has Fun's dragon eggs hatched? Muya inquirit. Indeed, Fun's strength is an indispensable part of our defenses. Therefore, she has instructed us to remain here to assist you and to facilitate your passage as much as possible. She currently lacks the ability to care for her own children, Yang explained. That is unacceptable. With pursuers behind us, escorting them down the mountain is our utmost priority. As long as they reach the base, even if the Tianyu serpent's influence is vast, he will not recklessly emerge from Qianlong Mountain. After all, it is aware that the various races allow its development precisely because it has not posed a threat to the outside world. Qianxiong's expression was cold and stern as she shook her head slightly. The words Yang wanted to utter were swallowed back down. She understood the gravity of the current situation. One must not sacrifice the greater good for trivial matters. If the Moon White and Jiangling, two representatives of the myriad races, were to fall into the clutches of the heavenly feather serpent, the precious respite they had fought so hard to obtain would vanish in an instant. Sister Xian, please do not be so fierce. Fun's child has just been born and has yet to see the world. Can we not go and rescue them? Jiangling pleaded, tugging at Qianxiong's arm playfully. The enchanting aura of the rainbow dragon's presence immediately ensnared Qianxiong's heart. With a heavy sigh, she recognized that Jiangling was, in essence, Taizero itself, and thus her desires were inevitably influenced by Taizero's will. Jiangling's plea undoubtedly echoed Taizero's own sentiments. Understood, with a determined stamp of her heel, Qianxiong redirected her path towards Fun's lair. Yang, too, smiled sincerely, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Fun had once aided the Centaur clan, and now fulfilling Fun's wishes would also grant him a favor in return. Without further contemplation, Yang brandished his weapon and charged valiantly into the fray against the approaching horde of monstrous beasts, undeterred by the prospect of death. Behind him, only the remnants of iron-clad hoofprints remained. Chapter 90. The young monsters the platform swiftly transported everyone to Fun's territory, where Fun awaited outside the lair. Presumably, the dragon scales on Moon White and the others had signaled Fun's awareness. However, Fun appeared markedly different from before. The once pink scales were now stained a vivid crimson. Blood and scarlet energy clung to its form, exuding an aura of brutality, yet marked by profound weakness. Fun, upon witnessing Fun's weakened state, Moon White and the others did not wait for the platform to steady and leaped off, racing towards her. As they drew near, 3 tiny pink serpents slithered out from behind Fun, positioning themselves protectively before her, vigilant against any intruders. It was evident that these 3 serpents were the offspring of Fun's dragon eggs. "It's all right, children. They're our allies." Fun weakly reassured the agitated younglings. Yet unexpectedly, a surge of blood erupted from her mouth. The viscous crimson liquid dripped around her, and the others soon realized she was submerged in a pool of blood. "Fun, what happened? Were you attacked?" Mir asked anxiously. He knew well that Fun, as a formidable azure-tier beast, rarely faced threats from others of her kind. Her severe injuries were indeed perplexing. "It's nothing. Earlier, I set up defenses within this territory, as you can see with that crimson veil. The veil prevents targets without my scales from entering. Any forced entry or assault on the veil would cause a backlash. And my injuries are a result of those very repercussions," Fun explained in a feeble tone. "This is an urgent situation, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Moon White, Jiangling, Mir, I must trouble you to escort my children out of the hidden dragon mountain and as far away as possible. Do not return until they have fully developed their wings." The serpent's gaze fixed intensely, instantly immobilizing the 3 smaller snakes beside it, which promptly succumbed to slumber. Carefully, Jiangling cradled the trio of serpents in her arms, enveloping them within a protective barrier crafted from vibrant magical essence. "Thank you, esteemed sage," she murmured. The serpent's magic surged forth, crimson energy swirling like steam, cleaving a clear path ahead. This route led directly to the miasma-laden region below the mountain. Subsequently, a colossal tail swept the group onto a platform. Qianxiong nodded, and the platform shifted once again, racing downwards. As she watched her offspring depart with the moon-white crowd, her previously gentle gaze transformed into one of ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the crimson veil that had shielded against the onslaught of magical beasts was lifted, and her immense form surged toward the battlefield. It seemed that disaster awaited the beasts. In mere minutes, the platform traversed the path carved by Fun. Arriving at the threshold of the miasma zone, Mir and Qianxiong raised their arms, conjuring a towering wall of flora to isolate the noxious vapors, followed by a fierce gale that dispersed the toxins between the walls. Once outside, Moonwhite hastened to distance themselves from Qianlong Mountain, seeking aid from Yulon in the Holy City. If Yulon cannot contend with the Tianyu Serpent, then there is no point in returning. "We shall ally with the coalition to confront the Tianyu Serpent," Qianxiong proclaimed, her magic flaring brilliantly as the platform accelerated. "Qianxiong, are you certain you can face the Tianyu Serpent? It is a purple-tier magical beast," Moon White expressed, anxiety lacing her tone. Qianxiong waved her hand dismissively, exuding confidence. "In the presence of the Tianyu Serpent, I remain more than capable. However, your presence here hinders my full potential, placing us in a vulnerable position." "Oh, is that so?" Just as Qianxiong concluded her statement, an ominous sound resonated from all directions, shrouded in a chilling aura. The group shivered involuntarily, their senses heightened in alarm. Moonwhite drew her silver longsword, her palms slick with perspiration. The oppressive force eclipsed even that of the black tide. Had it not been for the sacred dragon's magic fortifying her, she would likely have lost consciousness gasping for breath. In the next moment, a gargantuan figure soared overhead, casting an imposing shadow. Its elongated form exuded a foul stench, and massive, obsidian wings flanked a colossal head adorned with 3 pairs of crimson eyes, now fixated on the individuals below. This was the source of their calamity, the Tianyu serpent. The serpent's wings glimmered with an eerie light as dozens of enormous feathers shot downward, obstructing the escape route. Is this meant to thwart our escape? Qian Xiong scoffed. From where the feathers struck the ground, formidable roots surged upward, attempting to eradicate the dark plumage. Yet, upon contact, the roots were severed into splinters. A chill gripped Qian Xiong's heart. The power of the Tianyu serpent was indeed formidable, overpowering her. The platform swerved sharply to evade the looming black feathers, strategizing a retreat in a different direction. Little snakes and turtles remain atop this little duckling's head and continue guiding everyone to safety. Little duckling, please dispel the miasma and clear a path for the platform. I shall meet with this little serpent. In Xinxiong's hand, a radiant glow erupted, and a long spear materialized in an instant. With a powerful thrust of her jade foot, she soared into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Yue Bai intended to harness the chaotic forces of black and white to join the fray. However, his heels were ensnared by the plants extending for the platform, rendering him unable to break free. Your presence would only hinder us. Do not worry. Although the Tianyu serpent is formidable, it shall not inflict harm upon Lord Xinxiong. The tortoise head remarked in a voice laced with age. At present, distancing ourselves from them is the wisest choice. Yue Bai observed the fierce battle between Xinxiong and the Tianyu serpent in the sky. His fists clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles faintly audible. He yearned to break the shackles of the platform and rush to Xinxiong's aid. Yet, the moment he glanced at the tortoise's gaze, he was struck by its profound depth. Should he dare to approach, the tortoise head would undoubtedly obliterate him. Instinctively, Yue Bai halted his actions, exhaling heavily. Lingjia, channel your full strength to support Brother Muir and Elder Snake Tortoise. We must make our swift escape. Oh, understood. Jiangling hurriedly drew her short staff, crimson magic swirling in a riot of colors, enveloping both the snake tortoise and Muir. The platform shattered the miasma, swiftly searching for an exit. Out of the corner of her eye, Xinxiong noticed the group retreating. Her body gradually sprouted lush branches and leaves, transforming back into her original Treant form. Tianyu serpent, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 91. The heart of the evil dragon Xinxiong and the Tianyu serpent were locked in a fierce aerial struggle. Waves of impact radiated through the air, drastically altering the terrain surrounding Qianlong Mountain. Mountains crumbled, forests turned to ash, and even the dense miasma shifted its flow, no longer accumulating at the mountain's base. The miasma spiraled upward, seemingly sentient, rushing towards the Tianyu serpent. The serpent's dragon scales parted slightly, greedily absorbing the miasma, its bizarre power growing ever more rampant. Xinxiong's brows furrowed tightly. Ever since the fall of the netherworld here, Qianlong Mountain had not experienced such upheaval in millions of years. Even during past massive upheavals among the beasts, not a single mountain had shifted. The ability to alter the very essence of Qianlong Mountain and to harness the long-accumulated miasma's power today signifies that the Tianyu serpent has indeed acquired the essence of the fallen evil dragon. Little tortoise, it is confirmed that the Tianyu serpent has obtained the relic formed from the evil dragon's demise. The need for eradication is clear. You must send them away immediately. While it is no longer coiled within the mountain, return swiftly to vanquish it. After conveying her thoughts to the snake tortoise, Xinxiong pointed her spear skyward, summoning the spiritual energy accumulated within Qianlong Mountain. Massive roots surged forth like vipers, striving to drag the Tianyu serpent from the sky. Upon learning of Xinxiong's command, the tortoise head conjured a complex array in its profound gaze. It rotated its shell above Muir's head, ascending into the air, its form restoring to the size of the mountain within moments. After enveloping the wooden platform in a protective shield, it clamped the platform in its jaws, channeling magical energy within its throat. Gripping the platform tightly, it braced itself, The serpent's warning sent a chill through Yue Bai and the others, and they all realized they would soon be launched like cannonballs. And indeed, it came to pass. As the magical energy emanating from the tortoise's head reached its zenith, the gathered individuals were propelled like projectiles towards the sacred city. Remember Lord Qianxiong's words, "Do not return until your strength is sufficient," the tortoise intoned solemnly. Subsequently, the serpentine tortoise, akin to a war chariot, trundled back towards Qianlong Mountain. Witnessing the ultimate elixir slip away, Tianyu Snake's fury surged. "Qianxiong, what manner of beings are those two from the myriad clans that commands your utmost regard? It is the first time in many years that you have shown such concern. Those on the brink of death need not remember this day," Qianxiong retorted coldly as countless flower buds unfurled upon the ground. From within these buds, green luminescence expanded, and magical orbs erupted like a barrage of gunfire towards the heavens, striking Tianyu Snake with ferocity. The clouds above detonated, momentarily clearing the sky, only to be enveloped again by the smoke from the explosions. "With such power, you still dare to boast?" Tianyu Snake's voice dripped with chilling disdain. Countless points of eerie light emerged within the smoke, magically entwined, gradually weaving into a colossal net. This massive web fragmented the smoke into diamond shapes, descending from above like the very heavens themselves. The spatial fabric, ensnared by magical threads, twisted and contorted. "TSK," Qianxiong gasped, transforming her spear into a formidable axe-spear hybrid. Tossing the axe-spear into the air, it spun and expanded, its potential energy intensifying exponentially. "Wanshur axe-spear." The weapon soared towards the celestial net, colliding with it in a fierce confrontation. The net tore asunder, disintegrating into fragments that drifted downwards towards Qianlong Mountain. Should this net land upon Qianlong Mountain, it would undoubtedly rend the mountain to pieces, potentially even sawing through the bones of the netherworld, thus unleashing a wave of calamity. Qianxiong pivoted and dove towards a specific section of the descending net. She had beheld the fall of the netherworld evil dragon and was acutely aware of the core location of its remains. "Dare you to fight me while being distracted? Do you truly believe yourself to be the lost tree spirit that once ruled a domain eons ago?" Tianyu Snake unfurled its massive wings as a purplish-black magical array unfolded above, unleashing torrents of pitch-black rain. "You shall not hinder Lord Qianxiong." The approaching serpentine tortoise materialized above Qianxiong, using its immense shell to shield her from the deluge. The rain cascaded upon the tortoise's back, instantly dissolving the vegetation clinging to it into muck, revealing the flesh and bones beneath. "You old tortoise, are you throwing your life away?" Enduring excruciating pain, the serpent's head expelled a viscous black mist, which floated like a barrier in the air. The black rain vanished upon contact with this mist, not a trace penetrating through. Concurrently, Qianxiong managed to stabilize her position just before that section of the celestial net plummeted, albeit at the cost of a significant depletion of her magical energy. A colossal vine prison was erected upon a mountain, marking the heart of the fallen netherworld evil dragon. Should the putrid essence from the heart be absorbed by Tianyu Snake, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the celestial feather serpent circled in the air, it discerned the cage constructed by Qianxiong and realized something profound. With a comical tone, it expressed its relief. "Initially, I was quite vexed that those two beings of myriad races had escaped. Yet, unexpectedly, I have found that which I have long sought. Truly, I owe my gratitude to you, esteemed sage. How dare you, a mere serpent of such lowly status, covet the remains of Lord Yuming? I advise you to surrender the relic of Lord Yuming, and I may spare your life." Qianxiong gasped. "Oh, do take a moment to assess your own disheveled condition. In such a state, you presume to threaten me? You might be unaware of the power contained within this relic," the celestial feather serpent retorted, a smirk playing at the corner of its mouth as it revealed a core exuding a foul aura. The core pulsated with dark magic, as if writhing tendrils of flesh were in motion. This was indeed the relic of the malevolent dragon Yuming. The relic emanated a sinister radiance, conjuring an ethereal visage. Qianxiong and the serpent tortoise narrowed their eyes, the figure was all too familiar. It was the malevolent dragon Yu Ming, the scourge of countless beings from millennia ago. The deep-set eyes of the malevolent dragon gazed down upon the defiant Qinxiong and serpent tortoise, and it could not help but sneer. After millions of years, you still serve the Tri-Saints, as you always have. If only you were to treat all beings with kindness. I believe the day will come when we might serve you in turn. Steeling herself against the oppressive presence of Yu Ming, Qinxiong met its gaze directly. I fail to comprehend your words. My subordinates thrive under my expansionist endeavors. My brother, Yo Hao, holds me in high regard, Yu Ming scoffed. Are you referring to those vile brigands who commit heinous acts? Their prosperity is built upon the suffering of others, Qinxiong countered. That is merely a different approach to survival. Furthermore, many among my subordinates hail from the territories of the Tri-Saints. If the rule of the Tri-Saints were just, why would my subordinates seek to break free from their grasp to ally with me? Your reasoning is fallacious, Qinxiong declared, fury radiating as she brandished her spear and axe. I have no intention of persuading you, Yu Ming replied coldly, observing the vine cage ensnaring Qinxiong below. Offer me your heart willingly, and I may spare your life. Chapter 92. Yulan arrives with reinforcements. Offer me your heart willingly, and I may spare your life. Upon hearing this, Qinxiong exhaled a cold breath. She looked down at the once lush and verdant Qianlong Mountain, now reduced to desolation and ruin, shattered beyond recognition. The carcasses of magical beasts lay piled beneath the debris, and the once crystalline streams had been tainted by the blood of those beasts. This was the handiwork of the celestial feather serpent before her. No, more accurately, it was the malevolent dragon Yu Ming, who had attached itself to the serpent's form. If you were to retrieve your heart, I would trust that you would grant me a path to survival. However, I must ask you, should I be spared? How many lives will you consume and destroy in return? Indeed, the more, the better. Yu Ming's indistinct form quivered with laughter. The more I devour, the stronger I shall become. Once I regain my full strength, those beings will serve as sustenance for my reign, a significant achievement in my own right. Very well. Since the Emperor Yu Ming desires this heart, I shall present it to you with both hands. Upon hearing Qinxiong's acquiescence, Yu Ming felt a surge of delight within. After all, this lost tree demon was once a general under the command of the Rainbow Emperor. If she were to lend her support in this era, the path to kingship and emperorship would surely be smooth sailing, turning misfortune into fortune. Such is the way of the wise who recognize the times. Before the Yin Ming could revel in this newfound joy, a thunderous roar echoed from beneath the surface. The ground trembled as a towering tree erupted from the earth, its branches adorned with peculiar vines of various hues. The vines, as agile as serpents and scorpions, darted towards the heart of the Tianyu serpent with lethal intent. Not only will we offer you our hearts, but we shall also personally enact a heart transplantation, ensuring your complete submission. The Yin Ming was taken aback, and with a subtle flick of the dragon's finger, the Tianyu serpent evaded the onslaught of the vines, spiraling gracefully until it devoured the Yin Ming's relic once more. The once vacant gaze regained its fervor. Damn it! If you are intent on courting death, do not blame me for ruthlessly trampling upon your flowers. With that, the massive wings of the Tianyu serpent unfurled, the feathers morphing into a swarm of bloodthirsty bats. The bats surged forward, splitting into two groups, plunging towards Qinxiong and the vine prison. Little turtle, little snake, you are injured, so do not confront this great serpent. Safeguard the heart of the evil dragon. I shall deal with it. Upon uttering these words, Qinxiong felt her magical energy surge once more as she brandished her axe and charged headlong into the swarm of bats. Meanwhile, the platform expelled by the serpent had come to a halt, one half embedded in the ground, leaving a long trail behind. Jiang Ling emerged from the soil, shaking off the dirt and anxiously glancing at the little snake in her arms. Thankfully, it was unharmed. Jiang Ling sighed in relief. Little brother, little black, are you all right? I am fine. At that moment, Yue Bai and Mu Er leaned against the tilted platform, their eyes fixed on the location of Qianlong Mountain. Their position was considerably distant from the mountain, allowing them to merely glimpse the silhouette of the Tianyu serpent and the plants ascending from the earth. Yet, despite this great distance, the magical waves rippling through the air above Qianlong Mountain crashed upon Yue Bai and Mu Air like a relentless tide. The cold and vibrant energies intertwined, repelling each other, yet the sensation of conflict remained undiminished by the distance, striking deep into their cores and raising goosebumps upon their skin. Stop looking. Quickly compose yourselves. We must return to the holy city to seek reinforcements. Given the might of the Tianyu serpent, I fear the sage may not withstand it. Mu Air urged, patting Yue Bai. The location where they fell was still quite far from the holy city. The quickest way back would be for either Yue Bai or Jiangling to transform into dragons and transport the other two. However, after the surge of the dragon's magic, their energies were highly disordered and would require time to recuperate. Brother Mu Air is correct. The battle has raged for nearly 2 hours. Even if Master Qian Xiong's magic is exceptionally potent, she may not endure for many days. Yue Bai settled into a lotus position, taking a deep breath. As her magical energy unfurled, a nebula materialized in the air before her. This is the ability mastered after the Moon White's body refinement. Within this nebula, it allows for the swift adjustment of one's breath. Indeed, in merely a few dozen breaths, Moon White successfully regulated his breath and prepared for transformation into a dragon. Just as everyone was ready to set off, a sudden whinnying of horses resonated through the air. Looking up, they beheld a vast army mounted on flying magical beasts. Heavenly steeds, dragons, griffins, roughly estimating there were nearly 10,000 troops. The group cautiously observed the movements of the army, and soon they spotted familiar figures at the forefront of the formation. Was that not Grandmaster Yulan and Grandmaster Xiong Yi? And there was Xingyu as well? Ji Ingel excitedly waved at the army, drawing the attention of the three in the sky. Xiong Yi gestured for Yulan to continue onward, then descended to the ground with Xingyu. What brings you here? He inquired. It's a long story. Moon White and the griffins that accompanied Xiong Yi made their way toward Qianlong Mountain, recounting their experiences along the journey. They disclosed everything, including the possibility of the Tianyu serpent acquiring the soul of the nether dragon, leaving no detail unspoken. I see. I understand the situation now, Xiong Yi said, his brow furrowed. Originally, Yulan believed that deploying 10,000 troops to guard Qianlong Mountain would suffice to stabilize the chaos. However, according to your account, this is likely to escalate into a campaign of conquest. If we possess the capability to subdue the Tianyu serpent, that would be ideal. According to the estimates from the Eagle clan, the Tianyu serpent is expected to reach the threshold of a black-tier magical beast within a year. Moreover, according to Master Qianxiong's forecasts, this confrontation may occur even sooner, Moon White elucidated. The Tianyu serpent has always had the potential to breach into the realm of black-tier magical beasts, and since their departure from Qianlong Mountain, the situation within the mountain has grown increasingly perilous. It is likely that the Tianyu serpent has uncovered something unexpected. We can only do our best, Xiong Yi remarked, patting Xingyu on the back. Once we enter the mountain, it will be up to the Moon and Jiang families, as well as that duck. Your guardianship is crucial. Do not let me down. Understood, Xingyu replied solemnly, her demeanor serious. At that moment, Moon White realized that the aura surrounding Xingyu was even more formidable than during their previous sparring session. Chapter 93. The Campaign of Conquest, Part 1. After exchanging intelligence, the group, under Xiong Yi's leadership, swiftly reunited with the forefront formation. Among them were aerial combat Grandmaster Yulan, magical arts Grandmaster Lan Jinyu, healing Grandmaster Mopo, and the protective arts Grandmasters Xiong H and Shan and the Xiong Ling siblings. With the addition of Xiong Yi, a sword arts Grandmaster, their assembly was nothing short of extraordinary. Moon White reiterated their experiences to the Grandmasters and their commanding officers, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the Grandmasters. Particularly, the elven maiden Lan Jian was filled with unease. After all, Moon White's group had been under her watchful guidance since their inception. In less than a year, they had encountered numerous dangerous adventures, prompting Lan Jian to contemplate whether to restrict their freedom of movement. This group was far too adept at stirring trouble, and all matters were matters of life and death. With a slight misstep, one could truly depart from this world. Upon returning this time, I must have a serious conversation with Lord Yue Bai and keep a close watch on this little rascal. Lan Jianyue communicated with the soaring Yue Bai. The latter was momentarily speechless, caught in a moment of awkwardness. It seems that the operation against the Tianyu serpent must be initiated ahead of schedule. Xiong Yi stroked his mane, scrutinizing his forces. Deep in thought, with the ancient sage Qian Xiong joining us, our combat strength may indeed be sufficient. Yulan observed the fierce battle ahead, feeling the waves of impact, and remarked, "The healing team, siege team, aerial combat team, and reconnaissance team have all been cultivated as elites over time. It should be no trouble to vanquish the Tianyu serpent." Mo Po's beautiful eyes fixed on the changed aura of Yue Bai and Jiangling, and she smiled. Moreover, these two youngsters, along with that duck, seem to have acquired something quite remarkable. Jiangling, dear sister, have you truly considered joining our Guardian Master team for your studies? With your current strength, you might find little progress under Lan Jianhua. Chang Hantan laughed boisterously. What do you mean? A great battle is imminent, and you still have the leisure to recruit? Lan Jianhua scolded, waving his staff at Chang Hantan. All right, brother, little Lan, enough with the bickering. Prepare yourselves. The Tianyu serpent appears to be formidable, Chang Ling interjected, pinching Chang Han's ear with a smile. Observing the encroaching power in the distance, Yulan waved her delicate hand. Formation team, establish the array. Reconnaissance team, provide cover. With that, a dozen flying dragons, bearing massive crystals, broke from the ranks and soared toward the already devastated Qianlong Mountain. The enormous crystals on the dragons served as the focal points for a large-scale illusory prison array designed to ensnare and eliminate targets. The remaining soldiers were instructed to breach the encirclement before the formation was established. At Yulan's command, the team members immediately urged their mounts forward, accelerating into the fray. Yue Bai transformed into a white dragon, carrying Jiangling, Mu Er, and Xingyu on his back. Master Yulan, I will proceed ahead to assist Lord Qinxiong, Yue Bai declared. And with a powerful flap of his wings, he swiftly distanced himself by several hundred meters. This little rascal seems to have garnered more than anticipated from this excursion. Yulan licked her lips, contemplating how to coax Yue Bai into revealing that newfound ability for her own use upon their return to the city. With his significantly enhanced power, Yue Bai re-entered Qianlong Mountain ahead of the army in just a few minutes. The mountain was no longer the same as they had once seen. Due to the battle between Qian Xiong and the Tianyu serpent, it lay in ruins, strewn with the corpses of magical beasts and flowing rivers of blood. Even the remains of the previously laid to rest Yume had been unearthed, with massive bones protruding from the ground. Yue Bai harnessed his magical energy to survey the terrain and soon located Qinxiong's figure. At that moment, Qinxiong was locked in a standoff with the Tianyu serpent, covered in blood and somewhat disoriented. The gargantuan body of the serpent turtle was in a state of disrepair, blood seeping from its shell and pooling beneath its feet. Behind the serpent turtle stood the vine cage crafted by Qinxiong, which also appeared somewhat damaged, hinting at something pulsating within. As the moonlight illuminated the return of the crowd, Qinxiong gritted her teeth tightly, and in a fit of despair, she erupted into a furious tirade. You foolish youngsters, why have you come back to court death? Hearing this, the heavenly feather serpent cast a fleeting glance toward Yue Bai and the others, ultimately fixating its gaze on Jiang Ling Tai Ling. The heavenly feather serpent cackled maniacally, although it was aware that the individuals Qinxiong had sent away might possess unique identities. It was utterly astonished to discover that one of them was the reincarnation of the Rainbow Emperor. Tai Ling, heaven truly favors me. Knowing that my strength has been hindered, it has allowed me to reclaim my heart in a single day and presented me with a bountiful boon. How delightful! The heavenly feather serpent pivoted, disregarding Qinxiong's surging magical energy, and shot towards Jiang Ling like an arrow released from a bowstring. Bring it forth, the serpent bellowed, gaping its colossal maw to reveal its enormous fangs, intent on devouring Jiang Ling whole. Yet in the next instant, its massive jaws were firmly held at bay by two arms, one black and one white. Yue Bai, brimming with seven-colored magical energy, grasped the serpent's fangs with an unwavering resolve. "It appears you do not regard us with any respect," he declared, with a twist of his ethereal arm. The heavenly feather serpent was sent spiraling away, plummeting rapidly from the sky. Magic Battalion. Maximum firepower. Attack. The army behind them arrived promptly, and under the command of Lan Jianyu, various elemental spells descended from the heavens like meteorites, incessantly bombarding the spot where the heavenly feather serpent fell. Different elements intertwined, creating a colossal area of explosion. Star Rain. Yue Bai brandished his sword, and before the aftershocks of the explosion could settle, he leapt from his steed. Star Rain drew forth twin blades, transforming into a streak of light that sliced through the air. Lion's Might. Magical energy took form, and two gigantic lions surged forth from the sword's tip, baring their fangs as they lunged with unstoppable momentum into the swirling dust. Do not be too arrogant. Amidst the swirling sands, a massive phantom, exuding a stench of decay, swept forth, colliding with the jaws of the two lions. The lions were sent crashing into the air, disintegrating in the process, while Star Rain and Yue both coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood. Who would have thought? Tai A and Tai E have returned as well. 6 crimson eyes flickered amidst the dust, their pupils narrowing menacingly as they scrutinized the unexpected arrivals. Meanwhile, the formation class that had previously been dispatched to establish the illusory prison cage successfully completed its task. A pitch-black barrier rose from the ground, enveloping the entire Qianlong Mountain. Chapter 94. The Assault, Part 2. Within the swirling dust, the Scarlet Six eyes gazed upon the encroaching obsidian barrier in the sky. An illusory prison cage? I never imagined that after millions of years, the descendants of the myriad races would be reduced to employing such a rudimentary formation to confine my true self. The heavenly feather serpent scoffed. In the next moment, a furious storm of dust was stirred up. As the dust settled, the form of the heavenly feather serpent reemerged before the crowd. At this moment, the heavenly feather serpent had swollen to several times its previous size. Its once serpentine body had forcibly sprouted 2 arms and 2 legs. The wings that adorned its head had long since fallen away. Yet new dragon wings unfurled from its back. Its might surged, surpassing even that of the current Black Dragon Emperor, He Chao. How infuriating! I never anticipated that this nether dragon would have restored itself to such an extent. Qian Xiong's beautiful eyes were fixed on the malevolent dragon before her, her heart filled with regret. The Tianyu serpent is poised to challenge the black tier beasts, a well-known fact among the inhabitants of Qianlong Mountain. However, it remains merely a single beast, which is still within the realm of manageability. Yet, the present Tianyu serpent, seduced by the allure of the evil dragon's essence, has succumbed to infection, losing its consciousness and being overtaken by the will of the evil dragon, thus resurrecting in a new form. As a purple tier beast, the Tianyu serpent's intrinsic essence has now become sustenance for the resurrection of the nether evil dragon. Although the current form of the evil dragon is but a fraction of its former glory, its power in this era is indeed astonishing and fearsome. Sir Sage, are you suggesting that this beast before us is the legendary nether evil dragon from ancient times? Yulan approached Qinxiong, hovering protectively above her as she gazed at the power-infused evil dragon. Ancient texts recount that the nether evil dragon was vanquished millions of years ago by the Onyx Imperial Dragon, the Radiant Imperial Dragon, and the Rainbow Imperial Dragon, with the life of Qianlong Mountain stemming from the remnants of the dragon's corpse. The resurrection of such an ancient entity, long dead for eons, is beyond belief for anyone. Indeed, moreover, this evil dragon seeks to reclaim its heart to augment its power. We must not allow it to succeed. Following Qinxiong's gaze, Yulan turned to the vine-like prison. The sinister aura pulsated incessantly, disturbing the mind. Indeed, a terrifying sight. We cannot let the nether prevail. Through telepathy, Yulan conveyed vital information to the warriors on the battlefield. In mere moments, the magical energy enveloping the entire field intensified, causing the sky, climate, and environment to shift dramatically. The warriors understood that this evil dragon was no mere beast. Formation team, secure the evil dragon's heart. Assault team, engage in battle. Magic team, provide cover. With a commanding shout, various magical formations layered upon one another, radiating a spectrum of colors across the battlefield. The warriors roared, urging their mounts forward into the fray against the nether evil dragon. Ah, it seems you intend to obstruct my essence. The nether evil dragon exhaled forcefully, causing a massive tree to surge from the ground behind it. Upon this tree, strange life energy coursed through its trunk, and 7 magical arrays blossomed atop its canopy. As the moonlit white-eyed swiftly processed the sight, both she and Lan Jianyue gasped in unison. This array's construction is of ancient magic. Indeed, the tree of magical arrays emitted an eerie glow. The fallen wings of the Tianyu serpent instantaneously transformed into a pool of sludge. From this murky mass, thousands of magical creatures emerged, swarming towards the warriors with the ferocity of a hive. The magical entities clashed with the assault team, swiftly gaining the upper hand. This was the effect of the first magical array. The evil dragon connected its power with the magical creatures, endowing them with the strength to confront multiple foes. How astonishing! Moonlit White exclaimed, as dark and light energies surged forth. Grasping her longsword, she charged ahead. Lingjia, assist me in channeling my magic to maintain my condition. Understood. The vibrant hues of Jiao Ling flashed as she instantly entered the holy garb state of the Rainbow Imperial Dragon. With a flourish of her staff, the 7-colored magic intertwined Moonlit White and Jiao Ling together. The magical power within Yue Bai began to transform, causing the chaotic black and white flames within his chest to surge with increasing intensity. Brother Mu'er, protect Sister Ling for me. I must sever the magical threads connecting to the monsters. With a swift motion, Mu'er transformed his fingers into blades, instantly encasing several nearby monsters in ice. You need not speak. I will not allow anything to happen to Sister Jiangling. Once he had ensured the safety of his team, Yue Bai harnessed the chaotic black and white energy and dashed towards the horde of monsters. As the white-eyed magical energy surged, he quickly pinpointed multiple threads of magical energy and, without hesitation, swung his sword downward. The severed monsters, akin to extinguished flames, instantly lost their ferocity in battle. Within mere seconds, they were slaughtered by the encircling warriors. This is promising. Although the strength of the evil dragon Yu Ming surpassed that of the previously slain Youhao by 100-fold, armed with a strategy, this ancient creature would undoubtedly face its downfall. The assault continued for several hours. Yu Ming remained entrenched in its position, relying solely on the 7 magical formations from the ancient tree to fend off the onslaught. Monsters were continuously summoned by Yu Ming, engaging in relentless combat with the warriors, maintaining a considerable distance from the main forces. Even when dozens of warriors managed to breach the perimeter and approach Yu Ming, they were repelled by a formidable barrier, suffering defeat or even death, becoming sustenance for the monsters. This sinister dragon appeared to be exhibiting unusual behavior. After shattering a massive ice shard, Lan Jianyu communicated, "What kind of fool would allow themselves to be attacked without retaliation? Isn't that an attack? We've lost dozens of our comrades to those monsters." MOP used green vines to pull back several unconscious warriors, handing them over to the healing team. "I hope it remains still, just grinding us down." Yet, something felt amiss. There were no sources of magical energy nearby. If the evil dragon continued to expend its magic without a care, it would inevitably face annihilation. According to military strategy, even when taunting the enemy, one would not endure such relentless assault for hours on end. Xiong Yi and Xingyu, wielding 3 blades, relentlessly struck the barrier with the help of other warriors, panting heavily from exhaustion. "Yue Bai, have you discovered anything on your end?" Lanzian Yiwei Yinguit, reaching out to Yue Bai, who was striking from the air. With both his black and white eyes attuned to the battlefield's magical flow, an idea suddenly struck Yue Bai. Clenching his hands into fists, he delivered a meteor-like punch to the ground. The earth crumbled, revealing a pitch-black river beneath. Indeed, this creature had already breached the ground, connecting to its own heart, and was in the process of refining and absorbing power. Chapter 95, The Assault, Part 3, The Dark River, Akin to a Siphon. continuously drew magical energy from the immortal heart of the evil dragon, faint glimmers visible within. After piercing through several monsters with a spear, Qian Xiong abruptly turned to gaze at the cage. Originally, the cage enveloped the heart of the evil dragon, but now, the heart's form had diminished by a third. The group had previously speculated why the evil dragon merely endured attacks. Now they understood. It was simply biding its time. Yue Bai inhaled deeply, his black arm forming a fist while his white arm transformed into an open palm, for which he drew forth a colossal luminescent sword, cleaving the pitch-dark river in twain. As the dark river was severed, the ethereal figure of Yu Ming let out a resonant growl, triggering a cacophony reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Subsequently, the ancient trees of the formation behind him erupted in sinister radiance, revealing that the conspiracy could no longer remain concealed. The malevolent light of the first formation intensified, and the assaulting demons became enveloped in flames, imbued with the essence of death. Yet, rather than hindering their movements, these flames only intensified their onslaught. Heads adorned with sharp fangs and limbs bristling with claws emerged from the inferno. Demons, suffused with a crimson aura, burst through the flames, plunging into the ranks of the army with reckless abandon. This was the gate of hell. Qian Xiong frowned. Initially, before the first formation's magic unfurled, it was believed to merely amplify the demons, but in reality, it concealed a deeper layer. Its true nature was that of a gate capable of summoning demonic entities. The demons, each with distinct appearances, possessed strength that far exceeded that of the previous monsters, swiftly reversing the tide of battle that had once been in their favor. With but a slight exertion, the demons sent several heavily armored warriors flying. Before the wicked dragon, a clear expanse was once again opened, with no soldier daring to approach. Since you have seen through my ruse, I shall no longer hold back. The third formation behind, Yu Ming emanated a murky green light, causing the ground beneath the area where Yue Bai had struck to suddenly relax, as a plethora of ghostly green gas surged forth, enveloping the entire battlefield. The moment the warriors made contact with this gas, their inferior equipment was swiftly corroded, while those clad in slightly superior gear found themselves ensnared, their movements sluggish and unable to evade the demons' assaults. This was the mire of 10,000 curses. The gas not only corroded armor, but also the flesh itself. Should the brain become infected, one would soon become a mindless husk. The healing squad endeavored to create protective spaces for the warriors. Having researched ancient texts for considerable time, Mo recognized the imminent peril. Release the illusionary prison and unleash the gas. The magic squad must remain vigilant for any signs of the wicked dragon attempting to flee. Do all you can to intercept, commanded Lan Jianyu. It's futile. At that moment, as the illusionary prison was dispelled, the fourth formation erupted in a blaze of crimson light. Fiery tendrils burst forth from Yu Ming's scales, forming 8 towering pillars of flame. These pillars swept across the battlefield indiscriminately, obliterating both friend and foe alike. The flames soared, creating an exuberantly potent elemental barrier that replaced the illusionary prison, enveloping all once more. The mire of 10,000 curses was re-established, the gas thickening perilously, with the wicked dragon Yu Ming transforming from a mere tortoise in a jar into a relentless hunter, tormenting the warriors on the battlefield. How audacious! Does the fire elemental prison also exist? The water element warriors cast spells at the fire pillars, aiming to disrupt the formation. Upon receiving the command, the warriors promptly charged towards the pillars and the demons. In an instant, the once 1,000-strong army split into 2 factions, surging towards the pillars of flame and the demons, thereby weakening their defensive strength and retreating once more to the brink of the fire elemental prison. In the formation class, comrades lifted the heart of the malevolent dragon into the air, preventing it from utilizing other means to refine itself. Without the heart as a source of magical power, this grand array would soon prove untenable, Moon White analyzed. He had slain several demons that approached Jiang Ling and moved closer to her to inquire about her condition. The prolonged output of magical energy and the effort to refine the energy within Moon White's body must have been no easy task. mi fine. I should be able to hold on for another 3 hours, Jiang Ling replied resolutely, despite the beads of sweat adorning her forehead. At that moment, she was not only supplying magic to Moon White, but also to Xiong, Yi, Mu Er, and Xingyu. In close combat, the four of them were among the few warriors capable of simultaneously resisting numerous demons. Moon White nodded, turning his attention inward to examine the flames within his chest. The chaotic force, which could originally only endure for 5 minutes, remained vigorous with Jiang Ling's assistance, sustaining an exceptionally good state. Although this condition required a significant consumption of magical power, Jiang Ling's half-rainbow dragon form, coupled with the protective traits of the red dragon lineage, remarkably allowed for such prolonged endurance. Nevertheless, the hunt for the malevolent dragon was a race against time. Just as Moon White was deep in thought, the ominous dragon stirred. It surged forward amidst the demon's path, unerringly heading towards the location of its heart, eager to reclaim it. Not on my watch, Qian Xiong shouted, channeling her magic simultaneously with the formation class, as thousands of chains woven from magical energy ensnared the dragon, restricting its movements. In mere moments, the formation class erected a vibrant 7-colored wall, interposing between the heart of the dragon and the creature itself. As the dragon's claws made contact with the wall, a putrid aura spread across its surface, leaving behind corrosion marks akin to rust. Moon White, Xingyu, Xiong Yi, and Mu Er brandished their weapons and encircled the dragon. Lion S Fury, Dragon S Might, Swallow S Return. The colossal lions of water and fire elements clamped down on the dragon S arm, while a massive chaotic-hued dragon charged towards its chest, coordinating with the Swallow S Return to strike at its heel. The onslaught momentarily pulled the dragon back several hundred meters. I shall lend you my strength. Qian Xiong hurled her axe, which shattered in midair, with luminous particles coalescing into a gigantic wooden dragon. This wooden dragon coiled around the malevolent dragon S form, its tail embedding into the ground to draw nourishment. During the suppression, it grew into a towering tree, firmly ensnaring the dragon within its trunk, leaving only parts of the dragon's limbs visible. Do you think this can confine me? The fifth magic formation erupted with a radiant azure light, and a colossal tornado swept across the battlefield. The tornado seemed to possess a pulling force, dragging the figures of everyone present. Moon White's white pupils widened in realization. The tornado had the capacity to tear at magical energy, which was continuously absorbed by the malevolent dragon. This dragon is siphoning our magical power. If this continues, we will not be able to outlast it, Moon White conveyed urgently. Chapter 96, The Assault, Part 4. The tornado rampaged across the battlefield. The adept warriors of magic could distinctly perceive the flowing currents of arcane energy being drawn into the vortex, forming a broad river of magical power upon the battlefield. The prolonged skirmish had rendered the fighters weary, both in stamina and spirit, and the siphoning of their magic only exacerbated their plight, revealing evident signs of impending defeat. As the silvery blue magic surged, a colossal sword of light emerged, its radiant blade slicing through the air towards the midsection of the vortex, aiming to cleave it in twain and bring it to a halt. However, the moment the beams of light made contact with the vortex, they dissipated into mere wisps, absorbed entirely by the swirling tempest. Both Yue Bai and Qian Xiong stood agape at the sight. The obsidian-eyed black sun dragon possessed the ability to analyze the structure of magical formations, identifying their vulnerabilities, while the ivory-eyed white sun dragon could scrutinize the flow of magic and sever its connections. Together, their powers were complementary, seemingly an unstoppable force. Yet they were effortlessly neutralized by the vortex, undeniably showcasing the overwhelming might of the malevolent dragon before them. Only an absolute suppression of power could leave a being imbued with the abilities of a holy dragon, such as Yue Bai, so utterly drained. Teacher Lan, instruct all warriors to envelop themselves in a barrier that prevents the loss of magical energy, minimizing the amount absorbed by the evil dragon, Yue Bai conveyed telepathically. Understood. In the next moment, a myriad of magical energies enveloped the warriors like a thin membrane, significantly reducing the torrent of magic. Yet, under the weight of overwhelming force, magic still uncontrollably flowed into the vortex, feeding the malevolent dragon. Within the trunk, the infusion of magic caused the dark dragon to swell slightly, the robust bark cracking with a series of sharp sounds under the pressure of its expanding form. At this juncture, we must attempt to confront it head-on without hesitation. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable our situation becomes, Yue declared. Gazing at the increasingly ferocious dragon, his resolve steely. It seems we have no other choice. Should that dragon reclaim its heart, even if our forces were to multiply, we would likely still be unable to contain its might, Qian Qiong remarked. Having witnessed the capabilities of the netherworld since ancient times, she understood the depths of its power. The current vitality of the hidden dragon mountain thrived solely upon the residual magic of its fallen brethren. For millions of years, this magic had sustained its flourishing life, a testament to its formidable nature. If the dragon were to regain control over this power, eternal unrest would ensue. Then it is settled. Yue transmitted the plan across the battlefield. The strategy called for all warriors to disregard their injuries and carve a path through the demonic horde, enabling those capable of inflicting harm upon the evil dragon to engage in close combat. Although casualties were inevitable, it was a far better fate than allowing the dragon to wreak havoc upon the innocent. Upon learning of the plan, the warriors displayed the valor befitting the defenders of the holy city. They swiftly reformed their ranks according to their respective strengths. The heavily armored defenders, clutching their sturdy shields, summoned their magic, conjuring enormous walls that surged forward like a siege engine, pushing against the malevolent dragon and isolating the demonic creatures beyond their protective barriers. The magic class wielded their staffs with vigor, bestowing enhancements upon the valiant warriors charging into battle, while unleashing devastating spells upon the airborne foes and those who had slipped through the net. Under the command of Mo, the healing class diligently replenished the warriors with a steady flow of magical energy and tended to their wounds. As long as the injuries were not fatal, the warriors pressed onward, forging paths for their comrades. The strategy class was comprised of formidable members, including esteemed mentors Qian Qiong, Xingyu, Mu Er, alongside Yue Bai and Jiang Ling, who possessed the power of the Holy Dragon. Due to Jiang Ling's lack of offensive prowess, she was carried by Xiong Yi, who assisted her in breaking through the enemy lines. I will reinforce the bindings, but I will create a large opening in the trunk that strikes directly at the heart of the Underworld Emperor. You may unleash all your attacks without reservation, she declared. Qian Xiong ran while channeling magic to ascertain the location of the Underworld's heart. The group gripped their weapons tightly, awaiting the moment when the great chasm would be opened. Once their powerful skills were unleashed simultaneously, even the ferocity of the underworld evil dragon would surely falter against their collective force. As the warriors surged forth, breaking through the encirclement at any cost, the bound evil dragon, Yu Ming, began to writhe within the trunk. The sixth magic formation erupted with brilliance. Dark flames engulfed the colossal tree, turning the areas of combustion into black sludge. Even as Qian Qiong summoned magic to repair the giant tree, the flames continued to consume it, leading to its eventual transformation into a sculpted form. Ultimately, the great tree was reduced to a massive, tree-like sculpture. With a mere struggle, the evil dragon shattered the sculpture and broke free, yet Yu Ming appeared quite disheveled, covered in burn marks. Numerous dragon scales had fallen away, and one of its wings had been bound by the giant tree, suffering grievous damage as it was scorched by the black flames, necessitating a painful severance. The evil dragon gasped for breath, striving to quell the agony that assailed it. Though these insignificant creatures could not be compared to its might, their determination to burn themselves for freedom had inflicted considerable harm. No wonder the saying goes that many ants can bring down an elephant. These seemingly weak beings, though unable to deliver a killing blow, had nonetheless caused significant injury. Contemplating this, Yu Ming's crimson pupils constricted, and its magic surged uncontrollably. In that instant, the demonic creatures, seemingly invigorated, intensified their assaults, overwhelming the organized forces within moments and dividing their strength to guard the evil dragon. Observing the retreating demons, Yue Bai and the others quickly reacted, brandishing their weapons to mount a defense. Without the obstruction posed by Yue Bai and the others, Yu Ming charged straight for the vine cage, intent on seizing the heart and escaping. Once it absorbed the heart again and took time to recuperate, these wretched insects would face their demise. As the evil dragon bore down upon them, the warriors guarding its heart and the serpent turtle erected layers of defenses. However, these barriers crumbled like fragile glass before the overwhelming might of the dragon. Cursed be it, Yue Bai thought, dismayed as he witnessed the evil dragon's relentless advance. His colossal phantom arm lifted the crimson bell from Xiong Yi's shoulder, and he turned to charge towards the malevolent dragon. The chaotic black and white energy erupted to its zenith. Just as the wicked dragon was on the verge of breaching the final two barriers, the figures of Yue Bai and the crimson bell materialized before it. The phantoms of the three saints coalesced behind them. In Ming, thou art dead. Why dost thou cling to the grievances of this world? Chapter 97, The Expedition, Part 5. In Ming, thou art dead. Why dost thou cling to the grievances of this world? The majestic form of the three saints solidified behind Yue Bai and the crimson bell, causing In Ming's dragon eyes to constrict, surging with animosity. Those three figures were indelibly etched in In Ming's memory, loathed to the core. It was they who, millions of years ago, had vanquished him in this desolate wilderness, stripping him of his dominion for countless ages. Three saints, In Ming roared. From his decaying body, festering flesh transformed into numerous luminescent spikes, aiming directly for the vital points of Yue Bai and the crimson bell. The immense force sent both of them plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground and causing the earth to collapse in layers. Yue Bai's massive phantom arm braced firmly against the vital points of both himself and the crimson bell, gripping those spikes tightly to prevent them from drawing nearer. Yet, in other areas, he allowed the spikes to pierce through, anchoring himself to the ground. Blood stained Yue Bai's pristine white garments. The crimson bell pressed her small hand against Yue Bai's body, infusing him with seven-colored magic, dissolving the spikes into flecks of black dust from within. Within seconds, the pierced limbs began to regenerate, sprouting new flesh and healing. I come to aid you. At that moment, the crimson bell's pupils shimmered with brilliance. Her crimson hair transformed into a spectrum of colors, evidently influenced by the